In ancient times, there was Zhuge Liang's eloquent debate with his ministers, and now we have you, who confront the judges in a crazy way. In order to gain negative energy in the entertainment industry, you actually participated in 4 music talent shows at the same time. With your unique confrontational style, you instantly became the focus of the 4 major music talent shows. At the scene of the voice program, a person was holding a knockoff phone in the corner, frantically pressing buttons. That was you calculating transportation and accommodation expenses. To participate in the talent show, your wallet quickly emptied. You still have to participate in Happy Boys, then fly to Beijing to record Chinese good songs and idol interns, with no reimbursement from the production team. It's too expensive. A male contestant with braided hair curiously asked, "Did you also sign up for other talent shows? We are similar, both trying our luck. There's always a chance for one of us to be selected, with a higher chance of becoming famous." No, we are not the same. You are not participating in the talent show to become famous, but to earn negative energy. Because you have awakened the negative energy collection system, the longevity card in the system mall is the reason you are participating in the talent show. You must accumulate 999 points of negative energy to buy a longevity card for your sick grandmother, so she can be healthy and live a long life. Contestant number 07. Please follow me. The beautiful female staff member took away the braided hair. A few minutes later, the braided hair returned dejectedly. What's wrong, Brother Ma? No mentor turned around for you? Even if no one turned around, it's fine. Yi Haiying said I look plain, and Wang Shan said my hairstyle is not stylish. How dare they say that to you? Contestant number 09. Please come with me. The staff member came to you, and the young lady's face suddenly turned red. This contestant is so handsome. Zhou Lang, can I add you on WeChat? I don't have WeChat. I use a feature phone. So cool. The young lady's face turned even redder. She heard that some unique music talents don't use smartphones. It's a kind of realm. You look puzzled. Can't afford a smartphone. What's so cool about that? Then contestant number 08 took the stage. You walk slowly onto the stage. Sing well, there will definitely be a mentor to turn around for you. Another female staff member shook her head. Don't be infatuated. Xiao Ya, this guy looks so handsome. How could he sing well? Usually people who sing well are relatively ugly. Xiao Ya blinked her eyes and then looked at contestant number 10. Li Qi, who was waiting backstage. Li Qi, wearing overalls, looked slightly annoyed. Did your family's rice get eaten by someone ugly? You stepped onto the stage, adjusting the microphone height first. This standing microphone is not friendly to someone who is 1.9 meters tall like you. Singing is not important. You are clear about your purpose. Advancing is secondary. The main thing is to find a way to earn negative energy from the 4 mentors. At this moment, the female audience below the stage burst into screams, which confused the 4 mentors. After adjusting the microphone, you saw the enthusiastic audience and, with your inherent social cow attribute, waved to the audience below. Hello everyone. But the 4 mentors looked serious. Why isn't that guy on stage singing yet? You are here to compete, not to hold a concert. And now you are interacting. Ding, +4 negative energy. You secretly delighted. Finally starting. The dog system is true to me. Celebrities have a different constitution from ordinary people, and negative energy is abundant. The prelude is over, and you start singing with a slightly hoarse voice. The country of Rakshasa is 26,000 miles to the east, passing through the 7 gorges and crossing the 3-inch yellow mud of the Jiao Sea, just for the river with a mound, where the river flows through the Guogua camp, and the head of the Guogua camp is called Mahu. Off stage, Yi Haiying looked at Wang Shan in confusion, and Wang Shan also looked at Yi Haiying thoughtfully, as if some strange sound had sounded. Yu Chengqing directly pressed the red turn button. What are you waiting for? Oh, no wonder the audience screamed. Even more handsome than Xie Fengting. Bang! Zhang Huimei immediately pressed the turn button. He is even more handsome than the rich guy, making her curious. Oh my god, he is too handsome. Yi Haiying shook her head. Shallow, too shallow. Wang Shan also frowned solemnly. Taiwanese artists are just not professional, always so sensational. Chol's song continues. If you don't know how many drinks I had that day, you won't realize how beautiful you really are. I wouldn't have believed it the first time I saw you. I love you so much. Yu Chengqing and Zhang Huimei had become the atmosphere group, standing up and waving their hands, and humming along with Zhou Lu in a whisper. Why? Because it's a good song. Who would have thought that a contestant would have the guts to play and sing an original song on his own in the preliminary rounds and write it so brilliantly that of course he would have to get high. The audience hummed along with the good songs. The melodies usually catchy. Live pop-ups. It's not a fucking turn? It's so good. Good looking and good singing. Why? This player is too strong. What are Ye Yang and Wang San waiting for? Turn around. Why do the lyrics sound more and more like attempted rape? Chol 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 chol. Zhou Lu has a steady stage presence and continues to play the piano and sing. Not much emotion. His mind is on how to milk his mentors for negative energy. If it's not fate that's playing tricks on me, it hurts less to think of you. Let's just forget about you. Should have forgotten about you. It's the best punishment for impulsiveness. It's the best punishment for impulsiveness. A song. Choli dazzles with a sweep of the strings. Thank you. Ah. A sigh rang out from the audience on stage. Feeling sorry for Zhou Lu. Because Ye Yang and Wang San never turned around. Zhou Lu felt okay. He didn't have much of a crush on these two, having heard their songs, but his personal feeling was that Yi Ying's vocals didn't have the royal level nobility that she herself claimed to have, and Wang Shan's songs didn't have the so-called shocking power of half of the country. On the contrary, Yu Chengqing and Zhang Huimei not only sang well, but also didn't pretend to be anything. Host Hu Huaqiu walks up. Thank you to number 09 for singing. Zhou Lu, you're welcome. Huaqiu. Negative energy +1. Zhou Lu was happy. The original host also has negative energy. Also right, this Hua fake is also considered a star. Yu Chengqing laughed so hard that he slapped the table. Pfft, what the hell is a no thank you? Zhang Huimei stifled her laughter. Alright, introduce yourself. Zhou Lu despised the unprofessional Hu Huaqiu and said, My name is Zhou Lu. I'm 19 years old, and I live in the 17th community of Fuding Village, Xiuxi Town, Jinyuan County, Hanan City, Sichuan Province. Zhang Huimei, pfft. Sorry goosey. Go ahead. Negative energy 1. Crap. How can you still lose? She's happy, and my energy level goes down? Zhou Lu glanced at the unprofessional Zhang Huimei with dissatisfaction. I'm currently enrolled in the Sichuan Conservatory of Music's folk music department, majoring in suona, the kind that can send you away when you're done. Zhang Huimei. Negative energy +2. Earn it back. Yu Chengqing came to a realization. Oh, Chuan Yins, that makes sense. It must be said that the Sichuan Conservatory of Music can be called a torrent of Chinese musical talent, and at this point, there is not much difference between the two worlds. Yi Fuqiang asked, Did you write this song yourself just now? What's the name? Chol, yes. The song is called Impulse Punishment. Wang Shan took over and said, You have a good voice. A bit of texture. The song is also written okay, but your musical aesthetics need to be improved a little bit. At the moment the taste is slightly low. Of course. This needs a process. Overall you are already very good. Jolie's face was calm. Have you got a low hairstyle? Wang Shan thought he was hallucinating and looked incredulous. What? Zhou, I say. Tutor Wang, your hair aesthetics need to be improved slightly. At the moment the taste is slightly low. Of course. This needs a process. Wang Shan was so angry that his face turned green. Negative energy +6. Digging for roots. Zhou said that he was very happy. The song in the system mall is only almost 10 points of negative energy value a song. It is not in vain that I spend so much traveling expenses to come to the competition. This trip is worth it. Yu Chengqing and Zhang Huimei on the side were frantically holding back their laughter. Who understands? It's really hard to hold in laughter. Yi Fuqiang said with a stern face. Contestant Zhou Lu, you have a problem with your attitude, singing just now as well. But if you sing with a little bit of care and bring in a little bit of emotion, I'll turn around. Chol, I wouldn't pick you if you turned around. This show has a trainee option where the contestant is allowed to choose a mentor. Yi Fuqiang almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood and said in exasperation, Is that how you talk to your mentor? This song is a mouthful. I'm telling you, it's not advanced at all. It's dirt. Zhou Lu was unassuming. As earthy as you? Ye Young, you. Negative energy +9. Getting rich. Zhou Lu became more and more exuberant and continued to output strongly. What's so advanced about searching for the moon in the fog? From the melody to the lyrics. Aren't they all dirt? If I were to write it, it should be something like this. Seeing flowers in the fog and looking at the moon in the water. You can tell the difference between this ever-changing world. The waves go away and the clouds fly and the flowers blossom and fade. You can grasp the swaying season. That's all he remembers. Dreaming about it, but it's also several times better than some bullshit foggy scout from this world. Similar song style, similar lyrics, slightly so changed. The grade immediately straight line up. Yi Fuqiang was directly rendered speechless. Negative energy +14. Live pop-ups. Ha. Kill crazy. Coward. How dare he dislike his mentor. He's so wild. I love it. You dirt. You low. Weren't those the original words of these two said players in the first 2 rounds? Retribution. This Zhou Lu is so fierce. The key he changed the song to sound better. Backstage rest area. Is ready to leave the twisted braid. Watching the TV tears. This brother can deal with. On TV, Wang Shan helpfully said, Son, it's not the right time to be mad at your age. and it's for your own good that we're pointing out your problems, Zhou Lu said. I am also for your good. No need to thank you. Tutor Wang's song Flying High is written without pattern. It's as low as your hairstyle. Why don't you change it to this? I'm going to fly higher. Fly higher. My wings roll up a storm. My heart whistles. This dominating and wild melody and vocals perfectly overpowers Wang Shan's original. Big Wave Resonance Goose. Number 09. Zhou Lu, whose teaching his mentor to write songs. Wang Shan also finally Bung Bu Live. This is a live fucking I do not want to face? Negative energy plus 20. Cool. Zhou Lu grinned. What's so scary about offending a tutor? It's not like I'm only participating in this one talent show. Wang Shan forces a salvation. Music is not just a melody. It's an expression. It's an attitude. It's not all about pleasing the listener. Zhou Lu didn't spoil him. If you don't please the audience, who will you please? Pleasing the mentors on the program and then feeding the listeners shit? Wang Shan, I niet. Zhou Lu continued his output. You can dislike it, but please show some respect. It's not what you think is right. The contestants need to be pointed out, but they don't need to be pointed out. As a professional mentor, don't be so petty and snarky. In front, what are you guys doing commenting on people's looks and hairstyles? It's too embarrassing for me to come to this show. Oh, this is pulling Yahadiying out of the education along with him. Negative energy plus 25. Negative energy plus 33. Backstage, Twisted Braid is crying. This is not a brother. This is my own father. Host Hu Hua Chao could not stand it. Zhou Lu contestant. You are too excited. The mentors are also a good intention, but it is you who have a bad attitude. Chol, what does the music biz have to do with you? Are you here to critique the tutors? Can't mentors critique? Everyone is equal. But Yi Yang is a female mentor. Men and women are equal. What makes you look down on women? How did you become a host with this kind of ideology? Wah on the spot emo. Negative energy plus 2. Zhou Lu despised Hu Hua Chao twice. You even have so much less negative energy than others. I looked down on you. The live audience, however, was happy to see what was going on anyway. Yu Chengqing was pumped up with laughter. Ha ha ha, he's so arrogant. I love it. Zhang Huimei also said. Indeed, it's rare to meet such confident players. Zhou Lu, I really like Impulsive Punishment. It's super catchy, and your personal image is very outstanding. You're a good seedling. I'll focus on cultivating you if you come to my group. That's starting to grab people. Dislike your mentor? What does that have to do with it? It is not me who dislikes me. And Zhang Huimei also thinks that those two are quite disgusting. You have not turned around, and you are still yakking and letting out stinky farts. Isn't questioning the soil of Zhou Li San's just yin and yang me and Yu Chengqing's poor taste? Yu Chengqing also put away his gloating. I can also teach you to sing. You have superstar credentials. Come to me. I can even teach you fashion and dressing. Chol, big deal. You're dressed like a turkey. Yu Chengqing, are you blind? This is called fashion. Negative energy plus 5. Zhang Huimei can't live without laughing. Ha 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 turkey. Zhou Lu, teacher, if you continue to be so fashionable, people in the fashion world will draw a line in the sand with you. Yu Qingqing's heart is much bigger than those two. And he smiled even after being disliked. Ha yes. 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 You're handsome and say whatever you want. And don't pick me for this group. I'm not worthy of it. The host hurriedly came out to bring up the tempo. So player Zhou Lu, what's your choice? Forced termination of reviews and poll sessions. After all, Ye Yang and Wang Shan's faces were already black, so it wasn't appropriate to heckle them anymore. Zhou Lu, I like Ms. Zhang Huimei very much and want to choose her. Zhang Huimei jumped up. Yay! Yu Chengqing crookedly reclined on his chair. You really didn't pick me. Ha! I was the one who turned first. Zhou Lu, you are really blind. Negative energy plus 10. Zhou Lu, but I'm not worthy, so I'll go with Mr. Yu Chengqing. Zhang Huimei skimmed her mouth and sat back, puffing. Negative energy plus 48. This ant is so angry that she's broken her defense. Playing around? Yu Chengqing jumped up and rushed straight onto the stage to give Zhou Lu a hug. Slightly bird-like. You're blind, but at least you're not stupid. Zhou Lu followed Yu Chengqing off the stage and greeted the other three mentors. Yi Haiying and Wang Shan did not give him a good face, but Zhang Huimei still praised Zhou Lu a few words. Regret to regret. Cherished talent is really cherished talent. Zhou Lu then sat behind Yu Chengqing's tutor's chair, where the trainee area was. Zhou Lu was Yu Chengqing's first trainee. Just sitting down. Zhou Lu asked, Mr. Yu, do I have to sit here until the end of the program? Yu Chengqing nodded. What's wrong? Zhou Lu, nothing. I still want to take the train back to Shidu overnight. Yu Chengqing, going back to school? Chol, no. Go back and audition for Happy Boys. Yu Chengqing, you. Chol, you guys go ahead and record the show, critique it properly, and leave me alone. Yu Chengqing, What kind of rant are you spouting? It's the voice of China live. Negative energy +9. This little episode passed quickly. Everyone laughed off the fact that Jolu was going to audition for Happy Boys, and so many of the contestants would go to other shows to try their luck. It's not nearly as powerful as his angry dislike of his two mentors. Sitting down was kinda boring. The other two advancing contestants sat straight, like students pretending to listen attentively in class. But Jolu was different. He took out his feature phone and started to play Rakshasa Cube. The game looks simple, but it's really not hard at all. Jolu was playing the game while checking the system in his head, and the first day of actual combat was full of rewards. Current negative energy value, 197. In the system mall, apart from Jolie's ultimate goal, the longevity card, there were quite a few other items. 1. 956 songs, 203 skill packs, 842 films and videos. They were all works that Jolu had come into contact with in his long dream on Earth. And the songs ranged in price from a few points of negative energy value to tens of points depending on the quality, skill packs from tens to hundreds of points, and movie and television productions from a few hundred to a few thousand points. This is the fundamental reason why Jolu chose to start with music. Songs are cheap. Although he had earned a lot of negative energy today, he didn't intend to purchase any more songs. That crap audition of Happy Boys, just deal with it casually. There was absolutely no need to buy new songs. Drops, host advances. Triggering mainline mission A, winning the overall champion of The Voice of China, rewarding 8,888 points of negative energy value. What else? Jolu immediately stopped playing with his phone. Disliking stars one by one to earn negative energy was still too slow. If he could get a reward it would be perfect, but it won't be easy to take the overall title of the show. After more than an hour, the first installment of The Voice of China Season 2 ended live. Yi Hyukyung chatted with Wang Shan and came backstage, taking the coffee and pastries handed up by her assistant and getting ready to go take off her makeup. Jolu and Xiaoya left each other's phone numbers, and then left the TV station to rush to the train station. The time seems to be in time. He is ready to take the train back to Shidu overnight. The plane ticket is too expensive. For Happy Boys, Jolu is also ambitious. On the afternoon of the second day, Sichuan Shidu, Happy Boys Shidu singing district audition site, a sea of people dancing with the demons. The tall and handsome Jolu stood out from the rest. Many of the contestants around him were pointing and whispering at him, and after the night's fermentation, so many people had already recognized Jolu, who had angrily sprayed Yi Haing and Wang Shan on the stage. This whole thing is pretty controversial. A lot of people scolded Jolu for his arrogance. Nobody dares to spray the old artist. If he is famous, what's wrong with him? There are also many netizens to support Jolu. Impulsive punishment, such a good work by those two eggs in the bones, should be hard to dislike back. The mentor is amazing? Mostly. Jolie's casually altered masterpieces by Yi Haing and Wang Shan do sound better than the originals. This makes Jolie's supporters. Bottom line. And the live version of Impulsive Punishment, which killed the top 10 of Penguin Music's new songs chart overnight, has crushed Wang Shan's new song that was released last week. That's what's so embarrassing. Brother, a familiar twist came up to me. Jolu smiled. Such a coincidence? The twisted braid held 2 portions of potatoes and handed one to Jolu. What's the coincidence? Aren't there just a few programs? It's normal that we'll meet up with other programs next. No, not normal. What's not normal? Jolu tasted a bite. This potato flavor cannot be but he did wait for hungry. The C election is too many people. Unlike The Voice of China, which has a behind-the-scenes screening, Jolu and the others were selected by sending singing videos to the program in advance, and the ones selected were the best of the best. Happy Boys is much simpler and rougher. Direct auditions, and what bulls and snakes dare to put on TV, is also quite bullish. The twisted braid was puzzled. It's normal for me to come and take my chances. You've advanced to The Voice of China and you're still coming to the audition? Jolu also wondered, is it against the law? Twist. Jolu, The Voice is live on Friday. Fast Boy is live on Saturday. Good Song and Intern are taped. There is no time conflict at all. So why can't I participate in all 4 programs at the same time? That's okay? Absolutely. As long as you sing different styles of songs at different shows, it won't feel repetitive. But can you handle different styles of songs perfectly? Write your own. I've booked almost all the songs. I sing love songs like Impulsive Punishment on The Voice, rock songs on Fast Boys, ballads on Good Songs, and I'll be rapping on Idol Trainee. Is there a problem? No problem. Are you the devil? The twisted expression began to twist, thinking that this guy in front of him was so scary. How many original songs did he prepare? Are they all good songs of the Impulsive Punishment kind of class? Jolu looked at the number plate in Twisted Braid's hand. Brother Ma, it's almost your turn. Come on. Twisty nodded, took a deep breath, and made her way to the audition stage. 2 minutes later, he was back in his dust. Eat the potatoes without a word. After a while, the twisted braid cried, "These damn potatoes are so fucking awful, and they're still selling for so much money." Zhou Lu didn't comfort him. The potatoes were really hard to eat. He carried his guitar to the stage waiting area and waited for more than 2 hours. Finally it was almost his turn. The previous contestant is performing a breakdance with a semblance of poise. Ding. Okay, you can go. Teacher, I can also sing upside down. Let me perform. It's really not necessary. You're welcome. I see that a few teachers have thrown in the towel, so I'll give you a free show of singing upside down. Ow ho oh. Fork it out. Xie Fengting I grass you $@ Mr. Xie, who was wearing sunglasses, coolly rubbed his temples, and I don't blame him for loving beauty. Tao Jingying said. Next, Jola came above the stage and adjusted the microphone height first as usual. Li Chunyu laughed. This child really came to shiver? Introduced to the 3 teachers. This is my schoolmate Zhou Lu. Chun has graduated from Chuanin for many years. Of course she doesn't know Zhou Lu, but she is a well-known alumni after all. And last night's news of Zhou Li's show flipping Yi Hang and Wang Shan was the first thing a number of people shared with her. As it happens, Li Chunyu also liked the song Impulsive Punishment and remembered Zhou Lu. Xie Fengting and Tao Jingying didn't know Zhou Lu and were a bit puzzled. Did this Zhou Lu come from a big place? Even the ever-present C-suite Li Chunyu knows him. Chen Tushan had also seen the video of Zhou Lu disliking his mentor. What the hell is this kid doing? He's been promoted over there, and he's still coming to our point. Li Chunyu, you personally ask him t. A Sichuan man and a Yuzhou man naturally spoke in tongues. Zhou Lu adjusted the height of the microphone and calmly said, "Hello teachers, my name is Zhou Lu. I'm 19 years old and I'm enrolled in the folk music department of the Sichuan Conservatory of Music. Today, I bring you all a little shock." Tao Jingying looked confused. What? Xie Fengting laughed. It's like he wants us to look good. Tao Jingying, arrogant attitude. Zhou Lu, this teacher please be quiet. Thank you. Jingying Tao. Negative energy +2. Thump thump thump. The guitar sounded and soon came Chol's explosive hiss. Don't say too much, you know what I'm talking about. What are you and I trying to do? You don't have to care about much, and you don't have to be sad. One day you'll leave me. After singing only 4 lines, Jola stopped and looked at the 4 mentors on the stage. Don't wait, these are the only 4 lines I remember from this song. I haven't bought the full version yet. It's a little pricey at 12 negative points. Chen Tushan, an original song? Well sung. Continue. Chol nodded and strummed the guitar strings again. Singing, why are you always laughing? Why do I always have to pursue? In front of you? I'll always be nothing. Oh, when are you coming with me? Oh, when are you coming with me? Another. Original? A hint of amazement flashed in Chen Tushan's eyes and looked at Li Chunyu, who proudly shrugged. That's right. Our Sichuan in is so cool. Tao Jingying also became interested. Zhou Lu, is there more? Chol played his guitar again and sang. Forgive me for being so unruly and free-spirited. I'm afraid that one day I'll fall. Anyone can turn their back on their ideals. I don't want to be afraid of the day when it's just you and me. Original Cantonese rock? Xie Fengting, who had been pretending to be cool all day, took off his sunglasses and wore an incredulous expression. That's a little bit of a shocker from Chol. Although his memories of the DreamWorks were very tattered, Jolie's favorite songs were still a bit more impressive. The chorus parts of No Place to Go, Nothing to Lose, and Sea and Sky were largely what he remembered. Tao Jingying exclaimed. So, he sang a total of 3 original rock songs? Chen Tushan, yes. Each one is very good. Li Chunyu also sighed in admiration. And he's a good singer. So it seems he didn't go eavesdropping on the vocal department's lessons. Sister is right. I often go to listen to Mr. Wang Zhengliang's class. Zhou Lu laughed. But unfortunately that teacher Wang Zhengliang, who has been on the Spring Festival Gala, is too happy and froze to squeeze out a tiny bit of negative energy. I wonder how these 4 are doing with their negative energy reserves today. Let me try. Li Chunyu nodded. Oh, no wonder. She was about to critique Zhou Li's song when she was robbed of her words. Wow, he has a star face? Tao Jingying stared straight at Zhou Lu, looking like she had never seen the world before. A super handsome guy like him, who sings so well. It's really rare. It's awesome. She didn't care about being disliked at all. The other party was so handsome, not to mention disliking her or even punching her. She wouldn't even struggle a bit. Faced with such kneeling, Zhou Lu didn't know what to dislike for a moment. Tao Jingying looked up and down. What's your size? The question is ambiguous. Who knows if she's asking about height or length? She just did it on purpose. Chol said. 19.3. Tao Jingying's mouth opened wide in shock. Centimeters? Chunyu Li's slugger covers his face. Eat? The live pop-ups on Mango TV were manic. This rocks so hard. 3 originals? What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? One dares to ask and the other dares to answer. Aren't you afraid the program will be shut down? I don't believe you. Pull it out and see. Your Lu Emperor is infinitely rampant. This guy was killing crazy yesterday at Blue Terrace. On this side, Joe Lu is serious. I'm talking about decimeters. I have a bare foot of 19.3 decimeters, which translates to a height of 1 meter 9.3. Tao Jingying, it's height Chol, isn't the teacher asking about height? Tao Jingying, Auntie Tao realized that she had been tricked, and her horny girl nature was exposed. Negative energy +4. I can't. This mentor is not as good as the voices mentor run. Can't we have something awesome? Chol was a bit disgusted. Xie Fengting asked, Zhou Lu, the song is well written. How long have you been studying music? Zhou Lu, I've been taking music classes since elementary school and was a music class representative for 2.5 years. And if you count my kindergarten choir experience, I've received 15 years of music, and I've benefited from the long-term learning. Xie Fengting froze for about 3 seconds. I was asking about your professional music training time. Zhou Lu is unapologetic, 1.5 years. I was in the second semester of my senior year of high school in the music assault class, because of poor grades, after the examination of the Sichuan in and then learn a year Swana. Xie Fengting had a puzzled look on his face. And then you can write songs? Zhou Lu, Xie Fengting, negative energy +18. It's still old Say who has plenty of negative energy. Unlike dried up Auntie Tao, the auditions for Happy Boys are just so random, and the mentors suffer from all sorts of oddballs, that when they come across a quality contestant, they usually just talk to them for ages, which is a real rarity, and also for their own physical and mental well-being, to slow them down a bit more. Over here, Chen Tushan took over. Last night, you had already advanced in another program, so why did you still come to the audition for our program? Is it because you like this stage more? Chol cocked his head. Why do you have this illusion? Chen Tushan's face twitched slightly. Then, let me ask in a different way. If you advance in Fast Man, will you quit that program? Chol, why quit? It's not like the two programs have conflicting schedules. Never seen two talent shows at the same time. You'll see today. Negative energy +5. Chen Tushan frowned. No, what gives you the right to participate in two programs at the same time? Do you think that's realistic? Zhou Lu shook his head. No, I'm going to participate in 4 programs at the same time, and in 2 days I'll be going to the capital to participate in Chinese good song and idol training. Chen Tushan directly held his head. What are you messing around thinking about soup dumplings to eat? Chol, so you guys will eliminate me? Chen Tushan, negative energy +9. Zhou Lu also added, just like you, teacher, being a mentor in this program. At the same time there are other programs or crews that find you. Would you refuse? It's not necessary. Chen Tushan subconsciously nodded his head. This guy said a little sense, but not much. Negative energy +6. The Happy Boys crew did think about eliminating Zhou Lu. Isn't this just to mess things up? They were urgently consulting on what to do with Zhou Lu. One of the assistant directors said, why should we eliminate such a promising newcomer? If you have the ability, let the voice fire him. Nothing wrong with it. Zhou Lu is too good to be eliminated. Not only is he a good songwriter and singer, but he is also excessively handsome. The 3 original rock songs are all good, but each one has only a few lines, which has whetted the audience's appetite, and eliminating him at this time is simply self-defeating, and the audience will surely go to The Voice to listen to him sing rock. So, the director's team unanimously decided to keep Zhou Lu and let the good voice crew have their headaches. Pressing the headset, Xunyuli received a message from the director's team and then directly flashed his pass card. Congratulations, Zhou Lu, for advancing. Thank you, sister. I hope you honor your alma mater in the upcoming games. I can only strive to embarrass my alma mater less. Negative energy +15. Zhou Lu is cool. It seems that this stuff is not only related to the star curiosity, but also related to the physique. Before he stepped off the stage, he didn't forget to turn the microphone back up to its previous height. Very polite. Li Chunyu couldn't help but ask, what are the names of these 3 original rock songs you sang? Zhou Lu twisted around and walked away. Depending on my mood, I can call it whatever I want. The 4 tutors were left wide-eyed. This little thing is so wild. Negative energy +22. Total earned negative energy 81 points. Not half as much as yesterday. But Zhou Lu is quite satisfied. Bitch is not everywhere. These 4 tutors are too polite. I hope the Chinese good song tutor in the bitch drops. Triggering main quest B, winning the overall championship of Happy Boys. Rewarding 999 points of negative energy value. Yoo-hoo! This shit show just has more clout than The Voice. Even the rewards are higher. Doesn't that give you motivation? The spirited Zhou Lu and the downcast Twisted Braid left the casting site together. Twisty suddenly said, I'm going to get a guitar. Chol, why? Twisted Braid, if Lu Bu could only choose between the red hair horse and the square heavenly painted halberd before going into battle, what would he choose? Chol, pick sable? Twist, bullshit. Of course I chose the halberd. Why? Because BMW doesn't have a weapon spirit. Ha! It's the weapon that kills. The guitar is the singer's weapon. Twisted Braid's gaze was firm. He felt that his song wasn't that bad. The reason why he lost twice must be because he didn't play and sing by himself and the stupid tutor belittled him. So, Jola sold his lucky guitar to Ma at a high price and then asked him to treat him to hot pot. After eating and drinking, Jola took the subway back to the Conservatory of Music, and found Associate Professor Wang Zhangliang in one of the piano rooms. Master Wang, I'm back. Please help me record another accompaniment. It's going to cost money to go outside and get it. Wang Zhangliang held up his glasses. Climb for me. Jola playfully handed him his packaged hot pot mix and brains before finding a seat and saying hello to a couple of alumni next to him. Isn't this fun? Zhou Lu, how dare you scold Wang Shan and Yi Hukyung to their faces. Your Lu Emperor is infinitely rampant. Ha ha, Rocco was better looking in person than on TV. Alumni know Zhou Lu, the bastard's music funeral team in Chuanin that is quite famous, monopolized the school near more than 10 neighborhoods of the funeral service, and now he has left the main business, running outside the eye to go. There are 3 male and 2 female students in the piano room, all of whom came to attend the Master Wang's selection special training class. Fast man casting out of Associate Professor Wang Zhangliang does not often come to the school. In addition to a few open classes each year, the rest of his work is to tutor the special students who participate in the casting. With social humper Chol on board, a few of the draft alumni quickly became acquainted with each other. Deng Gong, a sophomore, advanced to the preliminary round of The Voice of China, just like Zhou Lu. Ning Yuhong, a junior, passed the audition for Happy Boys just like Zhou Lu. Junior Yu Junming, like Zhou Lu, confirmed his participation in Idol Intern. Tu Ijia, a junior high school student at Sichuan Music Academy, got the same blind audition qualification for Chinese Good Song as Zhou Lu. Junior Ru Li, unlike everyone else, participated in the harmonica competition. For this reason, Li Ru has a small inferiority complex. Zhou Lu, however, was curious. Sis, is that harmonica competition still open for registration? Li Ru, it's the WZF International Harmonica Competition. You can sign up as long as you have grade 10 harmonica. Chol, excuse me. Wang Zhangliang shivered his white powder while mocking. Lazy you damn. It's not enough to participate in 4 programs, but you want to challenge the high level? Can you play the harmonica mai? Jola was full of concern. I can play the swona. Harmonica swona are using the mouth. I'm very good at blowing. You're more like it when you're bragging. Bragging about the words. With my lung capacity. Directly blow into a jet heifer. Flying up to the sky with the sun shoulder to shoulder. Choke. Cough. Cough. Ha ha ha. Negative energy +1. It's not easy. Zhou Lu was suddenly a bit self-motivated. After harassing Master Wang for so long, he finally squeezed out a little bit of negative energy today. Really only a little bit. What makes him so happy? Next, Wang Zhangliang took a sip of water and began the formal lesson. The main thing is to explain the do's and don'ts of the talent show. Firstly, to get along with the judges. Secondly, to get along with the contestants. And lastly, to show your talent properly. Half an hour later, Wang Zhangliang summarized. The competition is not the end. Rather, winning or losing is only temporary. But those companions and mentors will be your connections and resources later on. In short, just go against Zhou Lu. He's the perfect opposite. The students nodded their heads in deep thought. It would be easy to be killed on the spot. Zhou Lu agreed. Yes, it's important to participate in the competition in harmony. After all, out there we represent our alma mater. Crowd, how the fuck do you have the nerve to mention your alma mater? After talking nonsense, Professor Wang gave targeted guidance to several students, such as giving Ning Yuhong the introduction to the fast mail promotion tips, teaching Deng Gong the singing speed method, for Li Ru said the precautions of the international instrumental competitions, and share with you Junming Zhang close to the idol of the maintenance secrets. When it was Zhou Li's turn, old Wang said, why don't you get lost? Zhou Li spread his hands. Why should I roll? I haven't whored myself out to anything yet. Come what may. Nice one coming all the way. The 5 students laughed and walked away. And everyone could see that Zhou Lu had a personal relationship with Professor Wang. And Zhou Lu met Lao Wang in last year's open class. Wang Zhangliang was teaching composition in the class and took a song he hadn't finished writing as an example. Zhou Lu subconsciously filled him in with 2 choruses, which solved the key point that Professor Wang had been stuck on for a long time. Hence the song Where Did the Time Go? It's 99% similar to the Earth song. The song was a hit when it was released, And not only did it become the theme song for the movie, but it was also featured on last year's Spring Festival Gala, helped Professor Wang to rejuvenate his career. From then on, Wang Zhangliang and Zhou Lu have become friends for life. He has nothing to pull Zhou Lu to engage in creative work. Zhou Lu is also happy to dilly-dally with food and drink. Dilly-dally with knowledge. How's your grandmother? Thank you Moncler Outlet Online for introducing the experts. The disease is currently under control, and it is more difficult to be completely cured. Just keep it under control and squeak if you're short of money. Money is not too lacking. I mainly want you to help me get a song. I'm going to take it to the Chinese Good Song. As you know, that program is the most demanding. The notation, arrangement, accompaniment, harmonization, voice fixing, and recording of the punishment of impulsiveness were all taken care of by Wang Zhangliang alone, 100 times more professionally than outside, and it didn't cost a penny. Zhou Lu live self-playing and singing belongs to the nature of pretense. In fact, there is accompaniment, the kind of rely on a guitar want to sing over the music scene, afraid of not retarded, right? Wang Zhangliang curiously said, new song? One of those 3 rock songs from today's audition? Zhou Lu took a guitar and played it. No, it's a ballad. Last time I hummed you a few lines. I'll sing the full version. Lao Wang, you help me memorize the score. Wang Zhangliang buckled his feet and yawned. Aha! He couldn't remember which ballad it was. Zhou Lu had hummed 8 original ballads if not 10, but just 2 or 3 lines each. Then Chol sang. This song was bought in the system while he was eating hot pot, specially prepared for Chinese Good Songs. A more awesome song than impulsive punishment. A good song is different from a good sound. You have to start off with a big bang to get it right. After all, it's a centralized program with a high level of compulsion. The more the old king listens to the more spiritual. And finally the 2 eyes are green, this fucking. To me, Lizzie, the song must be sung to me. I put it in the new album as the main song. Wang Zhangliang is not immune to the song. Too greedy. Is this a melody that a human being could write? Zhou Lu put down his guitar and crossed his legs, taking a pinch. That depends on your performance, Master Wang. Wang Zhangliang pondered. Well, then I will accept you as my godson. Don't be shy. Come on, call daddy. Roll ah. This song needs your accordion accompaniment. Old Wang, you show your skills. When the time comes, how about one version of this song for each of us? This one can be had. You'll definitely win the title when you take this song to Chinese Good Song. The deal is done. Wang Daijie is worthy of the first generation of Happy Boys debut. The main focus is a happy, and with Zhou Lu this kind of lazy people get along harmoniously. After 2 days, the backing vocals and harmonies for the new song are done. Zhou Lu couldn't help but sigh. Lao Wang is worthy of being a music sweeper. Truly awesome. His accompaniment is $1 million. And his harmonies are even better. Millions of accompaniments plus millions of harmonies equals $0 purchase. Old Wang is a good grandfather. He not only helped Zhou Lu get the accompaniment, but also helped Zhou Lu register the copyright of the song. Just like impulsive punishment. Register the copyright information in advance and then go to the talent show to sing the song. The song is your own. The program can only get a live version of the right to use it, to avoid a lot of disputes. Zhou Lu was pleased. Could this new song shock Mr. Lu Buan out of his missing neck? I don't know if Mr. Lu Buan was shocked or not, but it was Zhou Lu himself who was shocked first. Negative energy plus 4. Negative energy plus 18. Negative energy plus 49. Negative energy plus 105. Lying on the hard sleeper of the train to the capital, Zhou Lu had a look of having seen a ghost. I didn't do anything. Where did so much negative energy come from? It's not scientific. He looked at the passengers in the sleeper next to him, none of whom were stars. And, besides, I didn't dislike them. It's hard to believe that. Is some celebrity listening to my song and breaking the defense? It seemed the only possibility. So far, Jolie's only real work is one song, Impulse Punishment, and those 3 rock songs from the audition are not complete works. Zhou couldn't figure out what kind of dumbass artist could have his defense broken by a song? What's wrong with you? A few minutes ago, a theater group in Hengdian, Rang Group, 20-year-old Guna Liza is holding the script and pretending to work hard. Although this drama she is only the 2nd female, but, she's very red. From a photo of the most beautiful Jingying art candidate 2 years ago, Guna Liza has been read all over the internet, relying on the pure and absolutely beautiful and very exotic face, harvesting a huge number of fans. After that, she starred in the 3rd female role in the hit fairy drama, and her popularity exploded again, becoming the deservedly first female star of the post-90s. Her path to stardom looks like an open road. TikTok. Guna Liza picked up her phone to look at the WeChat message, a link to a video pushed by her classmate and roommate, Zhou Yudong. She didn't dare click on it and replied, "What was sent? I won't fall for it again. If you just click on the video, It's likely to be very strange sounds and images that will kill you socially on the spot. Doesn't Guna Liza know it yet? She's experienced in social dying. Joe Udon, don't you have headphones? It dawned on Guna Liza that yeah, put on your headphones and find a place a little more out of the way so you can watch weird little videos. Ha ha ha. The little yellow duck is really yellow and pretty much blows up every time he shares a video. So Guna Liza put down her script, put on one earphone, pretended to walk unnoticed to the unoccupied prop room, and couldn't wait to click on the video link. The video shows a tall, handsome man singing on a gorgeous stage. The night I drunkenly held your hand and talked nonsense. Axe drop. What poses can be learned from this kind of video? Waste of time. Guna Liza went straight to voice. What kind of shitty video did you post, yellow duck? Little yellow duck, this new song is super good. Very Western style. I think you should like it. So I send it to you. Guna Liza bristles. I have my pants down and you're showing me a serious music video? That song seems really quite good. Though. Ordered you a coffee. Couldn't find you anywhere. Why are you staying in the prop room? At that moment, a handsome actor approached Guna Liza and smiled gently. Guna Liza's heart was pounding as she took the coffee and said, "Thank you. I just wanted to clear my head." The actor nodded. "You're so cute. I have a play to go first. Come back to my room tonight to proofread the script. You'll have to make it up to me for the insomnia I had last night." Guna Liza, oh, he had insomnia last night? Blame yourself. She remembered the situation of the script last night. Both of them drank a lot of wine, and the other person began to pour out adoration, sincere and touching, so that her heart was in a big mess. But in the end, Guna Liza still pushed the other person away, and temporarily preserved a blood. It's kinda like the first line of that song. Guna Liza clicked on the video again and started listening to the song, her mind full of images from last night's script review. I took your hand and put it in mine. I had the wrong impression that you weren't angry either. Guna Liza thought to herself, thinking, this singer is much more handsome than Zhang actor. Kinda romantic. Then she saw a pop-up floating through. Aren't the lyrics just attempted girl rape? Her brain buzzed and exploded. The filter in her head receded, and she remembered the actor's lecherous gaze. Where was the sincerity in that? It was just a lustful look. Thinking of your beauty. Smell your scent. Struggling with the lust of ice and fire. Guna Liza had sneered. Good lord. No wonder that actor was always taking deep breaths around her. What a pervert. Also ice and fire. Also insomnia? Totally carnal animal. Well, disgusting. So, I didn't let you in. Or is it my fault? The thought of just agreeing to go to his room again to proofread the script sent a wave of disgust through Guna Liza. What does he take me for? You think I'm so easy to fool? Broken defense. The big defense is broken. Guna Liza isn't afraid of being rushed. She just hates it when people bully her for being stupid. Which is absolutely intolerable because she's really stupid. Stupid since childhood. Stupid to the naked eye. The family dog shakes his head when he sees it. The video of the song finished. She dropped her coffee and shook with anger as she made her way back to the set. The actor, who had just finished a scene, came over to me and said with concern, "Where's the coffee? Is it bad?" Guna Liza, director, Zhang Rufu harassed me. He said that if I sleep with him at night, he can add a lot of scenes. The whole set went quiet. Ding. Trigger foster mission. Actress Guna Liza broke the defense because of impulsive punishment. Please host to help the stupid beauty Guna Liza, who carries the dual attribute of attracting black and slag, to make her a better self. Joe Lu rolled his eyes. What the hell kind of strange missions are these? It's none of my business if she's got a bad taste in men. Why should I help her? Joe Lu knows this actress because there is a brother in the school dormitory who is particularly obsessed with her. And the ceiling is covered with pictures of Guna Liza, saying that it is convenient to lie down and operate. Helping people was out of the question. Joel grew up wanting to be a boss and didn't like helping people. Nurture mission completion rewards 15,888 points of negative energy. Progress of the foster mission, 1%. Random reward, intermediate street dance technique. Acceptance of the mandate, yes/no, is. Joe Lu heart immediately opened up. Helping people is my hobby. Saving people from fire is my specialty. Let me just inject 1 billion points of positive energy into her. Although he didn't know the actress, he had met her before, and he was the same person at the end of the world. This chick is so moist. Not only was the feedback surprisingly negative, the nurturing quest rewards were much higher than winning happy boys. And, with only 1% rewarding an intermediate level of street dance skills, that's like worth more than 500 points, isn't it? Old expensive. The kind-hearted Joel gladly accepted the task. But, when he thought of a certain female star in the parallel world, Joel felt pressurized again. The difficulty of this task was very high. Was it really possible to complete it? Who cares? There's no negative energy deduction for failing to complete the task. So what's there to be afraid of? when the train pulled into this strange city. It was neon like it had never been seen before. Jolu repeatedly hummed these two lines, got off the train and took a car to the central station building. Today to record is the first phase of the Chinese good song blind audition. Of course, the so-called blind audition is in fact also more reliable than the fast mail audition. The contestants and songs with the same as the voice. It is after the program group to choose. Those who were able to participate in the blind auditions were at a higher level, and those who participated in the first phase of the blind auditions were seeded. Putting the best trainees in the first installment will guarantee ratings. Jola came to the backstage dressing room with his guitar on his back and saw a long-haired male singer harassing his little sister Tuija. The guy forced Tuija's hand and playfully said he would read her poem. Can this be tolerated? The tall and feminine-looking Huashichan took Tuija's hand. Little sister, do you want to ask about career or love? My brother is a great poem reader. Tuija's face reddened, trying to struggle but couldn't withdraw his hand. I don't ask anything. Let go of me. Huashikinch touched his hand. Don't be nervous, let me show you love. You're a bit messed up in this love line. The contestants and makeup artists around them all went about their business as if they hadn't seen it. And this circle is just so cold. Tuija was only 16 years old and was on the verge of crying. In front of the tall Huashikinch, the petite Tuija was like a small white rabbit. Palm reading? I'm good at that too. A friendly voice came. Then the taller Huashikinch was transformed into a petite rabbit. And out of nowhere the big Kiba, who was half a head taller than him, grabbed his hand with a look of nuclear goodness on his face. Boing, you're hurting me. Huashikinch struggled and reddened. Not so much from shyness as from the fact that his bones were breaking. This big Kiba's hands are like iron jaws. Negative energy +6. Yoo-hoo, is that a good thing? Jolu happily said. Little sister, do you want to ask about career or love? Brother is very good at reading poems. Jola knew that the other party was male and older than him, but he just had to call him little sister. Who the hell told you to wear pills? Do you have a license? Haki Shikinch, you let go of me. Jolu, don't be nervous. Let me show you love. Your love line is a bit messy and also entangled with the career line. Beware because love affects career. Huashikinch realized that the other party was giving Tuija a head start, returning what he had said in its original form. He felt very angry. What kind of class is this guy? Dare to say the same thing to me? Huashikinch became popular as early as 2 years ago because of a certain talent show. And although his popularity in these 2 years is not much, but his popularity is good, and he is regarded as a second-tier singer. But he didn't dare to look straight into the other's eyes. This guy's eyes were too fierce. Negative energy +19. Tuija knew the other party's identity and was afraid that his senior brother would get into trouble because of himself. So, he opened his mouth. Senior brother Jolu, help me look at the sheet music. Jolu was still squeezing that bitchy hand to death, staring at Huashikinch with a cocky face. I don't like to read music scores. I only like to read poems. Just tell me if I'm a professional reader or not. Huashikinch shivered in pain. Professional. Negative energy +8. Seeing that the other party was soft, Jolu then let go and smiled. My name is Jolu. What's your name? Little sister? Huashikinch rubbed his hands. You wait. That said, I'm gone. At this point, several players who knew about Jolu complained. Jolu, why are you making things happen as soon as you arrive? Huashikinch is just messing with this little sister. As far as you're concerned, it's a bit barbaric. The show was supposed to have a pretty good atmosphere. He's a guy. Is it appropriate for you to call him a little sister? We're here to record a program. Don't hurt our feelings. Jola laughed even more happily. The thing that made him most indignant was not Huashikinch, but these cold and numb and double-standard guys. He pulled a chair over and sat down in a big horse, looked around at the crowd, and cursed. You're a bunch of limp-wrist goons. And you deserve to push my buttons? Shut the fuck up. Did you dare squeak when that thing was bullying the girls? You've lost your balls. When it comes to me, a newcomer with no background, you're all decent people again? Like you. It's a damn shame to compete on the same stage with trash like you. The crowd fell silent, avoiding Jolie's gaze and playing dumb. Jolu, I'll put it here. There's one in this dressing room. Not only can you guys not beat me, you can't even fucking sing for me. The champion of this program, Jolu, will make sure of it. I'm sure I'll be the winner of this show, and it's a blessing in your lives to be my green leaf. What comes around always comes around. Jolu was not very satisfied in his heart. How come it was lower than both the voice and fast man? Is it because the contestants in good song are too low? The way he looked at the players became even more contemptuous. The players were very unconvinced, but no one dared to squeak out for fear that Jolu would directly move to convince people by virtue. Tuija pulled Jolie's sleeve. Senior, thank you. I'm the one who got you into trouble. Jolu laughed. Just by virtue of you deserve to involve me? Ija, where did you get the confidence? Besides, This program will be wonderful if I come. And the biggest suspense is, which one of them will be the overall runner-up of the year? The little sister is blushing. The senior brother is also too rampant. In this slot, Huashikinch is back, followed by his mentor, Calvin Yang, and a few people from the program. He told Zhou Lu to wait, and it turned out that he had gone to shake people. Huashikinch pointed at Zhou Lu and said, "That's him." The contestants have been hiding away to watch the fun and bloat. This surname Zhou still doesn't know who he has messed with? Huashek-chan is a second-generation star with an extraordinary background. Tuijia was also very worried about his brother, and blamed himself very much. What if he caused his brother to be withdrawn from the competition? Chol was a dick. Yes, that's me. Yang Wan frowned at once. If any other player had messed with Huashek-inch, it would have been easy to find a reason to get rid of him. But this Zhou Lu was different. The ballad that Zhou Lu sent to the program was seeded as it was only 4 short lines and had no arrangement, just guitar playing, but it was said to be quite good. Moreover, he has Wang Jingliang's introduction, and is not really a small transparent without background. Just outsiders do not know. Yang Qian said with a stern face, "Zhou Lu, apologize and let this matter go." Huashek-inch was not satisfied. He wanted to send Zhou Lu home directly, but teacher Yang had spoken, so he could only hold his nose and admit it. Chol said, "I'm sorry, little sister." Yang Qian reprimanded, "Don't be playful. He's a man. His name is Huashek-chun." Zhou Lu, "I'm sorry, Sister Hua." Yankoven, "What's wrong with you kids? Chowler, do men sue for small amounts of money?" Kevin Young, Huashek-chen can only be impotent and furious. Can't beat but also not allowed to complain? What's the point? The crowd also looked dumbfounded. Why was this guy so arrogant? Who's going to take care of him? Yang Ko-wen was even more infuriated to the point of internal injuries by Zhou Li's rampage. Because not only did Zhou Lu not give him face, he also didn't look him in the eye. Zhou Lu, Mr. Yang made a trip just for this? People who don't know would think he's your connection. Yankovic, of course not. That can't be admitted. Zhou Lu looked like a leader and waved his hand. Alright, mentor. You go back and prepare. It's not easy to be a mentor. You prepare well. You don't want to cause trouble. This is the central station. Yang Qian froze for a few seconds before turning to leave. Cannot really get Zhou Lu out of the program because of palm reading? Have to find a suitable reason to do. This is the central station, cannot be messed up. Huashik-inch is dumbfounded. That's it? He thought he could take revenge on the spot, but he ended up making himself look bad, which was really humiliating. Zhou Lu ignored him. Teachers, who's going to do my makeup? Is the champion so unimpressive? Huashik-inch gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I'll have you. Zhou Lu looked at Maruto with a serious face. You don't look as good as me. Don't you know what you look like? My kind of face is called masculine, and your kind is called sissy. Negative energy plus 17. This time, Huashek-inch completely shut up. He really isn't as good looking as Zhou Lu, but that's not what I meant by looking good. Is it? He was determined to give Chol a good time on the show. Huashik-inch is still very confident about his work, and it will be a pleasure to punch this egomaniac in the face in front of a national audience. When the show airs, buy some more waterboys to post pop-ups to bring up the tempo. The program director and producer also knew about the palm reading thing. However, they didn't blame Zhou Lu. This basic concept of right and wrong was still there. The recording of the program proceeded normally. The mentors take their places. The contestants enter the break area, and the taping begins. The first round of the first season of Chinese songs was a blind audition for mentors, in which a student sings a song he or she has composed behind a musical gate. If the mentor pushes the lever, the music gate opens and the songwriter is able to meet the mentor. If more than one mentor chooses, the singer-songwriter gains the right to counter-select. In short, the Voice of China started copying this year's format from the great Chinese songs last year. The first to take the stage was a silicone-faced female singer named Sabe with an original English song called If I Believe. Backstage, the contestants are in commercial blow-by-blow mode. Wow, that's beautiful. Great song. Very Western pop. Her singing is also awesome. I can't believe I'm not nervous about being the first one up. Awesome. What a great sense of stage presence. Zhou Lu, what the hell? The first song on the Great Chinese Song is a foreign fart? You have no cultural confidence? Chinese songs are the best. The contestants kept their mouths shut. Indeed, the song was generic and it was hard to blow it awkwardly. Huashik-inch hid in the corner and took a sneak peek at Zhou Lu with his cell phone. I'll make you mad. Put your rantings and ravings online later and see if the netizens don't blackball you. The program team also recorded Zhou Li's tirade, but cut it out in a single cut. This kind of discordant image, it is better not to appear. Sabe received 4 mentor nudges and in the end, she chose mentor Kevin Young. The second person to appear was called Wang Jinlin, singing an original song called Her Mom Doesn't Like Me, and the whole performance was very engaging. The contestants continue to commercially blow each other off. And there are 3 blind auditions to be taped today, so there are a total of 30 or so contestants in the lounge area. Very original singing. So funny. The chai coffee shop. This is so funny. The lyrics show tension. The song is very much in line with what young people are feeling today. Yeah, empathize. Jolu, what's this? You don't have a regular job. Why would your girlfriend's mom like you? I look down on you. And you don't like me because you're a singer. Why do you have such a big face? What kind of attitude is this? If you like a girl, try to make her feel safe. Don't be a fucking pushover and act like a coward. Hwashikinch gives his cell phone to his agent to help him proceed with the recording of Jolie's blackout. He knew that the show would cut out Chol's tirades, but he was able to get all those handles on camera. Wang Jinlin also received 4 mentor pushes and he chose mentor Lu Guan. The third to take the stage was Hwashikinch, who sang Lift the Bamboo Curtain in full Han Chinese costume, comparing his orchid fingers on the stage. That's a great song. Perfect. I'm super into this kind of country-style song. His voice is so gentle. It's awesome. This show is a real sleeper hit. He sings so much I don't feel confident. Jolu accurately spits. The songwriting is very decent. But what the hell are the lyrics? It's just a bunch of words. I don't know what it's trying to say. Besides, do national-style songs have to be so girly? And orchid fingers? The coffin boards of the ancients can't even be pressed. Hwashikinch's agent snuck in a shot while smiling crookedly. Such an awesome original song. This guy has the guts to be venomous. Wait to be sprayed. I'll let you run wild. See if the netizens won't spray you out of the circle? Crikey. The guy found out. The agent's hands shook and the phone almost fell to the floor. Jolu looked askance at the agent, who realized he was being photographed but didn't care and walked away with his guitar on his back. Scared shitless. The world always wants men to be fearless and do things always with ease. He hummed a couple lines and arrogantly walked towards the waiting area. Next it's time for Chol to sing. In the rest area, the players mingled. This is a song by Chol? Sounds DJ-ish. As wild as he is, he does write songs that have a little something to them. Not as good as Impulse Punishment. This song just sounds cheap. Yeah, Lift the Bamboo Curtain finished him off with this one. What Jolo brought today was of course not the song. It was just that he found out that he was being secretly photographed and had a feeling about it. The song was not worth the negative energy he spent on it yet. After Hwashikinch sang, it was still the 4 mentors who pushed the lever, and he chose Mr. Lu Guan. The host, Jamin, said the crosstalk, a very beautiful song, a very beautiful big boy. I'm sure the national audience remembered his name at this moment. Let's expect. He will bring us more nice works in the future competitions. Here, let's invite the next contestant. Jolo walked slowly onto the stage with his guitar on his back. Swish swish swish. The catchlights came down and the eyes of the audience were focused. It is international practice to adjust the microphone height first. Jolu, who never knew what it meant to be nervous, turned his head with a calm face and nodded toward the music director. Accompaniment begins to play. There was some pattering at first, like a little snow gust, followed by a very clear accordion tone. The melody is beautiful and light with some light sadness. Meanwhile, there's the chordal sound of Joe Lee's nylon rope guitar, with its rustic, soft tone, and the use of eighth notes through broken down chords, which instantly transports the listener into a simple mood. Hwashikinch, who had just returned backstage in triumph, looked at the live cast screen and was dumbfounded, feeling nothing but numbness in his scalp. Negative energy plus 11. The other contestants were also stunned. This was definitely not the song Jolo had just hummed. This melody is absolutely amazing. The little sister Tu Ijia, who had been cautious all along, had an expression of adoration welling up on her face, her ebony eyes filled with excitement. Senior brother is so strong. It's clear to anyone who knows music that this song is not simple. Based on the 10 seconds or so of backing vocals, in the mentor area, the big brother, Mr. Lu Guan, nodded his head repeatedly and whispered to Zhou Jianhua. This contestant's skills are very deep. Zhou Jianhua frowned. The accordion is too absolute. Yang Ko-wen looked a little bit fluttery. He knew that this was Zhou Lu, and he also heard that the song was very good, so he was a little depressed. Zhou Lu plays his guitar and sings calmly. I'm not targeting anyone. White snow drifts in the quiet village. Pigeons fly under cloudy skies. The birch tree bears those two names. They vowed to love each other for the rest of their lives. Only 4 lines into the song, Mr. Lu Guan's eyebrows just jumped. The change of tone is used boldly. Zhou also sked. That chord Adam B7. The average audience member doesn't know too much specialized music theory, but they can feel the effect. To everyone's ears, the song is very melodic, with an immersive, yet somewhat bleak and dark, wonderfully tense and grave atmosphere. As it changes to an E chord, the song becomes a mix of light and dark colors, full of twists and turns. Boo! Jenya Choi went straight to the putter. Good to hear. Wow. Scared me. After the putt, the music gate in front of Jenya Choi's seat slowly lowered, and after getting a good look at the person singing on the stage, Miss Choi was truly amazed. She is aware of Zhou Lu, because she knows that Zhou Lu is also going to come to this program. Zhang Huimei of The Voice and Tao Jingying of Fast Man have both settled with her, and Kai Janaya is really interested in his face value after watching Zhou Li's singing video online. Zhou Jianhua, who couldn't see the stage, wondered, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Kai Janaya covered her face. "Holy cow, he's so handsome." Show. Mr. Lu Guan also shook his head speechlessly. It's a bit much for you to focus on people's face value when their songs are so well written. Yang Kuo-wen was exasperated. He was beginning to worry that the guy was really good looking, the type that attracted female fans, and if the crew favored him, it would be hard to get rid of him. One day the war reached home. A young man picks up a gun and goes to the frontier. "Don't worry about me, sweetheart. Waiting for me to come back in that birch forest." The song's arrangement is configured simply, with guitars, accordion, and a track of female vocals rendering a solemn atmosphere. A stark contrast to Zhou Li's subdued chanting. Chol plays the role of a narrator on this song. Boom boom. Lu Guanha Zhou Jianhua putted almost at the same time and didn't need to wait for the chorus. The song was fantastic. The two of them didn't know Zhou Lu, but they did have the impression that they were handsome by the young man on the stage. The kind of handsome that was masculine and handsome and extremely aggressive. The sky is still cloudy and there are still pigeons flying. Who will certify the love and life that have no tombstone? It's still snowing. The village is still peaceful. The young ones faded into the birch forest. In the chorus, a sad atmosphere filled the room. And so many of the audience had already foreseen the tragedy, and some of the emotional ones already had tears in their eyes. The only mentor who hadn't putted yet, Yang Kuo-wen, couldn't sit still either. He had heard the crew say Zhou Li's song was good before, but he didn't expect it to be so good that it made him jealous. Putter. Boo. Hard to bear. He really hated this Zhou Lu, but he couldn't not push it. The song was of extremely high caliber, and if Yang Kuo-wen didn't push it, the show would have been called out after it aired. With a foretaste of what was to come. Ya Haiyang and Wang Shan were mocked by netizens for days right after The Voice of China went live. Negative energy plus 15. Zhou Lu is playing the interlude, and when he receives the negative energy, he subconsciously nods his head at Yang Kuo-wen on the stage. "Thank you ah." Yang Kuo-wen had a constipated look on his face. He fucking provoked me? Or am I just seeing things? It's not. Zhou Lu is provoking Yang Kuo-wen. Who made him threaten Zhou Lu backstage just now? I don't care how big you are. My brother Locke never spoils it. He's head on. As long as my songs are dope enough. You can't fuck me. Are you angry? Backstage the hokey pokey inch is also very upset, although he didn't want to admit it in his heart. The fact was there that Zhou Li's song was much better than his one. Previously, many people said that Huashek Inch brought Lift the Bamboo Curtain to this program to kill a chicken with a bull's knife. But who knows? Halfway suddenly kill a chicken with a dragon slayer's knife? Too damn suffocating, namely Bornean Shi Shanglu, and NBSP, negative energy plus 23. The singing continues, and Zhou Lu is steady as a horse, with very solid vocals coached by Wang Zhangliang. The news came that afternoon. My beloved died on a distant battlefield. She used to hear him calling from her pillow, "Come, my dear, to this birch forest." At the time of her death, she murmured, "I'm coming, wait for me in the birch forest." After the song was sung, Zhou Li's breath was smooth and tranquil, and he was calm and unperturbed. Instead, many of the audience members at the scene were crying, at which point the program's camera naturally disliked the people who were crying. When the show aired 2 weeks later, the pop-ups were intense as well. The singing was average. It's so bland. It doesn't even deserve to give Lift the Bamboo Curtain a chance. This song is emotionless. Hockey Chic Inch champion. How much did you pay for the actor? Crying so hard. Chic Inches are the most handsome. This song sounds so familiar. It can't be a copy, can it? Much like a Rakshasa country song. Open your mouth? So many sailors in the pop-ups. How dare you hack this song? I also cried listening to it and couldn't understand why anyone would dare to come to an awkward hack. From The Voice to Fast Man and then to good song. Zhou Lu is awesome. Bull. Those black reviews were not known to Zhou Lu at the moment. Even if he knew that, he wouldn't give a damn. I don't need you guys to sing good or bad. What class are you? Do you deserve it? The only female mentor, Kai Janaya, also cried from listening and was frantically gripping tissues. Lu Guan looked at Zhou Lu appreciatively and said, "Introduce yourself." Zhou Lu, "Hello mentors. My name is Zhou. Chol 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 chol." The dozen or so female audience members on stage suddenly chanted, kinda rhythmically. Zhou Lu had to wave at them. "Stop fucking shouting. I'm embarrassed if you're not embarrassed." What's the point of shouting when there are so many of you? It's embarrassing. Lu Buan and Zhou Jianhua looked at each other. Is he famous? Kai Janaya tried to introduce herself but couldn't stop sobbing. He. Yang Qian seized the opportunity and said, his name is Zhou Lu. He just advanced to the other 2 talent shows, and let slip that he wants to participate in 4 talent shows at the same time, but also to take the title. Just now I heard him say it himself backstage. He said the biggest suspense of our program is. Lu Buan frowned slightly. What is it? Kelvin Young. It's who gets to be the overall runner-up. He's won the championship. So we mentors are superfluous? Lu Buan leaned his body towards the back of the chair. Ooh, this little guy. Zhou Jianhua clasped his hands on his arms. Zhou Lu, did you say this? Chol nodded. What's the problem? Cho, negative energy +6. Zhou Lu, I'll take the title of this program, but I didn't say anything big about winning the title for the other programs because I'm the most sure about writing songs, and also because it's a program on the central station, and I believe that the competition is fair and impartial with no shady practices. Lu Buan tilted his big head, realizing that surname Yang had just spoken in a rhythmic manner, so he calmed down. Zhou Lu, do you think this song can win? Chol shrugged. If it's not enough I have other ballads, as many as I want. Lu Buan, you're best at writing ballads? Kai Janaya slowed down. No, he's very thorough. Zhou Lu said. I only sing ballads on this show. The voice sings love songs, Fast Man sings rock, and Idol's words are most likely rap. Anyway, 1 song style per program, so it's fairer to the other contestants. Fairer to the other players? The 4 tutors collectively lost their voices. This guy was too crazy. Negative energy +33. The host, Raymond, saw that the program was stuck and immediately went on stage to round off the show. Contestant Zhou Lu is very confident. However, we still don't know what the name of the song is. Charlie, just call it Birchwood. Heathenman, a very nice song Birchwood. So beautiful. Anything you'd like to share about the song's journey? Zhou Lu made nonsense in a serious manner. In class the teacher let us listen to the Rakshasa country folk song Birch Forest. A few lines in that song inspired me, and thus this Rakshasa-style ballad Birch Forest came into being. Heathenman, which lyrics are those? Chol, who had studied Birchwood in real class, sang softly. Heathenman? Negative energy +5. Teacher Kai Janaya looked at Zhou Lu with a face of adoration. It's so beautiful. Is it in Rakshasa? What do the lyrics mean? Shalo, meaning, why is the birch forest of Rakshasa so noisy? And why is the sound of the accordion so melodious? The fingers of the wind carry away the small leaves at once, and that last one, too, drifts down with it, too. Kai Janaya was unsure. Oh, it's kind of a tribute to a classic, a really great original ballad. Remember? I was the first to putt. Yo! Zhou Lu nodded. Thank you auntie. There was laughter. Kai Janaya wanted to say something, and finally didn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, I want to beat him up so bad. Zhou Lu did a workout pose, his muscles bursting. You can't beat me. Negative energy +17. Kai Janaya's 5 senses twisted. It's hard to talk to you. To make a long story short, you're very talented, so it's right to pick me. The program has already informed the 4 mentors, through their headsets, although Zhou Lu is participating in 4 talent shows at the same time. Given his face value, as well as the talk of the town and outstanding talent he carries, the program decided to leave him behind for now, allowing them to start competing for Zhou Lu. Chol is cool. Today's share of the harvest, 376 points of negative energy. Current negative energy 770 points. Affluence. Zhou Lu took another look at the longevity card in the system mall. 770 points of negative energy is still far from it. He could not afford to spend it. Longevity card, 99,999 yuan allows the use of the object of health and longevity. Note, influenza and accidental injuries are not included. Greedy. Really gluttonous. Zhou Lu to participate in the talent show. Not for fame and fortune. Only want to help her grandmother to get this longevity card. Grandma is positive and optimistic, but is too old and her health is deteriorating. She was born with high blood pressure. Last year forgot to take antihypertensive drugs, brain hemorrhage, nearly paralyzed. Good thing Wang Zhangliang introduced the experts of Western Sichuan Hospital reliable. Grandmother's recovery is very good. The current state of health can barely guarantee daily life and work. She works, selling snacks in front of the township elementary school. Grandma was a bitter person. She lost her parents at an early age, lost her husband in middle age, lost her son in old age, and at the age of 50, she picked up the abandoned Zhou Lu under a bridge hole. That's 19 years. The first 3 picks, even if they won the championship, plus the rewards from the nurturing program, got nowhere near enough negative energy. Only 552 points. I don't know if those mentors in Idol Intern are moist or not. It doesn't matter if they aren't, as long as there are enough rewards for winning the competition. It's a talent show variety show produced by Chi Video, which isn't too advanced. Zhou Lu does not ask for much. If the reward can have 6,666 points of negative energy, it will be Spicy Thai Pants. China's Best Songs is recording 3 blind auditions today, and after the first one is finished, the tutors go to eat and rest, and Mr. Lu Guan's assistant calls Zhou Lu to be scolded. Guan was eating while furiously spraying Zhou Lu, cursing in a fairly civilized manner without swearing. Zhou Lu, playful, but not afraid, but also sat across from him, copied the boxed lunch to eat the good food to their own bowls one by one, fishing. Lu Guan stopped cursing and grabbed the vegetables. That's my Agent Lu's meal. What's he gonna eat if you do? Put the lion's head down. I've eaten it all, so I can't give it back to Lu to eat again. Can I? Do you have any manners, you shitty kid? Nope. I wouldn't have pissed you off so much if I had been polite. You're quite self-aware. I'm the most pushed. Old Lu Gas even more upset, looking at his bowl piled high dishes. Angry laugh. Lu Guan, actually had a day when I snatched vegetables from a child. Haven't grabbed it yet. Lu Guan calmed down a bit and said in a serious tone, Zhou Lu, you're the most talented of all the young people I've seen over the years. That birch forest is enough to get you a foothold in the music scene. I just checked online. You also have a good song like Impulsive Punishment, and the 3 original rock songs over at Fast Boys are only a few lines long, but they're also considered very stunning works. Zhou Lu takes a bite out of a lion's head. Lu Guan, save me one. Chol, Lu Guan shook his head. Why does your mouth stink so much? Are Yi Hang and Wang Shan also something you can scold? And today you deliberately pissed off Yang Quan. Why bother? It's the internet age now. Your behavior like this is very inviting. It's too controversial. Old Lu really loves talent. Otherwise he wouldn't have reminded Zhou Lu so bluntly. Chol, however, was unimpressed. Just tell me if I'm doing the right thing. This put the old Lu difficult. To say it is not right, as if Zhou Lu is not wrong. Are those seniors offended first? To say it is right, Zhou Lu as a newcomer is indeed also too arrogant. Zhou Lu ate and drank enough to put down the bowl and said, Teacher, I don't want to be read nor do I want money. I just want to sing my songs to the people I like, to be a true and forthright musician. I think this is right. Lu viewpoint head, it is me who is mercenary. You go. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Chol bowed, then slipped away with a wipe of his mouth. Although he is arrogant and rampant, he still knows the difference between good and bad. Ms. Lu was very nice to him and even invites him to dinner. Lu looked at the packing box in front of him. There was still 1 braised lion's head left, a piece of sweet and sour pork, a dry fried string bean, and a slice of slipped cabbage. This shitty kid is still a preacher. Xiao Lu had already taken a box of lunch from the program and sat down next to him to eat it. Elder Lu, you look favorably on people, but that guy doesn't appreciate it. Lu Guan sighed. It's quite good. This kind of kid can't learn to be bad, so take the time to keep an eye on them, see if anyone is badgering them, and help them if you can. Lu nodded. Goods like Zhou Lu would definitely be screwed. Zhou Lu didn't stay at the central station for much longer and went to the backwater of the capital with his guitar on his back. Mr. Wang Zhenglian contacted a bar for him where he could go at night to earn some money by singing. The old Wang was a bar accompanist when he was young. Because of the angry dislike of Yi Hang and Wang Shan in Zhou Li's live broadcast, the song Impulsive Punishment also became popular very quickly. Zhou Li sang this song in the bar, and it was ordered 8 times in one night, and a lot of people came to find him to sign a photo. The next night, Zhou Li still sang Impulse Punishment at the bar, and tonight fewer people ordered it. He wasn't as popular. At 2 in the morning, a sexy girl in low-rise jeans approached Chol for an autograph. Zhou Lu opened his mouth and said, Who told you to come to the bar? Why don't you go back so late and drink? What if you drink too much and get picked up? Guna Liza's face was confused, and her low-profile brain spun several times before she responded. Zhou Lu knows me. You're my fan? Zhou Lu, bullshit. I know you because there's a guy in the dorm who flushes at your pictures every day, and none of them are clean. Guna Liza, so I'm so popular. No less. Zhou Lu was greatly shocked. Is this human brain circuitry? He kind of got it now. No wonder the dog system couldn't stand to look at it, and gave Strong a foster mission. Just a musician, an actress, and a chance encounter in a bar, which was coincidental enough. In fact, it wasn't a coincidence at all. Guna Liza had heard that Zhou Lu was singing in this bar, and had specially come with her friends to support her, and she was very grateful for Zhou Li's song Impulsive Punishment, which allowed her to escape. Knowing this origin, Zhou Lu felt reasonable that it was this woman who didn't look too smart Yazzie. A few minutes later, the two were wandering the streets of the capital in the middle of the night. Where do you live? Zhou Lu was afraid that Guna Liza would turn around and drill another bar. in case she was picked up by some man and slept with him. The foster mission would definitely be cool. Therefore, although he was still just a stranger, he acted very strongly. Gonaliza's petite brain didn't think there was a problem. And the main hit was a candid, "I live in the school dormitory but it's too late to go back." "Chol, where's your friend?" "Gonaliza, finding a companion to go to a hotel." "Let's go and stay in a hotel too." Jolo looked disgusted. "The hotel is so expensive. Dogs don't even live there. So where are you staying these days?" "Internet cafes. It's cheaper and you can play games." "Then we'll go to an internet cafe for the night." "Do you have any money?" "I do. I have a lot of money. Film credits and all that on my ICBC card." "What's the password?" "My birthday. TSK. Is this a listening drink?" Jolo obviously felt a huge pressure on his shoulders. This thing was just too good to cheat. How could he raise it well? But 888 points of negative energy is too tempting. In the internet cafe room, after playing 2 handfuls of jerking, Jolo looked at Gonaliza, who was sleeping more seductively than 15,888 on the sofa beside him, and was puzzled with a bit of dislike. This chick is too casual, isn't she? A girl who can sleep in a cyber cafe booth with a guy she's meeting for the first time? How much did this drink? What he didn't know was that in Gonaliza's eyes, Jolo wasn't a stranger at all, but a man who had saved her by a song. Therefore, she naturally trusted Jolo. Jolo suddenly had a little confidence again. This girl was stupid but sincere. Start tempering her earlier. Maybe she could really accomplish her mission and turn her into a better person. But the difficulty is not small. Such a beautiful and stunning woman. Who can not see the evil thoughts? Joludu watched his mouth dry pants tight. At this time, Gonaliza slept on the sofa in the private room. Her 1.72 flesh was slim and delicate, and her snow-white skin exuded the scent of a young girl. Low-waisted jeans are excessively low, revealing a small pink pants. High-waisted t-shirt is too high, popping out half of the bulging pink bra. A look of worthlessness. "Hey!" The girl rolled over, wondering what kind of beautiful dream she was having, and actually laughed out loud. Negative energy 7. Crap. Jolo was shocked. Which star was amused by himself? How dare he rob me of my negative energy value in the middle of the night? He craned his head to look at Gonaliza. It couldn't be this thing, could it? It should be her all right. What were you dreaming about? Jolo looked at the dreaming Gonaliza. His emotions were a little complicated. An inexplicable sense of responsibility came to life. It's a gift that she can be so stupid. Jolo asked the webmaster to borrow a blanket to cover Gonaliza's exposed flesh, then took out his function machine and took a picture of Gonaliza's beautiful sleeping picture. Sent it to Lee Cold, the small capable of punching Za in the same dormitory, and then went to sleep. The couch let Gonaliza sleep, so Jolo had to put together 2 gaming chairs to sleep. The next day, Jolo woke up early and opened the Penguin to see that it was indeed full of messages from his roommate, Lee Cold. More than 100 of them, and every one of them was encouraging Jolo to commit a crime. "Go! Are you a man? Take it off and see." Ha! That guy is so not human. If the one accompanying Gonaliza wasn't Jolo but that pervert Lee Cold, Xiao Gu would have been miserable. How has she survived all this time? Are all the male students and faculty members of the Beijing Film Festival saints? Are all the male artists on the crew eunuchs? Are all the male executives at Sugarman Studios weak-kneed? Jolo thought it was incredible. Not long after, Gonaliza also woke up, veiled but stunningly beautiful. Chol stared at her in disgust. "How did you sleep?" Gonaliza climbed up and lifted her pants. "Sleepy? What's the problem?" "Chol, your pants are so loose." "Gonaliza, these are low-rise flared pants. They look good, don't they? Do you fart louder in bell-bottoms?" "No way. You're so stupid, ha ha ha. It's just modeling." Negative energy 3. Jolo was so angry that he rolled his eyes and was fucking gripped again. If it wasn't for the sake of the nurturing mission, Jolo would have given her 2 big mouths a long time ago. The 2 of them wash up in the internet cafe bathroom and go for a doggy bun. Gonaliza puffed out one side of her face. "Kahaku, where are you going today?" She is 1 year older than Jolo, perhaps because of the system help, although only the first time to meet, but she just feel very close to Jolo. Jolo, however, disliked. "It's none of your business. I went to record Idol Intern this afternoon, singing in the Capitol Bar, just waiting to record the program. Otherwise I would have returned to Shudu." "Oh, how was the taping fun?" "Take my sister with you." "Don't bring it." "Well, don't be like that. We don't know each other, okay? This lady, we just met last night." "Oh, resonance? But I paid for last night's internet cafe night. I took you on a night out. Mustn't you give me something back?" "I may be stupid, but I still understand courtesy." "And you know you're stupid?" "Since I was a kid, my teachers said I had no brain, and everyone said I traded my face for my IQ. Amazing, isn't it?" Negative energy 2. You didn't even touch me last night when I was drunk and covered me with a blanket, which means you're a good person. Do good people deserve to be bullied? Aha! Negative energy 11. Crap Lu Big Groove. It was never only Joe Lu who drove others crazy. No one could take advantage of him. And today, he finally experienced what it was like to break his defense. Turns out, I hate it that much? Chol was depressed. Guna Liza, however, was exuberant, paying for her meal and tugging Joe Lu to go shopping. After a night of getting along, Xiaogu recognized Xiao Leilei's character. Plus that song made her have an epiphany before. Plus Joe Lu was just too handsome. All kinds of factors added up. Guna Liza already liked Joe Lu very much, especially when she saw him get defeated in front of her. It was very much the pleasure of bullying someone. Growing up Guna Liza was bullied, and for the first time it felt beautiful to be able to bully someone. A few days ago after the revelation of Jiang someone, the crew forced to give Guna Liza a vacation. This kind of thing in the crew more to go. We all know, but you say it in public is very embarrassing. It's embarrassing to roll back to school in this kind of dust. Let her do whatever she wants as long as she doesn't go back to school. Being forced to watch her try on clothes, Joe Lu couldn't help but spit out. Sister, aren't you going back to school? Guna Liza, say it like you went to class. Aren't you also skipping classes to participate in the program? What are you pretending with me? Chol. Negative energy 1. Help. Will someone please control this woman? It seems to be under my control. Thus, Joe Lu bitterly brought the idiot beauty to the idol intern crew, causing the crew to cry out. Guna Riza is the #1 queen red of the past 2 years, with a super resistant face. The show's gimmick is even better with her showing her face. Facing the camera of the program team, Xiao Gu implicitly said, "We are friends. Shiola's grandmother has to look at the commissary in the old home, so I came to be a family and friends for him, and I hope that he will have a good performance in the program. Cheers." On the side, Jolie's expression twisted. Aren't you just here to join in the fun? Who asked you to be a family friend? Are you worthy? The crew kept throwing questions at Guna Riza and she was not overly brainy, opening her mouth to any question and exploding with conversation. My favorite is Impulse Punishment. It's super catchy. When did you meet him? Last night at the bar. I went to get a picture with him, got to talking, and then we went and got a room. It's not a hotel room. It's a cyber cafe room where you can play games. Love at first sight, you know? Jola covered his face at the side. That's called a meeting of minds. Guna Riza nodded. Yes, that's the idiom I was trying to say. Negative energy 1. Negative energy 2. Negative energy 3. Cholia softens to program for first time. Don't broadcast these. Sister, this IQ. Wind can be good? Jola feels like he's in a mess. This thing is not easy to lead. She's even more crazy than me. Many of the contestants who participated in Idol Intern were watching from afar. Not because Guna Liza is very popular, but just because she is so good looking, with her strange looks and excellent body. Which man doesn't love to look at her? Even the mentors of the program came over to say hello to her. Hello, brother Zhang. Even you're a mentor now? I'm here with my friend. This is Joe Lu. His songs are superb. Don't you have any masterpieces? You can ask little Lele to write one for you. Facing Zhang Xingyi, Guna Liza praises Joe Lu one by one. Zhang Xingyi's face went black. Negative energy plus 68. Joe Lu was shocked. This little thing can still help me earn negative energy? No loss. Negative energy is earned. And people aren't even offended by me. Then, Li Haorong also came over to say hello. Guna Liza could be happy. Brother Li is good. Xiao Lu is even better than you at writing songs. You must choose him. He's very talented. He'll definitely make it big in the future and slap you guys on the beach. Li Haorong couldn't open his eyes. Ah, very good. Negative energy plus 45. Guna Liza looked at Wang Erjia and Ouyang Qing suspiciously. Who are these two mentors? Aren't they popular enough? Negative energy plus 22. Negative energy plus 26. Wang Erjia and Ouyang Qing regretted coming over to see the beauty. So damn diaphragmatic. Jola smiled as he looked at Xiao Gu, and the more he looked at him, the better he looked. He looked for a compliment. Sisters, this is the fencing champion Wang Erjia. This is the rap master Ouyang Qing. They are all very powerful in their respective professional fields. Sisters, you do not know music, do not know them is normal. Guna Riza was all gossipy. Fencing? And champions? Oh, there's such a competition? Wang Erjia, it's serious fencing. Negative energy plus 55. In the corner, a certain star 1.5 generation smiled disdainfully, recording a program and bringing artist friends, as if his family is the only one with stars. Many players around us agreed. That's right. Why doesn't your sister Fanfrost come to support you? Chol is walking away. Why haven't you dinged it yet? He didn't ask for much from the show. and he was satisfied with just 666 negative energy points rewarded for triggering the main quest to win the title. Ding! Here it comes, here it comes. Zhou Lu was happy as hell, and didn't care about Sister Za's interaction with the star, concentrating on looking forward to the new main quest. Trigger main quest D, help raise the influence of the idol intern program. C rank at the moment, S rank at the highest, rewarding 555 points of negative energy for each level up. Note, the voice of China grade S, Happy Boys grade S, Chinese songs grade A. What the hell? Chol was confused. How did the mission format change? The Idol Intern is a self-produced web series that can't be broadcast on TV but only in an app. And it's a new program with no background. So what kind of influence does it have? Other than that, just look at the lineup of mentors on this show and you can see how big the gap is. All the mentors on those 3 shows were bigots. What about this show? My brothers Zhang and Li? Zhou Lu looked at the players around him again. His eyes hurt a little bit. Spicy. What kind of cattle and horses are they? It seems that you can only rely on the whole job out of the circle. Can raise the influence of 1 level is earned. Raise 2 levels then the fast man to win the championship also earned more. What the hell? People are as bold as they come. I don't know how long it took, but the staff of the program found Zhou Lu. Go to Cholia and sign a contract before the show is taped. That's normal. The voice of China and China's best songs also sign contracts before recording, while Happy Boys signs a contract after advancing in the auditions. The contracts of these 3 programs are relatively simple. That is, about the recording of the program, copyright income, and the requirements for attending events and commercial performances, etc., in which Fast Man requires Tanya Media to have the priority of signing the contestants. The contract isn't too harsh because of the competitive pressures. Zhou Lu was brought to a small room where 2 middle-aged men sat, one in a flowery shirt and the other in a tight t-shirt, neither of them really looking like decent people. Flower shirt, hello Chul. I'm the director of this program. Chen Gang, tight t-shirt. I'm producer Geron Freud. Zhou Lu, what? Does this program sign contracts directly with the director and producer? Is it so personal? Wouldn't that exhaust the director and producer? Chen Gang waved his hand and smiled. We are only responsible for special contestants. To put it simply, there are 2 types of contracts for this program. A, B and B. Type A contracts require the contestants to stay in the program for all 4 months for closed training. And of course, they will receive better resources. Type B contracts do not force them to participate in closed training, but they will not be given resources either. Chol, B. I'll take B. Jerhenfelder said. Don't worry, we have a Class C contract just for you. Zhou Lu smelled the flavor of intrigue and said non-committally, tell me about it. Go Hongfu, Class C contract, not mandatory for you to participate in closed training. Come and go as you wish. The program will give you the most footage and the best possible resources. Chol, and the price? Go Hongfu looked at director Chen Gang, who cleared his throat and said, we've watched your performance in The Voice and Fast Man, and through our contacts, we're also clear about what happened to you in the Good Song program. We think you're crazy. Chol asked, just so I don't get too crazy. Huh? Chen Gang, no. We want you to be more wild. Chol, huh? Go Hongfu, it's not enough to sing 3 original songs in the audition and curse your mentor on stage. In our program, you can run wild indefinitely, and we promise that we won't eliminate you before the finals. Zhou Lu was a bit confused. Are you guys jitterbugs? Chen Gang's face was slightly embarrassed as he explained. The concurrent programs are too strong, and our program needs to explode. As for you, your face value is extremely high, your singing skills are very good, and your creative ability is even at the ceiling level amongst the young people. Compared to you, all the other contestants are too ordinary. So, you're best suited to be the catfish in this program. Zhou Lu immediately figured it out and nodded. I'll sign, but there's one thing, no matter if you guys eliminate me or not, I won't become a troupe. This clause must be written into the contract. Ga Hongfu laughed happily. Of course, we in the Sanguine don't want a prick like you either. Chol, it's just a matter of each getting what they want, and adults don't have to be overly judgmental about it. After signing the special contract, Zhou Lu wandered off to the dressing room to change. Zhou Lu was still in white t-shirt, jeans and canvas shoes today. The program director and executive producer said no. They prepared an exclusive set of high-fashion clothing for Zhou Lu and asked him to change into it. Clothing that can be taken away after being worn. As soon as Zhou Lu heard that he could bring very advanced, he immediately agreed. Changing his clothes, Zhou Lu grabbed a passing white hair. You, help me tie my tie. White hair looked naturally dumb. What are you doing? Zhou Lu, what for? You're such a big man. Can't you tie a tie? White hair cocked his head. I would. Then tie it on for me. You wouldn't do it yourself? Would I still be looking for you for what? Whitehair looked at the big handsome man who was half a head taller than himself menacingly. and condescendingly reached out his hand and put the tie around his neck, and his dexterous hands began to tie the tie. Zhou Lu looked down, looking at the white hair center-parted hairstyle. My name is Zhou Lu. What's yours? The center-parted head nervously straightened Zhou Li's tie. My name is Kai Jikuan. I'm 20 years old, and I've already been an intern for 2.5 years. I've also acted in some TV dramas before, and I've released a few songs, such as Just Because. Chol, I'll leave you to guard my tie. Nice tie. Kai Jikuan was a bit confused. I can teach you the faculty. Chol, I don't want to learn. Who in their right mind ties their own tie? Choi Gikan, Zhou Li's tall and strong body carried a full sense of oppression. Also, Xiao Ji, you're only a year older than me, so call me Brother Lu. Kai Jikuan, okay Lu. Zhou Lu led him towards the recording studio of the program. Besides writing songs, my hobbies include singing and dancing and basketball. How about you? Don't you have a hobby? I have the same hobbies as you. Lu, pat on the back. How can you play basketball with your little chicken body? Look at you. You're so dumb. You'll hang out with me from now on. No, I have quite a few fans and I can compose. Engage in creative writing, that's all the more reason to hang out with me. Oh, Choi Gikan was giddy. The big guy was so powerful. It was like O'Neill was trying to foul him over the head. It was impossible to resist. Negative energy plus 0.5. Zhou Lestrade skimmed his mouth, and said that he had a lot of fans. Lao Zi has never seen an artist who contributes half of the negative energy. You're still the only one in Scorpion Poop. Luckily, I need a tie-wearing pony, so consider this a lift. Through conversation Zhou Lu found out that Kai Jikuan was a solo trainee like him, while everyone else came in groups from agencies, many of whom were also artists who had already debuted, and he got even more emotional. Yoshi is so lucky. If he hadn't met me, a little clicker like him wouldn't have survived past the third stage. Would he? Is that a character in the dream? Zhou Lu didn't have much of an impression because he didn't pay attention to idols. And then, the two separated to their respective rest areas and waited to make their entrance. The taping of this show was a drag, but I have to say the setup was pretty gimmicky. The crew put 6 ABCDF decals in the entrance aisle for the contestants to choose their own rank, and the studio set up 100 seats, each with a number for the contestants to choose their own seat, with the 19th place seat at the top. In other words, the contestants start by labeling themselves and choosing where they rank among the 100 contestants. Most of these interns kept a low profile, picking their stickers low and their seats back. The players who arrived first are also whispering, "Wow, it's an intern from Huai Brothers. So handsome. This is an artist from Wang Shitsang's company, rich and powerful with resources, all dressed in gold and silver. So trenchant. This is the intern from Stick? So cool. It's Choi Gikan. This Kai Jikuan Dangerous blog has 1.75 million followers, more than us combined. He's so imposing. Will he pick seat 1? I think he can pick number 1A. Seat number 1s have to be pretty confident to do that. He just picked number 6? Too modest. Yes, with popularity and a body of work, Chua Ji-kun shines, labeling himself an A-lister and choosing seat number 6. Backstage, Chol looks at the big screen and mutters, Yoshi's a bit of a floater. What kind of person labels themselves A-list, and picks seat 6 straight away? It will give everyone a cocky impression, which is bad, and it's better to be humble and low-key. When it was Zhou Li's turn, he was so humble that he chose the most novice F label to stick next to his name, causing the staff around him to lose confidence and come up to repeatedly confirm whether Zhou Lu was rational. Does Lu understand the rules of the program? Director Chen Gang was all over it. Zhou Lu, F is the lowest grade. Did you pick the wrong one? Chol, it's called humility. Chen Gang quietly said, you're modest hook 8. Didn't you say you were going to be wild? Signed a contract. Who asked you to be humble in this program? Zhou Lu was impatient. I don't need you to teach me how to act like a pussy. Get lost. Chen Gang turned to the camera and said, cut out the footage of me talking and leave the footage of him cursing me. So, when the program was officially broadcast, we only saw Zhou Lu with his hands in his pockets cursing the director, and the audience said that they were happy to see it. In the studio, across the pyramid of fancy seats, a big screen showed the next contestant to debut, individual intern Zhou Lu. The interns who had already boarded were gossiping. Another personal intern? Who is Chol? You don't even recognize him? The one who cursed Yayoung and Wangsan during the Good Voice broadcast the other day. I know. The Punishment of Impulse. That song is superb. And 3 rock songs from the Fast Boys auditions. This Zhou Lu is also strong. It feels even more powerful than Kai Jikuan. Yeah, not only can he write songs, he's handsome too. Coming. Whoa. Hear the wow factor. The contestants at the scene were all stunned. They had seen handsome men, but they had never seen such a handsome man. Today's Zhou Lu is not plain at all. Wearing the show's special high-fashion black suit, 1.93 m big and tall, robust and slender body, wheat-colored skin, sculpture-like stunning features, a powerful aura. In the mentor's lounge, the 4 male tutors also looked straight. With handsome civilization of Zhang Xingyi and Wang cannot help but be ashamed of themselves. The 2 female dance instructors had screamed. Chang Zhao's huge chest leapt up. Ah! Zhou Qiangjie cupped her face. It's too handsome. In the family section, Guna Liza also looked dumbfounded, wiped her mouth and muttered. I should have known not to take him to the internet cafe last night. I should have gone to. What a fool I am. I should have. Him last night. Women are face animals. And so is Gunaiza. And so is the female audience watching Idol Intern. When the show aired, female fans wheeled Chol tens of millions of times in pop-ups. But, the players on the floor were stunned. He picked the F label? I'll go and hide my D. How can he pick F when he's so strong? Too modest. He's not going to sit in seat 100, is he? We're all younger brothers compared to him. I thought he was crazy. How come? That's just outside prejudice, I guess. He seems pretty humble. Zhou Lu stood on the stage and bowed. Hello all creators. I'm personal intern Zhou Lu. Please take care of me. The players on stage rose to their feet and bowed. Zhou Lu ignored them and went straight to find a seat. He didn't choose the seat at the back, but went upwards. Kai Jikuan waved at him. Look here. He felt that he was able to sit in seat 6, and with Zhou Li's face value and strength, it was still reasonable to sit in a seat 7. Zhou Lu walked towards Kai Jikuan. Xiao Ji, why did you pick such a forward seat? Not modest or low-key at all. Kai Jikuan thought to himself. I've been so humble that I didn't even pick seat 1. He said, you want to be humble, pick seat 9. Number 9. The last debut spot on this show. Is modest enough? Zhou Lu shook his head. These seats are too small to sit comfortably. So, Zhou Lu directly sat on the number 1 seat. Or this seat was spacious enough and had a good view, because the number 1 seat was the highest. Chol is known to be humble and low-key. The contestants thought it was pretty wild that Chol picked the F tag but was sitting in the number 1 spot? A little understated, but not much. But many people don't feel out of place. Zhou Lu is the tallest intern on the scene, and the most handsome one, bar none. And he also has an uncanny ability to be original, having already had a masterpiece, Impulsive Punishment. The song has been killing it in the past few days since the live broadcast of The Voice of China, and it's now on the 3rd spot on the Penguin New Songs chart. And, now that the song is playing on store stereos in the streets, it's trending to be a big hit. So no one has a problem with Zhou Lu sitting at number 1. There's nothing you can do but hold it in. Fan Pai Pai, for example, has made his appearance but is sitting in the 50th seat because his sister told him to keep a low profile in this program. A low profile is good for maneuvering, and a high profile is easy to get into trouble. But the problem is, Zhou Lu is so high profile how he is not afraid of accidents? Because he's talented. Fan Pai Pai hates Zhou Lu even more. Why did they let this guy come to Idol Intern? He's been on all 3 programs. What's a powerhouse like you doing here when we're talking about an idol competition? Shouldn't something go wrong with the coveted champion C-suite? What he doesn't know is that even without Zhou Lu stirring the pot, he can't see place, and chicken is his eternal nightmare. One by one, the players took the stage, and the first thing they did was to cast adoring gazes at Zhou Lu in the number 1 position. From dozens of domestic and international agencies and individual applications, Idol Interns selected 100 interns for closed training and recording, and eventually the winning 9 were selected by popular vote to form an idol boy group to debut. So, the show was taped and aired 1 episode at a time. For example, this first installment was taped on Wednesday and will air on Friday night, leaving plenty of time for viewers to vote and interact. One by one, the 100 players took the stage and the pyramid-shaped seats were filled. Then the 6 mentors took the stage. The players were greeted with a polite standing ovation. A white-faced pussy with long hair next to her screamed, "Thai pants are hot." Zhou Lu also stood up. "Do you eat oil cakes?" Kai Jikuan, who had just wanted to scream along with him, immediately closed his mouth and silently applauded. There are 4 male mentors and 2 female mentors in Idol Intern. Namely, the representative of all creators, Zhang Xingyi, music director Li Haorong, mentors Wang and Ouyang Chang, and dance mentor Chang Xiaohe Zhou Qiangjie. The 2 female tutors are quite pretty. They have had the experience of interns in Bangkok, only debuted with the girl group last year. Although there is some popularity in the idol circle, but the curiosity is really not high. Then Wang and Ouyang Chang also pulled a crotch. The only ones who can really hold their own on this show are Zhang Haiyanyi and Li Hoyoung, who are standing in the C-suite. There are only 9 of you in public that can become a Chinese quality idol boy band, Zhang Xingyi said towards the contestants on stage with a serious face. The contestants' expressions also stared. The competition was huge and the 9% probability wasn't really that high. But Jola had a bland face and even crossed his legs. That's it? In terms of competitive pressure, the difficulty of advancing on this show is quite a bit lower than The Voice and Greatest Hits, not to mention Fastest Man, which is a universal audition. Zhang Xingyi continued to talk about the rules of the competition. We will be evaluating the grades based on your performances. I looked at your self-assessments. Not a lot of you chose A, and not particularly many of you chose F. It's very conservative. Jola, why did you pick F? Li Haorong couldn't hold back either. You selected F since. Why did you run to sit in the number 1 position again? Wang Erga, too contradictory. Ouyang Chang said, did he choose the wrong label? Chang Xiao, ma, it's even more handsome up close. Zhou Qiangjie, he has long legs. And BSP, the male tutors were speechless for a while, ignoring the female tutors who looked at Zhou Lu, asking him to give everyone an explanation. Zhou Lu was sitting in the number 1 seat with a big horse and was chatting with Xiao Ji. What kind of clothes are you wearing inside? Looks like a fishing net. Negative energy plus 0.5. Kai Jikun covered his face. Lu, the tutor is asking you. Only then did Chol look down at the stage. What? Zhang Xingyi only had to repeat everyone's questions for him to explain. Zhou Lu spread his hands. I chose the F label because I don't know how to be an idol. I don't have any experience as an intern. And I never even follow the idol scene. Pick seat 1 because it's spacious and I'm not comfortable in the other chairs. Plain and simple. Zhang Xingyi was still very young and somewhat unable to catch Zhou Li's words. Negative energy plus 9. Veteran producer Li Ho-wing said, do you know what it means to pick number 1? Know the pressure involved? Zhou Li shook his head. No pressure, the number 1 position is the champion chanting. I will self-study to supervise and spur them on in the next matches. Only those who get my approval can sit on my number 1 position. Of course. I will also guide them if they don't know how. Li Ho-wing. Negative energy plus 13. I'm speechless. You're still supervising, prodding and guiding? Then why do you need a mentor? So fucking wild. Do you think you're a tutor of Taishan? Cheng Xiao couldn't help but shake his tits. He's really wild. Zhou Qiangjie clamped her legs. It's just too arrogant. 2 days later, when the program aired to this scene, the pop-up screen was filled with curses, and the fans of the various love beans went all out with their output, as if they wanted to curse Zhou Lu to the heavens. But unexpectedly, there were quite a few teenage fans who brainlessly supported Zhou Lu and cursed against those people, who let Zhou Lu Tian grow an idol face, taller and more handsome than the real idols on this show. It's only natural that they would draw fans. Zhou Lu didn't know this, but only knew that Zhang and Li were a bit unable to hold up the stage and had to kindly help them cue the process. Don't talk about me? You guys keep talking about the rules or the post teacher won't be able to edit. Zhang Xingyi said good-naturedly. Oh, next, we will professionally grade your performances to see if your self-assessment matches your actual level. Now, start rating. Director, click. Good. Get ready for the next segment. Mentors were asked to take their seats at the mentor table as the crew was setting up the stage. Zhang Xingyi found the director. Director Chen, isn't that Zhou Lu too arrogant? It affects the effect of the program. Chen Gang, no. On the contrary, he works better than you guys. Just record it. Zhang Xingyi scratched his head. Could it be that the program group was looking for an excuse to eliminate Zhou Lu? That guy is arrogant, but he is an excellent seedling. I have to help him. The other tutor had already gone to help Zhou Lu personally. Chang Xiao took advantage of the gap between the change of the scene, ran to the top of the pyramid seating area to add WeChat with Zhou Lu, and found that he was using a feature phone and worshipped him even more. It is really an unparalleled musical talent. So want to make you friends with him. She was a little online surfer, and she hadn't paid much attention to the craziest newcomer in the music industry, Zhou Lu, these days, and she just loved his craziness. Zhou Lu exchanged phone numbers with her. He knows this female artist, Milk Xiao Lama. Dormitory group appreciated. Really big. Up close, it's bigger. Chol said. When you're doing music, when you're doing variety, if there's anything you don't know, just ask me. The contestants are stunned. You talk to your mentor like that? Cheng Xiao, thank you. In her opinion, whether it's music composition or variety show whole job, Zhou Lu is much better than her. So, really thank Zhou Lu contestant. The main reason is that Milk Xiao is young. Only 20 years old this year. Younger than many contestants. Or the age of chasing stars. Her vision of chasing stars is very pure, either handsome or talented. It just so happens that both of these chilies are top-notch configurations, which can't be chased. So she reverently asked Zhou Lu to sign her mentor card. The players around you are dumbfounded. You're a mentor. As for that, Zhou Lu is accustomed to wild, but does not feel that there is something wrong. Dashingly signed, and accompanied tutor Chang to take a group photo to commemorate the occasion. Producer Go Hongfu was so happy to see this scene that he specifically instructed the post-production team afterward to make sure the scene was cut into the main movie. So, 2 days later viewers were treated to this contrasting image. One by one, the group of interns went to shake hands with Zhang Xingyi, Li Haorong, and other big stars, nodding their heads with respect. On the other side, the dance instructor Chang Xiao looked like a little fangirl and ran to Zhou Lu to ask for an autograph. Looking at Zhou Lu with stars in her eyes, itching to put him into her body. Then it was Zhou Li's turn to go on stage, and the contestants were all screaming and cooing down below. Isn't this the big guy who sits in the number 1 seat? Isn't this the Taishan tutor? Even the mentors had a scrutinizing look on their faces, except for Chang Xiao, who was smiling gluttonously. Zhou Lu walked onto the stage with a microphone and said in an unassailable manner, "As I just said, I'm not here to compete. I'm here to help the poor. After watching so many boring performances in front of me, I am worried about the standard of this program. Now, let you see what is real music. Real." Li Hoyoung, "Oh yo." Zhang Xingyi laughed, "Be steady. Don't float." Qing Sha, "Oh wow, suck it up." Chol nodded at the accompanist. The intro plays, grand and sly, and an Italian monologue ensues. The mentors and contestants immediately sat up straight. Chol, an original song. In the name of the Father, for everyone. As the prayer unfolds, the strings enter with a rich gothic poignancy. Then the piano, as if the curtain is slowly drawn back on a dark style movie. The seemingly emotionless monologue went on for the better part of half a minute. At the 29th second, a high-pitched, fluttering female vocal chant kicks in, bringing the dark and depressing atmosphere to a head. There were horrified looks from the contestants on stage, clearly shaken by the intro to the song, even though they weren't professional enough to explain their emotions. Fan Pai Pai was also frightened, and muttered up in his heart, "The resources behind this guy are really scary. Is this the strength of a professional school? If I don't get some good music in, I'm afraid I'll have to settle for runner-up." Kai Jikuan had been dumbfounded. He kind of looked down on Joy at first, just thinking the dude was enthusiastic and had a hilarious personality flair. That's all. In terms of songs, Kai Jikuan had heard Impulsive Punishment, which was a big hit these days. The melody was good, but it wasn't his favorite style, and this type of genre was already looking behind the times. He thought Zhou Lu was at that level, but the song that Zhou Lu brought today, just the intro alone shook Koan Koan to his core. It, so advanced, there's no hint of earthiness. Ding Dong Rock, who doesn't know anything about music, said to the person next to him, "He's so strong. I'm going to kowtow to him and worship him after recording the program. Do you want to go together?" The mentors looked at me and I looked at you with the word shock written all over their faces. Li Haorong, "This arrangement is absolutely amazing." Chang Zhao's eyes are full of stars. "Wow, my sweat hairs are standing up. Look at my goosebumps." Zhou Qiangjie, "I don't want to see it. I want to see Zhou Lu." During the prelude, Zhou Lu didn't bounce around like the other contestants, but stood quietly and handsomely. But in the eyes of the crowd, he was glowing. Is this a reflection of Chol's talent? No, it's just a warm-up. 50th second. Prayer monologue ends. 2 rhythmic sounds popped out of Chol's mouth. Chicken Geo, Chicken Geo, Chicken Geo, Chicken Geo. Drums and guitars cut in smoothly, followed by a shrill female voice that kicks off the song with a goosebump-inducing, eerie scream of mystery. Immediately afterward, the winds played the melody of the main song. That's the real prelude. Zhou Lu began to dance, dancing rather casually, not deliberately choreographed, jumping wherever he thought of. There's no hijinks or too fast a pace. With the enhancement of the street dance technique intermediate skill pack, paired with Zhou Li's 1 m long legs, and the buffing of the high-fashion black suit, Zhou Li's dance moves were valiant and handsome, and beautiful with an extreme masculine beauty. The 2 female instructors in charge of the dance have hugged and rubbed together, and who in the family understands? This man is just too sexy. Zhang Xingyi, the singing and dancing idol, also exclaimed, "OMG, he dances so cool." The intro had been playing for over a minute and Chol hadn't even started singing yet. However, there wasn't a single person in the room who minded the drag. The song's tempo was just perfect. 1 minute, 36 seconds. Chol danced and stomped on the rhythmic points and went into rap mode. The cool morning dew stains the black gown. There's a misty father whispering on the stone path. The realization of helplessness can only be more cruel. It's all about the way to the sanctuary. The fog is not blowing, but the intention is lost. By the time the show got to this segment, it became the most populated place in the entire canon. Saying anything but it didn't matter. Rate this song. The audience of this show doesn't deserve it. It's just that. From this song onwards, hundreds of millions of female fans fell to Zhou Li's knees. Gorgeous music, valiant dance, distinctive singing voice, and a one-of-a-kind blooming beauty. destined Zhou Lu to become the idol of female fans sooner or later. And even if he didn't give a damn about his female fans, it couldn't change their moth to the flame enthusiasm. The scene of the program's recording, when shows rang out, brought not only surprise, but also shock. Rapmaster Ouyang Qing shook his head as he listened. Outrageous. It's outrageous. He's been specializing in rap for over 20 years and has never seen this kind of, over this singing. Unconsciously follow along. Dong Rock was already kneeling on the ground, his face clear in its dullness. The name of this song is Kneel Down and Call Dad. Daddy. Bean Solid Hammer. And who knows how he feels. This is the pew he dreamed of learning. This is the coolest pew. This is the strongest. Gazing at the utter blackness of, simply because, the tragedy that stops the tragedy from spreading will intoxicate me. Kai Jikuan swayed to the rhythm, listening to the song immersively, and suddenly his eyes lit up and found Huadot. What's that sound? It's weirdly catchy. Writing songs can still be played like this? So he sang along, just because. Time for vulnerability. Let's pray together. Chol stopped dancing and stood on the stage, concentrating on the chorus. Merciful Father, I have fallen. The kingdom of invisible sin. Forgive my ego. Aya check it aya. My father took my hands. Breeze past. The quiet stone path in the morning. End of chorus. Not to mention the 99 contestants. Even the 6 mentors on stage were convinced by the song. The 2 female mentors, needless to say, have long been transformed into little fans. Zhang Xingyi was shy and said quietly to Li Haorong, "Oh my god, is he really here to be a contestant?" Li Haorong's expression was incomparably grave. He is here to be a tutor of the Taishang. Not joking this time. Seriously. Crouching. His body shook before the words left his mouth. Zhang Xingyi directly opened his mouth wide, with a look of having seen a ghost. Staring blankly at the stage. It can still be like this? Because, the interlude rang out opera. The piano and ethereal female vocals that fade in at the end of the rap are a stark contrast to the mania from earlier, re-emphasizing the depressingly dark mood colors. The addition of this section instantly elevates the entire music. Godlike operation, heavenly and ghostly and, well, so good. Chol gestures with his hand in the manner of a pistol and shoots at the stage. Bang, 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 bang. Look down and kiss my left hand, in exchange for the promise of forgiveness. Old pipe organ in the corner. Always, always, always. Like a curious baby, Kai Jikuan kept looking for those marvelously weird sounds in the song. Only because. Before he knew it, the cameras had recorded the scene. In the near future, this image will become the favorite creative material of the internet. I'm slowly falling asleep. It's just dawning. Zhou Lu sang the last, and the music ended with it. He looked across at Dong Rock. What are you kneeling for? Dong Rock, this song is going to be on your knees. Chol. So reasonable. I can't believe I'm speechless. At this point, most of the mentors and contestants hadn't slowed down and were still reeling from the intensity of In the Name of the Father. The song information is displayed on the big screen. In the Name of the Father. Lyrics by Jalen Zhou. Composed by Jalen Zhou. Arranged by Jalen Zhou. Well. This great god was one of Zhou Li's most worshipped in the dream world, and he didn't intend to purely whore himself out, so he gave the exact name to the crown. Just why does make it sound like they even whore out people's names? My last name is Chao Tu. Isn't that a coincidence? Late in the program a flashback scene here, cutting back to the proclamation that Chol made when he took the stage. Just said, I'm not here to compete. I'm here to help the poor. Now, let you see what it means. Real singing and dancing. Real, as if to express that he is indeed qualified to say such things. The taping of the show was met with a standing ovation from the seated contestants, some happy and some sad. The mentors all stood up and clapped too. The song In the Name of the Father crushed the 6 mentors on stage, and together they weren't enough to beat. Zhou Lu, all sit down. As I said, I'll step in when the program's musical standard is not enough. Negative energy plus 6. Negative energy plus 8. Negative energy plus 13. Negative energy plus 17. Negative energy 9. Zhou Lu big speechless. That thing in the background to watch the recording program are not honest? What's she doing? It didn't really do much. Guna Liza just put on a proud smile and hit the other contestants backstage with their families, friends, and agents and encouraged them to fight hard for the overall runner-up spot. Zhang Xingyi came back to his senses and muttered, how can this still be judged? Li Haorong adjusted his seating position and pretended to have seen some world, straight A's. What's with the favorable reviews? Wang definitely A-OK. Ouyang Chang nodded his head in recognition. He's pioneered a whole new style. And this song, In the Name of the Father, is going to be a big mountain in the rap world. Zhou Qiangjie, Zhou Li's stage presence is so bombastic. The performance is perfect. Definitely A grade. Chang Xiao jumped up, milking the bouncing. Grade S. Grade A is an insult to Zhou Lu. Which of the other players who took the A rank label have the strength of Zhou Lu? That's why he should be S grade. A few of the other tutors were a bit unable to catch on for a moment. While you have a point, where did this show get the S-rated label? Chol, nothing dickish means nothing. I don't care one bit how you guys rate me. As always, it's wild. The director has said to let him be as wild as he wants. So what's the concern? Dislike face burst punch. The variety effect pulls straight through, earning another wave of negative energy in the process. The mentors were disgraced by Zhou Li's words. Chang Xiao, however, gave Zhou Lu a thumbs up. Bull. The staff took an A-grade label up to the stage and replaced the F-grade label that Zhou Lu had put on himself. Engaging in music or Li Haorong is relatively more professional. He pointed to the big screen. Jalen, is this your English name? Chol, yes. You can call me Chol. Or you can call me Jay Cho. Li Ho Wing, you're the lyricist, composer, and arranger all by yourself? Zhou Lu, the lyrics and music are all mine. But I'm not the only arranger. When I was playing games in an internet cafe all night, I took the time to make a rough draft of the arrangement with an emulator and sent it to Mr. Wang Zhangliang, and he helped me find someone to get the accompaniment, harmonies, and opera for the official version. Program team, remember to type his name up next time. The song was purchased specifically for this show, and Chol is needy as hell. I was going to save the song for later. It turned out that the system mission was for him to. It's for him to upgrade the impact of the show, so there's no way to do that. And the opener drops this king of a song straight out of the gate. Oh, Rio is pretty awesome. The arrangement of this song is pretty amazing. What kind of inspiration made you make such an arrangement? It came to me while watching a movie. So, is there anything else you guys want to ask? Li Haorong looked to his left and right, and even though he was a professional, he didn't know how to critique the song anymore. After all, he couldn't even write such a divine work. Ouyang Chang asked, Zhou Lu, yours is very special. It's different from all the domestic rappers, and it's not like Western rap. Why is that? Zhou Lu opened the teaching mode. For example, for the word dress, I read it as, classical poetry is about flat and oblique tones, whereas in Mandarin, 1 or 2 tones are flat and 3 or 4 tones are oblique tones, soprano, and the flat and oblique tones in Chinese, which carry their own soprano, are put into Western rap, and a serious problem arises, which is, flat and oblique crosstalk. Ouyang Chung humbly asked for advice. Indeed, this is a big problem in the Chinese rap scene. How is it going to be solved? Zhou Lu, I just said it already. Sing it all in the 4th oblique tone. Chinese is different from European and American languages, so singing Chinese in Western style definitely won't work. Makes sense. Learned. Ouyang Chang nodded repeatedly, as if a door to a new world had been opened. Wang Erjia was shocked at Mr. Ouyang's attitude. Even if Zhou Li's song was great, he was still a junior. He wondered, is Zhou Li's great? Ouyang Qing, he's not as simple as being awesome. He can be said to have raised Chinese rap to a dimension with his own strength, using the oblique sound to sing, a move that directly solves the fatal flaw of Chinese rap for more than 20 years. Wang Gelja also plays rap, but not very well. Yeah, Ouyang Qing, the song In the Name of the Father can't be blown out of proportion, but it's his vocals that are the biggest takeaway from Chinese rap in comparison. After praising him, he then excitedly said towards Zhou Lu, let's communicate more after the next program and learn from you. People in general must be humble enough to indicate that they learn from each other. Zhou Lu was unusual, no problem. I'll teach you. Then, several mentors complimented Zhou Li's song, dance, and stage style, and there was really nothing more to say. It's the mentors, mostly, who are a little weak in the face of this song. In the Name of the Father. Zhou Lu is very confident, standing on the stage to give Li Haorong some advice on writing songs, correcting some of the shortcomings and bad habits of Zhang Xingyi's usual singing, and by the way, advising Chang Sha not to lose weight. The female love beans have to be this kind of pear-shaped body to be addictive. Zhou Lu, however, did not keep his mouth shut and continued to give his tutor lessons. Your range is C3D4, an octave plus 2, and your talent is very explosive. Wang Erjia's face looked better. Thank you. Li Haorong was startled. He is not complimenting you. You, ordinary people have a range of 1 octave plus 4 degrees. Olga Wang, Zhou Lu, in other words, you don't have a tenor part or a soprano part in your range. The same fricative, the so-called smoke voice singing. When I sing Impulsive Punishment, the chorus can reach a 2. You can't sing it. Moreover, you have a lax articulation point, a severe inversion of the voice, and maintain the fricative. So many tones of a normal song will exceed the function of your vocal cords, and at this time the vocal cords will begin to be unstable and some damage will occur, which manifests itself physiologically as a painful tearing of the ligaments of the vocal cords. Wang Erjia was already numb. How did you know my vocal cords hurt? Ha ha, more hot water. Zhou Lu was amused. What's so hard about that? A professional would be able to find out just by listening to him sing Wang Erjia, huh? Drinking hot water? Zhou Lele came to the competition after studying the 6 mentors, and was very sharp in his critique. Drinking hot water can cure the symptoms. If you don't change your singing style, teacher, your vocal cords will have problems one day. Here are 2 suggestions for you. The first is to major in rap to reduce the pressure on your vocal cords. The second is to systematically learn vocal music. At the very least, you need to learn to control the vocal point. If you can learn to mix your voice, then congratulations, you can sing high notes. Wang Erjia looked at Li Haorong. Is he teasing me? Li Haorong smiled. Listening to him is right, but it's too hard to mix the voices. Zhang Xingyi chimed in. Yes, I'm learning too. Zhou Lu, in fact, Mr. Wang Erjia is not a big problem. Slowly adjusted on the line. After all, he is a singing and dancing type of love beans. The requirements of singing is not so high. T3 is already singing and dancing love beans inside a relatively high level. Really? Wang Erjia didn't dare to thank him for fear of still damaging him. He asked, what is the standard of Mandarin T1 with you? Zhou Lu, Mr. Lu Guan kind of. Wang Erjia was instantly relieved. Then I won't be angry. Li Haorong said. Zhou Lu is really professional. Beyond our imagination. Because the information says that you are from the Department of Folk Music of Sichuan, majoring in Suona. Why is your vocal knowledge so strong? Zhou Lu said. Learned from Professor Wang Zhangliang. That makes sense. This answer, too, gives a few mentors a leg up. We are all professionals and it makes sense to critique each other. After the lesson, Chol got off the stage and returned to take his seat at number 1. The show goes on. It was just that Zhou Li's performance and professional prowess caused a huge impact on the contestants, causing the mentality of the contestants from the 2 teams behind them to collapse and their performances to fall apart. Dong Rock ran to sit on the floor next to Zhou Lu. Where is this a teacher? This is dad. Kai Jikuan was also talking and laughing with Zhou Lu. Where is this a brother? It's a thigh. With in the name of the father in front of us. The later performances were tasteless, and the mentors in turn got harsher. Inevitably, they will be compared to Zhou Lu. People will die compared to people. So many players started to miss, like Van PP, who took a big D and cried her eyes out. Zhou Lu was as consistent as ever, boldly critiquing the contestants whenever the mentors cued him, never treating himself as a contestant. After a long time, the contestant performance segment was finally recorded. This taping of the show will be aired in 2 installments, during which time viewers will open up their votes, which will float and change in real time from the time of airing. The players were pretty apprehensive, but Zhou Lu has nothing to lose and slips away after recording, but is caught by Chang Xiao. Who am I to take extra dance practice? It's a benefit for the fans. No. The rules of the show are such that the 3 interns with the highest votes are going to show off a piece of their talent to the fans as a benefit on the show. You're likely to get the first vote. Backstage, Chang Xiao hugged Zhou Li's arm and wouldn't let him go. The director put her in charge of Zhou Li's fan welfare. It drew a lot of spectators from the players. Everyone envied Zhou Lu, who had perfect scores in almost every skill and was born like a superstar. Mad? You can write in the name of the father, you can be mad too. Guna Liza watched slyly from the sidelines, thinking, why are you rubbing it in when you're pulling people in? One moment round and one moment flat. Zhou Lu obviously felt it. It was kinda bouncy. He topped it off. For the talent show, I can play a Suona for them. It doesn't have to be a dance. Chang Xiao slightly deflated. Strong rebound. Ah. Who wants to listen to Suona? Ah. The director said for you to dance. And NBS. SP. Chol bounces back. I'll jump if he tells me to. Think of your fans. They want to see you dance. I don't have or need fans. Even I'm a fan of you. How can you not have fans? Then dance a little. Zhou Lu still compromised. It wasn't very polite to bounce around in public. Chang Xiao hit Zhou Lu. Why so hard? So, Chol worked overtime to record the dance video again. Milk Xiao tutor is very dedicated, frequently correcting Zhou Li's dance step flaws. Every hand-to-hand meet-to-meet guidance. Get a small half an hour before the welfare video is finished. Zhou Lu said, Tutor, can I go now? Chang Xiao's serious face. Well, come 2 days earlier for the next recording. Although the director licensed that you don't have to close for training, it's always good to practice more, especially for dancing. Zhou Lu, I'll try. Next time don't take advantage of me, okay? Chang Xiao's expression was subtle. It's a son of a bitch if you don't take advantage of a bargain. Zhou Lu looked the plump tutor up and down and pinched her fleshy face. Let's go. Turn around. Walk away. Chang Xiao bit his lower lip and touched his face. Zhou Lu is not a fool. Can he not realize that he has been slimed? He was almost rubbed bald. It's just that he's more generous and doesn't care to cheapen the female love interest a bit. It was late at night when we got out of the recording studio. This crap program, Idol Intern, took too long to record, and Jolie's hungry stomach rumbled as he hurriedly took Gunaliza to find food. Tonight he won't go to the bar to sing. He'll rest early and return to Shudu on tomorrow's early morning train. You guys are really daring, grinding around in front of all those people. Gunaliza was admired for jerking off. Jolu was full of concern. Work needs. She taught me to dance will inevitably have physical contact. Belongs to mutual exchange. You're not a pure person. Gunaliza, do you want a girlfriend? Jolu, don't want to. Women only affect my hand speed on the guitar. A large portion of Gunaliza's thought-out lines behind her were immediately lost. After seeing Jolie's extreme charisma on stage today, Xiao Gu was ready to take a bold step forward. And Jolu was the man she feels the most for so far. She didn't want to be a girl anymore and wanted to try something fun. Who knew that it would be over before it started? She bristled. If that Shang Xiao chased you, would you say yes? Jolu, no. I won't even say yes even if you chase me, let alone her. Yo, from what you're saying, I'm prettier than her. Ha, but she has bigger boobs than you. Obscure. Ha 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 ha. Jola knew that Gunaliza was a random woman now, so naturally he wouldn't be polite to her, and after mocking her, he added, Sister Za, you've been with me for a day, and you're still not going back to school? What for? Want to sleep with me again? Gunaliza, I told my classmates that this movie will be filmed for 3 months and it's embarrassing to go back early. Continuing the internet cafe for the night? Chol, get a hotel room. Yeah. So, they found a small hotel and took 2 rooms. Jola wasn't discussing arrangements with Lao Wang online again, so of course he chose to stay in a hotel. The next day, Gunariza wakes up and Chol is gone. Fully dressed but with a turtle drawn on her belly. What a guy! Gunaliza sat on the floor, feeling the full force of malice, and emoed the whole thing. Negative energy plus 99. Progress in raising, 2%. Oomph. Eat my food and spit it out. Don't think you're so great with some swamp scum physique, and you dare to suck my negative energy value? I'll pick it out for you in a minute. Zhou Lu, who was eating instant noodles on the train, is happy after receiving negative energy from Za. Very nice. The rate of shaking the bubbly has gone up quite a bit. Last night, despite having 2 rooms, the 2 ended up sleeping in the same room, with Gunaliza drinking and falling asleep, and the life snatcher Daywizzle being so brutal. A beauty paralyzed in the arms for nothing. Such a godsend. Wouldn't Locke miss it? Backhandedly, he laid her out on the carpet, lifted up his shirt and pulled down his pants, and hey, drew a giant turtle on her belly. It's a shame you don't draw a turtle with such a nice looking belly, and a waistline? Ha, why don't you put it on the bed? Who's her bed? Then where does my brother Locke sleep? However, Zhou Lu was still a bit humane, and in the morning before he left, he realized that this chick was sleeping too cool with her belly exposed, and thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. Current negative energy value, 1453, it was worth the trip. Who would have thought that recording such a crappy program as Idol Intern would gain more negative energy value than the first 3 programs combined? One step closer to the 999 point longevity card. Jolu now kind of like this show. Not only the mentors casually dislike, pussy casually pretend, and big boobs. No, there is also a cute little Yoshi and Xiao Shi. Main quest A, winning the overall champion of the Voice of China. Rewarding 888 points of negative energy value. Main quest B, winning the overall championship of Happy Boys. Rewarding 999 points of negative energy value. Main quest C, winning the overall champion of Chinese songs. Rewarding 7,777 points of negative energy. Main quest D, increase the influence of the Idol Intern program. Rewarding 555 points of negative energy for each level. Nurture quest, help idiot beauty Gunaliza become a better version of herself. Rewarding 888 points of negative energy. Progress in raising, 2%. The main quests are okay, but the nurturing quests obviously add 1%. So why no rewards? Last time it was all there. It gets harder the further back you go? Suck it. Jola finished the noodles and drank the soup. The passengers next to him stared at him in unison, like they were watching aliens mating. Stunned, Jola disliked them for not seeing things. It is well known that the soup of instant noodles is 10 times more delicious than the noodles, especially the pickled beef-flavored ones, where not a single bite of the soup can be wasted. Yes. On the other end, Jola decisively turned off the phone and went back to his seat to sleep. It takes more than 20 hours to travel from the capital to Shudu by train. On the morning of June 17th, Jolu returned to Shudu. It was Friday. A week has passed since Jola disliked his mentors Yi Hang and Wang Shan during the live broadcast of The Voice. And it's been 6 days since he sang 3 original rock songs in a row at Fast Boys, while the Chinese good songs didn't even have a trailer. Zhou Lu, the cocky hottie who was the talk of the town this past weekend, has been forgotten and replaced by a fresh hotspot, Dog Leash. In the past 2 days, Huang Taozi, who sang the dog belt, was scolded on the hot search, replacing Zhou Lu as the new target of everyone's attack. And many black people told him to get out of the entertainment industry. Even the showbiz disciplinarian, Wang Songxi, mocked him on Dangerous Blog for being ugly as a horse. Huang Taozi shot back strongly in Dangerous Blog. Shut up, I don't take the leash lightly. After Zhou Lu returned to his dormitory, he even used his second-hand laptop to go online and give his critical blog a like, replying to "Are you ready for the fancy leash? Who knows?" The guy backhanded Zhou Lu and hung out. Zhou Lu, is it you who bought the water army? Think you can whitewash yourself by hacking me? Zhou Li's Dangerous Blog name is Joe Happy. Who knows it's Zhou Lu? But Huang Taozi, that psycho, for some reason went to Zhou Kaisen Dangerous Blog inside a few turns, and saw Zhou Lu from the few funeral activities graphic, and immediately raked him over the coals. Who's a serious celebrity with this kind of free time? No wonder he has such heavy dark circles under his eyes. But Zhou Lu is also very rigid and dislikes him hard. Old me doesn't need to be cleansed. Then, a lot of wild fans ran to follow him, and then the fans of Huang Taozi flooded in to start cursing. No cursing for a while because, well, Chol has run out of heat. However, this directly led to the exposure of Zhou Li's personal Jeopardy blog account. Some people who had watched The Voice and liked Impulse Punishment began to follow him, in addition to a very small number of people who came from Fast Boys. There are not many people following Zhou Li's Dangerous Blog, just over 30,000, but these people are really idle, spreading Zhou Li's photos of him playing the suona at the funeral all over the place, and giving him the nickname Funeral Singer. For this nickname, Zhou Lu said, is very cool. He then changed the name of the blog to Funeral Singer Zhou Lu. In the afternoon, Zhou Lu went to the south of the city to sign a contract with the Lesser City Generation. With Wang Zhenliang's introduction, the signing went smoothly and the conditions were not harsh. There is no kindness in capital. Either agency is the same scum. Zhou Lu signed up with Xiaocheng Generation because here he has Master Wang to cover him and not to suffer a big loss. Plus, there's a base salary to take. Zhou Lu base salary of 4,000 yuan. No food and housing, but a monthly phone bill subsidy of 200 yuan. There is one other thing that Master Wang helped to secure. The copyright of the musical works created belongs to Zhou Lu personally. That's the real reason Chol signed with Lesser City. As a newcomer, Zhou Lu was thrown to an agent named Sister Flower after signing up. Sister Flower was in charge of more than 10 newcomers at the same time and was simply too busy to do anything about it. She just checked in with Zhou Lu about the work schedule and sent Zhou Lu away. The company doesn't know much about Zhou Lu yet, except that he participated in 4 talent shows and wrote the song Impulsive Punishment, which is currently ranked number 3 on the new songs chart. For the time being, there were no resources tilted towards Zhou Lu, nor any future plans. Zhou Lu is not in a hurry. Out of the company it is already dark. He ate fat sausage noodles, while calling with his grandmother to report the good news. Grandma, I found a job. A month of base salary of 4,000. And phone bill subsidies. Grandma, even a working dog can find a girlfriend, can't you? And NBS. SP, young people need to put their careers first. Mo batch talk too much. Summer vacation back to blind date. Next door to Zhang Dohua Air's old cousin's aunt's niece is also a college student. I'm on TV and I'm on a blind date? What a shame. Then you find yourself a girlfriend. There are no girls in the conservatory? There are always female teachers. Chol scratched his head. Hello? Bad signal. Grandma ate the little raccoon dry noodles and scolded. Bad signal. I think you're itching your ass. Give you turtle 4 flaps. Hang up the phone directly after cursing. The wife is dry. Hang up the phone. She moved the bench to sit in front of the kiosk, muttering loudly, Hey Jang Gato. College is not yet graduated to run to work. Only $4,000 a month, but also on the TV singing, and now these children are good sinyo. Zhou Sufang sat on the street like this for 2 months muttering loudly after Zhou Lu got into college last year. It's the edge of town, but not out of the way, because there's a school here, and the middle schoolers are still in there for their evening study sessions, and the business of selling snacks and munchies after study hall is over is good. The fat girl watching the tablet next door poked her little head out at the sound. Granny Zhou, brother Xiaola signed up with an economic company? Then he's going to be a big star. Zhou Sufang sighed. Shall seek what disaster uncle company oh. Shall lu a person to play 4 jobs only a little money, but also take the train to run to the capital, to the central station to record television. The road is not Sichuan. The fat girl was just about to speak when she received an ingot. Zhang Dohua child most cannot hear Zhou Sufang show off. Yelled at his daughter, fetal godchild. Go do your homework. Soon to take the junior high school exam. All day to black only know to watch TV? The fat girl was unconvinced. I don't. I wanna wait until I see brother Sheila compete. What gill race? Chi video lu idol intern. Singing and dancing competition. Starts at 8 o'clock. Vomit? You look like you've been beaten up. Changed. Updated. Change. I'll beat you into a transformer. The fat girl fought hard against her old mother's beatings and clicked on the hot idol intern main movie. The trailer she had seen countless times, and the most handsome one in it was still Xiao Li's brother. The credits have just ended and the first shot is given to Chol. But before Zhou Lu could say anything, the great beauty of the country beside him chirped. Zhou Lu is definitely number one. His singing is really superb. Have you heard Impulsive Punishment? It's great, isn't it? Zhou Li's own original. We chatted a lot and then went to get a room. It's not a hotel room. It's a private room in an internet cafe where you can play games. Love at first sight, you know, right? Chol covered her face. That's called a meeting of minds. Guna Liza said, it's all the same. You guys will love him anyway after hearing him sing. This dog program cut all the parts that Jolu instructed not to broadcast into the main program, and also maliciously edited. On the contrary, the conversation that can clarify the relationship between the two people. Not a word. The fat girl immediately paused the video and rushed next door, clutching her tablet, screaming, Granny Zhou, brother Shiola has a girlfriend. She played back the footage of what Zhou Sufang had just seen, and that was a bit more convenient than the TV. Zhou Sufang excited handshaking, dry noodles spilled all over the place, a batch of dead children. Not to tell me, oh yo, this girl child hard to be good. Fatma, her name is Gunariza and she's an actress. Like the two of them, quite a few people around the country are, at this very moment, watching Guna Liza babble. Thus, this powerful news airborne all over the net, immediately overshadowed the dog leash. Rushed to the first of the dangerous blog hot search. Gunariza is Zhou Li's girlfriend? Hot search number 1, Guna Liza is Chol's girlfriend? Hot search number 2, who is Jolo? The storms on the internet come so swiftly that they catch people off guard. Film and Television Academy dressed up in a sultry. Guna Liza was about to sneak out with his roommate to pick up a bar. Was the company agent, boss, family, friends rounds of telephone bombardment, scolded the dog's head and body. And then, she came to understand. Me on the hot search? It's just a rumor. What's there to be nervous about? She didn't understand why people reacted so much. Even if she was really with Zhou Lu, it didn't have anything to do with other people, right? These netizens were really nosy. The fire is just burning. Sugarman Pictures was the first to tweet a clarification and asked Guna Liza to send a critical blog explaining the same. The bar is out of reach. She had to post a blog explaining that she and Chol had just spent the night gaming at an internet cafe, but fans didn't buy it and angrily called out the makeup break. Then, Sugarman threatened to sue Chick-fil-A Entertainment. Chieftain Entertainment is just begging for a hammer. And when they edit like this, they're prepared for the accused. And no matter what, the first shot at this show is fired anyway. After tonight, who doesn't know about the idol interns? Zhou Lu, the other person involved in the incident, was more calm than Gunariza. Go back in time a few minutes. Zhou Lu returned to the dormitory and was surrounded by his 3 roommates before he even put his guitar down. Oldest 4. Lindsay Heo, how about that? Boss, good songs and idols are shortlisted, right? Zhao Qi, the oldest 3, did you pick Mr. Lu Guan? Second Zhang Chong, did you take it off or not? Don't make me look down on you. The oldest 3 and the oldest 4 were unsure of what was going on and looked at the oldest 2 strangely. Take off what? Jola pushed them away and sat down. We're all finalists. Take off your sister's penis. You really aren't human. She's a cute and adorable idiot beauty. How can we be so mean to do it to her? Being a man should be like me. All righteous. Zhao Qi and Lindsay Heo surrounded Zhou Lu on the left and right, listening to him talk about participating in the program. And they both wanted to go to the talent show to debut as stars. Zhou Lu opened his laptop and bragged to them while playing the game. Zhang Chong disappointedly returned to his bed. He did not want to be a star. He only wanted to punch Za, holding the cell phone and brushing microblogging. He is very unconvincing. In exchange for me must. Gatling machine gun. Burst. Ah, Zhang Chong suddenly let out a scream. The oldest 3 and the oldest 4 jerked back in fear. So fast this time? Zhang Chong jumped down from the bed and took his cell phone to show Jolu, still saying he didn't take it off. Bullshit, all righteous. All flirty almost. You guys are on the hot search. Look, Guna Liza and her boyfriend Jola double dating, and at the same time appearing in the Idol Intern program. Ah, my za ah by the dog rushed ah. Ding. Main quest D, the influence level of the program Idol Intern has been raised from C to B, rewarded with 555 negative energy points. The mission is not over. Please continue to work hard. Current negative energy value, 7,074 points. Yoo-hoo! It's a lot of money. Jolu immediately quit the game, logged on to the dangerous blog, scanned the hot search for a while, and then went to watch the main movie of Idol Intern. And just after watching the beginning, he understood the beginning and end of the matter. Jolu, on the other hand, had already fallen asleep. The dormitory was quiet. Only the little punching and tying man was still awake. Looking at the goddess's reply to Jolu, his heart was dripping blood. He's not alone. This night, so many Guna Liza's face fans collapsed and broke their defenses, then took off and turned pink to black. The next day, Jolu woke up to find the dormitory crowded with people. Not only a large number of boys wearing boxers, there are even a few girls, were goddess confession event surprised to come to watch the man of the hour. After figuring things out, Jolu scratched his head straight. He posted that Jeopardy blog just to draw war. Take the blame himself and Guna Liza will be less scolded. I didn't expect that idiot to gamble on a fight with a fan. Serves you right for getting hacked. Driving away the melon eaters, Jola picked up his cell phone, in which there were several Guna Lizas revealing confession text messages lying in it. Neuropathy. Jola did not reply to her. Opened his computer to go on Weibo. Za at him, clicked in to see. Straight up speechless. I like you. At Chul. This woman has lost her mind. Who's going to take care of her? Oh yes, it's my turn. So, Jola made a call. On the other end of the phone, Guna Liza laughed quackily. Quack 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 quack. I'm awesome, right? Didn't they call you a scumbag? It's different now. I've told the fans that I'm the one chasing you. That way they have no excuse to scold you and no reason to scold me. Jolu was silent on the spot. Off the mark. She wasn't fucking crazy at all. She was just plain stupid and, well, she thought she'd won. I've only seen small feet wrapped, but this is the first time I've seen a small brain wrapped. Originally, Jola said yesterday that Guna Liza was pursuing him. It was just drawing fire, and when the netizens finished scolding it would be fine. Moreover, many people only thought that Jolu was pretending. Goddess Guna Liza will like you? But Guna Liza following and echoing those few times. It's changed and the netizens will take it seriously. Jola took a deep breath for a long time before he managed to hold back from bursting into foul language. Sister Za, this brain of yours is really absolute. Gunariza, gah absolute, right? I came up with the trick myself. Jolu, but whenever you've discussed with a dog, you won't be able to throw this 7-injury punch. Za's voice began to hesitate. Am I doing something wrong? Jolu covered his forehead. From now on, this is something you should not respond to. Let your company's people to voice. They are timid. Unlike me. Shut up you. Listen to me. I'm coming to put an end to this. Whatever I do it for your own good. Okay? Oh, promise me you'll be good from now on and not think with your head. Okay? I don't want to listen to them. They're all hypocritical. Then you listen to me. Well, a hand reached out, humbly trembling, and took Chol's phone, then pressed it into the amplify button. Gunariza's voice echoed through the dormitory. You're still smarter. I'm a dumbass. IQ for face value. Hey, Kaching, well, this apple looks like an ass and tastes pretty good. Did you eat breakfast? Kahaku? Zhang Chong held the phone and grieved. Oh what's that noise? The dog in the dorm. Hang on. Jolu retrieved the phone and hung it up, patting Zhang Chang's shoulder with concern. Pay attention to adjusting your mindset. I'm afraid that your outlook on life will blow up next. Zhang Chong had a sly look on his face. The goddess has openly professed her love for you. What else can strike me? Jolu backhandedly opened his computer and sent out a critical blog. Then, Zhang Chong ran out of the dormitory like he had lost his mind. And then, the whole internet blew up, because, Chol posted the picture of drawing a baby turtle on Guna Liza's belly with the caption, "Decent people who fall in love." The winds of the internet immediately changed when this image was released. You don't respond to people's confessions and you send them ugly pictures? Guna Liza's fans also do not scold her. Began to feel sorry for her. Even the passerby netizens went to comfort her. And then, it is wildly scolded Jolu, and the female boxer admission strong output. Scum, this is an insult to women. Even the celebrities came down to scold Jolu, both male and female, half men and half women. If it wasn't for the sake of the mission, Jolu wouldn't bother getting scolded for saving her. Negative energy plus 43. Negative energy plus 71. Negative energy plus 8. Negative energy plus 29. Ha! What a windfall. Zeroing in on. Jolu directly picked up his cell phone and opened the calculator. In a morning's time, it is surprising that 721 points of negative energy have been collected in isolation. And there are a little too many male artists in the circle who are secretly in love with Guna Liza. Worth it. As for the scolding? And NB, BSP, Jolu does not care at all. Lousy is just a small paste curry, afraid of nothing. The more they curse, the redder I get. After today's incident, Zhou Li's big name will be a household name. He is the man who drew a small turtle on Gonaliza's belly. Not to mention, the critical blog comment section, at first, was covered in curses, and gradually, came some people of nature. They are very art appreciation. Comments are also very talented. Dude, you're awesome. Admirable. Specially come to worship the model of my generation. Big brother, please take my bow. Straight grandmasters. Nice drawing. Don't do it next time. Learned another breakup trick. A little death-defying trick, right? I don't know what these people are swearing at. How can this kind of guy have a girlfriend? The netizens gradually figured it out. Right. Why are we still scolding him? Not to mention that Gonariza is just a normal friend with him. Even if she really likes him, this is probably a dead end. Who would fall in love with a scumbag who draws turtles on his stomach? Gonaliza wins back up. Chol scumbag's real. Chol is on fire. Big time. Punishment for impulsiveness didn't make Zhou Lu a hit, and neither did In the Name of the Father. But a painting of a baby turtle made him an overnight sensation. It is clear that the quality of the work is not the most important thing, but the stage in which the work is performed is the most important thing. Za's belly is a great stage. At noon, the Idol Intern show apologized and recut the film. Gulina Za disappeared from the show. The gimmick earned enough to be softened. The director personally called to compliment Zhou Lu. You are good at hype. Meanwhile, the song In the Name of the Father exploded all over the internet, accompanied by a strong backlash from Chol's female fans. Zhou Lu is so talented. Why are you guys scolding him? Don't you people who hacked him have a guilty conscience? Who are you to mock a big, handsome guy who's trying? For those who curse him, listen to his songs. A godly man, a godly piece of work. Fight for joy. Guardian of the best boy in the world. Chowder. 1,000 armies are I'll always love joy. I go against the world for the best joy. What kind of cattle and horses are they? Zhou Lu realized that his fans had a problem with their 3 views. After I did such a scummy thing, isn't it reasonable for netizens to scold me? Do you guys have any intelligence? The name calling continues, and it's intense. But Zhou Lu himself has become an outsider, playing basketball, swimming, and going to the practice room alone at night to practice his singing. It's time to think about the songs for the rest of the game. The first thing that came first was the Happy Boys Shoulda Singing District 66 into 20 competition, followed by the Chinese Good Song Battle Group internal competition, and the second round of the Idol Intern competition. Only the Voice of China is dragging its feet. Going back a month later, current negative energy value, 7,832. Very rich, but Zhou Lu still can't afford to spend. The last time he spent 33 points to buy In the Name of the Father, almost didn't kill Zhou Li's heart. In the system arcade, no place to go 22 yen negative points, nothing to go 28 negative points, Sea to Sky 31 negative points. Chol bit the bullet and bought no place to go for Happy Boys. You can't always just come up and zoom in, can you? Using In the Name of the Father to participate in Idol Intern was like nuking a bird's nest. And if the mission wasn't to help that crappy program boost its influence, Zhou Lu wouldn't have put in so much blood. What song do you choose to go to Chinese songs? There's also a large library of folk tunes, but the good ones are expensive, and the not so expensive ones aren't good. This one is better. 15 negative points. Not expensive. Zhou Lu thought about it and bought another rock song to use to practice with his dormitory brothers and for future competitions. He just wants to compete well and earn negative energy value by dissing his mentors on the show, and doesn't care about the controversy and abuse online. I don't even have a mom, and I'm afraid you'll call me a bitch? Reasonable, right? The scolding war between netizens and fans was not destined to come to fruition, but those brain-dead fans of Zhou Lu certainly couldn't win. They were all too stupid. Almost most of the current fans of Zhou Lu were the audience of Idol practitioner, mainly junior high and high school girls, supplemented by elementary school girls, such as Zhang Douhua's fat daughter. There are other older borderline female fans, so I'd be damned if such a group could win an argument. Sandy netizens had named this thing with Zhou Lu and Gonaliza, called Turtlegate Incident. So many female fans are crying with anger. Netizens said that these brainwashed fans are also too much fun blah blah blah. Continue. So, the scolding war gradually escalated into a network-wide group mockery and embarrassing black, and then gradually went off the rails, and after 3 days of fermentation, it finally turned into a ghostly spoof of Zhou Lu. Someone posted a video of Zhou Lu eating bagged instant noodles with a straw and drinking soup on a train, prompting Sandy netizens to copy it. Female fans cried out, "Brother is so pitiful, you guys are still laughing at him. Eat no benevolence, ah." Spoofing is still a specialty at Beep Station, the source of ghosts and animals, and it's where the most fun is had. Zhou Lu has been spoofed into various versions of Zhou Lu dancing, singing, playing guitar, disliking his mentor, everything, and the most vicious of all is a blogger's edited cover of With the Chickens Geo. Jolie's female fans collectively broke their defenses and screamed in misery here and there online. Why are you guys spoofing his songs when his brother is so great? Heartbroken for my brother. Do you have any more lychees? Plum civet, jean trenched soma? You'll grey lead shallow rabbit, ruin Lee's future, this way. Crying in anger, my brother is really pathetic. Blackie has no branches. Kneel down and beg your brother's company to send them green corpse chills. Joe Lu in the past 2 days while leading the dormitory brothers to engage in the new song arrangement. While the internet to watch the fun, see their female fans wail. Joe Lu cannot see these gadgets to break the defense is so interesting they really are kind of, very clear stupid. Can't you tell? In fact, the matter of Joe Lu and Guna Liza has long passed. The netizens do not care whether your family love beans or bad. They are just life is not as good as it should be. Come to the internet to carry out a spoof carnival. The more the female fans cry, the happier they are. Chol is as wild as ever. On Thursday afternoon, funeral singer Joe Lu made an official response on Dangerous blog, posting a video of his own band's rendition of the Swana-accompanied Geo with Chicken, with the caption, "Little hacks, take a good look at my lyrics and listen to my vocals. You can't even spoof me. Garbage. Chicken Geo, Chicken Geo, Chicken Geo, Chicken Geo." The cool chicken poop stains the black feathered coat. There's a manure chicken whispering on the stone path. A helpless henhouse can only be crueler. All for the road to the cafeteria. The feces that don't come out of the pusher's mouth have lost their intent, who gently paces and clings. It's too late for that. A bullseye takes away the temperature. Every one of us chickens has a turtle, drawing different turtles. It's barbecue time. We'll flip it together. Merciful chickens, I have fallen. The oven of the invisible turtle. Please pardon my lipo. Bami. Ayah edit ayah. Going the way of the black man. Leaving the black man with no way out and no place to go. This video has more than 100 million hits, retweets, likes and replies are a record in the history of the critical blog, but also many netizens black to pink. So Chowder is so much fun? Surprisingly, he didn't break the defense, but instead played it himself. Female fans were in tears. Brother, he's so strong. Jolie's self-deprecation made the whole network's frenzy reach its climax. The more obvious data was that Jolie's critical blog followers had risen to more than 8 million. And while the vast majority of people still loathed Joe Lu, the sand sculpture netizens kind of liked Joe Lu. The sand sculptors felt that Joe Lee's version of In the Name of the Chicken Geo got more and more flavorful the more they listened to it, and it was much more energetic than In the Name of the Father. Even more outrageous is the Penguin New Songs chart. 1. By the Chickens Geo. 2. In the Name of the Father. 3. The Punishment of Impulsiveness. Netizens gave Joe Lu new titles, Chicken God and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. The Chicken God doesn't have to say much. The Ninja Turtle means that Joe Lu actually managed to resist the extreme temptation to draw turtles on her belly instead of doing something else after Gunariza fell asleep. And it also sidesteps the fact that Joe Lu is not a scumbag, but a straight man. It's about as straight as Kaoru Goku picking a fucking peach after fixing the 7 fairies. The next day, late afternoon, Happy Boys Should Is Singing Area 66 into 20 live broadcast is about to start. The internet brush is full of Chicken God, God Turtle and scum. Many people are rushing to see Joe Lu to see this program. Of course, there are far more black people than fans. So what? Joe Lu is not afraid. With his own band on time to the competition site, the doorstep competition, he took the dormitory 3 little brother with him. This competition is to bring their own accompanist. The 4 members of the dormitory are all in the folk music department, but the other instruments agree to play very well. In the dormitory band, the oldest, Joe Lu, is the guitarist and vocalist. The second, Zheng Chong, is the keyboardist. The third, Zhao Qi, is the bassist, and the fourth, Lin Zihao, plays the drums very well, just enough to rock out together. Jolie's arrival was naturally the most dazzling presence in the background. Almost all of the players looked at Joe Lu, partly because Joe Lu was extremely hot these days, and partly because Joe Lu was just too strong. The netizens could denigrate Joe Lu, they could spray In the Name of the Father as difficult to listen to, and they could curse Impulsive Punishment as dirt, but as professional contestants, they didn't dare to belittle Joe Lee's professional standard. To be fair, Joe Lee's power suffocated all the contestants, and even the mentors were a bit intimidated. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiangnan TV station and the Teaching Fruit video started live broadcasting at the same time. The host was still introducing the 4 mentors, but the enthusiasm of the audience had already been pressed. The pop-ups are covering the sky in the live stream of the Song Fruit video. The Chicken God descends. Your presence is a blessing. Come see the scum get eliminated. The show won't even let that guy drop out? This kind of scum should be blocked all over the internet. You spiced wings and rice? Chasing from the idol. Brother must win. Come specifically to see the turtles. Other than that, he's pretty funny when he's self-hating. It's just hype. How can this kind of person have fans? Bought a water army. Right. Eliminate him. You can't keep a guy like that for New Year's Eve, can you? The corner of Joe Lee's mouth hooked up as he looked at the slice of malicious pop-ups floating across the large screen in the restroom. Eliminate me? You know nothing of strength. His comment, which happened to be broadcast live by the show's crew who didn't mind, was a blatant provocation. The audience cursed even harder. Many netizens just simply couldn't stand to see Joe Lee's rampage, so they followed the uproar to blacken him in an attempt to use their voices to finish Joe Lee off the playing field. And some of the players with ideas were stupid. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The contestants were jealous of Joe Lee's superb professional strength. But who let him go deep into the center of the netstorm, now that he is blacked out all over the internet? In a way, he is also at his weakest. So why not? The group rose up and beat them. The eyes of the players looking at Joe Lee slowly became no longer pure, and the awe gradually flooded with ambition. Whoever eliminates Joe Lee in the program, is it not Shun Tian responding to the people to get rid of violence and peace? It's a big hit when you step on Shoal to get out of the ring. The idea is so fascinating. Soon, the host summoned the contestants to the stage en masse. 66 contestants walked onto the stage in turn. Some were nervous and some were excited. Only Joe Lee had his hands in his pockets and didn't know what it meant to be a rival. Players came forward in turn to introduce themselves. When it was Joe Lee's turn, he copied his hand and walked to the microphone. Tugging and tugging, my name is in the first place in the hot search. Those who don't recognize me go online to see for themselves. My specialty is songwriting and singing. If you are not convinced, brush the Penguin new song list. It's crazy. This guy's not ashamed. He's proud? The host hurriedly rounded up the scene. Aha! Contestant Joe Lee is as confident as ever. May I ask what talent you would like to show everyone? Joe Lee coolly said, my talent is not suitable to be displayed here. Host, every contestant has shown a talent. And you have to show it too. Any talent. Are you sure? Okay. Alright then. I'll give a stir-fry of hot pot base. The program has a stove, right? Move it up. The host is numb. Who the hell wants to see you frying hot pot base? Negative energy +5. There were more pop-ups cursing Joe Lee, thinking that he was pretending to be a jerk and clowning around. But there were a few pop-ups that were very clear. But he's really good at frying hot pot base. I went to their dorm and bought it. Do we have any kawaii who haven't eaten Lizzie brand hot pot base? Have you? Wasn't it rated by the school? Who still has stock? Joe Lee even got a demerit for selling hot pot base privately. Ha ha ha. Then he turned to funerals. The general audience are watching blindfolded. This Joe Lee's persona is gradually outrageous. So, that guy is really frying hot pot base for sale in such a sacred music hall as Sichuan? Missing the D-Daleks. Blackie, Fried Nemo. Psycho. Sandpiper, really laugh and get rich. This thing gives me fire. Female fan, brother is really omnipotent. Love it, love it. Joe Lee is to make trouble. Bullishly said to the camera, not I blow. I fried hot pot base than 99% of the hot pot stores are more delicious. May 1st I also sent 10 pounds to Professor Wang Jingliang's home. There are traditional hot pot, the new school of hot pot, clear oil hot pot, skewer hot pot, fish head hot pot. Host, okay, just forget it if you really don't have any talent. Joe Lee, what do you mean no talent? Can their talent be eaten? Mine can. Moderator, negative energy +8. All 4 mentors on stage laughed. In particular, Chen Tushan, from the hot pot capital, laughed so hard he slapped the table. Ha ha ha, let him fry. If it's not good, eliminate him. Li Chunyu also said, yes, I'll try it myself. Tao Jingying was terrified. Is this really necessary? It's not good, is it? We're a music program. That's when the directing team stepped in. The acting team stepped in. Idol Intern stole the hype and took advantage of Joe Lee and Guna Liza's affair to catch fire at once. And happy boys can covet it, suffering from the fact that there has been no opportunity. But isn't this the opportunity? Xia Fengting pressed the earphone, and mentally spat at the program team. You dare to organize such an outrageous thing? Do I have to say it? He shook his head and said, we're a universal live broadcast. Why don't we start a poll? Vote in the souvenir fruit video. Want to see or not want to see Joe Lee perform frying hot pot base? Cut off all the contestants to introduce themselves, and based on the audience's vote decide if he wants to perform his talent or not. So the poll was really launched. The host felt that he couldn't control the scene anymore and tried to get back the initiative. Contestant Joe Lee, there are many unfriendly voices towards you on the internet again now. What do you want to say? Joe Lee, I want to say to the people who hack me, you can't look at me but you can't fuck me up. Slightly, and spit out his tongue. Naughty. Jola continued to taunt, voting in the national election. But you can only vote for who you support and not who you want to eliminate. Angry or not? Is it hard? I feel bad for you all. The host hurriedly pushed Jolo back and let the next contestant come out. What a bitch this one is. It's annoying. In the pile of people on the stage, senior brother Ning Hongyu slowly moved over, whispered in Zhou Li's ear, Lizzie, you what, don't be too arrogant. I just heard a few players discussing sniping you. You personally be careful. The rules for promotion this period are very strange. Umo too jumpy. Chol, name. Ning Hongyu, what son of an? Zhou Lu, tell me the names of those players you heard, and I'll make sure none of them advance. Ning Hongyu, you don't want to be outrageous. But the cocky Jola still managed to get the names of those few players, and then looked over them one by one, memorizing them one by one. The contestant self-introduction session is over and the results of the live voting are in. 73% of viewers chose that they wanted to see Jola frying hot pot base. This is tricky. The mentors look at me and I look at you, and the host on stage is even more blind. Do we really want to let him fry on stage? Xie Fengting came to send a message to the director's team. Since the audience wants to see it, let him fry it. Cooking is certainly one of the talents. E.g. me, right? But don't fry it on stage. Just go fry it backstage where the viewers watching the live broadcast can see it. So the crew literally moved gas stoves, pots and pans, and spices. They had a hunch 10 minutes earlier, and went next door to a food program on Shuda TV to borrow props and ingredients, and had no sense of propriety for the sake of eyeballs. Jola watched the show's crew set up the makeshift kitchen while listening to the host talk about the rules of the competition, which he hadn't learned about ahead of time. It's so messed up. No wonder so many contestants try to screw me. What's the fucking difference between that and no rules? Simply put, it's a big mix-up. By the players spontaneously come out to challenge the other players. The winners stay lose eliminated. Until finally there are only 20 players left. If you are lucky no one to challenge, then lie to win. If you are not good character, every time you are challenged, then, is your problem. After the rules were said and done, many of the players aimed at Zhou Lu. Instead, Zhou Lu went ahead and beckoned for a camera position. Then he stood on a chair and read the list from above. Zhang Xiaopeng, Zhao Huan, Zhang Qi, Chen Shuimin. Please raise your hands if I read your names. Okay, I heard you guys are going to snipe me? I now officially challenge you. Those 4 players were confused. What makes this guy so crazy? Jola kicked Zhang Chong beside him. Prepare to go on. Eliminate these 4, and brother will personally cook hot pot for you. The live host reminded through the big screen. Zhou Lu, I must remind you that according to the rules, you can only challenge 1 player at a time, not 4 at once. The 4 players were relieved. That was okay. The elimination rate is a whopping 80% with 5 people playing together, compared to 50% with one-on-one PKs. And most importantly, everyone knows that Zhou Lu is going to sing original compositions, and it would kill him to compete with him for originality. And it's not a big problem to take away the 4 of them in one song, but if he dragged it out to the back of the competition, he was a little more likely to win without the original enchantment. At least, that's what they naively thought. Zhou Lu does not count these. Anyway, I have a lot of songs. Mang is finished, he said in a bossy voice. I know the rules. I'm talking about separate challenges and I'll send them home with 4 original rock songs. According to the list I read out in order to start the challenge. The first Zhang Xiaopeng, Don't Hide is You. I'll sing first. You prepare well. Don't be nervous. Zhang Xiaopeng. Ha! The hosts were stunned. Negative energy +3. This host is from Shuda Station. Not popular. Just a little more famous than Kai Jikun. Then the 4 tutors. Dozens of contestants collective shock. You do not have to sing original works original how precious or 4 originals in one sitting? It's only the first match of the division. There's no need to be so vicious, right? However, when you think of Zhou Lu and the idol intern so broken stage, facing those crooked and cracked are released in the name of the father, this kind of big killer, then it is also reasonable. The 4 challenged contestants immediately shut themselves down. 4 songs? Doesn't he have a bottleneck in his creativity? No. Zhou Lu said to himself. What the fuck kind of bottleneck is there in the song I bought from the system? Just have negative energy. The audience is even more happy. There is a hustle and bustle to watch. Don't the people who watch the live broadcast of the selection show just watch the hustle and bustle? What's the difference between watching a man bite a dog on the street? If you program to play like this, the audience designated happy and 1v4 an original and fried hot pot base. But the little hacks aren't happy. The script. It must be the script. This show is so dark. The team behind it is very powerful, but also 4 original songs at once. Cut. Zhou Lu, this kind of glance is capital packaged. Disgusting. A program from the Shonan station. Ha, Is that fair to the 4 others who actually came to play? For originals, none of them good for sure. This guy just doesn't seem like a nice guy. Nasty pussy. A pussy who's 6'3" with easy isolation? Kawaii students stay. Why are you talking about my brother? Kapatul. Film school girls dormitory. A well-known actress scolded. You hangers-on don't know how good he is. Lu is the kindest. Jo Yudong was applying breast enlargement cream while spitting at the big girl who was hugging her legs and watching the live broadcast. Little Huff, are you having brain wrinkle surgery? Are you really hooked on that guy? That scumbag drew turtles on your belly. Guna Liza gritted her teeth. You know nothing. He was trying to help me clear my name and attracted the firepower of the entire internet himself. My agent even praised Jo Lu for being righteous. But if she had met any other male artist, ironically, she would have dumped the pot and let Guna Liza get cyber violated. That's true. So, no matter how much Jo Lu made a fool of himself, Guna Liza's company didn't dislike him. As far as social deaths go, there have been so many Kogusa social deaths that it's negligible. Jo Yudong, you're really going after him? Guna Liza bad smile, 1'9" or so tall, muscular face handsome, and a body of musical talent. Change who all confused Also, it's true that he's quite handsome, so it's not a bad idea to sleep with him. But he's too smart to fool. I'm going to sneak up on him. Hey, sneak up on. Exciting. Remember to convey the spirit and share the experience back in the dormitory when you get it. How are you going to get it on? SHHHHL is going to sing. Listen to the song first. What's so good about the song? However, your little man is rapid enough to challenge 4 contestants by himself. And he's not afraid of missing and being eliminated. He's not small. In music he is a god. Za revealed a demented girl's smile, not knowing what unseemly image came to mind. The first reaction of a man looking at a beautiful woman is sexual fantasy. And the same goes for a woman looking at a handsome man. These days, Guna Liza has brainstormed a few teas. In the live computer screen, Jo Lu has already boarded the stage with his guitar on his back, followed by his 3 roommates, a standard rock band pose, which is not unusual. After all, everyone knows that Jo Lu only sings rock in this program. Jo Lu first adjusted the height of the microphone, then introduced, the 3 of them are my roommates, drummer Lindsay Heo, bassist Zhao Qi, as well as, keyboardist Jen Chong. We're the Lazy Funeral Group. Jo Yudong, pfft. Guna Liza smooths over the breast enlargement cream and applies it herself. Aha! Punch-sapping a small capable person to look like this? A look at the kidney loss. Jo Lu hadn't told her many stories about Zhang Chang's star rushing, which Za found interesting. It's kind of nice to have fans like that. Jo Lu took the lead and played the guitar. A song called Groundless for the little black people. I wish you guys to move bricks without smashing your hands, pick manure without flashing your wands, hit screws without getting hurt, and always be happy and joyful. It's an honor to be able to hack me on the internet. A different artist wouldn't be as nice as me. Thump thump thump. A beautiful and powerful intro plays, and the Leko funeral group is pretty much in sync. It's all about tacit understanding. Guna Liza shakes it up. Exactly. Al even hacked himself. He's so generous. The pop-ups in the live stream swished and flew, with a lot of cursing, but more playing with the stems. There are no more black people than there are sandy netizens. Oh, there's you and me in the crowd. Encounter and get to know each other. It's you and me in the crowd. Pretend to be decent and smile. You don't have to talk too much. You know. What are you and I trying to do? Rumble. The opening is a descending storm. The waiting area to prepare for the Zhang Xiaopeng player's face is white. Was shocked to the core. Like a live screen in front of the thousands of black people. Dozens of other players had their brains buzzing. That's a lot of fun. How many great songs does his label have in store for him? Moreover, the lyrics are really dislike small black people. Pretend to be decent face with a smile. Do not have to go overboard much to say their own clear. Even the 3 tutors had ambiguous expressions as they looked at Tao Jingying. Tutor Tao Jingying was also an artist of the Xiaocheng generation, but she knew that the company didn't even receive songs for Jo Lu. They were all written by him. So the expression on Ms. Tao's face was even more shocked than the other 3. Jo Yudong was speechless. How can you possibly fool anyone with this brain of yours? It's okay now. Last time he put a picture of you with a turtle painted on your belly on the internet. And today, he's making it public that you're trying to upstage him and let him sleep with you. It's a good thing the lyrics are more subtle. Otherwise it would have been a bust. And Jo Lu was simply singing and enjoying the music. Not targeting anyone. I don't believe in it anymore. I don't believe in it anymore. No more memories. I'm not the same person I used to be. I don't believe in it anymore. I don't believe in it anymore. No more memories. I'm not the same person I used to be. Yay! Jo Lu, leading the band Lazy Funeral Group, got high on the song, and in addition to Jo Lee's extreme hissing, The other three howled and let loose. That's how they usually play in rehearsal. They don't care about vocals. The main thing is passion. Rock and roll is all about combustion. The mentors and audience were also infected, jumping and shouting along, and the infectious power of a good song naturally needs no introduction. On the outskirts of the distant capital, in a certain castle villa, the students and faculty of the idol interns were also watching the broadcast, not because of Zhou Lu, but because the two programs had the most direct rivalry. Today, dance instructor Milkshaw organizes the group to watch Happy Boys live in the lobby, trying to show them the impact of other shows and motivate them to work harder. Who would have thought that the interns were looking high and proud instead of being afraid? My Lego is a dick, worthy of being our even reels Taishang tutor. A proper descending blow. This song, God, it's so good. Dad, Dong Rock you stand up, but this song does seal the deal again. I didn't realize my brother rocked so hard. Kai Jikun showed a pleased smile. See, this is my big brother. In Idol Intern, I was big brother's favorite. Koisher even had to come in second. And I, Kuan someone, was his royal tie maker. Poof. After Jola finished singing, Chang Xiao turned down the stereo volume. She summarized, this show is even more competitive than ours. But, as you can see, having strength means you can do whatever you want. Xiao Li's creative ability is almost at the ceiling level. So while he dares to be arrogant on the show, the program team doesn't dare to target him because he is the ratings. The interns nodded their heads. Spare the unconvinced fan. Pai can only envy. How come my sister can't find so many good songs for me? Is it hard? Chang Xiao looked at Zhou Lu in the screen, her eyes full of stars, and when she recalled the hard texture of rubbing against his flesh during the dance practice, she couldn't help but feel her delicate body heat up. Compared to him, what do you have? Songwriting? Singing? Dance? Face value? All of them are far inferior to Zhou Lu. If you don't work harder, you'll only be left farther behind by him. He's like a god. The interns looked at the black pop-ups floating across the screen and couldn't help but feel respect. Zhou Lu was too strong. So many black people couldn't stop him from exploding in popularity. Also following the competition is Chief Hua, who has yet to premiere Chinese songs, but who is desperate for the title. Singing is average. After listening to No Place to Go, Hockey Chic Inch commented, negative energy plus 38. He had a sour feeling in his heart because the melody and rhythm of the song was so great that it would be a bomb in the rock scene nowadays. Not only was the guy good at ballads but he was also so good at rock. Xiangnan, the contestants of Changsha Singing District are more concerned about this game, and it's their turn to play next. One of the contestants named Hua Xingyu scoffed at Zhou Li's performance. That's it? The stage presence is also too average. There's no impact at all. And frying hot pot bass, so unoriginal. Negative energy plus 19. He felt that after entering the finals, with my creative talent and stage explosiveness, it would be good to pick Zhou Lu as my PK opponent. A sure win. Besides, that guy is all. Don't guys wear makeup? Zhou Lu had makeup on, but every time he put it on very lightly, so it looked pixelated, and his face was too high to need much retouching. On the live feed, the host is asking the viewers the most curious questions. Contestant Zhou Lu, this song is one of the three you sang in the audition, right? Zhou Lu stood with his dormitory brothers. Right. The next song is Nothing, which was also sung a few lines during the audition. Here, leave the choice to the audience lords. I'm going to fry the hot pot bass. Please welcome the next contender. Zhang Xiaopeng, moderator, negative energy plus 7. Who told you to cue the flow? The director even asked me to ask you questions. Wait, you canvas first. Oh, although contestant Zhang Xiaopeng hasn't sung yet, please vote for him more or less. Don't let him lose too badly. Thank you all. Turn around. Get off the stage. The hosts are messing with the lights. Negative energy plus 13. Am I fucking asking you to canvas your opponent? Zhang Xiaopeng's mind is blown. Is there such an insult? I haven't even sung yet. Why do you make it sound like you're going to win? Zhou Lu didn't give a shit and went backstage to greet the staff who had just set up a makeshift kitchen to get the ingredients. Zhang Xiaopeng took the stage. Zhou Li's side of the butter is already in the pot. Yes, the live feed cut to Zhou Lu. They insisted that I perform a talent show. So today I'm going to teach you to fry an old school hot pot bass. Old school hot pot bass is without the bean paste and spices. Today this is a home version. You can do it at home. 5 pounds of butter in a pot to boil and melt, while another pot of boiling water is set up. Zheng Chong, Zhao Qi and Lin Zihao naturally put down their instruments and helped Zhou Lu. 1 peeling garlic, 1 cutting chili peppers and 1 washing ginger. Boil the water. Add the dried chili nuts, which are half a pound of new generation chili, 3 tails of Manchurian star chili, and 2 tails of Shizhu red number 5. And that's enough. Boil them in the water for a few minutes. Then fish them out and drain them, and break them up into patty pan peppers with a wall breaker. The scene cuts away and moves to Zhang Xiaopeng contestant singing a mediocre cover song that is far worse than the original, let alone compared to Zhou Lu. Bouncer. What the hell? I want to see fried fondue base. Ha ha ha, what's the song? You want to snipe Zhou Lu with this? How dare you? Zhou Lu, the god of variety. Singing program fried hot pot base. How come no one is scolding him anymore? Brother is awesome. The little hacks are being sung to buy a song called No Place to Call Home? Zhou Lu, get out of the entertainment industry. Come to the food circle. This fondue sounds professional. I don't believe he can fry hot pot base. Don't they all buy it? Indeed. After Zhou Lu sang, the blacks were much less, presumably because they realized that this one was too professionally strong to hack. After the crew realized that viewers wanted to watch the frying of the base, they put a small screen in the lower right corner of the singing screen to broadcast live Zhou Lu frying the base of the hot pot. Zhou Lu didn't know this. He just took the ingredients seriously. The patty cake chili doesn't need to be beaten too much. The butter is melted and burned to about 150 degrees. Put down the ginger slices, and the ginger slices will float when they are fried dry. Then put down our beaten patty cake chili. Don't put it down all at once. Pay attention to keep the oil temperature. The hot pot base you get this way is a very traditional Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot base. It was a beautiful red color in the frying pan. The players around us have strange expressions. How much do you look down on us? You're really fired up? And the show is loving it. This wave shall not be on the hot seat? Zhou Lu stirred the frying pan. This kind of hot pot base. 1 caddy with 4 or 5 caddy of water is not tasty. It must be 3 caddy of oil and 2 caddy of water to be tasty. Therefore, the traditional frying method is actually very easy to be scolded. On stage, the Zhang Xiaopeng contestant broke his voice and ran out of tune. He wanted to die. That shit was disgusting. When Zhang Xiaopeng's broken song was finished, Zhou Li's side was almost done, and he handed the spatula to Ning Hongyu, who was watching from the side. Senior, come, keep frying on a low flame for 15 minutes. We'll go to the stage first. Ning Hongyu subconsciously stirred up. This, negative energy +1. Well, this guy has had some fame through the auditions, and has grown into a miniature artist, and actually has negative energy, or a whole lot of it, unlike some nanoscale artist. Zhou Lu turned around in a dashing manner, and under the attention of all the people, tied his apron and carried his suona back to the stage. Zheng Chong, Zhao Qi and Lin Zihao are holding their instruments in the waiting area to prepare for the battle. On stage, the host is introducing the voting method to the audience once again. Download the Choose Your Fruit video app and watch Happy Boys live to participate in the voting. Click on the select button in the lower left corner to vote for your favorite contestant. Ordinary members can cast 1 vote in a round, and VIP members can cast 5 votes in a round. There are still 3 minutes left before the voting ends. Zhang Xiaopeng on the side had a numb face because he knew he was finished. Zhou Li's song was too explosive and he was breaking and running out of tune. Feeling only bored, Zhou Li took out a handful of melons from his apron pocket and knocked them up. Click 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 click. The host was baffled again, and for a moment he didn't know whether to spit out Zhou Li's apron or melon or suona. How did you get up here like that? Chol, what do you care? Why are you carrying the oboe? I'm a suona student. It's only right that I memorize the suona. Ah, that. So you'll be using the oboe accompaniment for your next song, right? You know music too? Don't get it? Then I'll tell you an egg. I can't believe I didn't add negative energy. The local station hosts just can't curry. This is being milked dry by Zhou Lu. Not a drop left. Li Chunyu stifled a laugh. Schoolmate, how's your bass frying going? Zhou Lu, shouldn't we be critiquing both of our singing? Chunyu Li wanted to say something. Is there still a need for a review? Negative energy +10. Xia Fengting said. Just now we've already commented on the contestant Zhang Xiaopeng. Now about you. No Place to Go is a good song, but you shouldn't perform it with an acoustic guitar. You should use an electric guitar. That way it's powerful enough, handsome enough, and enough. Chol, no money. Just this acoustic guitar is still the one I saved 6 months of my life to buy. TSE, you can call me if you don't have one. I have a lot of guitars. Chol, you didn't say so earlier. I need a good electric guitar, a good bass, a good keyboard, and a good drum set. Thank you, Mr. Xie. No wonder your last name is Xie. Xie Fengting went numb. Is that where I got my last name? Chen Tushan, a promise is a promise. Today you'll change a set of equipment for Zhou Li's band and give it to them directly. TSE, buy it on site? Where to buy? Host, the director said the program has it and can sell it to you. Xie Fengting chimed in with a polite smile. Damn, the show was getting progressively more outrageous. Negative energy +6. He buys it, and the 4 are ecstatic when the Leco funeral group changes equipment on the spot. A little later, Tao Jingying also complimented Zhou Lu and very sweetly comforted Zhang Xiaopeng, telling him to learn from his mistakes and not to mess with people you can't afford to mess with. Voting closes. The results are in. Zhou Lu, 25.41 million votes. Zhang Xiaopeng, 1.22 million votes. Zhou Lu won by a slim margin of 20 times. Zhang Xiaopeng cried and cried like a dog. Zhou Lu comforted him. It's okay, brother, come back next time. Zhang Xiaopeng, do you think I can? Chol, at least next time. You won't run into me. Zhang Xiaopeng cried. Xiaopeng cried even louder. Why did I discuss sniping Zhou Lu with those idiots? It's okay, they'll be with me soon, he said. Wu Go Chol, contestant Zhang Xiaopeng, who first graced the stage of Happy Boys and then left the stage for good. The hosts marveled at the brutality of the competition. Is a challenge of destiny for every contestant? And only, Zhou Lu, cut the crap. Next Zhao Huan contestant. I'll sing first. You prepare well. Three brothers carry their instruments on stage. Host, Chol, don't you want to put in some harsh words or something first? Zhou Lu took off his apron and shoved it to the host. Hold it for me. The moderator was blindsided again. Thump, thump, thump. Chol tried out his new guitar. And electric guitars just bring it on. Especially when paired with rock. Thump thump thump. The intro plays and the host leaps off the stage clutching his apron. Just kinda suddenly. A song nothing dedicated to all of you. Especially dedicated to my fans. Your clear stupidity touches me. But stop cursing with black people on the internet. You can't win by cursing. And don't argue with the sand sculpture netizens who play with stems. It's quite good to play with stems. I see that you guys are not too high IQ. You have to study hard and get better every day. Oh. The pop-ups were full of words from fans breaking their defenses. Where did we fish lips? Even though you're my idol, you can't slander. Oh, I like you and you call me names? Brother, you broke my heart. My brother has scolded me 1,000 times, but I treat him like my first love. Ha ha ha, cursing doesn't win, ridiculousness kills me. There's no one to say that their own fans aren't too intelligent. I played Terrier too, and it was really fun. Chol is a good musician. Shit, black to pink. There were still a lot of small black people, but as long as they weren't brainlessly black, they were basically swayed by Zhou Lu, and a few of them began to reflect on themselves and why they would go black on a singer who could fry hot pot bass. Zhou Li's side has sung. I used to ask a lot of questions. When are you coming with me? But you always laugh at me. Not having anything at all, idiom, utterly lacking. Oh, when are you coming with me? Oh, when are you coming with me? Open up and kneel. Anyone with ears can hear that the song Nothing is Better Than No Place from earlier. What the fuck is he doing taking a divine original like this and singing it in the preliminary round? So, the audience sent pop-ups telling him to save his good songs for later in the finals. The mentors also nodded their heads at another ceiling-level rocker. Xia Fengting, who had just finished bleeding, muttered, does he really need to use the Swana? He can't use it, can he? This is rock and roll. Li Chunyu also nodded. Swana with rock. This is the first time I've seen it. Tao Jingying, maybe the song ends with a display of talent. Chen Tushan said, if it's really used in the accompaniment arrangement, it must be amazing. The other three didn't pay any attention to him and said that they had studied singing, so how could rock and roll go together with Swana? It's clearly two extremes. That is, until the singing Chol puts down his guitar and picks up the oboe. Really? Oh, when are you coming with me? Ta da 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 da? Zhou Lu sang and then played the Swana, which directly shocked the listeners out of their souls. The original arrangement bought in the system is quite ancient and early. Zhou Lu and his roommates made secondary creations to make the arrangement more trendy, but the classic Swana solo was retained. Who let Zhou Lu take it? The Swana is known as the rogue of the music world. A Swana can compete with an orchestra. Whether it is a national or Western orchestra, it is no match for it. The oboe can only be the main character when it comes out. What did I just say? Bull. Tutor Chen Tushan's handsome face is full of arrogance. I got you right, didn't I? The Swana is absolutely stunning when it comes out. Even Choi Yoshi Jr. broke the defense. Ha ha, afraid of being ostracized by your peers? No, Zhou Lu is not afraid at all. If we want to ostracize, it is also Lao Zi who will ostracize them alone. The music industry is so big, it's not too much for me to ask for half, right? Zhou Lu finished disliking people and beautifully took his apron and went backstage to look at the hot pot bass. This is a knockout performance. It looks like it's too much of a loss to come up with 4 original rock songs in one preliminary round, but with Zhou Li's current hotness, there can be too many people who look at him unfavorably and want to take their chestnuts out of the fire. And if he can't sing to the point where all the contestants tremble with fear in this match, then more people will follow to challenge him, and it will only be a waste of more songs. What's more, with the thousands of negative energy values just earned, it was enough to buy dozens of good songs. A solid profit. After Zhou Lu leaves, the stage is handed over to the challenged, Zhao Huan. This guy went on stage when the legs are weak, fell down, attracted the whole audience ridicule, the mentality immediately collapsed. After the singing that is called a ghost howling spicy ears. A few minutes later, Chol took the stage again and voted. The result was not in doubt. Jolu once again eliminated the Jiaohuan contestant with a slim 30-fold advantage. Jolu, the next song, Sea and Sky, was also sung in the audition. It's still me who will sing it first, so please ask contestant Zhang Qi to prepare well and don't be nervous. The host hurriedly interrupted. I'm sorry, contestant Jolu, the program group has just updated the rules of the competition. If you challenge 3 contestants in a row and win, you will advance directly and cannot challenge a 4th. Chol laughed. Updating the rules? It's just changing it on the spot. Host, the program team is also all over the place. Afraid that you are too tired. Chol, that's okay. I'll start the 3rd round of singing then. You go down. The moderator ran away in a cloud of gray. It's true that changing the rules on the fly is too much of a drop in the bucket, but what can be done about it? The 4th person challenged, Chen Shuimin, is a relation. This is a local specialty of the fruit table. Chol stood alone on stage this time, holding an electric guitar and adjusting the height of the microphone. I haven't rehearsed this new song with the band yet, so I've just asked my backing teacher to find a drum beat, so I'll deal with it alone, and you guys will just have to put up with it if it doesn't sound good. He wasn't afraid to change the rules, and anyway, he'd sung both of the ones he'd bought, and this one was still just now available. Who's singing when the hot pot is ready? It's just that leaving a fetus god who tried to snipe old me uneliminated is a real bummer nah. That was the only thing that upset Chol. How about singing and going back to beat up that what Chen Shuimin had ha? The audience was suddenly confused. No, why are you laughing if you're singing properly? It's against the law for you to laugh like that. Too evil. In the capital, Guna Liza was hit hard through the heart by Jolie's smile. Could it be that this song is also for me? Otherwise, why is Ailu smiling so compulsively? Thump. Chol strummed the guitar strings and the intro played lazily. Aesthetically pleasing. Waiting area, Zhang Qi player holding his beloved guitar breathing tightly. Hands and feet cold. A strong sense of oppression from all sides, as if to tear him into pieces. Originally, he was still taking some chances, thinking, Jolu can't be at the ceiling level for every song, right? Until Jolu opened his mouth. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, drifting far away with a cooled heart, chasing in the wind and rain, unable to distinguish in the fog, the sky and the sea are wide. You and I, variable, who hasn't changed, harmonizing on his own. This, sure enough, it's Cantonese, though it's just a monotonous drum track laid down by the crew, supplemented by Jolie's own strummed guitar accompaniment, which is less than metallic. The excellent melodies and rhythms are already unbeatable. Zhang Qi was desperate, and his entire being turned black and white, losing its color. How can a mortal compare with a god? How can a firefly compete with the sun? Completely convinced. It turned out that in the field of music, there really was a god, whether that god was Jolu or the person behind Jolu. In short, it was an invincible existence. Just listening to the main song Zhang Qi collapsed. The main song is still so. That chorus should be how the existence of the gods? Jolu is just too scary. At this moment, the Happy Boys contestants who are concerned about this live broadcast, the Voice of China contestants, Chinese Good Song contestants, as well as the collective viewing of the Idol Intern contestants, have all felt the most extreme fear. Don't make an enemy of Chol. Only Hua Xinyu, Hua Shek Inch, Fan Pai Pai, and others who thought they had deep backgrounds were still hoping and wishing that Jolie's song list would run out, and that way, they could beat him. Defeating Jolu was undoubtedly the most extreme temptation. After impulse punishment, in the name of the Father, and these 3 rockers, there's no doubt that the person in work that can beat Chol will be sealed outright. Jolu is just like a big devil in the music industry. Forgive me for being so unruly and free-spirited. I'm afraid that one day I'll fall. Anyone can turn their back on their ideals. I don't want to be afraid of the day when it's just you and me. The unique air of pathos and bravery is so compelling that you can't stop thinking about it. With thousands of live audience members humming in unison, Jola finished the song. Sound, pathos and magnificence. Although there are no fine arrangements and harmonies and much less flavor, it is precious enough to be true. Such live singing ability is something that many professional singers don't have. Jola did not buy the singing skills package. His voice is born. The tone is beautiful and varied. The range is extremely wide. The bass is stable and the treble is sweet. And the talent is full of talent. The reason why he chose the Department of Folk Music is only because the results of the college entrance examination are too shameful to get into any other good majors. Chol turns around and gets off the stage. Li Chunyu nodded his head repeatedly and said, "This junior brother of mine is too good." Xia Fengting twirled his sunglasses. His Cantonese pronunciation is very standard, and this song is even better. If the first two songs are the ceiling of Chinese rock, then this one, Sea and Sky, is in the atmosphere. Tao Jingying, is that so exaggerated? Is that an exaggeration? Zhou Lu didn't care how the mentors praised him. He was more concerned about whether or not the hot pot base was fried. Fortunately, senior brother Ning Hongyu did his duty, stirring the frying pan with one hand, and after 20 minutes of stirring, the flavor of the hot pot was already very strong. Master Ning whispered, "Don't worry, Lizzie, the program team isn't afraid of changing the rules. Isn't there just one Chen Shuaimin left? I'll go and challenge him, and I'll make sure to help you finish him off." Zhou Lu was grateful. "Thanks, senior. You go watch the duck intestines while you three get the other dishes out." The stage is set for Zhang Qi to start showing off his humble prowess. Backstage, Zhou Lu used a spatula to pick up the patty pan peppers in the frying pan. "Let's talk to our viewers about this one. Let's stir fry this traditional hot pot base at home. When we stir fry it until the oil color is clear and the peppers are red. However, if you want to save it for later, then you have to turn off the fire and add an extra pound of butter to bring down the temperature of the oil so that the chili peppers and the oil color won't become dull." One word: professional. Ning Hongyu, Lizzie, why are you so professional? Zhou Lu, "I know every store on my street. Hot pot isn't hard, and I can tie up a hearse," said he. Added a piece of butter to the pot, and then add half a kilogram of pepper, 2 kilograms of boiling water. Traditional hot pot is blended. Waiting for the pot to open can be hot pot. Zhang Qi's singing ended before the hot pot was even opened. Zhou Lu didn't even know what he was singing before he was led back to the stage by the crew. Another tense and exciting voting session. Zhou Lu, 41.38 million votes. Zhang Qi, 1.15 million votes. Zhou Lu eliminates Zhang Qi by a small margin of 40 times. Zhang Qi was more open-minded than the first two and said, "It's an honor to die at the hands of Zhou Lu and to lose to the sea and the sky. Thank you, Zhou Lu." Zhou Lu was more direct. "Why are you sniping at me?" Zhang Qi, "Because I only want to PK with the strongest players." "That's just dumb." Zhou Lu laughed. "Let's go. Eat hot pot." Zhang Qi didn't push back and hooked up with Zhou Lu to get off the stage, passing by Zhang Xiaopeng and Zhao Huan without glancing at them. He sniped at Zhou Lu, not because he was jealous or wanted to be famous. He was just simply conceited and thought he was a bully. Now that he understood, the contestants have looked at Chen Shuaimin. That guy's bottom is hard enough. What's his origin? If the program hadn't changed the rules, he would have died. At this time, Chen Shuaimin was looking at Zhou Lu leading a few people there to shabu shabu, blatantly not taking the Happy Boys preliminary stage seriously, which was no longer as simple as taking offense. Pretend. It's very much like an outwardly strong performance. He's pretty much run out of songs he's prepared, hasn't he? 2 rehearsed songs and 1 unrehearsed Sea to Sky. I can't believe you still have reserves. If this is the time to sneak up on, the showrunner is asking the remaining contestants who wants to step up to the challenge. The players are coy and anyone who wants to lay down a win. Chen Shuaimin slowly raised his hand. "I want to challenge." Choreographer, "Okay, contestant Chen Shuaimin, who would you like to challenge? As long as you pick a weak pussy." What the high level in the program group know? Chen Shuaimin is the nephew of the chief producer. Otherwise he would not have changed the rules for him, which is a sure guarantee of advancement. Only to see, Chen Shuaimin pointed in the direction of the hot pot. "I want to challenge Zhou Lu." Zhou Lu is shabu shabu tripe. A blank face, 7 on 8. Ah, what can't you think of? Ha! Chen Shuaimin's cold face. Cut the crap. According to the rules I'll sing first. You perform next. Zhou Lu threw the tripe into his mouth. "Yes, I'm begging for it. A war song, Chasing Dreams with Red Heart, will send you home." Chen Shuaimin was shocked. Crap. He had a backup song? Fake, right? No fear. It doesn't sound good by name. He was strong and calm, but the director's team panicked. This guy is crazy, right? It's hard to change the rules to let him avoid Zhou Lu, but he's still looking for death? You can challenge Zhou Lu? This guy still dares to challenge Zhou Lu? What kind of dog brain? Zhang Xiluan is a small white-collar worker in Shanghai struggling to work hard. At this time, is in the tattered and narrow rental house, embracing his girlfriend to watch the Teaching Fruit video Happy Boys Should a Singing Area preliminary round live broadcast. At first he was repulsed. He just wanted to play the game. But his girlfriend Xiaomei is a fan of Zhou Lu and had to drag him along to call for Zhou Lu, so he had to watch for the sake of mating rights. Xiaomei didn't know that Zhang Xiluan was actually one of Zhou Li's black fans. He didn't spit and troll Zhou Lu on the internet. In his opinion, Zhou Lu is a sissy and vase packaged by capital. What talent, singing ability and face value are all fake. How can there be such a perfect man? At the beginning of the program, when Zhou Li's strong 1-2 punch of 4, Xiaomei was worried bad, but Zhang Xiluan snickered in his heart. Noah's no belt. Go to hell with the garbage. What a mouthful of love songs and what a singing and dancing. It's all pussy stuff. But when No Place to Live came out, Zhang Xiaoluan people were dumbfounded. And Xiaomei thought that he was so quick to lose it, so he hurriedly stopped the operation. Rock the ceiling. Zhang Xiaoluan likes rock and roll. It's men's music. Although he still didn't believe that the song was Zhou Li's own creation, it was strong enough for Zhou Lu to be able to sing the song so steadily in the all-open mic environment of the Fast Boys competition. He was beginning to change his mind that maybe Chol did have some singing ability. When Nothing Left to Lose came out, Zhang Xiaoluan straight up flushed Xiaomei out. Zhou Lu is a god. In less melodic rock music, it's simply divine to be able to balance rhythm and mood and make the melody so beautiful as well. The oboe is a godsend. So, he began to amenable his friends to watch the live broadcast in the Penguin and Weixin groups, many of which are usually with him to blacken Zhou Lu. People at first ridiculed him, but after watching the live broadcast, they ran to the angry praise, provoking more people to curiously run to watch the game live. Zhou Li's third song had no backing vocals, just drums and guitar, but it was still a stirring performance of Sea and Sky. It's his original. Zhang Xiaoluan identified it as a half-baked song. The cool rocker turned black and began to regret hacking Zhou Lu, but pride made him not want to admit his mistake. I'll hack you. There were quite a few dissolute black fans like him, and from then on, Zhou Lu had added a small group of black fans in addition to female fans and sand sculpture fans. How nice to play hacking him while powdering him. For this reason, Zhang Xiaoluan also kneeled down Xiaomei a bit. You female fans are really accurate in reading people. Then the program changed the rules to ensure people. Xiaomei was on the verge of crying with anger. Zhou Lu even took out a half-finished product. It was good for him not to sing, but right at this moment, that related person called Chen Shuaimin insisted on challenging Zhou Lu. It's just bullying Zhou Lu out of songs. In the flat screen, Chen Shuaimin had already started to sing, but Zhang Xiaoluan and Xiaomei didn't even look at it, too busy consoling and being consoled to help themselves. It was several minutes before Len and Mei booped into listening mode when Chol came out. Holy as Buddha. What did Chen Shuaimin sing? Is it important? It doesn't matter at all. He's nothing. Mei sprang up. Go brother. Xiaoluan was arrogant and bratty. Le Shen. Get on the battle song. The little black fans don't know what the battle song is yet, but since Rakujin said it's a battle song, it must be a bombastic level of existence. Although this guy had an arrogant personality, his strength was also really hard. Zhou Lu once again took the stage with his three brothers, a song he had just bought in the system and had never rehearsed with his brothers. But it's not hard for him, temporarily explaining the rhythm of Lin Ziheo's drums, nudging Zhang Qi's bass melody, and then telling Zhang Chong the chordal approach. And that's it. This time, Zhang Chong is the guitarist, and Zhou Lu is in charge of the keyboards and vocals. Leave the rest to acquiescence. There are definitely flaws, but the one thing this song isn't afraid of is flaws. Chol stood loosely in the center of the stage. The center of the stage. In front of an electronic piano. Some people say that I am arrogant. Nothing dick. If arrogance is a crime, you call the police to arrest me. The three brothers laughed, and the madness was contagious. The four mentors have reminded Zhou Lu not to go too far. This is a live broadcast. Mei was melting. Whoa brother, he's so handsome. Zhang Xiaoluan's blood boiled as he listened. Ha 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 bull. That's the fucking rocker. Only to hear Zhou Lu add, this next new song, Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, is dedicated to everyone, including those who hack me. Not sarcastically, it's true. If hacking me allows you guys to vent out the bitterness and suffocation in your lives, then hack me to your heart's content. It's good that you guys are happy. These words shocked countless black people who were in front of the screen who wanted to see Zhou Li's jokes. This guy has a big pattern. On the contrary, we ourselves look like a bunch of clowns. And Zhou Li's next words broke their defenses even more. Do you still have dreams? Sincerely hope that you try to live into the way you want. To run forward, facing the cold eyes and ridicule. The vastness of life can't be felt without going through trials and tribulations. Fate can't make us kneel down and beg for forgiveness, even if blood is spilled all over our arms. The cheers on the floor fell silent. Zhang Xiaoluan was instantly confused. Inexplicably his nose was sore, and when he turned his head to look, Xiaomei next to him had already cried into tears. Yes, young people entering society, always undergoing the trials and tribulations they have never experienced. Cold eyes and ridicule, by the life of the chicken and dog hanging all over the body. Once the dream in the face of the reality of the unbearable. Thump thump thump. Zhou Lu played the electric piano, and the brothers tacitly followed the accompaniment. Where in the world is the world of flowers? If it does exist, then I'll definitely go. I want to stand on the highest mountain there. Don't care if it's a cliff. Live hard, love hard, even with your life on the line. I don't want anyone's satisfaction, just my own. I never chose to give up on my ideals, even on a gray day. Zhang Xiaoluan cried out with a wow, startling Xiaomei and rushing to stay close to comfort him. A man's tears are just not at the point of sadness. The lyrics directly hit the most fragile place in Zhang Xiaoluan's heart. Once the lofty words, once the oath of alliance, seemed to be like a joke. He wanted to give Xiaomei a happy and stable life, but his 1 year's salary in this gorgeous and sparkling city cannot even afford to buy a square meter. All he could do was watch and heartache as the woman he loved, wearing a thick doll suit in 40-degree heat, handed out flyers at the mall and suffered from blank stares. He just wants to give his beloved a home where she can shelter from the wind and rain, but he can't afford to. The lyrics of this song are the most grounded and very close to the lives of modern young people. Zhang Xiaoluan wasn't the only one who was touched. Just look at the pop-ups. Don't cuss, don't cuss. The singing is me. Sincere. The pain in your heart is known only to you, not for anyone's satisfaction. I'm just having a great day. Who understands? Awesome lyrics. A very powerful song. Zhou Lu, get the hell out of showbiz. You sang and cried for me. I little black powder break defense. From today, I'm hacking you for life. Chol is black for life. Damn. Lousy is here to hack you ah. You don't do this. Black powder gathering. Rally to curse him to death. Oh, why are these pop-ups still berating my Lu? He's so good. Guna Liza wiped her tears of resignation. Zhou Yudong knocked her on the head. Idiot. They've already turned black to pink. Can't you see that? It's just hard-mouthed flirting. Your family Zhou Lu has already sung them into submission. Guna Liza, Al is just dope. Vague? What? Cough. Nothing. I mean the black people will not reason with people. Brainless black is very stubborn. Can sing the black people to turn pink. Zhou Lu is still the only one in the entertainment industry. A broken preliminary round. The whole 4 original rock songs. The first one is called The Ceiling. This is still a person? I was also convinced by his singing and I would do anything for melee. Willing to make any items as well? Zhou Yudong evilly said. Guna Liza looked confused. What item? Not telling you. Listen to the song. On the side, Zhou Yudong looked in through the neckline of Guna Liza's pajamas, and the part that had just been coated with breast enlargement cream was called a wonderful one, and then looked at this stupid woman staring at the screen in an obsessive manner, and combined it with the fact that Zhou Lu hadn't even replied to her revealing confessional text messages for a few days. Gunariza suddenly shivered. Aha! He took off his clothes. Suck it. Zhou Yudong also saw it, and a heartbeat shook. Who's gonna be able to handle that? It turned out that he was singing so hard that Zhou Lu was already hot and sweaty, and his t-shirt was sticking to his body, so it was hard for him to stick to his body. So he just took off his t-shirt during the interlude and continued to play the electric piano naked and sweating. Tall, athletic body, handsome face, bronzed skin, firm pecs and 8-pack abs. Ah! The female audience went straight crazy and let loose with screams. Chen Shuimin in the background hated that he couldn't find a crack in the ground and bury himself. Shame on him. The players around him cast gloating glances at him. Letting you die. Being depressed after a failure. That's the sign of a coward. Hold your fists as long as you live. Before the dawn breaks. We need to be braver. Waiting for the brightest moment at sunrise. This match broadcast has developed to this point. The director's team can't control it at all anymore. Even the connections don't fucking listen. Who else can they control? However, the Fast Mail director group is not afraid. The past Fast Mail have had a variety of chaos and accidents. But instead of achieving the classic, there is no doubt that today alone is destined to be a classic battle. Chol kills crazy. A full-leveled large kills randomly in a novice village. After this match, it was believed that for a long time, the contestants from Happy Boys and the other 3 talent shows would not dare to challenge Zhou Lu easily. The viewership of the live broadcast of the preliminary round of Happy Boys Should a Singing region has also soared from over 10 million at the beginning of the program to over 30 million. There is a big trend of exceeding 40 million, which is exceptionally hot. That's just the live video ratings of the Sporty Fruit, not the live ratings of Shangnan TV. A lot of people who don't follow this show learned about Jolie's crazy 1v4 death in the opening round from hacks like Zhang Xiaoluan, and then rushed to watch the fun. The vast majority of them hoping for Zhou Lu to be eliminated in the cold. Just watch and change, and have to enlist other friends to come and see the miracle. The director's team was delighted. Sacrificing a connection is a good deal, and it's okay for Chol to get a big hit, and the show is getting a great opening. Looking at Zhou Lu who sings vocally on the stage, the director's team has begun to designate a hype plan. Idol Intern can be hype. Hype. They can also hype, followed by the heat of Zhou Lu being blacked out all over the internet, coupled with tonight's miracle of 1 against 4. It's impossible not to kill the headlines. The other singers who followed Zhou Lu were also surprised by his performance. Hua Shek-chun decides to put more effort into searching for new songs. Hua Xinyu intends to avoid Zhou Lu as much as possible in the finals. Fan Pai Pai and Wang Kailan don't feel the need to be on fire with Zhou Lu in the program. Competition comes second and friendship comes first. Ya Haiyang and Wang Shan call to discuss not having contact with Zhou Lu for the rest of the voice competition until he is eliminated. Yang Kuo-wen is having a headache. Looking at his cell phone, he killed his own trainees. He felt that in the future good song recording do not clash with Zhou Lu. Every time he used him to touch the opponent's strongest player. Horizontal and vertical not to lose. Many artists in the entertainment industry who were temporarily amenable to watching Zhou Li's godly scene were shocked and felt threatened at the same time. This kind of newcomer with talent, face and temperament gives the old folks the most headaches. Troubles are for others. Zhou Li's mind is not distracted. He is now purely enjoying the music, running forward to meet the cold eyes and ridicule. Broken voice. Broken just right. With a song like this, Chol announced to the world the arrival of a music maniac. How can you feel the vastness of life without experiencing trials and tribulations? Fate can't bring us to our knees, even if blood is spilled in my arms. Keep on running with the pride of a bare bones man. How can you see the light of life if you don't see it through to the end? It's better to burn than to live. For the good of the heart. Uncompromising until you're old. The mood reached its peak with the manic music. The audience screaming and roaring as if they were going to lift the roof off the studio. And the four mentors had long since stood up and applauded. If Zhou Lu sang In the Name of the Father on Idol Intern, it was a cannon hitting a mosquito. Well, singing 4 extreme rock songs in a row in the preliminary round of Happy Boys is nuking cow dung. He's rampant and never knows how to rein it in. The music ends. Hosts take the stage. Challenge contestants return to the stage. Mentors comment. Audience votes. A few minutes later, Zhou Lu eliminated Chen Shuimin, the contestant who had taken the initiative to challenge him, by a margin of a mere 100 times, and advanced to the next round in a thrilling manner. Chen Shuimin had left in tears. Zheng Chong, Zhao Qi and Lindsay Hao packed up their instruments and chased him off the stage, mocking and sneering all the way. The winner, Zhou Lu, is being briefly interviewed by the host. Host, another win in PK. Contestant Zhou Lu, do you have anything to say? Zhou Lu nodded and said to the camera with a sincere face, who else? Your Lu Emperor is infinitely more rampant. The host can't catch a break. This is real madness. Never seen madness. Don't you know what modesty and understatement is? Zhou Lu became famous in The Voice in one battle, invincible in Idol in one battle, and sealed the god in Fast Boys in one battle, never knowing what is modest and low profile. The main one is a maniac. He turned to the camera and asked once again, contestants backstage, who else wants to challenge me? Contestants from the other 3 programs, who else wants to snipe me? Let your horses come over. I, Zhou Lu, am invincible. No one wants to challenge him. No one. Chol tugged and turned to walk away, leaving a muscular, ghostly back on the live camera and a ho-hum sing-song line. How lonely is invincibility? How empty is invincibility? Zah, he's got a new fucking song? Damn it, another double dose of him pretending to be there. Force the king. A generation of pusher kings has come out of nowhere. This dog said that he pretended to have a good hand. It's my defeat. Dagger pulling ass opens eyes. Gross. How lonely it is to be invincible. Cam, have you ever considered how we black people feel when you act like that? I'm going to hack him for the rest of my life. The little black fans were fun to pop and even more fun were the female fans. It's amazing that they don't see the good-natured flirting of these little hacks. And they're still serious enough to send pop-ups to argue with each other. And they're being slithered around by the little hacks in such a joyful way. Black fans are fans too. It's a lot more peaceful now than when the tournament first started, when there was an avalanche of abuse and awkward hacking. Of course, there were still stubborn black people still cursing Zhou Lu, but they were few and far between. Through 4 rock songs in one match, Zhou Lu successfully reversed the wind direction of the netstorm of the previous days, and won the recognition of many small black fans, sandy netizens and passerby listeners with his powerful strength and super dimensions and fearless pattern. Just over 40 minutes had passed since the start of the live game. There are 61 more contestants to take the stage for PKs. Zhou Lu has completed his mission and is backstage with his brother eating hot pot. He also invited Ning Hongyu's, but his senior brother still has to sing and doesn't dare to eat. Who dares to eat hot pot and then go on stage to sing rock and roll like Zhou Lu? The live camera and mainline moved away from Zhou Lu and shifted to the other contestants' matches, with only the occasional bit of footage when filming a contestant's reaction. With Zhou Li's throwback, the later matches were more exciting. Just, the pop-ups, however, were in sharp contrast to the match footage, and they were still trolling Zhou Lu. Can your voice stand the singing contest and the hot pot? So that song Follow Your Dreams doesn't break. Was there any thought given to how the other players felt? Too arrogant. But it's an ingredient provided by the program. It's called a talent show. Put. If you don't know what you're talking about. 5 pounds of butter and 2 pounds of water. Is this a deep-fried hot pot? Doesn't it explode when you eat such heavy oil and chili? How come hot pot doesn't come with sesame sauce? Guys, does anyone know when Zhou Li's next match is? Tomorrow. Saturday night on CCTV's Chinese Good Song has the King of Push. brother is especially handsome in the trailer. The Idol Interns just updated its second installment with a chowder dance benefit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The other players looked at the pop-up content that had nothing to do with the content of the match, smelled the rich and tantalizing aroma of the hot pot, and suffered 10,000 points of injury in their hearts. And the directing team looked at the credits with half joy and half sorrow. The happy thing is that Joe Lee's 4 consecutive explosions have completely blown up this year's Fast Boys, and the show still maintains around 30 million viewers after he advanced. The worry is that the vast majority of these people are rushing to Joe Lu, and he is not the object of Fruit Video's efforts to promote. He has signed an agency. What the hell? Let's get the show fired up first. What should Joe Lu do about it? Let the high school brass and Lanatane get a headache. Especially Ms. Long. She disliked this kind of prickly contestant the most, and the fastest man crown a few years ago could have made her mad. Lonnie Dan was at the Sky Media headquarters in Kyoto, rubbing his temples and following the match. Suddenly, she had a flash of insight. Chol can make the finals, but not too easily and not in the top 3 to maximize the benefits. Giving him a 4th place would have been the greatest mercy. Kindness? For Joe Lu. If it wasn't for the rules not allowing it, I would have wanted to bag 1, 2, 3 by myself. Joe Lu hot pot blowing cattle. Completely do not care about the process of the game. You guys feel free to compare. Anyway, in the end, I win. Drip drip drip. Joe Lu ate tender beef. Received a text message from the tender Za sister. Opened it to look inexplicable. I Lu. All 4 songs sister listened to. Touched. I understand your feelings, but you don't have to dwell on them so much. I don't care about the things you care about. I like the 4th song. Run forward. Against cold eyes and scorn. Sister washed up and waiting for you. In a place full of flowers. When will you come back to the capital to record the program? Take you to eat halibut. He. Apply the breast enlargement cream today. Go to bed early and grow a bun. Love you mwahahaha. This girl then implicit half a day. And then exposed the nature. What tiger and wolf words dare to send to Joe Lu? Dozens of bombing a day. Joe Lu was confused. Sick as hell. Completely unable to read what this sister is trying to express. He simply cannot be in a relationship with Guna Liza. For the extremely beautiful Za sister, Joe Lu did not have a heartbeat. Only chicken. Besides, with that brain of hers, it's easy to be green if you're her boyfriend, isn't it? Not back. Put down the phone. Continue to eat beef. Joe Lu eat hot pot do not like the tripe duck intestines these. Prefer to be able to eat a full meat. Zheng Chung picked up Joe Lu's cell phone and looked at it, his face twitching his eyes sadly, and said to Joe Lu, "Boss, for the sake of her sincerity, just flush it, turn around and relay the exact details to me. It's not in vain that I've been powdering her for so many years. Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Am I that casual?" Chol has a bottom line, though not a high one. Zheng Chung, but, Joe Lu, be my girlfriend, does she deserve it? Zheng Chung is dumbfounded. This forced you to pretend. I actually have no words to say. At this time, senior brother Ning Hanyu returned from his promotion and came over with his chopsticks and bowls. What? Someone is chasing after Lizzie. Who is it? Do I know him? Lin Ziheo's pot head tossed. You must know it. Ning Hanyu, from our school? Zhao Qi, no. It's the invincibly beautiful actress. Zhang Chong sighed. I idolize Guna Liza. Sending explicit text messages every day to confess to the boss. Ning Hanyu was taken aback. Negative energy plus 34. Joe Lu smiled. Yo-ho, another crush on Guna Liza. Ding. Main quest D, help increase the influence of the Idol Intern program and promote the program from B to a grade. Reward negative energy value 5. 555 points. Current negative energy value, 15,921. What logic? The ecstatic Joe Lu was confused. He didn't understand how his appearance on a Fast Man even raised the influence of his idol. This was simple. Because Joe Lee's godly performance today had caused a furor in the live broadcast room and on the internet. And along with it, his last King Bomb rendition in Idol Intern was also brought to life. A lot of people don't watch the rookie chickens behind Fast Boys and run to Chi Video to rewatch the first installment of Idol Interns. After 11 o'clock in the evening, Happy Boys Should Have Singing District 66 into 20 competition ended. All the advanced contestants took the stage. Chol Aiden burped and stood in the C-suite and dealt with a couple of interviews. The host told him, Contestant Joe Lu, the program group has updated the rules again, and based on your suggestion, we've opened up a special poll in the Trading Fruit Video Happy Boys section. Joe Lu, you guys update pretty hard. The host smiled badly. The voting theme is, who is the contestant you want to eliminate the most? The person with the most votes will be automatically eliminated into the resurrection round even if they make it to the finals. Chol, that's disgusting. The pop-ups, however, are happy as can be, and let you pretend. You got what you deserved. didn't you? Joe smiled faintly and said calmly, nothing is a dick. I, Joe, have 10,000 ways to get the Fast Boys Championship, and you guys are powerless to stop it. The king of push is shining. Since Wang Zhangliang encouraged Joe to participate in the talent show, he made it clear to Joe that all talent shows are designed to promote their own people without exception. Unless your talent is strong enough and powerful enough to overcome capital, the fast male to engage in this most want to eliminate the contestant vote, clearly is aimed at Joe. Even the black people cannot stand to see, and now the whole network is cursing. Toilet stations can't afford to lose. There were also those who advised Joe to withdraw from the competition, but Joe was determined to win this championship. Of course he wouldn't quit. 999 points of negative energy value reward. He must get his hands on it. The end of the program, Joe led the brothers who ate and drank enough to carry the musical instruments to go. The school dormitory has been closed. Just to go to the internet cafe to pack the night to get high. Joe's For Sacred Songs Kill Fast Boys is creating a new storm on the internet. But Joe was not concerned, and was focused on just hacking and jerking off with his brothers. The next day, Saturday, during the day, went back to the dorm and slept in. In the evening, continue the internet cafe hacking and jerking off. On the third day, Joe went to the musical instrument store next to the school to sell signed copies of old musical instruments, and several instrument store owners grabbed their heads. These old musical instruments have accompanied Joe to fight in the preliminary selection of 4 programs. The premium is very high. Guitar, keyboard, bass, drums, sold a total of $80,000, 4 times more expensive than the original price. Don't think it's too expensive. With Joe's good luck enchantment, even more expensive students will buy it. Well, who uses old ones when you have a fancy instrument from Mr. Tsai Fengting? Monday, classes. Sitting inside the long-lost folk music department's staircase classroom, Joe felt like a lifetime ago, having been questioned by the professor more than 20 times in one class. Finally, Joe couldn't stand it anymore. Professor, why are you targeting me today? The professor stroked his Mediterranean hairstyle and said indifferently, the oboe goes with rock and roll, but not the eru? Chol, Suri, next time for sure. This professor is an Aero national actor. Hey, next time I have an Aero accompaniment, I'll come and whore him out. He's the one who said he wanted me to use the Aero. At noon, Joe ate a pig out with his brothers in the cafeteria, went to the swimming pool to see the beautiful women, and then took the subway to the south of the city to go to the lesser city generation. Sister Hua said that she had contacted Joe about a few jobs and told him to pick one for himself. That's the beauty of having a brokerage. Because of the Turtlegate incident and the 4 divine songs in one night, Joe had been ranked #1 in the online heat in the past 2 days, allowing the nation's netizens to see his arrogance and strength. It's good to pick up work when you have heat. In the small office, the solidly built Hannah handed over a list. There were a dozen or so announcements in all, and I've done a simple ranking of them according to price and influence. Joe nodded. Thank you, Sister Hua. He looked at the list seriously. Mixing into the entertainment industry to earn negative energy to buy a longevity card for his grandmother is the first, and the second is to make money. Money is not a son of a bitch. The list lists various circular invitations. China's hip-hop flying guest, $500,000 a session. Singing guest on The Masked Singer, $400,000 an installment. Pushing the limits flying guest, $200,000 an episode. Flying guest on Mad Men, $150,000 an episode. After reading it, Joe fell into a deep thought. Is the money in the entertainment industry so good? I'm a muddled little artist who hasn't even debuted yet, and I'm worth $500,000? They're crazy, right? Sister Hua said as she brewed coffee. In the present where traffic is king, whoever has traffic is worth money. Ever since Hanlu started the flow era, what entertainment has gotten sicker and sicker? Chol, extra milk and extra sugar, please. Sister Hua did not add milk or sugar. Brewed coffee in front of herself. The 2 programs with the highest price are music programs. Although you are just emerging, but the work is too hard. Worth the price, especially hip-hop rap. This piece of you then have hip-hop program group mentors are strong. In the name of the Father directly in the rap circle. You do not know? Joe, Sister Hua. I want coffee too. Sister Flora, singers drink less coffee. Chol, negative energy 1. Sister Hua sucked in a mouthful of her beauty. These announcements can't be picked up, so pick a few yourself. Anyway, for the next half a month, you only have 1 program to record. Idol Intern. Joe thought for a moment. I'm not going to have hip-hop. It's not like I have fury to tear the nerdy goose. The Masked Singer can. Challenging the limit and crazy running brothers can. I've seen these two programs. Acting is also no problem. My acting skills are first class. Do not believe that next year I will give you a movie star back. Sister Hua, okay, but Challenge the Limit and Crazy Running Brothers have conflicting schedules. Pick Challenge the Limit that gives more money. Be cautious when you go. Don't let them play you for a fool. Zhou Lu arrogantly said. You'd better worry about them. I'll play them for fools. The freckles on Sister Hua's face shook, and she didn't hold back from giving Zhou Lu a big pussy bucket. Pretend you're a big man. Do you want an assistant? Zhou Lu second, who pays the assistant's salary? Take it out of your cut. Then don't. Sister Flower cannot afford to mess with, although she is only a small agent, but she was the one who brought the king in the first place. Forcing the king also have to give Wang Zhangliang a face. Finally settled on pushing the limits and fake out. Zhou Lu and the company signed a relatively free contract. 50-50. The company does not have to train Zhou Lu how. Zhou Lu will not be forced by the company to arrange the work. Belongs to the flexible cooperation. Before leaving, Sister Hua asked Zhou Lu to buy a smartphone for easy contact. Zhou Lu directly waved his hands and said he had no money. The money from the sale of the musical instruments had to be saved for Grandma's house repairs. So, Sister Flora applied for $10,000 of equipment money for him to buy himself. Who made him so popular now? Zhou Lu was not polite to spend it all. Went to Vientiane and bought a cell phone and a laptop. It wasn't that Zhou Lu had any kind of climbing spirit. It was mainly for the convenience of making music, arranging songs and stuff that required a computer. Oof. I'm on a smartphone too. Using his new cell phone to download software such as Dangerous Blog and Beat Station, Zhou Lu sat on the subway happily surfing the internet. And then, he discovered something unimaginable. It's been almost 3 days since the most wanted vote for the Yesalutely Fruit video, and Zhou Lu isn't even number 1? Did I start too hard? First place, 8.94 million votes for Washinyu. Second place, 4.56 million votes for Shalo. Almost doubled the lead. Can you stand that? Oh well, there's not much of a fight for the top spot. Chol searched curiously as to what made this dude vote first. Then he regretted it. There's no water on the subway. Where can I wash my eyes? Help! In the preliminary round of the Changsha singing district on Saturday night, Hua's contestant, imitating Zhou Lu, challenged 3 opponents at the start, and with original compositions. Then, everyone saw the meditative scene of the jumping god practice, the ghost cries and wails that is called an awkward. The key he also advanced. It made sense for him to get first place, and Zhou Lu was willing to bow down. Back to school, Zhou Lu went to ask for a leave of absence. Chuanin for students who have already made a debut and participated in the talent show is very lenient. Directly approved. Just need to come back to the final exam. The next day, the thrifty Zhou Lu boarded the train to Shanghai. Sleep and get there. Save money and convenient. Challenging the limit. This program is quite fun. And there are familiar Zhang Xingyi. Zhou Lu think himself is not so much to be played into a fool, right? At noon on the following day, Zhou Lu arrived at Shanghai, the 5-star hotel where the guests of Challenge the Limit were staying. Zhang Xingyi pulled Zhou Lu to take a picture to send a dangerous blog, then took him to the restaurant room and introduced him to the other 4 brothers. I don't know where Piggy has gone. He's quite busy. Zhang was quite arrogant in his tone. This is Zhou Lu, the most powerful contestant in the program where I was the mentor. In the Name of the Father dominated the top 2 of the new song charts. He killed madness with his 4 sacred songs in the preliminary round of Fast Boys, and then sang Birch Forest in the first installment of Good Songs. Awesome, isn't it? Currently, the new song charts on all major platforms were almost all butchered by Zhou Lu, with 7 songs taking up the top 8 spots. 1, by the Chickens Geo. 2, In the Name of the Father. 3, Birchwood, the latest to air, but already trending past second place. 4, The Punishment of Impulsiveness. 5, The Sea and the Sky. 6, Pursuing the Dreams of the Red Heart. 7, Nothing to Lose. 8, No Place to Go. Zhou Lu politely bowed and shook hands with the 4 big stars. Hello teachers. I'm the little artist Zhou Lu. Please take care of me. God Calculator Huang Lei. Qingdao Noblewoman Huang Bo. Yen King Sun Lei Hong. Squirrel Wang Sun. The 4 are chatting and waiting for the guests to arrive so they can eat. Wang Sun is very enthusiastic to greet the small hometown to take a seat. Yuwakano. Online or all you lo hot search. Zhou Lu modestly said. I'm ordinary. All thanks to my peers to set off. Wang Sun. Negative energy +1. Sun Lei Hong said. I heard that your kid is arrogant. Chol, no. My main focus is a humble and low-key. Zhang Xingyi didn't have the face to listen. Oh hey you still low-key? Which kind of key you low-key? Huang Lei stared at Zhou Lu with a smirk. Kid, our Challenge the Limit is actually a medical program. Did you know that? Chol shook his head. Huang Lei specializes in all kinds of arrogance. Zhou Lu was greatly shocked. So I'm in the right place? Huang Lei tactically leaned back and looked at Huang Bo and Sun Lei Hong. Look, this child is not very sick. Huang Bo, it has to be cured. Sun Rei read, yes, the packaged cure kind. The eyes of the three old things with a belly full of bad water met and instantly reached a tacit understanding. Get chowder today. The little fox Zhang Xingyi gloated and handed Zhou Lu a crayfish. Recording the program at night. You must be strong. Zhou Lu said blankly. I'm strong. Ha ha ha. It's kind of inexplicable when those stars suddenly laugh. This program is quite special. The guests do not follow the script. The set is extremely deep, so when choosing the flying guests, the director team will consult the guests. The guests think whoever is fun to invite. Originally, this issue was going to feature Xiana, Jiang Typhoon and Wang Xiaolu, but it turned out that Sun Leihong said to try replacing Wang Xiaolu with Zhou Lu. Huang Lei and Huang Bo also agreed. Zhou Li's rampage was all over the internet, so if he was brought in and viewers saw the king of pushers getting all kinds of blood abuse on the show, the ratings would definitely soar. A little later, Luo Shangji, Xiana and Jiang Typhoon also arrived. Zhou Lu humbly greeted the three of them. Luo Shangji shook Zhou Li's hand with a black eye. Wow, you have a good body. Oh, have a party together sometime. Xena, yo, if it isn't Song King Zhou? Jiang Typhoon directly ignored Zhou Lu. These two somehow didn't have a good face for Zhou Lu the first time they met. Unbeknownst to him, a couple of new songs by Zhang Jian. The first new song was crushed by Zhou Lu on the charts. Of course Xiana didn't treat him well. Hometown? What's the hometown? And Zhang Ruofu was because of the scandal of Guna Liza and Zhou Lu. The hatred of taking the girl is not common. He decided that Zhou Lu had zapped Gun Ali through and through. Who would let someone who wasn't close enough to him draw a turtle on his belly? Zhou Lu was a thick-skinned one, not caring at all about the two people's attitude towards him, and even forced himself to sit in the middle of Xiana and Zhang Ruofu, enthusiastically copping a feel for them. You guys don't know, do you? Actually, Challenging the Limits is a medical program. You guys have to be strong when you record the show. Negative energy +9. Negative energy +15. The men's club are dumbfounded. This thing is a bit of something. The cheek is comparable to Sun Lei Red. People arrived and started serving, and the lunch was great. After the meal, Zhou Lu returned to his room for a lunch break and was once again shocked that such a huge and luxurious room was too extravagant for only one person. No wonder celebrities love to tape variety shows. The show started taping at 5 p.m., and now the guests have gone back to their rooms to rest. Zhou Lu did not have the habit of taking a nap, lying in bed and playing with his cell phone. The more he looked at it, the more he could not sleep. Ever since Zhou Lu has had Weishuan, Guna Liza and Chang Xiao have often sent selfies to Zhou Lu, and today, Za's breasts were stung by mosquitoes, and Milk Xiao's thighs were strained from practicing dance. Zhou Lu told Za that the mosquito bag will dissipate faster if you pinch it with your fingernail a few times, so he got another pinched chart, with a crucifixion of mosquito bags pinched on a snowy mountain. TikTok. Guna Liza sent a video call invitation. Denial. Zhou Lu called Cheng Xiao, concerned about his mentor's injuries, scrutinizing the roots of her thighs in the video. Teacher needs to get some rest. You'll have to teach me how to dance next time. Milk Xiao put down the hem of her skirt. Don't worry. There's no such thing as dancing without getting hurt. I'm used to it. It's you who should be careful. What am I careful of? Didn't you record Challenging the Limits? Zhang Xingyi said that they like to bully the guests on that show, and there were a few guests who got screwed over pretty badly. That's because they're stupid. And I'm not stupid. Don't say too much. I'm afraid you'll leave Sungay in tears. I've seen their shows. Can I not know? I came today to teach them a lesson. Yo, watch your tongue. How does the tongue flash? Slightly flash like that. Not to mention, Tutor Chang Xiao was worthy of being a master dancer. Even her tongue could dance. Her long tongue drilled out of her pink mouth, stained with warm saliva, twisting flexibly and skillfully like a snake. Zhou Lu was impressed. Teacher is really powerful. But I came prepared. I won't be bullied by them. Chang Xiao, what's the bet? If you win at that program, I promise you a request. On the contrary, you promise me a request. No matter what it is. Oh. Zhou Lu jumped at the chance. Good. That's what you said yourself. When I win I'll call Milk Shaw. He. The taping of the Challenging the Limits program began at 5 p.m. sharp. The program was recorded in 2 sets. Huang Bo, Huang Lei and Luo Shangji 3 elite group. The 3 fools with 3 flying guests a group. This side of the 6 people stood on the river embankment, listening to the director Yen Min to introduce the rules. 12 eyes through the clear stupidity. Of course, Chol was pretending. He listened to the rules of the brain speed spinning. Our escort's mission is to guard the trophy. The opposite trio of elves is to capture the trophy of the pursuit team. Trio of elves together and still play a fart? So, there's an undercover agent in Sansei. So is there an undercover agent on our side? If there is, the undercover agent will definitely not be a new guest who doesn't know anything. and Zhang Xingyi is too young to be an undercover agent. So the undercover agent can only be one of Wang Sun and Sun Lei Hong. Lazy Funeral Group is a loyal viewer of this program. Zhou Lu has seen every episode, and still do not understand the formula of this program? Yan Min, the 6 of you form a trophy escort, and ask each of the 3 newcomers to worship an old man. Zhang Ruifu chose Zhang Xingyi, and they were both from Changsha, and Zina chose Wang Sun, and both were from Sichuan. Sun Lei, why? Who says you have to be a hometown boy to be a hometown boy? Zhang Xingyi, right-o. Shola is also from Sichuan. Chol, that's a pretty reasonable split. Sunray Red, how is that reasonable? You tell me. How is it reasonable? Zhou Lu, because we're both King Yin. Later on, add special effects to Zhou Lu. Upscaled slow motion. Live a handsome forced. Sun Lei Hong smiled. It makes sense. This is a good reason. I accept it. Who let me have a full face value? Lu I said, why do I look at you so smoothly? So it's because you're as handsome as me. Zhou Lu giggled in cooperation. Good day, master. Next, 3 groups of people raced dragon boats, with the winner being the captain. Zhou Lu worked very hard and won the captaincy for his master Sun Lei Hong. Yan Wang was satisfied. Zhou Lu, this guy looks full of muscles. Naive. Better than Zhang Xingyi to deceive. Zhou Lu also thought the same thing. This master is not very smart. Look. Now there is suspicion of undercover on Wang Sun and Sun Lei Hong, and Wang Sun curiosity the lowest camera least. When the undercover so earned shots of the task, it is difficult to fall on his head. Therefore, Zhou Lu decided to follow Sun Lei Hong closely. The show was recorded and aired kinda tightly, because the first season was screwed up and scared. So, they are now talking about recording and airing now. This installment aired 11 days later, and by then, Idol Intern had only reached its 4th installment. The pop-ups were active at the beginning of the show. It's been a while since I've seen so many new people. Remember their smiles now. How dare anyone come to this show? East Asian thugs. Wow. There's Sheena in this issue. That male artist on the left and right is so handsome. Why haven't I seen him before? Handsome my ass. King Pussy. Zhou Lu is actually on the challenge? The capital behind it can abuse Zhou Lu. Get out of show business. Extreme 3 Stooges with Extreme 3 Clueless. Go brother is the best. Your brother is going to be abused out of his mind this issue. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Blackie was ecstatic. Finally someone was treating Zhou Lu. After all, almost all of the artists who have appeared on Challenging the Limits have been abused. Will he, Zhou Lu, be spared? Waiting for a good show. The show's camera pans out as Sansei listens to the mission and then looks at a computer screen with pictures of the 6 people on the other side. Xena? Chang Stormtrooper? This one is. Huang Bo began to soar with his acting, clearly having just had dinner together. La Chunchi, this one is very stylish. Oh, just like me. Huang Lei, a Zhou Lu, the one who participated in 4 music talent shows at the same time. My daughter Cece likes him especially, chasing him from this station to that station. The young man's songwriting is very good. Huang Bo, really? I thought it was an idol actor. So handsome, like when I was young. Those 2 had turned away, unable to listen. On the other end, the 3 Stooges and the 3 Clueless have gotten their clues, and the trophy has been split into 3, requiring them to travel to separate locations to finish finding the connectors and get the information to find the trophy. Each person was also given a slingshot, a bullet to hit to eliminate the other person. Zhou Lu naturally went with Sun Lei Hong. On the other car, Zhang Xingyi poked his head out to admonish his best trainee. Xiaola, you have to be extra careful. The 3 opposite sides can be smart. They don't know when they'll rush out and destroy you. I'm kind of an old bird, and I can't even play with them. So if things don't go right, you run. You just run. By the way, also watch out for brother Lei Hong. He likes to rob things. Zhou Lu put his hands in his pockets. I'm not you. Zhang Xingyi, negative energy plus 22. Zhou Lu added. Brother Zhang, I have a hunch that you 2 will be especially miserable today. Zhang Xingyi softly said. Ha, you're still so arrogant. This program is not just about fighting and killing. There are also pitfalls and robberies. Zhou Lu, following brother Lei Hong, I'm sure I'll survive to the end. After saying that, he got into his and Sun Lei Hong's car. Chol thinks clearly. If Sun Lei Hong was an undercover agent, then the other 2 teams would definitely be hunted down by the 3 essences because Sun Lei Hong would send them a message. And the odds were that he would kill Zhang Xingyi first. After all, he had evolved into a little fox, while Xena and Wang Xuan were still stupid. If Sun Lei Hong isn't an undercover agent, it's safer to follow him. The bastard will do anything to survive. Abandoned parking lot on Tiantong Road. The ultimate trio of essence, having received a message from an undercover agent, have arrived and found the trophy in a car. But instead of leaving, they wait for Zhang Xingyi and Zhang Stormtrooper, who have arrived after the ambush. Half an hour later, Zhang Xingyi was eliminated by Bo Huang, who was disguised as a swing-arm cameraman, and Jiang Stefan was disarmed and fled, dazed and confused without his cell phone or weapon. Zhang Xingyi was taken away by the staff with a silly grin on his face. This game is too much fun. Ha ha, Zhou Lu won't be an undercover agent, right? Ping back. Chol, you two are going to be especially miserable today. What was said not so long ago was played back 3 times by the program. The pop-ups also began to suspect Zhou Lu, and Zhou Lu was swiping the beep station in the car. He also liked secondary and ghost animals, and laughed out loud every now and then. Sun Leihong drove. Lu what do you think we should do if we meet the 3 of them later? Zhou Lu, beat them up. Sunray read, but there were 3 of them and we only had 2 bullets. Zhou Lu shrugged his shoulders. If you don't have enough bullets, just grab them, and then I'll rush up and directly kick over the lockjaw and press them to the ground to strip down all their pants. The bullets must be in the pants pockets. He was a big 6-foot-something man with a stocky build, and he said this with a ferocious air. Sun Leihong, peel off your pants? What if you get naked? Chol, it'll be a mosaic. Sun Leihong stifles a laugh. It's atrocious. This disciple, he's better than the blue, even more brutal than the king. Not long after, Zhou Lu and Sun Leihong had just arrived at their destination, Shangxi Road Bridge, and the latter gave Zhou Lu an introduction to the play of this program along the way. Zhou Lu is shocked. This is the 2nd season. You don't think I haven't seen it, do you? The pop-ups were even happier when they saw Zhou Li's giggle and were sure that he wasn't an undercover agent. Especially the little black people who were expecting Sun Leihong to give him a violent attack that would make him doubt his life. It was really Zhou Li's arrogance that attracted too much hatred. The two encountered an old man blowing and an old man fishing on the bridge, saying strange things and looking like NPCs. Sun Leihong, what to do? They just keep saying repetitive things, and it's not worth much. Chol, rob them. Sun Leihong pulled the stupid Zhou Lu. Hey, we are a civilized show. Grabbing things is not civilized. This way. You buy me a bottle of water to go. Oh, Chol went for it. Sun Leihong said to the camera. This kid Zhou Lu is even more cranky than I am. No wonder he offends people as much as he can. A short while later, Zhou Lu returned with a bottle of water and half a watermelon. Water handed to Sun Leihong. Watermelon he used the stall owner to send a plastic spoon to scoop and eat. Sun Lei's red eyes blinked. You're so willing to spend money. Why don't you buy me a watermelon too? Chol, suck it, you're the one who said you wanted water. And besides, it's your money that's being spent and your wallet is in the car. Sun Leihong. Negative energy plus 11. How could Zhou Lu, who was so stingy, spend his own money on a watermelon? He usually doesn't eat fruit. Sun Leihong took a sip of water and stared at Zhou Li's watermelon. Does this melon keep ripe? Zhou Lu, suck it, what do you care if it's cooked or not? It's not like you're eating it. Sun Leihong, why doesn't the flesh of this melon look too red? Zhou Lu took another big bite. Not red. Not cooked. Not delicious. Suck it. Negative energy plus 16. Sun Leihong froze. This guy took my money to buy a watermelon to eat. Why is he still talking so arrogantly? Isn't it said that eating people's mouth is soft? He was never the only one who disliked others. But today he was actually defeated and upset. Sun Leihong retaliated. And you just bought water and watermelon? Zhou Lu fished out a bag of little raccoon dry noodles from his pants pocket. I also bought this, and I've been eating it since I was a kid. Sunray Red reached out and grabbed it. Zhou Lu easily dodged and pocketed the dry noodles, then grabbed Sun Leihong's hand and spun it around, spinning it into a small grapple, and single-handedly pinned Sun Leihong to the bridge railing. Why are you still fighting with seniors? Do you know how to respect the elderly? Sun Leihong's brain buzzed and his small, spotlighted eyes blinked and blinked. Negative energy plus 19. Zhou Lu held the melon in one hand and bet on Yen Wang in the other. His expression sincere. What for? Sun Leihong, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Zhou Lu let go of him. If you want to eat you talk. What are you grabbing for? I just have one bag. What do you mean rob? That's what my money buys. I'll go back and get you anything you want. Get whatever you want. I didn't even eat dinner. I'm starving. Oh, suck it. Chol left to get food. Sun Leihong rubbed his arm and said to the camera. This guy has a lot of strength. The guts are even fatter. The first newcomer who dares to make a move on me in the program. He is tall and strong. Robbing is not possible. You have to crush him with your intellect. Wait and see. See how I will teach him to be a human being in this episode. At that moment, a boat came under the bridge with a box on board. The fishing guy ran off, leaving behind the fishing rod with a crosshook on the head of the line. Sun Leihong hooked the box up with a fishing rod, opened it, and inside was 1/3 of the trophies, and the mission was successfully completed. At that moment, Chol returned with a meat loaf. Sun Leihong took a big bite. You didn't buy it yourself? Don't like to eat that. Where's the melon? Finished eating. That big of a melon and you ate it all? There was some left, bloating my stomach, so I threw it away. The two said, getting into the car. Jola picked up a large box of spicy hot pot from the floor of the passenger seat and ate it. Everyone hadn't eaten dinner and it was normal to be hungry. The meat sandwich in Sun Lei's hand instantly stopped smelling good. So you didn't buy a meat sandwich, but you bought yourself a spicy hot pot? Also ordered all meat? Shilo asked innocently and rhetorically. What's the problem? Negative energy plus 25. You're a singer. It's not good for your voice to eat so spicy. Give me some. This is nothing. On the fast man singing I also live to eat hot pot. Negative energy plus 36. That's when they get the news that Zhang Xingyi has been eliminated and Zhang Storm is nowhere to be found. Sun Leihong ate the meat sandwich to play Zhang Storm and Zhang Xingyi's phone cannot be reached. Micro telephone voice is not answered. Jolu ate the fatty beef. I already know who the undercover agent is. Sunray Red shook. Who? Zhang Tyrant. He must be the one who brought San Jing over there and then eliminated my brother Zhang inside and out. He'll either pretend to be chased next or pretend to be held hostage by them. Oh, how did you get so smart? I watch every episode of this show. I'm too familiar with your routines. Then we're relying on you to take charge of our group intellectually today. Wrap it up. I'm a good judge of character. Jolu was so proud of himself that he took a sip of the spicy hot soup, which was not spicy enough. Sun Leihong looked Jolu up and down. You are truly a great smart. I'm relieved to have you by my side. He's undercover. And NBSP, listening to Jolu's reasoning, Yen Wang felt that he was getting more and more adorable. I will abuse you to death. The pop-ups were peaceful as the show went on. I'm a good judge of character, ha 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 ha. Laugh and get rich. Chang Stormfly is miserable. You even have to be suspected of being undercover without your cell phone. What kind of dog brain is Chol? Brother Lei Hong, don't believe him. Don't come to this program with this IQ. Chol is so clear stupid. Is clear stupidity okay? These are the original words of the King of Push talking about his female fans. He's not even smart himself and he's talking about others. Abuse him. I'm relieved to see him so stupid. Let's see if he's still pretending in the future. Jolu ate all the meat and spicy hot pot and finished the soup, and got out of the car to take out the garbage. When he went back to the car again, Sun Leihong gave him the box. This is 1/3 of the trophies. It's something we have to protect. You're young and physically fit, so I'll leave it to you to protect it. Jolu had just carried the box, and this time he found it much lighter. King Yen hid the trophy. He hugged the box and played with his cell phone. No problem. The case is here. Solid hammer. Sun Leihong is the undercover agent. He just detached himself to buy water and food. Is looking for an opportunity to liaise with the pursuit team. TikTok. In the Guardian 6 crowd, Zhang Xingyi's cell phone sent a message. I've been hit. Watch out for Tyrant. Sun Leihong, Xiela, you're a good judge of character. Zhou Le tugged. That's not true. People are hanging. Can you still keep your cell phone? It must have been snatched. That's when a message came from Zhang Xingyi's cell phone. It had to be reversed. Sun Leihong made a phone call with Siana and discussed it. And that side also suspected that Zhang Typhoon was an undercover agent. That reassured him. Jola suddenly said, Beauty, Sunray Red, where is it? You who? Pretty. Ha, get out of the car and say hello. Go go go. It's not good, is it? What's wrong with it? Go. Jolu got out of the car. Beauty, come and play. Pop up, what's the word for tiger and wolf? Sun Leihong sent a message to San Jing before following him out of the car. That tall and sexy beauty saw the divine face of Jolu and came over happily. Then she saw Sun Leihong and turned around and ran in fear. Damn it, they were recording a program. If her husband saw them, it would be over. Sun Leihong is not yet finished. Run what ah? Jola backhanded Sun Leihong against the car door and clipped his hands behind his back. Sun Leihong, what are you doing? Let go. I told you I'm the best judge of character. You're the undercover. I'm the captain. How can I be an undercover agent? Zhang Typhoon is only. And what is this? Jolu searched away the slingshot and bullets from his pants pocket, and took out 2 cell phones from his clothes purse. Questioning. The later specifically gives special effects flower characters, a cell phone to contact the Guardian team and a cell phone to contact the chase team. Sun Leihong directly breaks defense, too brutal. After disarming him, Jola let go of Yen Wang and pointed his slingshot at him. Brother Leihong, I'll give you 2 choices. Run. I'll kill you on the spot. Be a driver for me. I'll make sure you record until the end. Sun Leihong's face was agonized and he gritted his teeth. Negative energy plus 99. In this show, it's never just me playing people. No one can play me. If this is broadcasted, how can we meet people in the future? The post-production teacher is so powerful that the program comes here to play right back to the bold words that Sun Lei just said. See how I'm going to teach him to be a man in this episode. X3. Then, official tweets, who's teaching who to behave? Anyway, Pa! A bright red slap mark on Sun Lei Hong's face. BGM, la la la. Jola took the slingshot and provocatively danced the shoulder-shaking dance. Dorky cluck do. Sun Lei Hong in angry and regret. This kid thick eyebrows. Even a belly of bad water. Before so long has been playing dumb. The old driver flipped his car. The pop-ups were unbelievable. Angrily praising Jola for being a good player. Only Chol's black son was unhappy. Sun Lei Hong, no. How did you guess? Tell me about it. I'm not convinced. If you're going to just take a gamble and search a second cell phone from me, then I don't think it makes sense to play like that. Jola continued his shoulder-shaking dance. Dumb cluck do, you're justified in robbing people's boxes? Sun Ray red, that's me. That's Chol, dumb cluck do. Sun Lei Hong angry back teeth grooves are clenched. If not really can not beat him to do it. Dorky cuckoo. You're going a little overboard. Nerd cluck do. Dorky cuckoo. Anti hee haw. Dorky cuckoo. Sun Lei Hong had to accept the reality of being bloodied by the newcomers, and in order to alleviate the embarrassment, sang along very cooperatively and breakdanced. After dancing, Sun Lei Hong said, "What kind of crap song are you doing? Quite brainwashing." Jolu, I don't know outdoor variety show debut on the anti-killing face King Sun Pretty. Can put me bull. This melody suddenly popped into my head. Fun, right? Sun Lei Hong rolled his eyes. Fun my ass. Get in the car. Chol sat back in the passenger seat and tore into the little raccoon dry noodles. He now had 2 slingshots, 2 bullets, 3 cell phones, a proper demon configuration. Sun Lei Hong is already a wasted man. No cell phone to contact his teammates, no slingshot or bullets to pose any threat, and in the same situation as Jiang Stormtrooper. After dawdling for a while, Sun Lei Hong still sat back in the car and grabbed a handful of dry noodles and put them in his mouth. He was confused. How the hell did you guess? Jolu, I knew the rules of this episode at the beginning when director Yen Min said it. The post-production teacher here gave Chol 50 cents for special effects. True little fox reasoning moment. With a giggling emoji of Zhang Xingyi being eliminated. This game is so much fun. Jola had a bashful look on his face as he ate his dry noodles. 3 idiots can't play with 3 elves, right? Today, we also have to bring 3 stupid newcomers. So isn't that the same as not being able to play? Therefore, it's impossible for the 3 essences to be a team forever. There must be an undercover agent within them, since there's someone from us over there. Then with the pissy nature of this program group, there must be an undercover on our side as well. Sunray Red nodded. Well, then why did you know it was me? Jolu, it's impossible for a newcomer to be an undercover agent. The director's team will be worried that they won't be able to play the game. Undercover agents are extremely low probability of being lame among you 3 old men. I won't go into the reasons. I'll offend people by saying that he doesn't even get a few shots when Wang is not around. The probability of my brother Zhang being an undercover agent isn't high either. Although he's already a little fox. He's too kind and isn't very good at cheating and punking people. Therefore, brother Lei Hong, you are the most suspected. And I stood next to you from the beginning because I wanted to team up with you. Before when doing the mission, you detached me twice. Is in contact with the pursuit team? Just get off the car to see the beautiful woman you also after getting off the car. In sending messages, right? What kind of evidence is that? You didn't see me contact them. But the trophy in the box is gone. What are you hiding the trophy for if you're not undercover? Me. And, when I got out of the car to say hi to the pretty girl, I had my phone on my back to sneak a peek at you, and I saw you texting behind my back. Okay, real good. Sun Lei Hong was completely convinced, so it turned out that he had been targeted from the beginning. He said, so what are you going to do now? Can you play to understand? Zhou Lu arrogantly said, I played it better than you understand. Now, I'll escort you, the invalid, to be my driver. Use your cell phone to impersonate you to continue contacting the pursuit team, and then pretend that nothing has happened to contact Sienna, Wang Sun and the others. Why don't you tell them I'm undercover? Undercover? The 3 of them are too stupid to tell them. There's no point in telling them. Maybe they'll even suspect that I'm an undercover agent and that you found out before they silenced you. Negative energy plus 71. Sun Lei Hong shook his head straight. Zhou Lu was really bullish. He was planning to sneak everyone on both sides by himself. The show was played by him to understand. At this point, the program sends new instructions. There are 2 places where undercover information is hidden. So please go and look for it immediately. Jola picked up Sun Lei Hong's undercover cell phone and sent a message to San Jing. Go to the secret room of old Yang Fong. There is undercover information there. Then, he sent another voice in the Guardian team group. Sister Na, brother Sun. Brother Lei Hong asked me to ask you guys if you're going to move separately or go to a place together? Driver Sun laughed. How true. Zhou Lu analyzed to himself. Both teams have undercover agents. so it should be one undercover agent's information per place. Let Sanjing go to Laoyang Fong, then I'll go to South Suzhou Road. Xiana messaged back, Brother Lei Hong, we're going to South Suzhou Road to look for you. Then, turning to Wang Sun, who was driving, he said, now let's go to Laoyang Fong. I don't trust them. Wang Sun, it's still you. I can't play this kind of game with my kind of IQ. Xiana laughed. Don't worry. With my years of experience in playing games in the fast game, I will definitely take you to win. Jiang's stormy husband wrote back. Long lost Jiang got his cell phone back? The other end. Jiang Rufu has collapsed. He looked for Xiana Wang Sun in the last round of the Ferris wheel. Thank you to the program group to divide me into the three fools. After recording this program I began to doubt my own IQ. I doubt that I will be able to act in the future. He got on the Ferris wheel. Then the horror happened. When he turned back, the sensei was welcoming him. Chang Stormtrooper is taken hostage and goes to the secret room for undercover clues. Huang Lei said, let's hurry up and destroy the undercover clues to avoid exposing Sunday. John Stormy was shocked. Wang Sun is an undercover agent? Huang Lei laughed. Don't pry into this. It's not something you should get involved in. Then, Huang Bo used Zhang Tyrant's cell phone to send a message to Xiana. Xiana called. Zhang Tyrant was held hostage to answer the phone. And within a few sentences, the conversation exploded. Xiana analyzed with Wang Sun with a shrewd face. Undercover. Jiang Zoufu is an undercover agent. Nothing can escape my eyes. Wang Sun admired. You're too good. You got him talking straight away. You deserve to be a host. The pop-ups are unwatchable. Sheena thinks she's smart. Play yourself to death. I wonder what she's fooling with. Chang Typhoon was played silly. Sheena will be skeptical at the end of the day. These are so silly. Sun Lei Hong is the undercover agent. It's a good thing there's a Zhou Lu over here, or else he would have been played to death. Not with Chol. The divine calculator taught him to be a man in minutes. Zhou Lei's side has arrived at South Suzhou Road and found the undercover information, which is Sun Lei Hong. Sun Lei Hong has given up struggling. Okay, that secret room is the information of the undercover agent of the Sanjing team. The Sanjing uncovered the undercover agent after the same play dead you guys. Zhou Lu, as long as the undercover agent isn't Little Piggy, he shouldn't be able to uncover it. Why? With Mr. Huang Lei and Bo's intelligence, as soon as they find out that it's their information, they'll definitely destroy it. Ah yes, Sun Lei Hong was depressed. Zhou Li's little brain, randomly paired with a triple essence was terrifying. Negative energy plus 22. Now, he could only pray that the undercover agent in the three essences wasn't Huang Lei, and that only the divine calculator could restrain Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu regretted coming this way. He felt that he should go to the secret room and find Sanjing's undercover agent to finish the joint with him. This game would be a straight win. So he got back in the car. Master drive. Go to the secret room. Son Pretty put on her seatbelt. Don't you call me master. You're my master. And you taught me a lesson today. Zhou Lu, it's normal for people to lose their hooves. Dum 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 dum. Zhou Lu called Xena, and it took a while for the other side to answer. Hello? So sis you guys went to the secret room right? How do you know? We didn't wait for you on South Suzhou Road. Didn't we say we'd meet here? We ran into a triple elf. What's the situation? Wang Sun got stuck in the room with them and I ran away. Where are you now? I'm by the trash can. Chol laughed in exasperation. The undercover agents driving alongside couldn't listen, and Sun Ray Red said, why aren't you inside the trash can? Sheena, the trash can is full. Ha 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 ha. Hang up. There's nothing to talk about. They're all ineffective teammates. Sun Leihong said. Really let you say it. This kind of teammate don't want it. Next to the garbage can. I want to hit someone when I hear it. Chol, pull over on the front curb. There's lamb kebabs. You're not in a hurry to get to the clues? If I go now I'll get beaten up by the three essences. I'll go when they're gone. Let's go. Master. I'll treat you to a jerk. Do you have money? Just buy me a jerk off. Rich. Why do you have my wallet? Negative energy plus 80. The camera shows Zhou Lu and Sun Leihong really just sitting at a roadside stand and start jerking off the skewers, crunching away. Sun Leihong ate the sheep's waist. It's really delicious. Why don't you eliminate me? And I'll bring some lamb kebabs back for little sheep. Chol, you're going to help me drive. You don't have a license? Didn't take the test. It's really good. I can't be eliminated yet. I really miss Xingyi a little. Or is he simple? We've been taping most of the night and it seems like he's the only one who's been eliminated. Ha 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 ha. Sun Leihong was instantly angry. The camera goes to the only eliminated person, Zhang Haiyan-yi, who is bored and singing in a small room. No one cares about me. I'm in a corner all by myself. This line is okay. Record it on my cell phone. Turn around and write it as a song. Then find Xiao Le to arrange it for me. His arrangement is quite wow. That arrangement of "in the name of the Father." It makes my scalp numb to listen to it. Who among normal humans would think of arranging it like that? Who in their right mind would come up with an arrangement like that? Back in the car, Sun Leihong drove around in the car as Jolo had instructed him to do. And the car. Safe in the car and even safer in the walking car. King Yen was curious. Now that you're the only one who knows all the information, how are you going to play it? Jolo picked up his cell phone. Simple. Let them kill each other first, and I'll come down last to reap the rewards. Call Sheena. Chang Stormfly had been released by the Triple Fine team and stayed in a car with Xena Wang Sun. After asking about the situation, Zhou Lu said, "The undercover information we got on South Suzhou Road points to Wang Sun." On the phone, Wang Sun was agitated and defensive. Chang Stormfly called out, "That's him. It's him." Huang Lei just blurted out that the undercover agent is Wang Sun. Xiana thought he had the situation under control and gave the call. "We'll keep an eye on Wang Sun and won't let him have a chance to send a message to the enemy. Then, we'll find a place to rendezvous." "Where are you guys?" "Chol, we're on the Bund." "Xena, brother Lei Hong. Send a locator and we'll come to you." "Chol, I don't deserve to talk to you, do I?" Sun Leihong laughed. "Good, come on you guys." After hanging up the phone, Jola used Sun Leihong's cell phone to send a location, and then used the undercover cell phone to send a message to San Jing. "Come to the Bund and kill Sheena." "Sun Leihong, those three are really—" "What did you say in that sentence?" "The one about you pretending to dislike your fans." "Chol, clear stupidity." Sun Lei's red eyes lost their smile. Yes, clear stupidity. Jola let Sun Leihong drive the car around the neighborhood. He would not easily get out of the car unless the victory was assured. Not long after, Xiana, Wang Xin and Zhang Typhoon arrived at the location of the positioning, did not find Sun Leihong and Zhou Lu, so they got out of the car and walked up the footbridge to continue to look for. A trio of chase teams then arrived, with Huang Lei and Luo Shangji flanking them from both sides of the overpass with their weapons. The big battle is imminent. Jolo asked Sun Leihong to drive the car to stop next to the chase team, then took Yan Wang out of the car and pulled open the door of the chase team. Holy shit! Huang Bo, who was watching the fight on the runway, was startled and immediately pulled out his slingshot and aimed it at Sun Leihong. Sun Leihong had no weapons to fight back, and could only listen to God. Jola swished out 3 cell phones. Huang Bo had a good brain and immediately reacted. "Jolo, are you an undercover agent?" "Chol, no, he's undercover." Huang Bo jumped out of the car. "Oh, got it. You guessed he was an undercover agent. Fucked him over, and then posed as him to send a message to guide us. And, again, you figured out I was your undercover and came to meet me?" Chol nodded and high-fived Huang Bo. "I found the picture you hid." Sun Leihong sighed. "It's over." By this time, the tussle on the catwalk had ended. Luo Shangji and Wang Sun went down together, and Huang Lei eliminated Xiana and Zhang Storm. The sole survivor, Yellow Thunder, came down from the catwalk with a slingshot and a confident smile on his face. "Ha ha, Leihong, you're playing it smooth. Jola this fool, what's going on?" He even high-fived Brother Bo. "This stupid kid. Mutinied? Then we won. Ah, easy to take." Sun Leihong wanted to say, he didn't defect. Zhou Lu and Huang Bo looked at each other and understood for a second. Working together for the first time, Huang Lei approached. "We've won even if we didn't defect. 3 of us against 1 of him. Wouldn't it be over if we just beat him up?" With that, he knocked off Chol. Chol glorious. Meanwhile, Bo Wan's slingshot shoots at Yellow Thunder, who was glorious. Huang Lei was all baffled and stunned. Then, he called out at Sun Leihong. "Hit Huang Bo. He's an undercover agent on the opposite side, so hit him. We'll win if you hit him." Sun Leihong looked innocent. "I don't have a weapon." Huang Lei was shocked again. His brain reacted quickly and looked at Zhou Lu. "This little thing. Can Zhou Lu grinned modestly. First time meeting. A little shock for the teachers. "I remember who said that challenging the limits is a medical program, but I wasn't cured here. Too bad. Blitz." This was said by Yellow Thunder. Good guy. Put Mr. Huang angry. Directly on the hand to beat Zhou Lu. Held the night. Sun Leihong also followed the fight. The damn kid is so pissed off. Extreme Men's Club suffers a disastrous Waterloo. Negative energy plus 99. Negative energy plus 12. After making a scene, everyone accepted the reality that the chase team lost and Zhou Lu and Huang Bo won. The others also came down from the catwalk. Xiana and Jiang Stormfox saw that Zhou Lu had also been shot, and his heart immediately balanced out. Then the group took a bus back to the hotel and had to record the final ending part on the roof of the hotel. The car. Huang Lei breathlessly pointed at Sun Leihong for a long time. "You said you, the big devil of the program, the bug of the game, to be cleaned up by a newcomer like Zhou Lu? I'm even ashamed for you." Once he thought of Sun Leihong's misery, Huang Lei was not angry. Sun Leihong was aggrieved. What can I do? He suspected me at the beginning, but also had to team up with me, and then pretended to be a pig eating a tiger to sneak up on me. Do you know how strong he is? That claw with iron clamp-like, one hand to press me to move cannot move. Huang Bo was overjoyed and patted Jolie's head. Not bad, not bad. The first newcomer to kill it in our challenging limits. Chol, it's all about the rivalry lining up. Another beating, but of course, they were light. Hotel roof. The replay began with the group asking the three flying guests how their gaming experience was today. Zhang Rufu looked haggard. It's too bad. I'm too bad. There was a period in the middle where I was starting to doubt life. Luckily then I met the smart Na sister. Xiana stated. It's okay, we're just unlucky. Brother Leihong he runs around and doesn't meet up with us. Otherwise we might not lose. Son Leihong, we agreed to rendezvous, and you guys ran off by yourselves to the secret room to get your asses kicked. And you blame me? Sheena, Sun Leihong asked again. Now do you know who won? Xiana said with a certainty. We lost. In the end, only you are left. The other side also has Mr. Huang Bo and Mr. Huang Lei. You definitely lost. Jiang Bafu, it doesn't matter if I win or lose. I'm too tired. My heart is tired. Wang Sun, no. We won. Right? Xiana and Zhang Ruifu just started outputting. Of course you won. You undercover agent. The crowd burst out laughing. And even Zhang Xingyi laughed extraordinarily hard. Huang Lei asked Wang Sun, do you know who the undercover agent is? Wang Sun pointed to Zhang Rufu. It must be him. Isn't it obvious? It's really just all clueless players. From start to finish. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Xia Na, Wang Sun, and Zhang Typhoon were once again skeptical. Later, they learned that their team won, and the one who brought them to a desperate turnaround was Zhou Lu, the guy who bloodied Sun Leihong, and then beat Huang Lei with Huang Bo. Compared to Zhou Li's divine operation, the three of them were like fools. Like a fool, being slipped today. Xena and Zhang Storm emoed. Negative energy plus 58. Negative energy plus 69. Zhang Xingyi bounced and jumped on the side. Ho ho ho, challenge the limit is really not for the average intellect. Zhou Lu lightly inserted a knife into him. Can Zhang get 5 minutes of footage together for this installment? Zhang Xingyi. Negative energy plus 5. When the program aired, this segment can make the audience laugh you. The main laugh is Xiana, Chang Typhoon and Wang Sun 3 naive. Only Zhou Li's hacks were unhappy and went on a pop-up spree saying that it was scripted, which was furiously disliked by the fans of Challenge the Limit. It was 1 a.m. by the end of the taping. The artists went to the hotel restaurant to eat together, and many of them hadn't had dinner until now. Zhang sat next to Zhou Lu and sighed in admiration as he ate. Absolute. This issue is aired. You are sure to be on the hot search. A newcomer who can abuse Lei Hong brother like that. There is no one else. How dare you? Robbing him? He is a notorious bandit. Half a month after the program aired, Zhou Lu did not go on the hot search. On the hot search is heartbroken son Lei Hong. Zhou Lu, I'll take revenge for you. Cool. Zhang Xingyi, ouch. Xena on the side had blackened her face. She knew it was okay to lose her face at this show, but Zhou Lu acting so out of character made her angry. Who made this not a Shonan Station program? Zhang Rufu didn't dare to throw his face, but his heart was sour. Why is he in the limelight again? Guna Liza run? Did you really draw a turtle on Guna Liza's belly? How? Across the room. Huang Bo gossiped. Zhou Lu nodded. Yeah, I lived across the street from her that day, and she came to my house for a drink and fell asleep drinking, so I drew it. Sun Leihong scowled. You just drew a turtle? Nothing else? Chol, no. Zhang Typhoon sneered. I'll believe the hell out of you. Zhang Xingyi, she's asleep and you don't have any Zhou Li's expression grew evil. Oh, you mean, to draw a turtle on her back as well? Zhang Xingyi, talking to you about a hammer. Negative energy plus 9. After dinner, the artists went to their respective rooms to rest. Zhou Li took a shower and lay on the big luxurious bed playing with his cell phone, telling Milkshaw that he had one. Mentor, prepare for my domination. Then it's time to look at the news of Guna Liza. She has gone back to the show today because Zhang Rufu left the show to come and record the show. So let's hope that she will settle down a bit in the show. The next day, Zhou Li strolled around Nanjing Road in Shanghai, bought 2 clothes for his grandmother, and then took the train to Jiling. I'm taping the Gangnam TV program Masked Singer tomorrow. That show can give more than Challenging the Limits. A whole $400. 000. Twice as much as Challenging the Limits. Because you have to record 2 installments. Of course, after this episode of Challenging the Limits aired, Zhou Li's variety offer would absolutely skyrocket. In the afternoon, Zhou Lu went to the studio of Jiangnan TV to rehearse. The program arranged for his first song to be sung with another artist, and the title of the song was called Wild Lilies Have Spring. He met his co-star in the dressing room and couldn't help but ask the staff, "Can she sing with a tone-deaf face? It's trouble if you can't carry it." The girl with the single ponytail and black leather coat, her ears twitched and she immediately turned back with a bad smile. Hey, am I tone-deaf face? I can't sing? So are you scared, kid? It's too late to quit now. You have to pay for the breach of contract. Yo! And you just debuted. No money. Chol's brain hurt. Jesus, she's so loud. Negative energy 27. Hey, this thing can suck negative energy too? And it sucked it much harder than Gonara, taking out 27 points in one bite? I can understand Gonara sucking. After all, she's my foster with a negative energy value bonus. And besides, she helps me earn negative energy. So what gives you the right? The system hasn't released any new quests either. The girl popped over. Jolie's face is resistant. You don't come over. Oh, you're so tall. Aren't you afraid of heights? Jolie frowned. My name is Jolu, 19 years old. The girl crossed her arms. Then you will call me sister. Jolu, you pull down. I even watched you play Nezha 2 years ago. So small one. But how? Did you suddenly get bigger? Or is it an equal proportion enlargement? This gadget Jolu knew that Sun Zhuer, a child star, looked smaller than Jolu. Sun Zoe hasn't appeared in the entertainment industry for a few years. This is just back. Ready to go on a few shows first to build momentum. She is going to take the art exam next year. Sun Zhuer said. Well, I'm 17. I've seen you compete live. And the young man sings well. But he's just too floaty. Ha! I didn't realize that your partner would be you. I was worried that it would be one of the big names in the music industry. So I was nervous for nothing. Where's your guitar? Why didn't you bring your guitar? Don't you play guitar in this program? You play guitar quite good. Swana is also good. Do a thief feel? Chol wants to die. God is annoyed. Negative energy 33. The staff advised. Zhuer, go rest next to me first. I'm going to give Jolu a lecture on the work schedule. Sun Zhuer bristled and walked away. I'm not tired. So what's the point of resting? Is his work schedule different from mine? Why do we have to speak separately? Whose bag is this? Hey, whose bag is this? Whose bag was left behind? Staff member, it's too loud. Who the hell invited her? Jolu, it's not easy for you guys. Are the other artists so noisy in private? Staffer, no. She's the loudest. Chol, and her family doesn't care? Staff member, her mom came with her. Left the person and ran off. Didn't stay a second longer. Said she thought her daughter was too rowdy. Chol, this is the real mom. Sun Zoe ran off with the bag. Going from dressing room to dressing room asking who the bag belonged to. And Jolu finally cleared the air. The staff member said quietly. That bag looks like it belongs to her mom. Jolu was directly happy. You are also outrageous. Why do not you tell her? She doesn't even recognize her mom's bag? More outrageous. The staff gave Jolu a brief explanation of the arrangement. Roughly Jolu first sang Wild Lily Has Spring with Sun Zhuer. Then Sun Zhuer was taken out to sing a solo to be unmasked. And in the next installment, Jolu sang like with Meng Chime. And Jolu was taken out to sing a solo and then unmasked. Meng Chime Jolu no. With Chang Xiao and the Stick Country girl group Space Girls are teammates. Only last year began to return to China to develop 2 episodes, 3 songs, all recorded tomorrow, rehearsed first today. Which song do you want to sing for the solo? Chol thought for a moment and said, sing Where Did the Time Go? Although the song is by Wang Gajie, in a sense, it also has Jolie's participation. Next, the staff took Jola to pick out a masked headgear, and Jola picked out his favorite, Little Raccoon Dry Noodles, which is an enlarged version of a dry noodle bag that is still half open and quite spooky. When you sing Master Wang's masterpiece, of course you have to show some sincerity. Jola looked around the system arcade. Primary skill pack for common singing, price 99 negative energy points. Buy one. Don't embarrass Rio and boost your ego at the same time. Ding. Purchase failed. Detected that the host already has the beginner level of popular singing, and cannot be purchased for use. Am I too good? Always have to buy and not to mention to Wang Zhangliang face. Those 4 picks are almost to the middle. I have to improve the core competitiveness. Primary doesn't work, so I'll get the intermediate. Common singing intermediate skill pack. Price 468 negative energy points. Crap. It's too expensive, isn't it? Current negative energy value, 16,416 points. I've only got 16,000 in total. And this skill kit costs over 400? Why don't you go grab it? After hesitating for a while, Jola still bit the bullet and bought it. In order to earn 999 negative energy points soon, improving your singing skills is a must. And you can't give up your daughter-in-law to NTR a rogue. Rehearsals are next. Jola Xian rehearses his solo, Where did the time go? After 2 times, the music director gave a thumbs up. Pretty great. Far beyond our expectations. Zhou Lu, you sang much better than in the program. Did the tuning of those programs go wrong? Zhou Lu sipped his water and took off his ear returns and said modestly, teacher overpraised. I'm only at the Mandarin T2 level. There's still a little bit of a distance from being great. That's right. After using the skill pack, Zhou Li's singing skills had advanced to Chinese T2, surpassing the vast majority of pop singers. He is on the same level as Mr. Wang Zhangliang, except that he has a stronger mix and Zhou Lu has a wider range. But skill packs aren't everything. Although Zhou Li's singing skills have come up, there are still many flaws, which is due to the lack of basic knowledge. So he humbly asked the music director for advice. Zhou Lu had a dark face. I'm an orphan. I don't have a mom and dad. Negative energy 99. Grass. Sun Zoe, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't mean to hurt you. Did I? Actually, having a mom and dad is just SOSO. They all dislike me and say I'm noisy. The music director's face twitched. Who let her in? Staffer, it's her turn to rehearse. The director took a deep breath. Color. Hurry up and rehearse. There's basically nothing wrong with rehearsing The Wild Lilies Have Spring 5 times. Sun Zuer's singing skill is surprisingly good. Although there is little skill to speak of. But wins in the voice is good. The sense of music is also good. Proper Chinese T3 echelon. A lot of famous singers and love beans are far less than her. Master, why is it that you can sing like a chorus when you sing alone? It's like there are several voices. Buzzing. So amazing. Teach me. That strong mixing plus head cavity resonance. Which you can't use. What about that one? Bubble tone, right? Seems like it's called bubble tone. Thieves pull sexy. I want to learn that. I'm calling you master. Why didn't your parents throw you under a bridge hole? Why? I'm so cute. Blah. Help. What's wrong with you? Master? Are you not feeling well? Don't be afraid. I'll pinch you. Tai. Negative energy 21. Please, can someone please take her? She's sucking me dry. For the first time, Zhou Lu begged the system. The dog system? No. The system father. Please give me a random task to restrain this demon. If it continues like this, it really can't take it anymore. Even if the negative energy value is still enough, it's too much to handle mentally. It's like 10,000 flies around you. There is no mandate. If I can't, I'll spend my negative energy on a mission. Okay? Zhou Li's eyes were out of focus as he sat on the steps of the stage, still in a bit of pain from being pinched in the center of his person by a small hand. Sun Zuer simply thought that Zhou Li's singing was so handsome and advanced that she wanted to learn to pretend. Feeling better? Master, did you have a heat stroke? 2 days ago I saw on the internet that a bamboo rat got heat stroke, and it died later. If you have a heat stroke, you should drink patchouli water. But that contains alcohol, so it's not good for your throat. Or, Master, where are you going? Wait for me. I'm going to the bathroom. Together. What do you think of my singing? It's great, right? I have a pretty tone-deaf face, but I've been singing well since I was a kid. Yo, everyone praises me for my beautiful person and even more beautiful song. This is the men's restroom. What are you following? I'll wait for you at the door. You can still chat with me if you're bored in the bathroom. Doesn't anyone in your family bother you? SMH. That's why my mom sent me on the show. And I love taping the show. I get to meet a lot of new people. And master blah. Negative 54. After urinating and returning to the studio, Zhou Lu continued to conserve the destruction of the magic voice. I want to beat her to death. At that moment, a pick-dyed green-haired entertainer walked in. Zhou Lu, come with me for a moment. Zhou Lu was like an amnesty and hurried over. Hello, great teacher. I grew up listening to your songs. Sun Zuer followed. What are you looking for my master for? Mr. Big? We still have to rehearse. Zhang Dawei, Zuer, you first side to cool off. Small mouth blatting are almost grinding blisters. You are very annoying, you know? If you don't know, let me tell you. You are really super invincible and annoying. Okay, now close your mouth. Good boy. Defeat magic with magic. Sun Zuer commiserated. Slightly. I can't argue with this one. His mouth is broken. Fast and poisonous. Zhang Dawei brought Zhou Lu to an unoccupied corner and said in a low voice. It's like this. Brother Lu heard that you've come to record a program with me and asked me to give you a message. He asked you to keep a low profile lately. Don't make a splash. And don't cause any trouble. The bigwigs over in the Beijing circle are watching you. Just waiting for you to make a mistake. Chol, who's Lu? David Chang. Zhou Lu reacted. Oh, Mr. Lu Guan's agent. Come to think of it, you thank him for me. Just tell him I have nothing to lose. Zhang Dawei, Your Honor, I shouldn't have come. He was quite righteous and didn't get angry. but also cherished his talent and chatted with Zhou Lu about music for a while before leaving. Zhou Lu was in deep thought. The capital circle is on to me? Good looks sure do attract the eye. Just kidding. Zhou Lu was still thankful for Lu's reminder, and he realized that it was time for him to prepare the songs he was going to use for the next matches, which apparently weren't going to be peaceful. It's going to be fun both on and off the show. Someone is in a hurry. Son Zoe popped over again. What's he looking for you for? What's the inside story? Zhou Lu was a superb learner and said with a stern face, "Shut up. A trick to singing that master has imparted to you is to try not to speak. This helps the cavity stay warm and taut, and talking too much will lead to singing leakage and scattered sounds. This is called the closed mouth technique. A great trick in singing. You just need to solve the problem of air leakage and loose sound. And with your talent, your singing skills will surely soar and kill a bunch of powerful female singers." Singer. Sun Zuer's eyes glowed as she nodded seriously. "Yes, sir." Then she stopped talking. "Master he is finally willing to teach me real kung fu." Zhou Lu was secretly happy. "Little boy, how dare you suck my negative energy? Let's see how I'm going to cripple you." The next two rehearsals went well, and Zoe's son didn't say much and left when it was over, much to the shock of the staff. Zhou Lu and Meng Qimei also rehearsed a couple of times and wrapped things up smoothly. Back to the dressing room. Zhou Lu saw Sun Zuer sitting next to a charming and gorgeous young woman, dressed in fashionable light luxury and mature, with a star face. Zhou Lu courtesy up and down to appreciate some. This goose egg face, this peach breasts, this pear-shaped buttocks. He thought it was some new artist and nodded in greeting. The other man smiled and nodded his head prettily. Sun Zuer also nodded her head in greeting with Zhou Lu, her expression unusually serious as she was still practicing. Little kids are just so gullible. The young woman was worried. "Zuer, speak up Zuer, don't scare mom. Is someone bullying you?" Sun Zoe shook her head gently. Zhou Lu froze. So it was Sun Zuer's mom. Her mom was so beautiful. Mama Sun grabbed her daughter's hand. "So what's wrong with you? Is your throat uncomfortable?" Zoe wagged her finger. "Sun's mom is going crazy. No. I have to call the director to ask who really bullied you." Where's my bag? Who took my bag away?" Zuer was startled, her eyes darting round as she looked at Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu stifled a laugh and shrugged his shoulders. "Where did you get your mom's bag? You didn't lose it, did you?" Zoe wimped out and shortened halfway, her little hand over her mouth, zipping it shut. Practicing. I don't know anything." Zhou Lu packed up his things. "I'll leave first." Sun Zoe nodded and gestured for phone contact. She was kinda cute when she wasn't talking. Not long after, Sun's mom got her bag back from the staff and was ready to call. "What kind of person gives my bag to the show? There's something wrong with." Sun Zuer finally spoke up. "Sister I'm fine. I'm practicing my singing. Master taught me the trick." "Mom, master? Which master?" "Just my newly recognized master Zhou Lu. He said that my cavity is not warm and tight enough, but also leaks air." "Right, so you have to practice closing your mouth, and then you can hang on to the power singers." "Cavity not warm enough? Leaking air? Dog, you've been fooled by him. It's an asshole." "Nonsense. Master is a professional. You're too young to understand. That guy was talking about something very evil. Mouth, throat, chest. How is that evil? Such a cavity? And what else? What other cavities are there?" "Oh yeah, the more advanced ones would use the abdominal and head cavities, but I can't use them yet. So without further ado, practice." Sun Zoe pinched an orchid finger and kept her mouth shut. After Mom Lin blushed, she still felt that something was wrong. How she looked at her own daughter like she had been fooled and was a bit lame. Zhou Lu left the TV station as darkness fell. He ate and found a cheap motel to stay in, got out his computer and started working on his music. The first thing to be recorded is the third and fourth installments of Idol Intern, then the team competition of Chinese Good Song, followed by the 20 and 11 of Happy Boy Should've Singing District. I'm going to start with a ballad and a rock song, but that doesn't seem to be enough. By the sound of loose tape, the wind is going to pick up. Wang Zhangliang had said that even if Adele came to China Entertainment to hang out, she had to bring 2 huazi. You say Zhou Lu on these 2 programs 600,000. He is still low-grade small artists. This kind of money who do not want to earn. Who wouldn't want their own people to earn it? However, Zhou Lu didn't want to make it big. He just wanted to mix in and make things happen to turn negative energy. And it didn't matter if he was allowed to retire from the circle in place as long as he earned his grandmother a long and healthy life card. In one night's work, he made the arrangements for the 3 songs, registered the copyright information first, and then sent it to Master Wang. Zhou Lu has already signed the company, naturally embarrassed to whore Wang Zhangliang, but let him help to embellish a little bit as possible. Liang adjusted will be sent to the company. Less City Generation will find a professional team to produce the song's accompaniment demo. As for the songs over at the Voice of China, there's no rush. For one thing, they were the furthest behind in their program time. And for another, Jolo had already thought of singing all of the works of the great god of knives, and he thought that Yi Haing and Mr. Wang Shan liked them a lot. Jolo had just stripped down and laid on the bed when Guna Liza sent a video invitation. Denial. Dum 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 dum. Again? That girl won't be abducted, will she? In such a hurry. Jolo finally picked up. What's up, sisters? I'm all asleep. In the video, Guna Liza wears a silk nightgown, her skin glowing white and bulging. Urgent. Someone's looking for me. Oh yo yo. She saw Jolie's robust upper body and her brain went down. Jolu immediately took the cell phone close, only revealing a handsome face. Guna Liza, wow. Skinny face is so handsome. Jolu was so angry that he threw his cell phone and looked at the ceiling. Say something. Oh, someone contacted me to smear you together, and the other party offered me a high price and resources to expose you, saying that your character is despicable and of low quality, and that your works are all bought. Pretty good judge of character. What's quite accurate. This is someone trying to screw you, trying to get me to stand up and stick my nose in it. Once the internet believes it, you're done for. And you know so much? The agent analyzed it for me and I wrote it down in a little notebook. You can promise them. How's that going to work? I still have to chase you. So what? I mean, you start by pretending you want to dangle them at a high price and help me feel my way through them. Joel chatted with Guna Liza for a while, then hung up the video to take a nap. Certain people came looking for Guna Liza to work with them, supposedly because Jolo had blown up Za's turtle picture, so they felt that the average female celebrity would harbor a grudge against Jolu. But as it happened, Za was not an average female celebrity. The next day, morning, when Jolu arrived at the studio, Sun Zuer was rehearsing her solo song again. One thing is for sure, this little girl is still working pretty hard and is actively preparing for her art exams, which she is going to take at Nortel, which is Guna Liza's school. After singing, Sun Zuer ran over with a thump. How was it? Master, has there been any progress? I'm practicing everything you taught me, and I didn't drink any bean juice in the morning. I ate very lightly blah blah blah. Jolie's shocked face, no way? Did you upgrade the sound equipment for this show? Or did you change the microphone? Sun Zoe, what's wrong? Jolo, how can you sing so well and improve your singing so much? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Because I've been practicing. Yo, that's impossible. You've been practicing for a night. It's almost worth a month for me. If I let you practice for a year and a half, what's going to happen? A rising star in the singing world. Sun Zuer smiled and narrowed her eyes. Since I was a child, I have been smart and clever. I learn everything quickly. Everyone praises. Qua. Well, shoo. She raised her finger, signaling her master to be quiet and not to disturb her practicing. Jolo had a jealous expression on his face and stomped his feet pompously. Hey, why am I not so talented? Sun Zuer shook her finger proudly. Well, master, you're not as good as me, yo. She bounced away with her hands behind her back. Happy. Zhang Dawei, who was passing by, had a rotten smile on his face and gave Jolu a thumbs up. Jolu resumed his face-paralyzed expression. There is still one more day of recording the program today. If he doesn't seal her mouth first, his head will have to explode after one day. Jolu went straight to her makeup. The program taping was about to start. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze hit the room. Jola twisted his head and saw Sun Zuer's mom walking quickly and gracefully. Hello, auntie. Hello, Jolu. My surname is He. You can call me Sister He. Is there something wrong with Sister He? He Yalan said angrily. What progress has Zuer made in her singing? She's practicing your closed mouth technique. Doesn't your conscience hurt if you lie to a little girl like that? Chol, conscience? I don't have one. He Yalan gasped and laughed. But, Jolu, don't be ridiculous, Jolu said with a straight face. Forgive me, Sister He, but your daughter is really too rowdy. He Yalan's pretty face blushed. Sorry, Jolu, ma'am, you don't want to have your daughter's brain hurt from all the noise, do you? When she's noisy, just say that you'll help me supervise her practicing, and she'll be honest. Something's wrong. He Yalan rolled her big, flirtatious eyes and walked away. This Jolu is too shameless. Oil and salt still want a PUME. How can I cheat my daughter? Of course not, right? I'm going to dismantle Jolie's fake Shingon. Forget it. It's nice for my daughter to be quiet for a few minutes, so it's nice to let her be ladylike for a bit. Half an hour later, the taping of Fake Out began. First, the 6 contestants who were going to appear in this installment sang a chorus of One Thought of You, and then the first group of 2 guests, Little Raccoon Dry Noodles and Pink Memories, stayed on stage for the first round of the chorus, namely, Jolu and Sun Zuer, Jolu in a black suit and dry noodle headgear, and Sun Zuer in a Death Barbie pink high-cut cheongsam with a rabbit head. A great rendition of There's a Spring in the Wild Lily by the two. After the vocals were upgraded, Zhou Lu was a different person from before, with his harmonies backing him up, and Sun Zuer's performance was quite stunning. Zoe became more and more convinced that Master's closed mouth technique was really powerful. I am really a singing genius. After the song, she was so happy she was bouncing around the stage. Compliment me quickly. Compliment me quickly. Masked Singer has 3 guessing team mentors, namely Xianzong Wu, Xingpei Ho and David Zhang, and a couple of other guessing team members, like Yang Di and the like. In order to create the effect of the show, one mentor will go to see the guest rehearsal in each episode, and in this episode, it's David Chang, who knows all the guests' identities. Wu Xianzong was just about to comment. Very well sung. Little Raccoon. Zhang Dawei jumped up with a shout. Open your mouth and kneel. Families. The guessing panel was amazed. Is it that good? Zhang Dawei, this pink memories. Look at the skin, age should be very young. But Alison is a professional singer. Maybe it is the national team. Singing fantastic. Absolute. It is certain that with her talent and strength, is a rising star in the singing world. People were confused. Didn't the boys sing better? The pink rabbit's head was raised high. Humph, you're so discerning. That's right. That rising star is me. Oops. This kid is so tigerish. They're just teasing you. He Yalan is watching anxiously from the stage. Zhang Dawei's broken mouth lacks great virtue. Isn't this broadcasting a black mark for Zuer? Luckily, Wu Xianzong immediately took the words out of his mouth. This old song evokes a lot of memories for us, and the two of you sing in a very vintage style, without all the fancy stuff. It's very rustic and pure. Sort of rounds it off. Who knows? Zhou Lu came up with. It's over? I don't deserve to be a rising star? David Chang, pfft. Hudson Pai covered her mouth and laughed, and a few of the others went east. They didn't know who the dryads were, but the sense of variety was truly awesome. He Yalan nodded her head, secretly saying that although this Zhou Lu snubbed Zuer and didn't look like a good person, this sentence did relieve Zuer, and the audience would only think that it was a program effect and wouldn't take it seriously. Wu Xianzong also read the guest list. Honestly, you sing very well, but, Sun Zuer picked up, but you have to be new enough to do it. You're too old to rise. At best you're an old helping of slowly falling vegetables. She's covering for Chol. Zhou Lu raised his leg and kicked over. Suffer. Oops. The two fought on stage. After a day together, the two had gotten to know each other well. Host Li Hao rushed to pull the fight. Don't knock off the headgear. How can we record if we wear out? These people are not good actors. Next, the guessing panel began discussing Zhou Li's identifying information and asking questions, and Zhou Li's answers were as wild as ever. A star who's better looking than me? Sorry, I haven't seen one so far. My songs are playing in the streets. Every song I've ever had has been a hit. When it was on fire, the top 5 on the Hot 100 were all mine alone. The biggest artists you've worked with? That's too many. Mr. Lu Guan, Yu Chengqing, Sun Leihong, Huang Bo, Xia Fengting, Li Haorong. He Yalan heard straight shake his head. Really open mouth. To you as a mentor into cooperation? She didn't like Zhou Lu, with a scummy face and full of shit, and a bit of a perverted personality. More importantly, for some reason, she was a bit scared of Zhou Lu. When talking to him, He Yalan couldn't help but dodge her eyes, and her voice was understated. He Yalan didn't watch the recorded program again and looked down to play with her phone. She liked to gossip as much as any ordinary woman. Soon she swiped to the Big Melon, a popular fresh meat by the rich woman package on the hot search. Clicked in to see, but there are paparazzi secretly photographed photos. So exciting? The photo is blurry, but the rich woman is fat and greasy, and the fresh meat is tall but you can't see the front face, just a profile of a side face. If it isn't Chol, so handsome, I'd recognize him in ashes. He Yalan immediately clicked on the relevant news, reading it one by one with great interest, not even paying attention to her daughter's recording of the program. An article tells you how Chol became a star by being slept with by a rich woman. A glance at the capital of the rich woman behind Zhou Lu. The bottom line of dominating all 4 major talent shows at the same time comes from the bottom line, the money power of the rich women's group. Tearful complaint of young model, Zhou Lu psychopathic, even did this to her. Female artist XXX reveals she was charmed by Zhou Lu in hotel room. After brushing 10 or so dangerous blogs and articles in a row, He Yalan hated her teeth, and scum like Zhou Lu should be shot. These aren't smears, are they? A few articles later appeared Zhou Li's photos, and the tender model's won photos after being beaten by him. In addition, there are all sorts of evidence. So she faltered. It turns out that Zhou Lu was capitalizing on a rich woman on the mother-in-law capitalizing on the throne? What's even more bizarre is that those in the know revealed that Zhou Li's rich woman is more than one, and before also drove a luxury car in front of the Sichuan school collided with each other, and then for some reason, The rich women have turned enemies into friends. Collective Joe Lu, but also collect money to help him to buy a song to hit the charts debut. And after being toyed with by rich women, Joe Lu was psychopathic and went after some young models and female artists. And Goon Eliza was brutally murdered some time ago. When she thought of that turtle picture, Yalin's heart thumped. Believe 80% of it. Goo, my silly daughter, don't get too close to this scumbag. Your brain, if you have one, is it not for nothing? Yalin looked toward the stage. Her heart as hard as a cat's scratch, only to see that Sun Zuer, Joe Lu and Yang Di are acting, which is a chance for Zuer to perform. Yang Di played the son who failed the exam. Sun Zuer played the mom, and Joe Lu played the dad. After Sun Zuer crossed her beautiful legs and lectured her son, she cried and complained on Joe Li's shoulder, while Joe Lu put his arm around her to comfort her. No way. You can't let this guy near Zoe in the future. Yalin made up her mind to run after recording the program and go home before deleting Joe Li's communication method from Zuer's phone. Once the setting that Joe Lu is scum is accepted, watching her daughter record the program becomes an ordeal, as if Joe Li's clutches will reach out to Zuer at any time. Soon after, Chol stepped down from the stage, leaving Zoe's son to sing a solo and reveal her face. Yalin breathed a sigh of relief, and as soon as her daughter exited the stage, she quickly walked towards the backstage dressing room, unable to let the demon Joe Lu take advantage of the situation. Pushing open the door of the dressing room, she saw her daughter and Joe Lu hooking their little thumbs together as if they were swearing an oath. No! Hejalin exclaimed. Sun Zuer looked dumbfounded. Why not? Sun Zuer, swear. From today onwards, I will work together with Master Joe Lu to lead the Chinese music scene to the world. After all, the Chinese music scene can only rely on the two of us. Joe Lu nodded his head fiercely. Every day you can't slack off. You have to practice every day. Oh Zuer. Sun Zoe, Yalin said awkwardly. That's what you guys agreed on? Sun Zuer tilted her head. What else? You don't think I'm settling down with him privately, do you? Please, sister you need to brush up on your gossip news. Yalin was vain. I didn't brush. Zuer shook her finger. You can't fool me yo. Dear mom, your eyes look down to the left when you lie. Honestly, did you brush up on the gossip about Joe Lu being adopted by a rich woman? You're afraid I'll be cheated by him too, right? You're so nervous. Why are you so nervous? Those look like someone picture rumor. Deliberately black my master. Bara. Joe Lu, Zuer, to practice. Sun Zuer immediately collected herself. Shoo, no more talking. It got even more awkward in the dressing room. Those black materials started to appear last night, driven by some mysterious force sweeping across the internet. Joe Lu and Sun Zuer had known about it for a long time, and had discussed the topic before going on stage. Chol proudly tells her he's still a virgin, and Zoe adores it. At this time, Yalin didn't dare to look at Joe Lu, nervous and scared, dodged around Joe Lu and started to collect her things. So what? We're done recording, so we'll leave first. Joe Lu came over and whispered. Sister all those black materials are true. Watch your daughter. Yalin shivered in shock and waves. After pranking her, Joe Lu twisted around to say goodbye to Sun Zuer, and pinched her cheeks, and glanced at Yalin again. Rampant. It's too wild. Yalin was so angry that she swore that she would never let Zuer come into contact with Joe Lu again. Joe Lu wanted this effect. Otherwise, the day Sun Zuer realized that the closed-mouth kung fu was fake, wouldn't she chatter Joe Lu to death? Watching Yalin lead her daughter to flee, Joe Lu smiled. This sister was quite cute. All little girl's heart underneath her cold-faced royal appearance. A little bit smarter than her daughter. Only a little bit. In the afternoon, Joe Lu finished recording the second installment of the program and took the train back to Sichuan. There were a lot fewer people asking for autographs and pictures on the train, and everywhere they went people were pointing at Joe Lu, and some people disliked his face and asked if it was true that Joe Lu had been adopted. Joe Lu disliked with a sentence. Are you thinking that rich women can't afford airfare? Back to school. Wang Zhangliang and Sister Hua specifically came to find Joe Lu. Let him hurry to clarify. Told the company to give rumor mongers a green corpse cold warning, to suppress the matter. Once this kind of black information is taken as fact by netizens, it can never be washed away. Just like Dong Sanji's ex-husband, Joe Lu, however, was in no hurry. He had his own plans. Lesser City Generation is not going to spend too many resources to help him, because, relying on Wang Zhenliang's relationship, Joe Lu signed a free attachment contract with Lesser City, not a sellout contract. This black chillaction was a carefully deployed war. As long as Joe Lu is stunk up, then he's a street rat on any show, and the audience will only clap if he's eliminated. So, this is a huge crisis for Joe Lu. Crisis. Joe Lu had already thought of a counter-tactic. but was still waiting for the right moment. Give those people a little shock at the right time. Who are those people? There must be more than one person and one force. Zhou Lu judged that there should be at least the Song Festival fruit system, the Beijing Circle, the Star 2, etc. But of course, this was not destined to be proved. The 4 selection contests have only entered the middle. Zhou Lu has completely fire out of the circle. Have challenge limit this kind of S-class variety show to find the door. According to this momentum to continue the development of the proper when the red fried chicken. Who can still hold him down? They couldn't wait to squash Zhou Li's rising momentum. Or even, completely knock it out of the park and reduce him to a songwriter who could be manipulated at will. Or, Zhou Li softened and defected to a certain power and became a lackey under the door. Showbiz is such a revealing reality. For the next 2 days, Zhou Li lived a very leisurely life, taking classes, writing songs, playing soccer, and go to Nine Eyes Bridge to get a fake license. The internet has already spread Zhou Li's black material. Zhou Li did not have any response. Many netizens believed it. Only the lovely female fans went around to reason with people, crying. The time came Saturday night. Happy Boys, the last singing area of the 66 into 20 live network viewing volume broke 20 million, although far less than Zhou Li that period. But this achievement is also very dazzling. Zhou Li and his roommates were jerking off in the school's practice room watching the game live, surrounded by those musical instruments Xie Fengting had given them. Zhou Li sipped his beer. This one called Jia Qiangxing is kind of awesome. Writes good songs. Zhang Chong grinned. Awesome? Has he ever slept with an actress? Zhao Qi, I'm more optimistic about Rao Wei. He's a good singer and will pose a bit of a threat to the boss if he makes it to the finals. Lindsay Heo, I think it's all very general. The whole job still depends on the boss. Our boss is a person growing on the slut stick. Zhou Li connects with a leg kick. On the big screen, the match was in full swing and pop-ups were all over the place. Go Rao Wei. Jia Qiangsheng, sister loves you. Heavy news, tonight at 9 p.m. Zhou Li goes live on Beat Station to respond to the adoption incident. Heavy news, tonight at 9 p.m. Zhou Li goes live on Beat Station to respond to the adoption incident. Zhou Li is finally going to respond? He posted it on the Jeopardy blog, and it's live on the Beep Station at 9 o'clock. Already following Zhou Li on the Beep Station, waiting for him to go live. Is he still whitewashed? Is it possible that someone deliberately hacked him? Zhou Li, get out of showbiz. Go see what kind of job he's going to fix again. Other than that, Zhou Li live is a must-see. My brother is finally going to fight back against Blackie. Tears. Watch the King of Pussy go. What's the bleeping website? I'd like to watch Chowder too. With Zhou Li's explosive temper, he mustn't fuck up those who hacked him? Ditto ditto ditto. The showrunners of Happy Boys are panicking. Why? Why are the pop-ups all about Zhou Li? This is the Cantonese section. What does it have to do with Zhou Li? What's the point of having a competition if we keep on like this? And so, the Festival Fruit Department offered a killer, deleting reviews. And then they failed. Due to the excessive number of netizens who sent Zhou Li's message, the live broadcast delayed that area of 5 minutes. Simply to delete, not over. Many do not pay attention to this matter, but also follow the brush up Zhou Li's live broadcast message too. This is also thanks to the people behind the scenes. It is because they hacked the adoption incident to new heights, making Chow Lot known to everyone and arousing everyone's interest. Who doesn't love melon? Who doesn't love a big fresh melon? Even the program members of Happy Boys, many of them secretly took out their cell phones to download the Beat Station app. They know too well the concentration of Zhou Li's tartness in getting things done, and their hearts are itching for this live broadcast that they can miss. The headquarters of Festival Fruit in the capital city. Lonadin watched the live stream as usual while monitoring the real-time data. In the face of those pop-ups that can't be deleted, her head is several times bigger. This damn Zhou Li, he must be on purpose, specializing in picking the competition live. He engaged in live broadcasting to grab the heat, but also not when he is a contestant. Instead of reflecting on yourself, blame others. Long Naiden didn't feel guilty in the slightest, only feeling that Zhou Li was defying her authority and challenging her bottom line. Piss off and I'll block you. Inside one of the Chuan Yin's practice rooms, Zhou Li had a proud and domineering face as he screamed at his 3 little brothers. I'm going to screw their program live. What are you afraid of? If you dare to block me, I'll go and make a TV show. If I'm not allowed to do a TV show, I'll make a movie and scare them to death by making $10 billion at the box office. For Chol it makes sense. Except it's more expensive to buy the movie. But the little brothers all thought Zhou Li was crazy and quickly coaxed him. Boss is the most awesome. Boss is the best in the world. The time came to 8:50. The live broadcast of the Happy Boys Yuezhou Singing Area 66 into 20 competition was exciting and the broadcast volume continued to be high, coming to 24.31 million. Live pop-ups are also very enthusiastic. All discussing, should a singing demon Zhou Li's live? Lonadin's temples jutted straight up. and although the ratings were rising, it was getting closer to 9 p.m. A sense of foreboding rose in her. Very ominous. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the live data began to drop wildly. 22.18 million, 21.47 million, 2005 million, 18.92 million, 17.2 million. In just a few minutes, the game's livestream dropped by more than 7 million viewers and continues to do so. Live pop-ups are all over the place. Go watch the Beep Station to see Jolo live. What's the point of watching the preliminary rounds of a division? Doesn't it smell good to see the whole god disliking the black material? Long Danny nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Bang! The coffee carafe smashed against the wall, the brown coffee painting an angry abstraction on the wall. Beep Station. The account Chicken God Jolu opened a live broadcast. Jolu was still adjusting the lens. Hello sand sculptures of the Beep Station. I am Jolu, the first ever handsome man who was adopted by a rich woman's collection of money. As soon as Jolu opened the live broadcasting room, there was an influx of viewers who were watching the show, and the pop-up screen was immediately brushed up. You're the sand sculpture. Is it okay to flirt with being adopted by a rich woman? So, are you getting bagged by rich women or not? How's it feel to be adopted? The chicken god has arrived, and the geeks at Beep Station are lining up to welcome him. The chicken god is here to fluff up the place. What's the situation? Jolu, who was spoofed by Beep Station, even came to Beep Station? Brother, it's really you, brother. Oh, cry. Sisters, tell me any grievances your brother has. Brother must be innocent. Jola swept a glance at the pop-up screen and laughed. That's right, I'm the chicken god. Are you guys having fun spoofing this time? It's good to be happy. What do you mean I'm here at the Beep Station? I'm 5 years old, okay? It's just that I started a live broadcast today and changed my name. Some netizens clicked into the Jolu account to see. Really is a 5-year-old number. And he recently liked all the spoof of his video, and sometimes also reply. This pattern, this heart. How come there are female fans of mine on the Beep Station? Did you guys finish your homework? Just watching the live broadcast? Female fans popped up in response. So many crying and popping up at the same time. Lately, my brother has been hacked too much. Don't mind me at the Beep Station. These female fans of mine are just stupid and not bad. Just pretend you can't see it and let's move on. Joel took 2 steps back to give everyone a panoramic view of the practice room. Look, this is my school practice room. Tonight the rich woman did not arrange the task. I took the time to rehearse with my brothers for a while the new song. Live it. Later if you want to listen. You can also sing. Pop up a wild call to sing a little. Someone else said they wanted to see the rich girl's mission. Joel seriously said. No singing now. Let's get down to business first. It's about the package of events that has wasted a lot of public network resources in the past 3 days. The specifics, everyone knows. In short, I'm scum, I'm a pervert, I'm a tumor in the industry. Let me withdraw from all competitions and get out of the entertainment industry. That's probably what's going on. Zhang Chung suddenly entered the picture. And the fact that you got drunk and did that to Guna Liza. I'll remember that for you. Joel kicked him off. Good brother. Memory is really good. Next time don't remember. About the adoption event. I feel the need to respond to it uniformly. However, the popularity seems to be a bit low. This response is not seen by a few people. Wait again. The number of people on the air has come to 5.22 million and is still rising. Partly from the Dangerous blog, partly from Happy Boys Live, and partly from the sandpapering netizens on this site of the Bleep Station. Up to $10 million. I'll officially respond. Below. First, I'll perform a talent for you all. Playing the Swana. An original pure music playing monkey is dedicated to those who hack me. You're a bunch of monkeys being played by me. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes for you to be played by Jolu. Thank me. Jolu picked up the Swana and blew it. A cheerful and sandy rendition of monkey playing. Very much in keeping with the temperament of the beeping station. Dang it. Lindsay Hayo's drum kit sounded first, followed by Zhang Cheng's guitar and Zhao Qi's keyboard. And finally, the Swana of Jolu. Ta-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The live feed got high. Kneel down, brother is so talented. Blowing this in the middle of the night is excessive. Sure this is monkey business? Shouldn't it be called the 100 Ghosts of the Night? Ha 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 ha. Listening to this at night gives me goosebumps. Blow out the most extreme rampage. Bossy, isn't this better than the game over there? Good job. This guy is really talented. After a song was blown, Jolo went to look at the number of people in the live room again and was shocked. What's with the $10 million? No one reminded me of that. Anon? Speak Mandarin? Okay. The bleeping station is secretly pushing traffic. This is a hot social event. Beep station executives are not stupid. Of course, to get the atmosphere, there is traffic, not to earn is a fool. Joel put his hands in his pockets. Tut tut tut. Next, I officially respond to the adoption incident. Those who black me, you all shut up, because I am legal. Whoosh. Joel fumbled for a red ID and faced the camera. Dang it, see? I'm documented. Who are they to scold me? Joel toes the line. On the live screen, half of it is Joe Lou's rampant handsome face, and half of it is the bright red package certificate. He went to Nine Eyes Bridge yesterday to find someone to do it, and the person who did the fake license was shocked at the time. The pop-ups went crazy. Joe Lou, don't be too damn outrageous. Joe Lou hemmed and hawed and took back the fake evidence, joking with everyone. Have fun. Of course I haven't been adopted. In fact, the main reason why I responded positively to this matter so late was to prepare some hardcore evidence. Now, I have 3 hardcore evidences in my hand that can perfectly prove that I have not been adopted. The audience is waiting to see what happens. What proof is there that it wasn't covered? Thinking about it doesn't help. There's no way to prove such a thing. Ever. Joel claps his hands and all 3 brothers jump into the shot at the same time. Shalo asked, have I ever been adopted? All 3 brothers shook their heads at the same time. No. With a wave of Joe Lee's hand, they jumped away again. Good. This is the first ironclad evidence, the human witnesses. The audience erupted in laughter. I thought you really had evidence, but I didn't realize it was a whole job. A confession from one of your own counts as human evidence? Joel, your own people aren't people? They are people. The logic is perfectly self-explanatory. Then, Joel pulled out 2 pieces of A4 paper, and said to the camera, this is the second ironclad evidence. Sichuan Anal and Intestinal Hospital opened the virginity appraisal certificate. I went to do a comprehensive examination, and then, I got this identification certificate. This netizen asked, well, why go to the anal hospital identification? I have to by the way to prove that I also have not been male tycoon package I know a lot never heard of virginity being identified. Viewers have lost hope in the so-called evidence. This guy is such a dick. He's hacked up and still doing the whole job. But, work is so good. So viewers are sending pop-ups begging for a third piece of hard evidence. What other whimsical ideas does King Pussy have? Joel mysteriously pulled out the third piece of evidence. Virginity certificate. Joel, here's the license I got from the hospital. Awesome, right? Offbeat mom opens the door for Offbeat, and Offbeat arrives home. What's the point? Neuropathy. However, it's on a beep station, so that makes sense. And the brain circuits of this audience can easily understand the intent of Joe Lee's 3 pieces of evidence, a ghostly spoof. He spoofs the material that hacks him. Joe Lee threw away his virginity license, crossed his legs and said in a domineering manner, I, Joe Lee, am just so crazy. Come and bite me if you don't like it. They can use false material to hack me. Then I'll use false evidence to fight back. These low intelligence stuffs still wanna hack me. They don't deserve it. The flames were very arrogant and the attitude was extremely cocky. At this time, the number of people in Joe Lee's live broadcast came to 12.82 million. The number of people live streaming the game next door at the Song Festival Fruit video is 11.07 million, which is even less than the number of people in Joe Lee's personal live room. Just this, there are still pop-ups in the crazy call. Quickly go to the beep station to watch Joe Lee live. Can make people laugh. You. Shalo's doing a whole job at the beep station? Ditto ditto ditto. What kind of serious people can watch the live broadcast of Happy Boys? They're all here for the fun. Just for the novelty. And now that there's an even more bizarre performance next door, how can they not go and take a look? It's very normal for the number of people who live on Talking Fruit to drop off a cliff. One more thing is that the live broadcasts on the beep station are playable, which is even more advanced than the videos of the foul fruit. The audience who ran over from the fast men, once they came in and saw Joe Lee presenting his virginity license, can't figure out the situation? It doesn't matter. Pull back to the first second of the live broadcast and watch it all over again. Very audience friendly. I have to brag hard about the beep station on this one. The technology is so far ahead. The pop-up screen was first introduced by Beep Station, and all major video platforms have plagiarized it. Now, the station has been upgraded to not blocking the face pop-ups. Pop-ups will pass through the character from behind. This technology all other platforms have not yet mastered. So, Joe Lee's live pop-ups were crazy, but they wouldn't cover his face. Joe Lee's big handsome face, bathed in a sea of colorful pop-ups, smiled extraordinarily wildly. Ha 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 ha. You guys look at the brainstorm I just made up when I was making things up, and then go look at what those people who hacked me made up. What is it if not retarded? Not creative at all. Rumor mongering about male celebrities being adopted. Decades old. Can't you change it? The pop-ups are joyful. Just love to see Chol dislike the sky in the air. Same as a strip of Tay Ri Tien. Joe Lee's words changed. However, they still made micro-innovations. For example, all the other male artists are being adopted by one rich woman. while I am being adopted by a group of rich women. What does that mean? Zhang Chong moved a small horse zipper squeeze over to rub the camera. What does it mean? Zhou Lu said conceitedly, it means I'm strong. Zhang Chong, how so? Zhou Lu angrily asked. A rich woman doesn't deserve to adopt me. I'm stronger than all the other male artists who have been rumored. Audience members, am I strong? Hit strong on the public screen. Zhang Chong, never heard of it. What kind of logic is that? The pop-ups were full of strong words. From the point of view of ordinary netizens, Zhou Li's pussy is really strong, and he plays any kind of tricks like a thief. With Zhang Chang's comic relief, Zhou Lu got even higher. Changjia, Chong dog, you say that the rich woman collects money to support me. Is it not considered illegal collection of funds? Zhang Chong disliked it. That's called the crime of gathering a crowd of people for silver chaos. Chol, oh, is that so? Is that against the law? Nonsense. What do you mean? Breaking the law? That's a felony. The kind where you go to jail. Then this has to be managed. How do you manage as an adopted one? Put a lock on your pants? Or cut to rule forever? I have to call the police. Ha! I call the police to arrest myself. With a rich woman gathering a crowd of silver chaos is a felony. This is called a great righteousness to destroy themselves. Never heard of it. I'm calling. Right now. Ooh. Zhang Chong was shocked, knowing that the boss is crazy batch, but did not expect him to be so crazy only to see. Zhou Lijian pulled out the phone demon spirit. Yeah, it's the female model with the dangerous blog name XXX, and XX Big V. They said that I'm with the rich women in that. I think they may have some evidence. Trouble the police to check it, and hurry to file a case. What if I'm really guilty? Okay, as long as there is a need, I will definitely come to cooperate with your investigation at any time. The pop-up screen is full of 666. This is too tawdry. Call the police to check their own mobbing is okay? Hard. It's too hard. By this point, almost all of the audience had decided that Zhou Lu had been wrongly accused. Otherwise, he's just asking for death. Only if he really wasn't being bagged and didn't even have a hint of blackmail would he dare to call the police in public on the air. Hang up the phone. Zhou Lu happier. This thing it has to make a big fuss. How big to make a big fuss? Otherwise it is yellow mud who crotch. Have a mouth to say. Several celebrities, entertainers and teachers involved in the Black Cholia operation have collectively broken their big defenses. So angry. How can he be such a slut? These people would never have dreamed that Zhou Lu would easily break the big net they had been weaving for several days in such a ghostly manner, perfectly whitewashing himself while also making a wild wave of popularity. It was foreseeable that Zhou Li's popularity would take off in place after this live broadcast on the Beep station. After all, Zhou Lu live room number has come to 24.19 million people. On the other hand, the number of people broadcasting the competition of Happy Boys Yuezhou singing section came to 8.14 million. It was more than a third of the number of people in Zhou Li's live room. And it was hilarious. The on-site director team is so happy that they curse. The staff is so excited that they shrink their heads. The competition players are so excited that they are constipated. And the on-site audience is very enjoyable too. Take out their cell phones to watch Zhou Lu. The poorest of the poor are the 4 celebrity mentors. Li Chunyu cried and laughed when he learned the data, and decided that the next time he saw it, he must scold Zhou Lu. You face to face with the fast male program group to fight, but also won, so that the program group's pussy face where to put it? Influenced by a certain livestock live broadcast the whole job. Fast men of this game has become unusually dull. Everyone has little passion. Players' desire to win or lose also faded a lot. One of the Yanqi, singing a variety of mistakes. Run, paddling, mutual humility excuses. Really do friendship first, competition second. That's disgusting. That last name Chow shit is fucking disgusting. This is a common sentiment among the players. Who the hell has nothing to do with messing with him? What's wrong with you? What's the point of playing an audition show when it's so fucking unpopular? There are only a few hairs watching the competition in our region. Even if we make it to the national finals, how can we compete with Zhou Lu in terms of popularity? The Yuezhou singing competition is really wonderful. Zhou Lu had just finished a song on the air when he suddenly looked at the big screen on the wall and screamed, and turned the camera to share it with his friends on the air. Yes, everyone came to see Chol, but Chol was still watching the match, just watching it on mute, scanning the proceedings twice while it was live. That's what's disgusting. Zhou Lu spoke eloquently. Just now Jia Qiangxing won, and I really like his songs. He writes songs with a lot of spirit and sings them very well. Very touching. Jia Qiangxing, who had just won the match, heard Zhou Li's compliments on someone else's cell phone backstage and clammed up directly. Who the fuck wants your attention? You've stolen all the popularity from the show, and you're still broadcasting the results over there? Zhou Li's wave of spaced-out commentary had reaped him another wave of negative energy, and it was estimated that 40 to 50 stars had broken their defenses. True monkeying around. Then, Negative Energy 1. Guna Liza is watching me live too? Is the crew that idle? Negative Energy 28. Crap. Is that little thing there too? Why don't you let Hoa Rin take care of it? Zoe's going to take the entrance exam next year, and she's still watching the live broadcast at night? Negative Energy 0.5. Ha? Not. What's the basis for this? Joe Lu, who is live broadcasting, broke his own defense. What do you mean? Joe Li's joy of monkeying around was diminished for a few moments, and then, when he saw some very homogenized pop-ups, the joy took the high ground again. He laughed playfully. Friends, the monkeys have come. There are so many monkeys coming. I'll recite a few monkey words to cheer you all up. Everyone, don't let Joe Lu lead the way. He's 100% covered. Joel's logic is laughable. So what if you use a feature phone? Maybe you have 2 cell phones? Isn't a cell phone from a rich woman a cell phone? Still want to clear your name? Dream on. The geeks at the beep station don't have high IQs and are easily taken for a ride. That last sentence is truly brain dead. Those people have hired a water army of questionable quality, and they're calling out geeks at a beep station. Joe Lu all laughed and sprayed. Ha ha, these monkeys are so crazy. Ah, brothers of the beep station. This can be tolerated? Juggle monkeys. All juggle up. The geeks are furious, and have started a spewing frenzy. Using all the secondary? It's a term used in the secondary and demonic world, and it's a yin and yang thief with a sense of humor. The water boys couldn't even read it, let alone fight back. Only Joe Li's female fans, still foolishly arguing their case, were particularly naive. Why don't you guys believe me when my brother went to the hospital to be identified? Brother has a license. You'll ruin his future. Brother is not afraid. We will always believe in you. Go brother. Be a virgin for life. Jola picked up his guitar and casually played a few times, explaining, brothers of beep station. These are my female fans. Cute, right? Everyone can tease them. Just don't make them cry. Geek, roger that. Make them cry. In the live broadcast room, a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Beep station geeks and sand sculpture netizens, monkeying around while teasing female fans, enjoying themselves, sang he, inside a rented house in the suburbs. Xiaomei are crying burst, why? Brother clearly identified. Zhang Xiaoluan consoled very vigorously. Are you guys stupid? Whether a man is a virgin or not, it can't be appraised. The appraisal Zhou Lu took is fake, teasing the black people. Then won't brother not be able to prove innocence? He's clean. Why? Hey Shu, Zhang Xiaoluan, Zhou Li's little black fan, heard about Zhou Li's live broadcast at the beep station from the group only on his way home from working overtime. As soon as I got home, I dragged my girlfriend May to watch it. Xiaoluan is an old geek. Before he powdered Zhou Lu, he did not lessen the beeping station to post Zhou Li's ghost videos. After he powdered Zhou Lu, he posted even more often. Because of the same fan Zhou Lu, Zhang Xiaoluan and his girlfriend Xiaomei became more affectionate and unlocked many new poses. For example, this move of pulling a willow upside down. Learning that brother Zhou Lu had already proved his innocence, Xiaomei shivered with happiness. Brother looking upside down is also handsome. Zhang Xiaoluan poured it out in a straight line. The number of people in the live room is almost 30 million. Chol noticed it too. Startled. The dog said the beep station is on purpose, right? Borrowing Zhou Li's hotspot event, madly sucking the fans of Song Songwa video. It's obvious that the beep station is driving traffic to Zhou Li's livestream. The data is too bombastic. Pussy King Zhou Lu began to whole job again. That's what. The live room is almost 30 million people. While there are many people, I'll declare with you again. I Zhou Lu. There is no being a rich woman's adoption. Zhang Chong, yes. He was so poor before that he couldn't even afford instant noodles. Zhou Lu, how expensive is instant noodles? What does the internet say about me? Being adopted by a rich woman's collection of money. And then, extremely bad-tempered personality perverts like to abuse and beat. These two things are contradictory. You know? It's when a rich woman is looking for someone. She may have a lot of conditions, but first he has to be obedient and submissive, right? I have an extremely bad temper, so how did I get in the rich woman's sights? Makes sense. Is a rich woman unable to think? Is a rich woman brainless? Is a rich woman spending money to find someone to scold and beat herself up? Looking for a crime? What if it's a jittery rich girl? Zhang Chong was also a diehard geek and knew quite a bit. Zhou Lu for a time by the comic dry speechless. Excited, you. Fucking what offensive comic? I'm sorry, but I don't know what to do. Do you know rich women? Do you know rich women? Only people who really know rich women will tell you this. Chol is knowledgeable about rich women? Zhang Chong, brother, is there still a shortage of rich women? The pop-ups are all, laughing my ass off. Zhou Lu is the one who understands the whole job. And this last twist, it's so brilliant. You can't even think of those words without 3 years of cerebral thrombosis. Isn't this better than the game next door? Although Zhou Lu is handsome, but there is no idle baggage at all. The whole job is completely shameless. As long as I don't have a face, I won't lose face. Offensive comic Sean rushed to the toilet. He habitually urinates frequently. Pothead Lindsay Heo sat over. Boss, those who hacked you are afraid they're pissed off. Ha ha, Zhou Lu, then I have to cheer them up. Playing monkey again. And the new monkeys should listen carefully. Ta-da-da-da-da. After blowing a song, Zhou Lu was smug. I'm a person like this. Whoever upsets me, I'll get it back from him. Just don't mess with me. Hong Dian, a dormitory for a theater group. Guna Liza watched the live stream while having a snack with her assistant. Cool to come back? How about I try to provoke him next time? Xiao Qin. How did I wash out? Why can't I read it? Xiao Qin is the assistant assigned to Guna Liza by Sugarman Studios to keep an eye on Guna Liza from getting into another situation. Xiao Qin explained. It's actually very simple. The key lies in Zhou Li's mobile query slip, which shows that Zhou Li's real name certified cell phone number has been used for 4 years, and has always been a 2G hand network, proving that it's a cottage feature phone, and there are bill payment records every month, proving that it has been in use until a few days ago when it was upgraded to a 4G card. Guna Liza's face bulged as she ate her bun. And then what? Xiao Qin sighed. AI, that is to say, Zhou Lu has been using a feature phone for so many years. No smartphone, no Weixin. The screenshot of the chat that hacked him is fake. Guna Liza cocked her head. What if the rich woman did give him a smartphone? Xiao Qin, then why does Zhou Lu still use a feature phone? If he is into using feature phones, why did he switch to a smartphone a few days ago? It's contradictory. Guna Liza swooned. Do you understand it or not? I suspect you're talking nonsense. Xiao Qin rolled her eyes. In short, all the rumors are gone. Moreover, the fake screenshots that hacked him contained his very secret of real information. The netizens aren't stupid. They must know that he was maliciously framed. In your face taunt, it's not a defense breaker, it's a wall breaker. You are so toxic. La 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 la. Castle apartments in the capital. 3 smelly idol interns get together to watch Zhou Li's live broadcast and can't help but sing along. The song is so magical and brainwashing. Kai Jikuan, with a little fanboy expression on his face, looked at Zhou Lu, who was having a seizure on the screen, and shouted, "What gold mine? Wow, what a situation. It's so awesome." Huang Panghao pulled open his crotch and took a look. There's no bomb. Sai Gikan. Dong Rock also went to pull Tai Jikuan's crotch. I Kong Kong. Kai Jikuan immediately covered it and exclaimed, "Oops, what are you doing? Hi yo, you guys stop it. I'm a real eel. I mean Li Song bombed." Huang Panghao, then you say it clearly. Dong Rock chimed in. Indeed, a song so netherworldly is so cheerful when set to lyrics. Huang Panghao said, why don't you recognize Zhou Lu as your godfather and ask him to send you a good song? Dong Rock thought seriously. I just don't know if Lu likes sons or daughters. This one's got a clear head. Huang Panghao, Zhou Lu is really bull. But things have come to this. Can not end. Can only fight the lawsuit. That's true. Zhou Lu has already made this matter known to everyone. But also crazy provocation and humiliation of the mastermind behind the scene. This beam cannot be unraveled. Only a lawsuit. With a disdainful look on his face, Kai Jikuan said, a lawsuit is a lawsuit. What's the big deal? I'm still participating in the program while fighting a lawsuit against my former economic company. Huang Panghao, also, I've been in a copyright infringement lawsuit lately. Dong Rock suddenly has a bit of an inferiority complex. Why am I the only one without a lawsuit? How about finding an excuse to sue the brokerage firm? A couple of interns in the next room were watching the live stream as well, and it was hard not to pay attention to this story as it was fermenting quickly. The interns were so excited to see Zhou Lu killing it. After all, Zhou Lu was the Taishan mentor of this program. Kid Wang Kailan was very upset. By what that guy, this does not collapse the room? Fan Pai Pai was even harder. I told my sister not to buy Water Army to mess with Zhou Lu, but she didn't listen. Now it's okay. Zhou Lu is so tough. He must have gotten a few of them in before he would give up. The song playing Monkey is the battle cry. Western suburb of the capital. A certain luxury villa area. Huashek Inch's face flushed red. His forehead veins rippled, and he was shivering with anger. On the floor, the screen-shattered tablet, came Zhou Li's gloomy and very beaten song. Each of the 360 trades has its own strengths. There are Olympic athletes and Monkey King. Welcome to the Huagua Mountain stage. The star of the show is here. La 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 la. He's become a monkey. Huashek Sichuan had some regrets and should not have listened to Long Naiden and Yi Hiying instigating and looking for a tender model to tear Zhou Lu. Who knew Zhou Lu hadn't used a smartphone before? With Zhou Lu's manic nature, will definitely go to the judicial process just in the end. Things have turned out like this, and can only let her go in and squat for a few years. Just don't bring me out. The most infuriating thing for him is that he can't figure out why even the godmother of fast men, Long Naiden, has gone down and still can't hack Zhou Lu, but instead, he has made his Jedi reversal to earn a wave of big traffic. At this time, Lonadin was holding an emergency online meeting to discuss Zhou Li's live streaming of sucking up all of Quick Man's chi. The bigwigs of the song festival who were present at the meeting all had sneers on their faces. When you wanted to screw Zhou Lu before, weren't you a bully? Now that you've had your teeth knocked out, you know you're a coward? The theme of this meeting was how to correct Zhou Lu and use his heat and influence to attract popularity for Fast Boy's next competition. This reckoning was heard by Zhou Lu and Shudu. Lonnie Dan says he wants to sign Zhou Lu to Tanya Media to make it easier to hold him later and block him if he doesn't listen. Shaking hands every day. Yoo-hoo! Spirit trembling with excitement, idiom, in high spirits. Yoo-hoo! One of the executives played a song from Zhou Li's live broadcast directly in the meeting room and sarcastically said, "Listen to it. Extreme mockery. This kid is so smart. He doesn't know who's screwing him? He'll sign Tianyu? Long Naiden, are you out of your mind?" The meeting was deadlocked. Most of the top brass of the storytelling fruit department did not agree with suppressing Zhou Lu. They were trying to work with Zhou Lu for a win-win situation. Otherwise Zhou Lu would become the top dog of the other stations. At this point, as the scheduled host of the Fast Boy Finals, He-Jong stepped forward to relieve his old classmate Long Naiden. In this case, I'll look for Zhou Lu to cooperate with the program on my side, and then communicate with him privately. That kid is quite smart. He shouldn't say fish out of water or anything. I'll do his job. Lonadin, it's for the best. He-Jong, but you don't always target people. Human children are quite good. Mudball, you are too strong. This is not good. Lonadin took the opportunity to make this work. What's the solution? Zhou Lu is too hard. Lon Naiden's underhanded moves are countered by being hung up and slapped. His face is swollen. La 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 la. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room is very high. Zhou Li's lyrics and singing of this song really stimulate the base of the dead geeks and sand sculpture netizens on the beep station. Magic and brainwashing. Pop-ups flying all over the sky. This pure music is 100 ghosts in the night. The version with lyrics is a clusterfuck. It's kind of festive. Sand sculpture. I've been poisoned again. The great drug lord lives up to his name. Chol kills the crazy. Don't end it. I still want to see it. A straight man of steel who draws turtles on Gunnarize's belly and someone hacks him for having a silver party. Ha 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 is. Die laughing. Chol and his roommate are mental boys. Who says a monkey is not an artist? Who says he's not a national treasure? Lit. People strive for one breath. Buddha for one joss stick. Idiom. Figure everyone strives for the best. We're not inferior because we work with our hands. Monkey Show is a national treasure. The incense can't be broken. Hoof. In the large flat in the southern suburbs of the capital. In the pink bedroom. Sun Tzuer sits on the bed and sings along with the milky ferocity. Master is so awesome. Not only did he whitewash himself, but he also humiliated those who hacked him. He's really so crazy. Adore him too much. Da. The door opened. Sun Tzuer was jolted, then pretended to be calm and said, "Sister what are you doing?" She was pretending to study with her English book in her hand, headphones in her ears and her cell phone wedged in the book, its screen casting a bleak, flickering light on her stupid little face. "Hojulin, why aren't you asleep?" Sun Tzuer's serious face shines with the light of knowledge. "Oh, review your English words before bed." "Mom, don't you bother me. Throw me off, Dad, busy dork." He-Yalan looked at the English textbook held upside down in her daughter's hand, as well as the shifting glow on her face, and wanted to say something. Forget it, just let her finish watching Zhou Li's live broadcast. He-Yalan had already secretly watched it herself and blamed herself to no end. She had learned from the pop-up that Zhou Lu was fatherless and motherless, and it was extraordinarily hard to think that she had wrongly blamed him in the past. Go to bed early. He-Yalan closed the door and decided to go back to the live broadcast room to give Zhou Lu a reward for his efforts. Then, she found out something remarkable. Phoenix Miracle rewarded Zhou Lu with 333 gold melons. Zhou Lu, you don't watch Monkey's Hinds anymore. What's there to see in Broken Monkey's Hinds? Okay, the show ends here. Please, Phoenix Miracle is my list one big brother? Netizens also want to know if this Phoenix Miracle is real or fake. The Phoenix Miracle who sings the Square Dance God song also plays Beep Station? You can't. Can you? The little station is so prestigious now? Zhou Lu was also curious and clicked into the personal homepage of Big Brother Pungjai to have a look, and came back to report to the netizens. It's true. It's really Phoenix Miracle, the certified account. Wow. I'm red. Big Brother Pungjai sent a colorful pop-up. You've been red for a long time. Zhou Lu, this is Big Brother Zhang Yi, right? It must be Mr. Zhang Yi. Is it really okay for you to secretly reward me with the combinations account? Phoenix Miracle, he dares. Break his legs. I'm your sister Flower Bell. I sing well. I'll send you some sheep later. Although Joe Lu was crazy, he was still a bit of a pussy, and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you. Thank you. Sister Flower Bell is really beautiful and sweet. I like your the most dazzling ethnic wind the most. There's also nighttime in the lotus pond and under the moon. Ahahaha. I didn't realize that I'm so red. Even Phoenix Miracle watches me live. Phoenix Miracle, watch your mouth. The pop-up queue was neatly organized. Watch the mouth. Joe Lu immediately collected himself and pretended to be serious. Thank you, Sister Flower Bell, for your support. And thank you, brothers and sisters of Beep Station, for your support. Actually, Flower Bell was not in the habit of watching live broadcasts, just that she couldn't help it today. Sis the grumpy one almost went online and cursed the toilet seat for 8 generations. Can't afford to play? Don't blow what the national election. People to you want to praise the few kill burst. A big platform actually can't afford to lose. Personally down to play dirty. Now that's cool. Playing dirty didn't even play Zhou Lu, but was instead shown up by Zhou Lu. Flower Bell is straightforward nature. After watching a series of flower work Zhou Lu, the whole person is refreshed. Must reward a list a bright attitude. She is not afraid of things. She's not the only one who's not afraid of things. The powerful news of Zhou Li's live broadcast of sucking dry the fast man's gas instantly spread throughout the entertainment circle, and so many artists ran to see the live broadcast. In fact, they are not looking at Zhou Lu, but the jokes of the song-selling fruit department. Zhou Lu was about to go off the air when Zhang Cheng pointed at his cell phone screen and said, "Boss, Mr. Wang Chengdong swiped 100 chili fries for us." Zhou Lu was a bit confused. Thank you. Who is Wang Chengdong? Zhang Cheng, the Sea of Grey Wheels. Zhou Lu wanted to ask what kind of sea the Sea of Grey Wheels was. Zhang Cheng, don't ask. The more you ask, the more embarrassing it gets. Sorry Mr. Wang Chengdong, my boss doesn't have much insight. Negative energy plus 55. Mr. Wang is feeling good. Zhou Lu had a thick skin and wasn't embarrassed at all. It's getting late. I still have to hack and play games with my brothers, especially those female fans. You guys go do your homework. Bye. Joel turned off the live stream. The data showed that Zhou Lu live streaming peaked at 35.22 million viewers, with a total of 70.14 million viewers. This figure is quite explosive, and it's on the verge of breaking the Beep Station's live popularity record. On the other hand, the Happy Boys Yua Zhou singing competition is also coming to an end, and the live streaming data is starting to bottom out, and the rebound is a bit amazing. 10 minutes later, the live ratings came to 27.09 million. However, the directing team was not happy at all because the live pop-ups were too diabolical. Zhou Lu is awesome. Phoenix Miracle is a big brother on the Chowder live chart. Wang Chengdong also rewarded. Juggling monkeys is so good. Monkey juggling is great. Does the face of absolutely fruitful platform hurt? Shake your hands every day and be refreshed. Shake your hands every day and be refreshed. Shake your hands every day and be refreshed. These people do not. Some people didn't come to pay attention to the Fast Boys game. They came to mock the directing team. Zhou Li's personal live data. Blood abuse of your live data of a station. Just ask you to serve or not. The situation is already clear. The heat of this year's Fast Boys is all supported by Zhou Lu alone. You guys still want to suppress him? What's the difference between that and waving a sword at yourself? Even the Fast Boys directors team were furious with Lonnie Dan, but who made her the chief producer and producer of the show? Zhou Li's live monkeying incident quickly rushed to the first of the hot searches, triggering a hot debate all over the internet. Everyone saw Zhou Li's madness. As a small artist who just got some fame, this kind of hardcore capital and blackmail arrogance is kind of unprecedented. Zhou Lu doesn't care about this. After getting off the live broadcast, he and his brothers went to the internet cafe to pack the night. As soon as I entered the internet cafe, I was treated like a hero. Thunderous applause and cheers. This internet cafe is right next to Chuanin, and it's filled with almost all of Zhou Li's alumni. And all of them have just watched Zhou Li's live broadcast. So how can they not be excited? Even the owner of the internet cafe went crazy with it. I declare that the Lizzie Funeral Group is permanently free in this internet cafe. Chol, that's not good, is it? Internet cafe boss, what chicken is not good lo? You give us a long face. Permanent free. Zhou Lu was complimented a little embarrassed. With the brothers began to take the noodles and ham sausage. You just said that the internet is permanently free of charge. And now, always embarrassed noodles still charge money, right? The owner was indeed embarrassed to take the money. Zhou Lu and his brothers played games all night, went back to the dormitory in the morning to catch up on sleep, and then went to the police station in the afternoon with his agent, Sister Hua, to call the police. All the artists, models, and versus who had posted black information about Zhou Lu on the internet. One by one, all of them sued. As the incident officially entered the judicial stage, the tide on the internet reversed steeply and began to praise Zhou Lu. Most of the people who blackened Zhou Lu had shut up. Only a handful of them were still hard-mouthed, and the hardest-mouthed among them was a Netflix singer who was quite wild. Dangerous blog posted by Netflix King Free. I don't know what's so crazy about this kind of small-paced curry. Capital pinches you to death in minutes. You've been on a few shows and you're floating. What's so great about a live broadcast with 30 million people? The reward is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. My live room has tens of millions of streams every day. Not many netizens refute his comments because he's not popular, but he quickly went red. The next day, Wang, who was on the air, was taken away by the police. On the fourth day, he appeared in the current affairs news of the central station. Online singer Wang organized rice washing, amounting to more than 100 million, and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. So far, all the black people have shut up. This speed, scary as hell. Zhou Lu has his hands full. Many people ran to ask Zhou Lu how he did it, and Zhou Lu himself was in a daze. It really wasn't me. The more he denied, others instead the more suspicious. Zhou Lu, this guy designated somewhat background. Even the three dormitory brothers were now looking at Zhou Lu with somewhat odd gazes. Zhou Lu cannot argue. This matter is pure coincidence. He has not heard of that what Wang not to mention know his crime, and, even if you know, Zhou Lu a fart cannot help each other. So, Zhou Lu updated his critical blog. Hashtag hereby declare. Wang is in jail because he is to blame. It has nothing to do with me. At Wang Then Zhou Lu received teasing from his friends in the circle. Zhang Xingyi, I see, you have someone above you. Guna Liza, are you some kind of big hoe? I don't deserve you, do I? Zoe, master, you're so crazy. Sun Lei Hong, there is no silver in this place. Now the whole country's netizens know that you have a deep background. Zhou Lu was speechless. It really has nothing to do with me. In the past few days, the wind has been in the wind. Non-stop people were investigated and arrested. Several picture and rumor mongering has gone in. The rest are all trembling. Chol posted again that he will never compromise and will not spare any rumor monger. So, people started to turn themselves in. Jolie's hotness went wild, with the number of critical blog followers surpassing 30 million and the number of fans on the beat station breaking 10 million. This week, Jola had been busy on his feet, running to the police station and the court many times, and providing a lot of data and information to the off-site police. Luckily, with Sister Hua and the lawyer sent by Generation Xiaochang, Jolo had finally managed to get this pair of crap done. On this day, Wednesday, Shilo went to the lesser city Generation to talk about work planning. Sister Hua made coffee for Jolo, with milk and sugar, right? Chol nodded. Thank you. This was the difference in treatment. The first time she came, Sister Hua didn't give Jolo coffee. Sister Hua handed Jolo his coffee and said, "You've been hot lately, you're very popular, and there are quite a lot of people who have come to seek cooperation, and even more commercial performances, but my advice is to focus on the competition and strive to get the championships for both. Don't take the commercial shows for now, and delay the business cooperation for now. Your value is on the rise. It's a loss to take those now. Chol, suck it ha. I want to make money." Sister Hua laughed. Understood. Variety programs can be picked up, and the company side will also help you contact variety resources. Your variety stature is quite good. Now, the Xiaocheng generation neither resented Jolie's madness nor treated him as an outsider. What? A contract of adhesion? No, that's a superstar contract. Nowadays, Jolu is like the sun in the sky, and is the ace artist that Xiaocheng generation focuses on, with resources tilted second only to the boss's wife. Zhang Liangying. A live broadcast allowed everyone to see clearly Jolie's fiery popularity, as well as the superstar statue that was visible to the naked eye. Thursday, July 2nd. Morning. Jola came back to the capital to prepare for the recording of Idol Intern. However, before going to the castle apartment, he had to make a trip to the headquarters of the Song Song Fruit Group. Go see Ho Zhang and Lani Dan. He personally called Jolo to do ideological work for 2 days and finally called Jolu. Of course, Ho Zhang was not an abusive person. He was just trying to help Lani Dan out of his predicament. Since Jolie's live broadcast finished off the Fast Boys live broadcast, Long Naiden has been under tremendous pressure within Searching Fruit and needs to pull Jolo to make Fast Boys even better. Or she could be ousted from her position as president. To put it simply, they weren't afraid of Jolo continuing to win. Instead they were afraid of Jolo dropping out. Rumors are already starting to pop up on the internet, saying that the unscrupulous fruit department maliciously suppressed Jolo. Jolu opened a live broadcast whacking fast men. The two sides have torn their cheeks. Jolu will be forced to withdraw from the competition. What fast boys are most afraid of now is that the wildly out of control Joe Lu actively announced his withdrawal, and that would be the end of the story. I don't know if he's going to have a sudden seizure. Once Joe Lu dropped out, Happy Boys would be reduced to a laughingstock, while other programs with Joe Lu would completely crush fast boys. It's a dry heat in the capital. Joe Lu, wearing white bodyshirt, beach pants and stepping on his flip-flops, walked into the headquarters building of the Trading Fruit Group. The pretty female secretary who had waited here early, immediately greeted her with a smile. "Mr. Joe Lu, how are you? Please follow me." Chol turned and walked over to one of the central air vents, tugging at his t-shirt to blow on it. "Let's cool off first." "Female secretary, Mr. Chol?" Joe Lu lifted up his t-shirt in the shape of a capital city bikini. "Miss, does your company have popsicles?" The female secretary blushes. 8-pack abs. Around them, some of the employees of Song Festival Fruit have been looking towards Joe Lu with adoration. This is the man who dried up the fast boys with his own strength. I heard that Long Niden was almost spitting blood from his anger. B. Up. He dares to come to the headquarters of the Festival of Food? It's crazy. "Mr. Joe Lu, this way." "What do you care which way I go? That's the restaurant over there." "Mr. Joe, where do I get the plates?" And steak." "Steak is Western food, right? You guys eat really well. Get me some chili fried pork." "Thanks, auntie." 10 minutes later, Joe Lu took a stainless steel dinner plate, as well as a mountain of food, and sat down in the luxurious parlor of the president's office. The female secretary blushed and was apprehensive. Lonadin blackened his face and glared angrily at the secretary, looking ready to lash out. The skinny He Jong smiled and rounded off the conversation. "Xiaoying is the one who can do the job." Knowing that Joe Lu didn't eat first and took him to get food. "It's quite good. You go and get busy." The female secretary bowed gratefully to He Jong and slipped away. He Jong looked at Joe Lu. "Didn't you have breakfast?" Chol clutched his steak and dipped it in chili noodles. "I had a bag of instant noodles on the train and I'm hungry." He Jong, this stupid kid. "You're so red and you're still eating bagged noodles?" Joe Lee's serious face. "I'm red, but I didn't make any money." "Mr. He, introduce me to some work. I'm cheap." He Jong laughed out loud. "This no problem. Me and Mr. Huang Lei Huang made a new program. The main is the idyllic beauty of eating, drinking and playing. You can go to be a period of the guest well. That program is very laid back. All our food." Chol nodded. "You tried to trick me into working." Ho Jong. Negative energy +8. Joe Lu analyzed. "A leisurely program doesn't have ratings, so what you guys are doing must be a program that does farm work, or the tired kind. I'm not going to go. I'm sick of farm work." He Jong, the notice fee is $500,000. Joe Lu was instantly energized. "I'm a hard-working person since I was a kid. I love working the most. Labor makes me happy." He Jong once again sputtered with laughter. This guy didn't even bother to pretend for a moment. It's also true that he's Chol. He Jong was meeting Joe Lu for the first time, but he had already heard a lot of positive comments about Joe Lu from Wang Zhangliang, Sun Lei Hong, and Huang Lei before, and unlike the wildly rumored arrogance and uninhibitedness on the internet, they all complimented Joe Lu for having the qualities of a superstar and for being a fun-loving person. "I saw it today and it's true to its name. This guy is so terse." These two chatted quite well, while President Long looked embarrassed. She couldn't pick up the conversation and couldn't put on her face. In her opinion, Joe Lu was just a mole, not worthy to sit on the same negotiation table with her. Eating steak dipped in chili. What kind of weirdo bumpkin? The way Long Niden looked at Joe Lu was one of completely undisguised disdain. How could he be a star with this kind of temperament? Chol dipped the steak in chili and finished it off, started nibbling on the corn and focusing on the dry rice. Seeing Long Niden's delay in answering, He Jong was also a bit anxious and said, "Sister Long is the godmother of the talent show. With her as the gatekeeper, this year's fast boy will definitely be hot." Xiao Lu, work hard and strive for a championship. It's kind of throwing out the chips. Long Niden also finally spoke. "Joe Lu, by the time we get to the national finals, we'll package and promote you in all aspects. And with your talent, the championship isn't out of the question." Joe Lu continued to nibble on the corn for a while before saying, "A cheap man does not eat food handed out in contempt." Lonadin. "Joe Lu, I'm sure I'm the overall champion, but it's not something you guys are handing out to me. It's something I won by strength. For the show, all I want is a fairness. No outside tricks or small moves." A mouthful of old blood churned in Lonadin's belly. "I don't push my own people in the draft. Playing fair with you? Am I stupid? It's not just the Shonan Station picks that are like this. It's the same for all the picks. The first force is definitely one of their own. And the powerful dark horse that emerges from the program must be signed as one of their own to have a chance to make a name for themselves, or else they are eliminated just the same." Although Joe Lu is not his own people, but the Xiaocheng generation is very close to the fruit department. The same company's Zhang Liangying is the Shangnan stage talent show debut, Tao Jingying and the fast male mentor. So, if Zhou Lu can cooperate, it's not impossible to hold him up. But the problem is, Zhou Lu isn't cooperating right now. He didn't want to be given the title. He had to grab it the hard way. And of course, he did have that backbone. Other than that, the 3 songs sung live, Playing Monkey, Fake Cigarettes, Fake Liquor, Fake Friends, and Red Umbrella, White Pole, have bloodied the beat station in the past few days. And no one in the ghost animal world knows the 3 new sacred songs. Zhou Lu, the drug lord, has been crowned the king of drugs. Seeing Long Nighten's face getting ugly, He Jiong hurriedly said, Xiaola, Fast Boy is supposed to be fair. All the votes come from the audience. And the program can't influence the data. Right, Nighten? Lonadin, right. The vote was supervised by a notary throughout. It's true that the voting data is not tampered with, but that doesn't mean it's fair. Because the grouping of the matches, the order of appearances, how many shots are taken, and other details can affect the voting. But Zhou Lu was already satisfied. Then it's no problem. As long as you don't bully me, you guys can praise your own people any way you want. Anyway, I'll take the championship. Rampant. The corner of Lonadin's eye popped. Okay, that's what you said. I'm the one who said, is there a better player than me in this class? The one who's jumping out of his skin? Che. Zhou Lu sneered and lowered his head to pick up his meal. If it wasn't for earning negative energy rewards, I would have quit the race long ago, and I would still be talking to you about shit. Lonadin was furious. In order to target Zhou Lu, she opened an online poll on who she wants to eliminate the most, and the result was that her own person Hua Xinyu ranked first, and Zhou Lu was second at the beginning, but now he has dropped to the 5th. Zhou Li's popularity is soaring, and the internet is already talking about how many titles Zhou Lu can win. He Jiong hurriedly pulled Zhou Lu away. Alright, Xiao Lu, President Long still has to be busy with her work, so we won't bother her. Chol, I haven't finished eating. He Jiong pulled and dragged. Let's eat outside. I'll get you some more yogurt. If we keep talking, we'll get into a fight. It's good to talk about it as it is now. Zhou Lu doesn't withdraw from the match and doesn't blow up the stinger. And Lonatane doesn't suppress Zhou Lu. Isn't that the best possible outcome? At least, He Jiong thinks it's pretty good and that strong players should be respected. Zhou Lu left with He Jiong with his dinner tray, and Long Nighten immediately called his secretary in to give him a stinking scolding. Restaurant, Chol dazzled with another burger and steak. He Jiong was stunned. Wow, you eat so much? Your one meal is the amount I eat in 2 days. Chol, I should weigh more than twice as much as you do. That's true. I was getting a little worried that you wouldn't get enough to eat when you came to our program. It's okay, just get the money in place. Are you that realistic? What else? Didn't I come out as an entertainer just to make money? Is it to pursue a dream? No, there's nothing wrong with you making money, but you can't offend anyone. Xiaola, I'm not criticizing you. I like you very much. Mr. Huang often talk about you when recording the program. His daughter especially worship you, but you don't have to be so tough and overbearing. Sometimes you can be a little softer. We can get by on face. My weakness quit when I was 3. The word weakness is not in Lee's vocabulary. Ha ha ha, what a middle of the road line. That's me. That was the year my mom abandoned me. Sorry. He Jiong, who was peeling the halibut, froze and inexplicably reddened his eyes. He also wanted to subtly hint to Zhou Lu that it was particularly tough for him and Huang Lei to do this show. All the other guests were friends making friendly guest appearances, and only Zhou Lu was paid a notice. But now, it's impossible to say. Chol gulped down the meat and talked and laughed. Grandma found me under a bridge hole when she was doing the laundry this morning. She said I was eating earthworms, but I guess she was making it up. She hates my mom. He Jiong hesitated. What about you? Zhou Lu shook his head. I don't hate. She must have encountered some heavenly difficulties. Right, had to be so. That bridge hole in the school gate, but also can shelter from the wind and rain. I am safe, and my birthdate and 8 characters habit hobbies. She has written a good stuffed in my clothes. Ho Jiang couldn't pick it up. Zhou Lu ate and drank his fill. Tons a carton of yogurt to help with digestion. Grandma is also very old and her health is not good. So I have been very strong since I was a child. Any malice from others, I will return 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. And revenge is never overnight. This is a great way to live. He felt that He was a very good person, so he was willing to explain to him. But if he were anyone else, Zhou Lu would be a big pussy bucket directly. And still explain? He Jiong smiled and rubbed his eyes. Naiden has a lot of capital and platforms standing behind her, so don't blame her. Zhou Lu shook his head. He did not blame anyone. Cowards only blame this and that. What he wanted would only take with his own hands. Let's go. Thank you, Mr. Ho. After eating and drinking, Zhou Lu patted his ass and left. He simply does not care what Long Niden's attitude towards him, as long as she does not make a demon on the line. Forced to hurry. Zhou Lu also really exempted from that championship reward. Fish death. Give her to make this program yellow. However, Po Jiang is Nesses. He gave Zhou Lu a job since the last time he abused Sun Lei Hong in challenging the limit. He had enjoyed recording variety shows. Good food, good drinks and good fun. And it was easy money. He-Joan looked at Zhou Li's dashing back and shook his head slightly. This child's psyche was really strong. He had a hunch. One day, Zhou Lu would become a radiant superstar. Zhou Lu transferred buses 3 times. And finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, arrived at the castle apartments on the outskirts of the capital, which was the training base for the idol interns. Almost all of the other players lived here and trained every day, with only Zhou Lu being the exception. Although Zhou Lu is maniacal, he is not a fool who doesn't know how to understand the world. He came this time and brought Sichuan special sausage to share with everyone. The sausages were sent by Grandma, who saw Zhou Lu on TV and sent him bacon sausages to give as a gift to flatter his tutor, saying that it was a good relationship with the tutor so that the tutor could introduce Zhou Lu to an easy job. In rehearsal room number 3, opened the door and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! Jean Dark's wet duck." Dong Rock slipped a knee and took the cut sausage served by Zhou Lu, went to one side and tasted it. Wow! It was delicious. Huang Pinghao ruffled his hair. "Yo, isn't this the king of push?" Shaking hands every day with high spirits. "Chol, who's this? The program's dance director?" Huang Pinghao broke the defense. "Ah, I'm a contestant like you guys. You even reviewed me. How could you forget? Am I that uncharacteristic?" "Chol, mainly because you're kind of ugly and I'm not sure you're a contestant." Huang Pinghao pinched his human center. "Ah, I lost. The king of push is really the king of push. Locke, you're bullishly bombed. We have watched you live." Zhou Lu threw in the new suit and tie issued by the program team. "Brother came here this time to bring you guys to make things happen. In that this program is a web series. There's not enough heat. Gotta get hard. Step on the fast boy's good voice or whatever." Skillfully changing Li's shirt and tying his tie. Yes, with Locke leading the way. "It's a solid win." Zhou Lu laughed as he enjoyed Yoshi's dressing service while watching Huang Pinghao put on a self-help show of giving himself an electric shock to the heart next to him. "This one's a riot. Is he really a contestant?" Huang Pinghao rolls his eyes in a cute way. 11 began to put on Zhou Li's pants. "Yeah, the 3 of us all got together because we adore you. And Huang Pinghao is also a die-hard fan of yours." "Huang Pinghao, brother Lu, do you need a son? I'll introduce Dong Rock to you as my godson. How about you give us 3 a new song?" Dong Rock's mouth was full of sausage. "Why? I'm a son to my father and I have to let you guys share the song? Chol, what's with the good old boy? He didn't live here permanently and didn't know how outrageous Dong Rock was. And every time Zhou Lu pulled some kind of tawdry maneuver on a live show or online, he was a sliding knee calling for his dad." 11 is the oldest. Briefly explained the situation with Zhou Lu. "Is such a thing? 4 to you as a godson." Dong Rock has asked his father, although his father does not agree, but his mother does not oppose. Zhou Lu only felt that these 3 had a problem with their brains. "Alright, I'm a contestant just like you guys. Don't call me dad. The new song is there. Let's sing it together tomorrow." Indeed, Chol came with a new song. Tomorrow is the recording of Idol Intern and the theme of the recording is the theme song of the Idol Intern's formation. But Zhou Lu privately thought that the theme song was, well, too chicken shit to listen to. So, bought myself a new song to come. Because of the system mission, Zhou Lu had generously spent negative energy value to buy songs for this program. And he was going to use every means possible to increase the influence for this program, which was a real money negative energy value reward. The Idol Intern is out of the ring because of In the Name of the Father, and is currently A-rated for influence, helping Zhou Lu earn 25,555 negatives, but could theoretically go up a level. Though that's hard. What's the point of spending 20 or 30 negative energy points on a song for 555 negative energy points? As soon as they heard that there was a new song, Huang Pinghao and Dong Rock immediately came up. "What new song?" 11 smiled with satisfaction as he belted Zhou Lu and straightened his tie again. "Brother, you look so handsome in a suit. Do you have a demo for the new song? Put it on and listen to it." Zhou Lu looked in the mirror, so handsome that his eyes hurt, and took out his computer from his bag, ready to play the demo of the new song he had made. Knock knock. At that moment, there came a knock on the door. 11 alerted. "Brother, don't play it yet. No one else can hear it." Huang Pinghao ran to the door and opened a crack, peeking out before opening the door and letting the person in. "Good day, mentor." The visitor was Zhang Xingyi, who had heard that Zhou Lu was here and came over to take a look. "Lok-chan." Zhang Xingyi smiled and came over to hug Zhou Lu. The two had gotten acquainted when they recorded Challenge the Limit, And Zhang Xingyi especially liked Zhou Lu because he helped him get revenge by abusing Sun Lei Hong on the show. Zhou Lu, hello? Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xingyi. Don't be so outgoing, you're still a Taishang mentor. I watched you live. Ha ha ha, but I didn't dare to reward you. Zhou Lu, you're just afraid of things. Zhang Xingyi, ouch, can I not be afraid? I'm just from Shangnan. Zhou Lu didn't care. I got a new song. Brother Zhang came to help me with it. Zhang Xingyi was modest, don't. I appreciate it. It's also rap, isn't it? Chol nodded and pressed play. Huang Penghao immediately closed the door. A beautiful piano melody plays, followed by a drum kit and Zhou Li's trademark rap. Dong Rock's trench coat lifted and he beautifully slid down on a knee. Daddy! Huang Penghao was dumbfounded. Dad, rap songs can still be written like this? That's a real song, Daddy. 11 proudly puffed out his chest. Lu is such a dick. Are you lock awesome? Zhang Xingyi's mouth was O-shaped. No. You're taking this level of song to the talent show again? Engage MOZ Cluck? In his opinion, this is completely in the name of the father level. Melodious and rhythmic. The lyrics are super invincible positive energy. Used to participate in the talent show. To spread. Put it on the album as the lead single. Doesn't it smell good? Zhou Lu was very calm and closed the computer after playing the new song demo and waved. 11 behave yourself and hand over a bottle of sparkling water. There's one thing to be said for 11 still being well behaved and having a good tie. Chol took a sip and said, this song, I'm not using it for competition. Zhang Xingyi expressed understanding. Of course, this program cannot use such a good song. I am not saying that this program does not work. 11. Huang Penghao and Dong Rock. The trio squinted at Zhang Xingyi. You're the one who's been criticized for talking too much. We're still waiting to sing this song. We'll have a masterpiece when we're done. Zhou Lu said. This is the song I'm going to use to compete for the theme song of Idol Intern. And I've just communicated with the program team as well. Zhang Xingyi froze. It can still be like this? Zhou Lu, you, a member of the ultimate men's gang, shouldn't be so surprised, right? Zhang Xingyi, make things happen. It'll be fun if you do this. Use the challenge the limit formula in this program. It'll look good. I'll cooperate with you. He also didn't like the show's original theme song. It was awful. Besides, if Zhou Lu starts the whole job, then the show will have a gimmick. And with a good song with 3 extremely positive views, it's a king bomb. Those 3 are also hyperactive. We're going red. Hold on tight to my lock's thighs. The 3 of them knew that Zhou Lu was going to mess things up. He said before that he wanted to stomp down Fast Boy. The 3 little ones didn't take it seriously. Only now did they react. Lu is really daring. How dare he even compete for the show's built-in theme song? Will this work? Zhang Xingyi stayed for a while and then left happily. He just loved Zhou Li's madness because he didn't dare. Zhou Lu took the 3 and divided the words, rehearsed for half an hour, and then went to play basketball. Boo! Another big hot pot. Yoshi, you're fucking saying you played varsity? Chol has 11 5 caps already. 11 couldn't get it off his face. I just beat it. You can fight too. You're so tall and strong. Zhou Lu took the basketball retrieved by Dong Rock, held the ball and played 11 single-handedly, and drew a 2-handed foul through him. The other 2 were up in arms. Zhou Lu directs a sing-song jump taunt. Everybody fouls on your head. Fouls on your head, fouls on your head. 11 scream, ah. He plays the position of power forward. Basketball inside the power forward is a blue collar to do hard work. So to play like this is good. 11 This small body of 6'4" can be on the varsity team to play the power forward. So it shows that high school basketball is how bad. 11 bounce ability is pretty good and is dunkiable. But it didn't do much good. The 1'9" Zhou Lu hit him like a kindergarten kid. For reasons well known to all, someone changed their name to 11. Image, right? Zhou Lu and 11 and the others were playing basketball so much that the program team specially filmed a cameraman to follow them. The main thing is to make up footage of Chol. The first installment was fine. The contestants were all still getting an even amount of footage. But from the second installment onwards Zhou Lu was red hot. His fans were sending pop-ups from start to finish complaining. Why is my Lu getting so little footage? And inside the plus version, Zhou Lu has even less footage. Only a little bit of dancing with Cheng Xiao. This has offended the viewers of this show, most of whom came for Zhou Li's name. And it turns out he doesn't have daily shots? The program team is also wronged, because Zhou Lu did not participate in the closed training at all. Where is the footage? So, the director specifically called Zhou Lu and asked him to come and fill in some of the footage. Zhou Lu wanted a reward for his mission, so he was happy to come and make up the recording. And he planned to stay here for a few days to let the program crew film the whole thing. The program was touched. In fact, Zhou Lu is just using this place as a free hotel. He's going to stay in the capital for 5 or 6 days, because in addition to Idol Intern, he's also going to record Chinese good song. When the show aired 2 days later, The pop-ups were happy. Wow. Finally we have Chol. Thought the show was targeting him. He went to training too? Ball is so cool to play. I love it. 11, I can sing and dance. Po ha 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 ha. 11 was dumbfounded by Chol's cover. A spaced out foul? Brother is awesome. Finally. I see my brother. Chol hangs 11. My brother is great too. Your brother is so much taller. Heartbroken brother. Your family 11 is inferior to my brother in every way. Raku is the best. That's the normal pop-up for this show. And it's the same group of schoolgirls that watch Idol Intern. A demographic that is a starstruck mainstay. See Jolu if you play so high. The other interns also ran to join in the fun. And soon the court came to more than 20 people. 3x3 teams to take turns on the court to play. The atmosphere is very cheerful. All in their 20s and easy to get along with. Boys at that age have no heart at all. And one is as stupid as a husky. Fan Pai Pai was shaken down by Jolie's crotch dribbling and was not convinced. Came to but the defense of Jolu and was isolated by Jolu on the spot, which drew laughter from the crowd. Fan wasn't angry. And hard switched teams with Dongrock to be teammates with Jolu. He justified. As long as I'm teammates with Jolu, he can't isolate me. Chol stated. That's not necessarily true. So, Jolie's strong isolation of his teammate blindsided Fan Pai Pai. Everyone was having a good time when the dance instructor, Chang Xiao, walked in with a dark face. And the interns were silent. Only Chol was still screaming. Who else? You little clickers. Dongrock pulled Jolo and quietly said. Sure, the bright top is coming. Jolo looked at Cheng Xiao's big brain that was covered by his bangs and snorted out a laugh. These grandchildren give people nicknames that are simply perfect. Goddamn bright top. Ha ha ha. Die laughing. Mr. Cheng Xiao, do you know they call you bright top? Crowd. Why did you betray your own brother? Cheng Xiao's face twitched slightly. Who gave me that nickname? Stand out. No one is out of line. This stuff. How do you know who called it first? Even if you know, you won't stand up for yourself. The interns were quail-like, fearful in their honesty. It turned out that during the time Jolu was away, Chang Xiao was very strict with them, and everyone had to practice enough dancing for 6 hours a day. So everyone was afraid of her. Don't look at Milk Xiao is also only 20 years old, but when the mentor is very cold, the girl group debut, she knows that if you do not practice hard, you can't get ahead, so she is very demanding of everyone. Chang Xiao scanned the crowd. Who told you to take a break? Did you practice the dance? The crowd dispersed and ran. 11 pulled Jola sneak. Huang Pang Hao cover. Dong Rock opened the road. They are afraid that Cheng Xiao carry Jola to punishment. After all, Jola face to face called people bright top. Chol stay for a bit. Cheng Xiao also came specifically to find Jolu. 11 was very righteous. Teacher, don't blame Lu. It was Dong Rock who told him your nickname. Dong Rock? 11 you're so fucking righteous. Jolu, alright. You guys go back to practicing first. Nurse Xiao wants to see me for something. The 3 people are dumbfounded. You call the bright top is not too much. Call Milk Xiao in front of you? They went off in a daze. Cheng Xiao stomped Jolie's leg. What are you blindly screaming for? I don't want face? Jola playfully smiled. Complimenting you, Mr. Light. Cheng Xiao. Not long after, Jola followed Cheng Xiao to her exclusive lounge and drank the juice that Milk Xiao had personally prepared. There are no cameras here. Cheng Xiao whitened Jola grudgingly and sat beside him. I heard Zhang Xingyi say that you abused Sun Leihong. Is that true? Jolu, of course it's true. That episode of Challenging the Limits is airing this weekend. Just take a look and you'll see how strong I am. Small sample can be. Cut the crap. You still remember the bet, right? I win. You have to fulfill one of my demands. Willing to bet? What do you want me to do? Ha ha ha. You are smiling a little too much. Cheng Xiao pouted and scrutinized Jolu. Jolu also looked up and down at Milk Xiao's figure. It had been a while. The waist and legs had lost a lot of weight, and it appeared that the breasts were even bigger. Big and firm. I'm going to ask for more. Are you afraid? I would be afraid of you? 4 eyes. BGM, no need to talk too much. You know what you and I really want to do. Cheng Xiao's eyes had never been pure from the beginning, and now they were even more muddy, with teasing and anticipation, nakedly exposing her purpose, as if telling Zhou Lu, I will fulfill whatever excessive demands you make. Zhou Lu sipped his juice in a good mood, and one hand cupped Cheng Xiao's neck from behind. Hiss. Cheng Xiao shivered for a moment, and his sweaty hairs stood up. Zhou Lu laughed. Ha ha ha, bright top teacher also has today? Really anything you ask for? Cheng Xiao's eyes were provocative. Any request is fine. Zhou Lu smiled evilly and came to her ear. Phew. Cheng Xiao shivered again. Just say it. Why are you blowing me? It's itchy. Where does it itch? Ears. Where else would you like it to be? Come on. Say what you want. I order you. This evening. The more Zhou Lu spoke, the more he whispered. Such a perverted thing. It was the first time he had done it, more or less ashamed. Cheng Xiao's mind instantly collapsed when he heard this outrageous request. Zhou Liu fucking. Negative energy plus 99. Zhou Li pinched her neck. Willing to bet. Willing to lose. No denying. Cheng Xiao's face turned red, and he glared at Zhou Lu in anger. You're overdoing it. Zhou Lu laughed rampantly. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Xiao takes a small fist to Zhou Li's chest. How had Zhou Lu ever suffered such a loss? He smashed back with his backhand. Cheng Xiao, Negative energy 10. Zhou Lu immediately stopped his striking action. Oh no! I forgot about this bug in the dog system. It's going to drop negative energy. Cheng Xiao was in a much better mood and snapped. Zhou Lu, you are really a dog, which you even mention that kind of request it. You favor to engage in this kind of. Zhou Lu had a bad smile on his face. You sent yourself to the door. No play for nothing. What do you care what demands I make? I won and I can make whatever demands I want. Zhou Lu rationalized that the rules of the game were such drops. Cheng Xiao carefully thought about that request of Zhou Lu, felt that it was still incompetent, hugged Zhou Li's arm and pampered. Well, good Zhou Lu. Brother, you change your request. Change it. Change that kind of request can also be. Which request? Just which I don't understand. It's just Ha, what do you take me, Zhou Lu, for? Am I such a casual person? Just the requirements I said can't be changed. Don't be outrageous. I won. You piss me off. You're so insulting. Cheng Xiao was dying to struggle. Her two large mountains and snow-white legs clamped down on Zhou Li's arm in death. Her eyes watery. She had always been spontaneous, and she had told Zhou Lu with her actions during the last intimate dance that she was open to him. Zhou Lu, however, had a heart like a rock. We're all friends, so just say yes or no to the insult. Cheng Xiao let go of Zhou Li's arm, his face stinking. Zhou Lu also ignored her. This chick still wants to sleep with me. I will cheapen you so easily? Guna Liza is still in line. After a long time, Zhou Lu finished his juice and got up to leave. It took Cheng Xiao a moment to pop out a voice. Jean, Chol asked knowingly. Let what? Cheng Xiao jumped up and punched Zhou Lu in the brain, then pressed against the side of his face and milked the insult. Let the insult. Ha 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 ha. Chol walks away with a big smile on his face, taking it easy. In fact, what he let Cheng Xiao do at night is not difficult. Only drawing a turtle on his belly and dancing in a girl group. It's also about improving her dancing skills. Dog's head. Zhou Lu knew that she would agree. SMS micro-messaging chat for so long. He knows too much about the atmosphere of the milk Xiao. Is a playful and ruthless person. Sending Zhou Lu away. Cheng Xiao slapped his face and was ashamed of drawing a turtle or something. Why is kinda looking forward to it? Back to rehearsal room 3. The three men surrounded Zhou Lu, who had returned, and asked what Milkshaw had called Zhou Lu to do. Chol, nothing. She told me to go watch her dance in a girl group with a turtle painted on her belly tonight. 3. Che. Believe you, damn it. He specified that he had been badly lectured by Bright Top and was too embarrassed to say so. Dying to save face. 11 is very sweet to send a wave of rainbow farts. In fact, it's already very good. Bright Top usually treats us harder. All scolded in public. She's still giving face to Lu. After all, she's a fan of yours and you're so popular. You know what? Now those who play chicken games, they don't even say eat chicken anymore. They say eat Lu tonight. Dong Rock, why? Huang Panghao said. Hey, because Lu is the god of chicken Also small black people say his song is electronic chicken plague. 11, ha ha ha. 11 realizing that he was laughing too wildly and a little too much for Chol. He turned his back and laughed, and it turned into a Y. Inexplicably a bit familiar. Zhou Lu looked Y up and down, then suddenly remembered something and tapped him on the shoulder. Kuan you may have laughed a little too soon. Some people are destined to be black and red, sooner or later. It's your turn. After the jokes, the four of them went back to their intense rehearsals. The rule for this round was free teaming, and Zhou Lu had arranged a team with Dong Rock and 11 last time. Only this time there was an extra Huang Panghao. Each team rehearses their own set list, and tomorrow's competition is for the right to sing the theme song, EEA. But does anyone want to sing that song? So Chol brings a new song to the table, and his goal for this set, the group's goal, rather than competing for the right to sing, is to get the theme song replaced. This is something that the program is aware of, and some of the mentors are aware of, but the other 96 interns have no knowledge of it, except for the 4 Zhou Lu people. The crew actually wanted that song from Chol as well, so it was agreed very quickly, and at the time, the director's head was about to break, and in return, they went back to customize Zhou Li's suit, ready for one issue without a duplicate. Zhou Lu today this body, is a white suit with a black shirt, red tie, riotous, Rehearsals went well. The dance choreographed by Wang Pangho and 11 was very good, and Zhou Lu learned it very quickly. Only Dong Rock didn't learn well. He was from a modeling background. He couldn't sing or dance. But fortunately 11 was very warm and kept on correcting his movements without the slightest impatience. Huang Ping, how this cub cannot, practicing, almost ran to play games. Zhou Lu was very upset with his behavior. How can you leave your teammates behind and run to play the game alone? He should bring his teammates to play with him. So he joined in. It's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. 10:30 at night. By the end of the rehearsal, the crowd was in a stinky sweat. Back to the Ford dormitory. Zhou Lu first took a shower. The high fashion suit to the program team to wash and dry. Tomorrow's official competition will have to wear it. 11 had already helped Zhou Lu make the bed. Brother Lu, come and try if the bed is hard. If it's hard, I'll add a mattress for you. Chol rubbed her hair. Thanks, cat. I like it hard. 11 rolled his eyes. What kind of thanks are we talking about between brothers? His favorite on this show is Chol. So Chol is the one who was most excited about this visit for a short stay in training. 11. It's not because Zhou Lu is great at writing songs. 11 doesn't care about that. He can write songs himself. He likes Zhou Lu just because Zhou Li's hobbies are exactly the same as his. And also, Zhou Lu is a real eel. Drying her hair, Zhou Lu said, do the dorms have a lights out time at night? 11, no. Because some people will practice until midnight. Zhou Lu, that's fine. I'll go to Nurse Xiao's place. You guys remember to leave the door open for me. 11 watched Zhou Lu leave and turned around to gossip with Dong Rock. You say, Bright Top shouldn't really give Lu a girl group dance, right? Dong Rock, it's okay to jump, but drawing turtles on your belly is definitely fake. Huang Pinghao said cheaply. Is there a possibility that what Brother Lu said is true? After all, Milk Xiao is Li's fan. Give a little benefit to your favorite bean or something. On the other hand, Zhou Lu came to the tutor's dormitory and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Zhang Xingyi came next door carrying the stereo, and when he saw Zhou Lu, he was first stunned, and then he showed the expression of a know-it-all emperor, and reached out to point at Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu said with a stiff upper lip, actually, I'm here to learn dance skills. Sheepy laughed evilly. What else would it be? What do you learn if not dance skills on a big night? Duh. The door opened. Come in you, little devil. Cheng Xiao reached out a hand and pulled Zhou Lu inside. She didn't know that Zhang Xingyi was outside. The little sheep next door was stunned. Are all the young people nowadays so fierce? That sister looks even more anxious than Zhou Lu. Chol pressed her chest and pushed it away. What are you picking on me for? Cheng Xiao raised his head in chest. Of course it has to be fast. What if another tutor finds out? Zhou Lu patted her and said, don't worry. It's been exposed. Before you dragged me in, I was chatting with Zhang next door. It's fine. We're all friends. Chang Xiao. Negative energy plus 52. At this time, Chang Xiao had already changed out of her girl group uniform and was wearing an unusually wide white t-shirt. It's true that there are only wrong names and no wrong nicknames. And Milkshaw lives up to his name. That's definitely a D. No run. Zhou Lu pulled over a chair and sat down, ready to enjoy Tutor Chang Xiao's wonderful performance. Tutor, is the turtle drawn yet? It's not like I can draw. Chun Xiao gave him a blank look and took a heel of leather band to tie her hair. The hem of her wide t-shirt was pulled up high, revealing a pair of black safety pants that didn't look safe at all, perfectly outlining the secrets of her body. Just wear it. Zhou Lu was quite relieved. He was afraid of the big eyes. Boys should pay attention to protect themselves outside. The women who have played Zhou Li's idea not 100 or 80. His security consciousness is super strong. Every time he can get out of the whole body. It's exciting to tease and run. After tying her hair, Chang Xiao took a whiteboard pen and handed it to Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu laughed and took it. Heartfelt. It's actually a red pen. Chang Xiao is a loser. Lifting up his t-shirt to reveal his belly in two crescent shapes. It's not like the color was specified in the bet. It's not like I haven't seen pictures of Guna Liza's black turtles that are so ugly. The former is not to be forgotten. Zhou Lu didn't care about these details, and pressed Cheng Zhao's waist and drew, drawing a big turtle on the tiny savage waist. The large turtle shell almost filled the entire belly. The tail was hidden in the safety pants. The forepaws were wrapped around Cheng Zhao's waist, and the delicate little head was lying on the soft hemispherical pillow. Cheng Zhao cried and laughed. It's too much, Zhou Lu, to be honest, but if your face value was that much lower, I would have called the police immediately. Zhou Lu put away his brush, quite satisfied with his second piece of work. Hugging who tight? I'm not going to let you hug it. Chang Xiao, negative energy plus 31. Even after being dissed, Milkshaw didn't take offense, tying a knot in his t-shirt and tying it into an ultra-high-waisted shape, leaving the whole turtle exposed. Glaring at Chol, he puts on the music and begins to dance, the main attraction being a willingness to gamble. Ding! Hey, Jolie's heart thumped when he heard this familiar system chicken crowing in his head, and an ominous premonition rose up. It's not supposed to trigger something, is it? Trigger hidden mission, draw turtles on the bellies of 10 female artists. Reward negative energy value 19. 999 points for mission completion. Cryptic mission progress, February 10th. The Schulers were dumbfounded. I'm a fucking pervert who feels perverted. What the hell kind of assignment is this? Drawing turtles on the bellies of 10 female artists? I'm such a decent guy. How did I end up with such a perverted system? Jolu was extraordinarily repulsed by this new assignment because, as a music student, he wasn't really good at drawing. The system is bitterly forced. Then Jolu also had to make a fool of himself. Zoe is definitely going to draw it. She's so gullible. Other than that, don't know any female artists. Jolu feels the need to expand his social circle. The song is over. Chang Xiao finished dancing. Beads of sweat all over his belly and hemisphere. Satisfied? Badass. Chol, blame me? You're the one who had to bet with me. Chang Xiao sat down opposite Jolu and said unconvincingly, let's bet once more. Let's bet on who will have the highest internet popularity vote for this episode. I'll bet on you to be number 1. If I win, I'll let you pole dance with turtles drawn on your pecs. Jolu laughed. Quit gambling. Tutor Chang Xiao. Chang Xiao, no. Must bet. Who do you think comes first? The first 2 polls had Chol first. Isn't this the nail in the coffin? Of all the interns, it's Jolu who is the most famous and legitimately popular. Jolu thought for a moment and said, then I'll bet on Kai Jikuan to come in first. 11. While the first issue wasn't particularly impressive, but he's in the top tier of these interns, and besides, he already has a pretty good fan base. As for Jolu himself, his company doesn't have a fan operation, and the vote may not be 11 high for this installment. Chang Xiao was happy. Good. You just wait for the pole dance. Jolu is as crazy as ever, you'll never see it in your life. Chang Xiao didn't believe it. Although 11 brought his own fans, how could he compare to Jolu? Jolu is a popular fried chicken, following the fast male for rock, lived that whole job, but also established his identity as the first musician in the music industry. The popularity of the direct explosion. Next, Jolu asked tutor Chang Xiao to teach him some dance techniques, and the tutor did not hide anything from him, and instructed him brightly and closely, which benefited Jolu greatly. However, I'll rub it in that this kind of talk is mind-boggling coming from a girl with big boobs. Jolu decisively refused and gave her a strong lecture. I treat you like a friend and you want to sleep with me? As a mentor on the show, is that appropriate behavior? Morals aside, as a girl, proper reserve is required. Negative energy plus 99. Negative energy plus 99. Negative energy plus 99. Easily earn big hundreds of negative energy value. Beautiful. The next day, the Idol Intern recording site. The contestants were seated in 6 grades, A, B, C, D, E, F, based on their last mentor ratings. The contestants took turns performing on stage, and the 6 mentors scored and critiqued them. Jolie's group was lucky to be drawn last. He, Huang Peng Hao, and 11 were all sitting in Section A. Only Dong Rock was sitting in Section F. That guy was really weak, but he worked hard. 11 said someone practiced until midnight, and that someone was Dong Rock. Today's Jolu is very low-key. Although Zhang Xingyi and Li Haorong cue Jolu a few times, and even play the old Taishan tutor, but Jolu every time very perfunctory, casually boast. The players thought that Jolu had learned to be humble and none of them scolded them, and were still a bit uncomfortable. In fact, Jolu was just too lazy to scold. The caliber of these guys is really just a rookie's game, and several of the groups had awkward performances. The best was the group of Fan Pai Pai and the kid Wang Kailin's performance of Sea of the Heart, which was a powerful, and the vocals were passable. Wang Kailin was also satisfied with his performance and said to Fan Pippi, we overplayed today. Thai pants are hot. There's a chance to win against Jolu and the others. Fan Pai Pai hesitated. Win with what? With your head? Wang Lin Kai skimmed his lips, growing others' ambition and destroying their own. At this point, it was the turn of Chol's group. Jolu led the way, a half bearing the upper body of the ancient dance costume, black embroidered gold dragons, with his bronze skin, the aura full of handsome explosion. They were followed by 3 little clickers in similar outfits, each one in human form. Coming to the center of the stage, Jolu held the mic next to his face. Hello mentors, we are 11. Huang Pinghao and Dong Rock sold out and roared. Look Cohen how sure warriors. Chang Xiao stared viciously at Jolu. What a shitty name. Do you know how I survived this night? Jolu said. Today, we are not here to compete for the qualification to sing the theme song because we think that theme song sucks. There was a lot of cajoling from the stage and the contestants blew up. Still, will they go too wild? Isn't this smashing? And the director doesn't care? Director Go Hongfu smiled as he watched from the stage. And the more he looked at Zhou Lu, the better he looked. This kind of smashing, give me 100 are not afraid, bring their own new songs to the program to improve the quality of the popularity of the show. So good smashing contestants where to find Director Go couldn't wait for Zhou Lu to smash every installment. The songs he wrote were real hits. Idol Intern is a cheap video pilot talent show with little investment, little sponsorship, and even less resources. It's all up to Chol. Chol's In the Name of the Father straight up kicked this show up a notch. Not only did the program become an instant hit, even sponsors began to flock to the program, and Gu Hongfu's status in the variety director world rose a few notches. Therefore, Go Hongfu was very grateful to Zhou Lu. High fashion suits, special dance costumes, one change per period without change. I'm not ashamed to say that I gave Zhou Lu a special contract to go as wild as he wanted right from the start. Zhou Li's ranting and raving sounded like listening to immortal music to him. The theme song set by the director's team? Don't you know what grade they are? Is it up to the director's team to decide on something as important as the theme song? Or is it up to me? Zhou Lu asked as he stuck one hand in his pocket and pointed in the direction where the director was. 11. Huang Pinghao and Dong Rock couldn't even pull. Chang Xiao anxious. Although this man she still cannot grasp, but also cannot let him be removed from the program. She stood up and said, Zhou Lu, do not say. The director group have their difficulties. This kind of thing down and then discuss with the director. Zhang Xingyi knew the inside story and held back his laughter. Ouch. And the players on stage have long been silent. They suspected that Zhou Lu was crazy. You are crazy, but how can you openly call out the director's team? The program has indulged you enough, letting you be the Taishang mentor to dictate, but not letting you be the Taishang director. Wang Kailan secretly snickered. This guy has water in his brain. Ha ha. Fan Pippi, however, didn't laugh. He actually kinda admired Zhou Li's talent, and even more so his bravery and dominance. Which theme song did kinda suck? Zhou Lu asked again. I'm asking you, is it up to the director's team, or is it up to us? 2 days later, the show aired with dense pop-ups. Brother don't Brother apologize to the show. You don't want to die. Has Chol lost his mind? It's not being targeted? Don't be angry director. We apologize for him, I'm sorry. Zhou Lu has drifted, really treating himself like a dish. Heartbroken for my brother. Everyone was worried about Zhou Lu, calling out the director's team directly, or using such a domineering tone. It would be strange if he wasn't eliminated. But Gu Hongfu is not an average director. He has average directing skills, but he is best at thinking against the grain. You all thought I would be angry and put shoes on Zhou Lu? Humph. You guys thought wrong. He fucking directly took a microphone and jumped onto the stage. Zhou Lu, about the theme song. I think you should have the final say. The pop-ups immediately began to wildly praise director Gu. You may look tricky, but you're really nice. The players on stage were collectively confused. That's okay? Is Chol the director's son? They don't know that Zhou Lu is actually the director's father. And Gu Hongfu is counting on Zhou Lu for the whole job for this program. Chol, that's more like it. I appreciate your attitude. Gu Hongfu, that's right. Our idol intern main focus is a sincerity. You questioned the quality of the theme song for the sake of the program. We like contestants who are frank like you. You'll sing first. Then, we'll play the original theme song once and let the contestants vote collectively. Whichever one has the most votes will be used. He's not afraid. AAA cost over 80,000 for 8,000 quality. This new song by Zhou Lu is free for the show to use, and the quality starts at 8 million. Now, it's just a double act. And BSP, Zhou shook his head. No, when I say we, I mean the viewers of Idol Trainee. Before the competition ends, open an online voting channel on the official website and let all the fans participate, okay? Go Hongfu slapped Zhou Li's thigh. Good. Very good. Crooked Rigwood. Just do as Zhou Lu said. The program will continue to be recorded. Zhou Lu hurriedly backed away. Why is this shit director still moving his hands? Negative energy 1. Go Hongfu admiringly sized up Zhou Lu a few more times before he reluctantly stepped down from the stage, thinking to himself, he's got a good head on his shoulders. And it'll be another big gimmick if he votes all over the internet. How about giving him the title? The more I see of it, the more I like it. When the program was broadcast, this was a segment where many people swiped at the pop-up. Director Taishang. Zhou Lu said, thank you for the generosity of the director's team. Please enjoy the performance brought by our Lakuan Hausher battle team, Dragon Fist. But instead of immediately letting the music play, he first consoled the frightened trio. Dong Rock is slow to react. Did not scare much. Huang Penghao is heartless and okay, just 11 mercurial and emotionally delicate, just now has been on the verge of tears. It doesn't matter if it's delayed, just cut it out later. Chang Xiao was still muttering with Zhou Qiangjie about why Director Ge was so nice to talk to, obviously such a mean person. Zhang Xingyi couldn't listen anymore and said, Chang Xiao, didn't he tell you? Zhou Li's song Dragon Fist is used to PK the original theme song. He and the director have long discussed it. You guys were so focused on business last night, you didn't talk about anything else? Sheepy smiled wryly. Chang Xiao's face immediately sank with resentment. Remnant thoughts. Evil thoughts. Damn it. You won't let me drag your manual even if it's okay. You even hide this kind of thing from me? I was just talking for you. Like a fool. Negative energy plus 66. Zhou glanced at Milk Xiao. This girl is really moist. The slightest tease will be wildly spraying negative energy. After comforting 11, Zhou pulled his backpack pants back up. Alright, Kuan perform well next. Let's give the Chinese music world a little shock. 11 confidently. Aha! Zhou then nodded towards the music teacher. Prelude. Bullying is out there. The Chinese drums enter the scene, letting people know right away that this is music belonging to the Chinese, and this mountainous momentum, from the very beginning, sets up the song's magnificent atmospheric tonal atmosphere. Once again, the players below were silent. This drum beat, this melody, this rhythm, this damn oppression. Mentors, on the other hand, are a sight to behold. Li Haorong looked skeptical. Chinese drums? Rap? Zhang Xingyi twisted his body with a face of enjoyment. Aha, awesome, isn't it? Zhou Qiangjie, wow. Zhou Li's pecs are dancing. Chang Xiao, humph. The turtle on my belly even dances. Wang Erjia asked Ouyang Qing next to him. He recorded the beatboxing into the arrangement? Ouyang Qing sked. Awesome, awesome. His arrangements are so unexpected every time. Listen. The electric guitar came in. Bullish. In front of Zhou Lu. These tutors really couldn't write their positions because the musical prowess that Zhou Lu had shown made them feel in awe. This is a presence never before seen in Chinese music. Ghostly and heavenly. Dancing a dynamic street dance. Dong Rock was the first one to jump to the C position and start singing. Northeast East centered on Dunhuang. The coastline of this nation is like a bow. The Great Wall is like a dream that has been waiting to be shot for 5,000 years. I pull with my arms the weight of this whole land. Shilo was at the tail end of the group, dancing along with them easily and confidently. This song comes with buffs and whoever sings it is a bully. Let's put it this way. Not to mention newcomers with some potential like Dong Rock. Even if we let Xena sing it, it would have taken the #1 spot. The director, Go Hongfu, sat in his chair with his eyes closed, shaking his head. This song is awesome. Yesterday, when Jola proposed to replace AAA with this Dragon Fist as the theme song, his mind went blank and the whole thing was like a dream. Is that a good thing? The program group rushed up and spent money without getting a good song. But as a result, Jola contestant directly gave it away for nothing, which made Go Hongfu couldn't believe it. Oh, my god. Chol is simply too generous. He's worked his ass off for this shit show. In fact, Zhou was just trying to get the program's influence upgraded. That way, he would be able to get the 555 negative energy points reward once more. As for this new song, it cost more than 20 points of negative energy, but it was a drop in the bucket compared to the reward value. The song Dragon Fist is not just good. What Zhou really values is its positive energy and majestic atmosphere. This song will help idol trainee please bait the kids. We are instilling positive energy in the schoolgirls and will help elevate the show. Just by looking at the lyrics, you can tell that the song Dragon Fist is really super positive. Huang Ponghao. What to write about the winds blowing south from the Mongolian plateau? Do you understand Chinese characters or not? Same skin color and face. All three of there were Zhou's singing style that Zhou had personally instructed, emphasizing the use of broken phrases and oblique tones, and therefore, they sounded extremely beautiful. Of these, 11 has learned the most. And he is truly gifted. Crossing the Yellow River, east, combined, climb to the summit of Mount Tai, peak, I'll draw the north wind from the west. After singing these 3 lines, Kai Jikuan made a turn to back away, while at the same time, Huang Pinghao and Dongyan spread out to the left and right. Zhou jumped out and ripped off his half-naked top, revealing a body of bronze tendon flesh. I'm all tanned up and bronzed. Koto up, thump thump thump, elegant and gorgeous. The effect is explosive. In one of the most westernized hip-hop rap songs, Chinese classical instruments are perfectly submerged, flawlessly silky smooth, and that alone is breathtaking. The last song, In the Name of the Father, was still definitely Western Gothic, and this one turned out to be a mix of East and West. Among the 6 tutors, Li Haorong, who was the most skilled at writing songs, was already convinced, his eyes full of envy. Zhang Xingyi, on the other hand, was impressed and his mouth went oh again. OMG, is this really an arrangement that humans can make? Veteran rapper Ouyang Cheng said, This is the most special hip-hop song I've ever heard. Lu may have opened up an era. He completely changed rap. Most of the general rap is defiant and rebellious, with a lot of negative energy, while his song is unparalleled. Wang has been dumbfounded. He himself is the main rap song. At this time has been goddamned. Rap can still be played like this? Jonsho Wise, abs, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Chang Xiao, who was intrigued by Zhou Li's gear lever, looked mesmerized. Next door, China hip-hop is crying in the toilet. Who would have thought that the strongest rapper would be on this show? Her flirtation was not cut. Because China Has Hip-Hop is also a program of strange video, belonging to their own people. Their own people is to say that he is also embarrassed to blow up. Are the same capital father? China's hip-hop has invited Lu several times, and Lu has never gone because he doesn't have the fury to tear up a dull goose, and he's never eaten a big bowl of rice. Suff. The other three waited for 4 beats and followed Li's example of removing their tops to reveal their muscles. All 3 of them are more than 1 meter 8 big and tall. Usually also fitness, muscles, although not as good as Lu explosive, but also very stylish. Among them, but also Kai Jikuan's muscles are the most sturdy. At least it is by the black basketball players in the United States of America. Blood abuse of the body plate. And all 3 of them deliberately painted their faces and bodies with oil paint in an effort to get close to Li's skin color, which looked incredibly flattering to the lyrics. When the program aired, countless young girls lost their voices and screamed as they watched the 4 bodies of male flesh. And when their parents find out and reprimand them, the teenage girls calmly pull back the progress bar and take their parents with them to listen to the song all over again. From the first line of the lyrics, it is full of patriotic feelings and positive energy. Those parents are speechless. They can only beat around the bush and praise, and educate their daughters to follow the stars rationally. Man in the metamorphosis of an ancient riverbed. My right fist opened the sky and turned into a dragon. Moved the mountains and rivers again to fill in the cracks. There's only one expression left in the world. Waiting for the hero. I'm the dragon. The interlude starts again. A subtle gouging solo that lit up the room. Chang Xiao closed his eyes contentedly. This song is simply unbeatable. This creative ability. This singing standard. This dance expression. He is really the dragon. I forced myself to see it last night. Compared to the other men are earthworms. If Chol isn't number 1, who is? Choi Ji-Kwan? While he sings and dances a good portion of the song, the premise is that the song was written by Chol. And, well, the highlights are all on Chol. For a moment, she felt like she had one. This round of netizen voting is definitely still Li's first place. The first place in the last round of voting was Lu, and it was a broken lead. He had more votes than the next 10 combined. Oof. Let you insult me. Now it's my turn to insult you. Just the thought of taking a pen and drawing turtles on Li's firm pecs. Chang Xiao couldn't help but shiver and get excited just thinking about it. When the program aired, the pop-ups were divided into 2 types. Those that praised Lu and those that were conspiracy theories. Brother is awesome. This song is super positive. Rarely is a rap song this positive. A great mix of Chinese and Western arrangements. Brother Sego. Lu is simply a descending blow. Absolutely by the song. Lu has a background. The director is like a grandson in front of him. Remember the king exemption that was sentenced to 7 years? This dude is definitely a 3rd generation. A couple more went in today. What a powerful background. But, no matter what, Li's song is really strong, and the 4 guys' renditions are very colorful. Comparing to those contestants in front of them, it's really a descending blow. It's not even called a heavy punch anymore. It's called a dragon punch. Chol is like the lyrics of the song. There is only one expression left in the world. Waiting for a hero, and he is that dragon. Leakin Hausher Warriors. End of show. The 96 interns on the stage brought Ruomo only because a sense of powerlessness arose, such as Lu. Who could challenge him? It's only the 4th installment of the competition, but is there any suspense left? It's a championship booking. Fan Xiaofat's brother also Hempclaw. The catalog to the end. If the championship awarded to me, I dare to take it? That's overthinking it. Even without Lu there's still Kuan, and it's not his turn to be champion. The Kid King Kylan all froze, completely lacking the rampant demeanor from before. Only fear remained, the fear of being dominated by Lu. The audience, needless to say, was mostly in favor of Lu. The show is all over. The mentors complimented Lu and the 3 little ones, and then, the original theme song it began to play. Well, there's no comparison. The 6 judges couldn't stand it. What the fuck is this? You call this a song? The game is over. That was the sentiment of the 96 contestants on stage. Not that the day was over, but that the talent competition that is Idol Intern was ending early. Li's song Dragon Fist is a straight-up early lock for the title. They are all professional talent show. ran a lot of talent shows, although they know the means of capital operation, but also know that there are some things that even capital cannot operate. What's more, in this program, Zhou Lu is on the same line as capital. He has contributed so much to this program, and capital also wants to promote him. Capital is not a fool, and they understand better than anyone else who has the most money to spend. Just look at the way the director treated him. Unless someone can write something better than Fist of the Dragon and In the Name of the Father. But who's going to cast the show if they can write something of that caliber? So, why did Chol come to the draft? Obviously it could have gone straight out of the gate. Playing around? So many of the contestants' minds blew up. Like Kelly Wang. After the catalog was finished, the mentors all gathered towards Zhou Lu. The last, In the Name of the Father, was amazing. This time Dragon Fist was admirable. Wang Erjia and Ouyang Qing complimented Zhou Lu a few more times. Not going too far and being a bit jealous. Chol's response was heartfelt. My songs are ordinary. All set off by my peers. Negative energy +9. Negative energy +13. Zhang Xingyi said, wow, this song really shocked me. How can it be so good? Can you sing it for me? Chol, just pay the money. Zhang Xingyi, oh. Negative energy +1. We've known each other so well. And you're still charging me royalties? Xing Sha raised his hand. I'd like to sing it too. At my live sing-alone. Chol, feel free to sing. Zhang Xingyi blinked. She doesn't want money again? Zhou Lu, talking about money between friends hurts feelings. Zhang Xingyi, negative energy +66. I thought we were already friends, turns out we're not? You even helped me screw Sun Lei Hong. Joan Jie, I want to sing Dragon Fist too. LOL. Chol, you wish. Joan Cho, that's straightforward? Negative energy +33. On the side, Milkshaw smiled smugly. You guys are worthy to compare with me? Li Hao Rome was more reserved. There is a chance to cooperate. Zhou Lu nodded. Good. Several mentors flanked Zhou Lu out of the studio, and the contestants didn't dare to grab with the mentors, so they could only slowly and leisurely squeeze behind. Just outside the door, everyone froze. What is this? A plot set up by the show? Zhou Lu covered his forehead with his hand. Even the thick-skinned one felt a bit humiliated. Only to see, Guna Liza stood in the passage, a sexy white deep V dress, a pair of red high, holding a bouquet of flowers, face painted with bright and exquisite makeup, a silly smile. Chuli, she yelled in excitement and broke her voice. Yes, this woman usually talks out of tune and breaks her voice when she gets a little excited, so I don't know what the hell she would break into if she were in bed. The staff and players next to him looked at Zhou Lu enviously. Wasn't the situation already obvious? The mentors were also watching the fun, pushing Zhou Lu forward, just as Cheng Xiao was pulling him back. Director Go Hongfu immediately greeted the cameraman to stop filming. The last time to use Guna Liza is to give the show a whole gimmick. This time cannot be messed with. In case the weak Lu angry withdrew from the game will be troublesome. Guna Liza flew over. Chul, I love you. Zhou Lu, slow down. You don't want to break your leg. How can you run with such thin and high heels? I can only say you're so light. Close. B. Guna Liza's sense of conviction was extremely strong, and she was not ashamed in full view of the public. After all, she had little shame herself, handing out bouquets of bright red roses and gazing at Zhou Lu with infatuation. I like you. Be my boyfriend, okay? Please. So humble? The trainees and mentors began to rise up, their hearts souring. Promise her. In public, we have only seen difficult to chase women, have not seen women chasing men, and the active pursuit of the party is still known as the goddess of the ancient Naliza, a human beauty, a superb creature. Can this be denied? Zhang Xingyi subconsciously looked at Cheng Xiao, who had a sneer on his face. Zhou Qiangji also couldn't help but stagger. Wow, she's really beautiful. It's almost like game modeling. Flawless. Cheng Xiao disdainfully said. Small chest, small brain, two fatal flaws. Besides, what the hell has she become by Zhou Lu Piu? She still thinks she can be Zhou Li's girlfriend? I never thought of that. This IQ is really touching. Zhou Lu never wanted to fall in love with you, okay? Because she had played the game with Zhou Lu. Cheng Xiao knew better than anyone that Zhou Lu would definitely not agree to her. Sure enough, Zhou Lu took the flowers and casually tossed them. Dong Rock slips a knee and picks it up. 11 sends a jacket and puts it on Chol. Then Chol said to Gunariza, who did you let fool you this time? Gunariza cocked her head. Ha, Chol, I mean, who tricked you into a public confession? And send flowers? Guna Liza heatedly smiled. Zhou Yudong taught me. She said that so many people look at you must be embarrassed to refuse. He. Men are good face. Chol looked around. I'm sorry, I refuse. Guna Liza. Negative energy +100. Crowd? Li Haorong couldn't even help but push Zhou Lu. Dude, what do you think? Zhou Lu waved his hand at everyone. All disperse. What's there to see? With that, he took Gonariza's hand and walked away. Arriving at a program lounge, Chol pulled Gonaliza inside, closing the door and locking it behind her. There are no cameras in the lounge. Just two people. Gonaliza's eyes are red, feeling especially aggrieved. She is so humble. Jola still bullied her. Why Chol poured a glass of juice and came over. Gonariza reached out to take it, but instead of giving it to her, Chol drank it herself, and she couldn't pop it anymore, and was about to cry out with a sore nose. Well, then her tiny brain went straight down. Chol kissed her. Gonariza felt an electrifying tingle as the rich flavor of the juice burrowed into her mouth. It was as if the whole person had fallen into outer space and the whole universe was spinning and flickering. Juice is so delicious. I don't know how long it took for her to slowly come to her senses. Gonaliza found herself reclining on the couch, red face and ears, her dress having slipped most of the way down. Chol sipped his juice in the opposite chair, his eyes roaming over Gonariza with impunity. Gonariza had no strength but was happy. Lu, you promise me? Chol, no. Gonaliza, then you're still. Jolu, what do you care? I'll do whatever I want. You just suffer. Gonariza couldn't figure it out, but was willing to do so. Nodding decisively, aha. Jolu laughed. This chick is so funny. Just a little fee negative energy. Negative energy 354. Ding. Progress in raising, 8%. Mission reward is being generated. Please wait. Jola was admiring Gonariza's stunning beauty while waiting for the system reward. How much negative energy value would there be? Developing an upper body is a 354-point loss, and a negative distance exploration hit isn't even 1,000? Whether or not we can turn it around depends on the bonus wave. Nurturing progress has gone up by a full 5 percentage points. That should be a lot of rewards. Negative energy 132. Negative energy 51. Negative energy 19. Jolu revealed a black question mark face. How is it that he still continues to drop negative energy? Because, aftermath? It's a blood loss. All the negative energy that was gouged from Milkshaw last night was sucked out of Gonaliza, like a snow-white ancient Greek sculpture. Gonaliza exuded the ultimate seduction on the sofa. Come again. Jolu didn't have the good sense to say, come on you sister, be honest with me. Your pleasure is based on my pain. You know what? Gonaliza hemmed and hawed, and did not force it. This is the restroom of the program. More or less inappropriate. Because, little Lele is easy to be shy. Chol threw the bra on the coffee table over to her and told her to hurry up. Sister Za grinded. In fact, Jolu does not want to put Gonaliza how. Just pounded her, just do not want to explain to her. On her little head, explaining is not clear, or with action to conquer her simple. Ding! Nurturing progress rises by 5%, awarding 668 points of negative energy value. A little less, but Jolu was satisfied. At least there was no loss. Current negative energy value, 21,083. It was a big step closer to the 999 points of the healthy longevity card, and there was no way that Jolu would punch Sister Za before she got the longevity card for her grandmother. He is naturally aware of the importance of the lesser of these. After dressing up, Gonaliza came over to Paste and rubbed herself against Jolu, pouting. Xiaolu, we're all like this. What kind of person am I to you? -8. Jolu sighed. Sort of my woman. From now on keep your distance from all the opposite sex. Listen to me in big and small matters. When I tell you to stand you stand. When I tell you to squat you squat. He says I'm his now. Gonaliza was so happy that she flew up. Hey, don't say squatting. Kneeling is fine. Kneel one and I'll see. Plop. Was it good? -61. I'll go. Get the fuck up. Jola picked her up with one hand. What kind of strange hobby is this? What kind of strange hobby is this? Gonaliza, I'm obedient, right? To tell you the truth, I'm super obedient because I grew up stupid, so I just like to listen to people and do whatever they tell me to do. Joel, you'd better be really obedient or I'll lose you. Well, no, little happy is the best. Okay, go meet my friend. Yeah. Jolu took Gonaliza to rehearsal room 311. Huang Peng Hao and Dong Rock were there, teaching Dong Rock how to dance, and he danced wrong again today when he performed Dragon Fist. Gonariza waved to them facelessly. Hello, I'm Gonariza, Jolie's friend. 11, sister-in-law. Dong Rock, mom. Get out. Jola stomped on this little hot chick. You have to call Sister Za. She's not my girlfriend. Huang Penghao's daily dislike. Sister Za has a good heart. Gonaliza, what's wrong with that? It's not like it's the first time Kahaku has rejected me. I'm up. I'm used to it. Hey, what's so important about a name? The important thing is that I've got the fruits of victory today. The juice flavor is so comfortable on my tongue. The little yellow duck really didn't lie to me. Men are awesome. Jolu told Gunariza to sit on the side and play by himself. He had to discuss the next match with his 3 teammates. First of all, Leakenhauscher battle team is permanently locked up. Don't mess around with changing teammates or anything. Too lazy to grind. All 3 nodded at the same time. They also don't want to leave Jolu. This time singing Dragon Fist will surely be a hit. And there are more good songs waiting for them in the future. So only fools will change teams. Jolu added. Secondly, Dragon Fist will most likely be the theme song for this program. Huang Peng Hao, you go teach the others and dance. Kai Jikuan, you're still in charge of teaching Dongrock to dance. He's called me dad. I have to bring him red. 11 nodded. Don't worry, brother Lu. I promised to teach him. Dongrock was grateful. Thank you, dad. Chol, shut up. Call Lu. Dongrock, lock. Jolu nodded. One last thing. I'll be staying here for 2 more days, but I'm going to record another program. Yoshi, come with me. I think there's something wrong with your singing, but I don't know how to fix it. 11 tensed. I can't, can I? Jolu, don't be afraid. I'll take you to meet Mr. Lu Guan. He can definitely help you. 11 moved to tears. Wow, what are you doing? Being so nice to me. Jolu coldly said. Because you still have the need to rescue. Huang Peng Hao and Dongrock cannot be saved. They can only sing a lifetime. Cannot be a singer. It doesn't matter if Huang Peng Hao can be popular. And Dongrock has nothing to lose. He just wants to be a singer. In fact, Jolu had a selfish motive. By helping them become stronger, the influence of this program would become higher, and Jolu would be able to get the rewards. As for the other contestants, sorry, Chol is too busy. Gunaliza cupped her hands over her face and silently watched Jolu pointing out the mountains and rivers, her eyes full of stars, thinking that the more she looked at Jolu, the more handsome she became, and that he treated her brother well. So this kind of man is too charismatic. Tonight find a way to sex him up for the final breakthrough and get him in the bag. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Huang Penghao went to open the door. Light. Chang Shao tutor good. Chang Shao glared at him, then at 11 and Dongrock. Then, with a coquettish smile, nodded at Jolu and took a small box and handed it to Jolu. Joy. A friend gave me a guitar electronic metronome that I can't use, so I'll give it to you. Jolu took it and stroked Milksha's head. Thanks. I was talking about getting one. It's so useful when practicing the piano. What's the point of being polite to me? Chang Shao laughed and rolled his eyes at Gunaliza. It was so rustic to send roses these days. Although Gunaliza is stupid, but her womanly instincts are still there. She immediately blew up. This big-breasted tank is provoking me, trying to steal my man, she said. What metronome? Is it fun? Chang Shao shrugged. People who don't know music certainly don't recognize it. Gunariza huffed and puffed, but couldn't say anything. Inside the rehearsal room, the atmosphere was a bit odd. 11 pulled Dongrock and ran. So what? Lu brother, let's go to the program first and ask about the theme song. Huang Penghao slowly took his cell phone and left in a bitchy manner, not forgetting to dislike Jolu. Joy. Shura. One of Chol's shoes flew past and smashed into his ass. There were only 2 women and 1 man left in the room. Jolu wasn't the least bit intimidated, took off his other shoe, ripped off his clothes, and went to the changing room half naked and carrying his bag. He hadn't even taken off his makeup to change his costume yet. Chang Shao went to pick up Jolie's 2 shoes and put them next to the sofa. Gunaliza shows off her long legs. Why did you pick up his shoes? Chang Shao lifted her proud chest. What's it to you? Gunaliza slightly chesty, ashamed of herself. I ask what's wrong. Chang Shao pulled the hem of her skirt to cover her overly plump thighs. Who are you to ask? Are you her girlfriend? He's rejected you in front of so many people and still pestering him like a cowhide. You're rambling. He didn't exactly reject me. Dead duck. He kissed me. So, what about that? What? He drew a turtle on my belly. Ha, cut. He painted on my belly too. And it's still red. Ah, Gunaliza's aura is all gone. Yankee, hers is so big can't compare it at all. It's as big as my head. I blame myself for not being able to compete. The little yellow duck's breast enhancement cream isn't reliable. Yeah, I'm so stupid. Let the duckling teach me breast augmentation. And would Jingmin teach you to grow taller? She herself is particularly poor households still fucking teach me to get rid of poverty and become rich. Chang Shao saw that the other party was vain and immediately towed the line. Have you seen his? Gunariza shook her head with a curious look on her face. Chang Shao, then what are you fooling around for? You've never seen the world. Gunariza deflated her mouth and felt weak. This opponent was so strong. Had she and Kahaku reached that level already? She was so slutty. Milkshaw rides the wave and talks the intellectually deficient Gunaliza into hanging her head in shame and gray. After a long time, Jola came back after changing his clothes. Seeing Sister Za looking like a lost ghost, Zhou couldn't help but want to laugh. Nurse Xiao. She's good at bullying, isn't she? Chang Xiao wasn't going to be snarky in front of Zhou Lu and laughed. Too weak, but quite cute. Zhou Lu, it's okay. Feel free to bully your own people. Guna Liza, it's hard for me. Chol, bear with me. Gunariza lowers her eyebrows. Woo. Negative energy +9. Her IQ was not high, but she also figured out that Xiao Lu and this Chang Xiao had a very unusual relationship, and she didn't hide it from her, which meant that Zhou Lu had no intention of choosing between the two. Although Za is not comfortable in her heart, she dares not say anything. What if she angers Xiola and he doesn't want me anymore? It's all just been debugged. It's non-returnable. Can't blame Za's sister brain stupid. Bottom line low. Really, this circle is not the same as ordinary people. A teapot, a few cups belong to the routine operation. A cup of several teapots are there. The little yellow duck grows at Virtue and has more than one male companion. Where can you argue with that? Anyway, Guna Liza recognizes Zhou Lu. Who cares who he's flirting with? As long as he still wants me. There's a reason why it's her destiny to meet a scumbag. Because she has a relationship brain that isn't very smart. Zhou Lu asked her, didn't you just go to the theater? Why did you come back? Guna Liza justified. July exams. I took a leave of absence to come back to prepare for the final exams. You do not exams? Zhou Lu said in disgust. I'm like you? Still clawing on the spot. I've learned more solidly than you. Guna Liza, that's because I'm stupid. You're so stupid. Zhou Lu chatted with Chang Xiao for a short while longer and packed up his things to get ready to leave. Milk Xiao. 11. The three of them will trouble you. Help me supervise their practice. Next, I have to go record a variety show before going to Chinese good song. But Chang Xiao brought his shoes over. What program? Undeterred, Gunariza knelt down on one knee to put on Zhou Li's shoes. Poof. You're not even close to me. I can serve him with infinite humility. Can you? Chang Xiao looked at it. This she really can't do. Moreover, she can't figure out. You a bright and beautiful big actress as far as this? Although he. What? Though he was as rare as a mineral water bottle. Uprooting the Daki genus. He wasn't groveling so much, was he? The two women fought secretly, winning and losing to each other. Jolo, it's He Joan and Mr. Huan Lei's new show. It hasn't been aired yet. Seems to be called Mushroom House. Whatever. It's not too shabby to make money. Chang Xiao looked at Guna Liza who was putting socks on Jolo. Where do you live? Jolu, of course I'll stay here in the dormitory. It doesn't cost me anything. I'm going to communicate with the program group today, and I'll be back in the evening. Guna Liza, I have money. We'll stay in a hotel. Jolu, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Study hard to prepare for the exam. I'll beat you to death if you fail. Gunariza pouted and commiserated. Isn't it normal that people just want to be flushed? Taking a beating? Being beaten is not something she's afraid of. Chang Xiao took another look at Gunariza and exclaimed heartily, she's so beautiful. In fact, Milk Shaw has an inferiority complex. How can she compare her beauty with Za? Jola reached out to pinch Milk Shaw's face. Her face was fleshy and comfortable to pinch. But, when Jolu's hand arrived, Chang Xiao opened her mouth and was about to speak. So Jolu's thumb was inserted into her mouth, and the pinching of the face became a strange action. Gu Wu. Chang Xiao closed his mouth as Jola pinched his face from the inside out. Guna Liza is stunned. What is this operation? Jola forced himself to calm down, picking at Chang Xiao's mouth and shaking it, saying, the metronome you sent is great. Thanks. Chang Xiao, boo 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 no thanks. Suck it up. Suck off the drool that's coming out. Guna Liza is stupid. I'm still here. She's shameless. Jola picks up his backpack and walks away with Gunariza, who jumps and follows, and Chang Xiao watches from afar. Many contestants also saw this scene, and 100,000 reasons popped up in their heads. Why Jola rejected Guna Liza's pursuit in front of so many people, and she was still so happy and rosy to follow Jolu. Shameless. Shouldn't a big beauty have her own pride? Guna Liza doesn't have it. She doesn't even have the IQ to be proud of it. It wasn't until she and Jolu arrived at the agreed-upon cafe, when no one was around, that Guna Liza rubbed Jolie's arm and asked, isn't she particularly big? Chol, am I that shallow? Guna Liza immediately lowers herself. Oh, you must be close to her because of her musical talent. And what else? You think everyone is like you? All they know is carnal desire. Sorry. Be classy. You know? Be out of the low life. Got it. Look at you. All worthless. If I were any other scumbag I'd have played you for all you're worth. He you won't. Of course I won't. I'm not that low. I'll have to pio you first. So that's how it is. Go to the corner and face the wall for 5 minutes. Oh, gee. Jola looked at the Yukai standing in the corner and shook his head straight. This one is also too good PUA. Unlike Chang Xiao, who still had to give her benefits before she would cooperate. Conditioning is a must. A dopey beauty like Guna Liza can easily get green if not taught well. Shortly afterward, the writer-director of the Mushroom House came in with a cameraman. Teacher Joe Lu, a Yoho teacher Gunariza is here too? The choreographer was shocked. Za had finished her facepalm and was drinking her yogurt. Amused by Pio's hello ya. Choreographer, hello. Mr. Chol, you'll have to call the Mushroom House on the voice changer phone to order food on your end first. Ordering? Order what? Joe Lu was at a loss. He only knew that show was about doing farm work and didn't realize there was an a la carte segment. In fact, the ordering segment is the soul of the show, where all the suspense begins, where artists going to record the show call in a day in advance to order their food, some with voice changers, some without, and let the audience guess who the next guest will be. The choreographer and director gave Chol a quick explanation. Jola picked up the voice changer in his cell phone and tried it. It was quite strange. Guna Liza jumped at the chance. This program is so much fun too. Can I go? It's right by the capital anyway. I happen to be fine. The writer-director was overjoyed. This does not spend money to invite a Guna Liza back. Is not a great credit? Joe Lu reprimanded. What are you going for? Have you reviewed? Are you ready for the exam? What's the matter with you? Za beamed. Go have fun. Joe Lu, play? Do you deserve it? Going to college and not attending classes all day long. All you know is to play. Can you afford to be a teacher? Bastard. You just don't want to be cleaned up. Get your ass back to school and study hard. Guna Liza, negative energy +7. For some reason, Joe Lu always liked to be mean to her. However, Sister Za was used to it and was quite comfortable being scolded by him. He did it for my own good. The choreographer has been dumbfounded. What's the situation? Why is Chol scolding Gunariza like a grandson? And she's not even mad? Oh yeah, she didn't even get mad when a turtle was drawn on her belly. What is this? Well, this great beauty of the country appears to be a jitterbug. This is so much fun. Chol envy. After cursing Gunariza, Jola reached for his cell phone to make a call. He really didn't want to take Sister Za to the Mushroom House. This girl sucked his negative energy, not to mention that she was prone to doing stupid things. Joe disliked it so much. It was now evening, and a few of the artists were eating and drinking under the pergola after a busy day at the Mushroom House. Jingle bells. The sound of the phone came from the living room. Lu Huaxian put down his bowl and ran towards the living room. Answering the phone was his job. Hello? Hey. Lu Huaxian was confused and said in scalding Mandarin. Don't you feed. Who are you looking for? Chol, hello? Lu Huaxian. Negative energy +15. The choreographer on the side had a twisted expression. He had come into contact with several guests. He had never seen such a cheap one. Really, even cheaper than Chenhe. Gunariza covered her mouth or she would have burst out laughing. Jola shamelessly, hello? Joe Lu, who is engaged in music, actually knows Lu Huaxian and is considered a fan of his songs. Lu Huaxian was anxious. This is a Mushroom House. Do you want to order? Jolo, I'm looking for Big Head Huang. Big Head Wang? What head? Huang Drink ong Huang. Huang Big Head What big head? This is the Mushroom House. Did you make a typo? It's a Mushroom House. Ha? Do you know the Mushroom House? Mushrooms I know. Mushroom houses grow mushrooms, right? Growing mushrooms? Did you get the wrong number? Lu Huaxian was so anxious that he scratched his head. I have not finished chewing the chicken leg. Jolo continued to molest. I'm looking for Big Head Huang. Lu Huaxian looked puzzled. Then, putting down the phone, he rushed outside and shouting, Mr. Ho, Mr. Wang, there's a caller who's messing with me. He's teasing me. He Jeong immediately came in and pressed the speaker button. Hello, this is Mushroom House. What can I do for you? Jolo, I'm looking for Big Head Huang. He Jeong frowned. Voice changer. He did invite Chol, but didn't know which installment Chol was coming. The show is still keeping some of the guests a secret. At this time, Huang Lei walked in, roared, what broken voice changer? Call me Huang Big Head. Against you. I recognize you even if you're ashes. Order your food neatly and properly, or I'll beat you to death if you come tomorrow. Jola knew that he was exposed, stopped pretending and showed his cards. I'm going to order a Buddha jumping wall. He Jeong, Huang Lei, that's just right. I just made Buddha jumping wall today, so don't feed the rest to the dogs. I'll leave it to you. Chol, then I'll change the course. Yellow Thunder, okay. Hanging up. Huang Lei directly hung up the phone. He Jeong also heard it and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten up. I'm saying, where is the person who is more bitchy than Chenhe? It makes sense that it's him. Huang Lei spread his hands. Dare to call me Big Head Huang. I'll get him killed tomorrow. After losing so badly and challenged the limit last time, Huang Lei is still holding his breath in his heart. Lu Huaxian looked confused. Who is it? He Zhang hinted. A singer you really like. Lu Huaxian was even more confused. Outside, under the pergola, a male artist who was drinking a Buddha jumping wall, burped. Hiccup, I think I heard someone ordering a Buddha jumping wall. Ha 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 ha, really have good taste. Who is it? Yellow Thunder had a wicked grin on his face. Someone who was very resistant to building. Someone to do your work for you tomorrow. Chen He raised his eyebrows. But I've already finished the Buddha jumping wall. Huang Lei, isn't there some dregs left here? Just blend some water and cook a pot for him. What do you need a bicycle for? Lu Huaxian said nervously. Will the guests be angry? Huang Lei sneered. Angry? If you're angry, go do the dishes yourself and don't serve. The atmosphere in the mushroom house gets high, and Chen He cheaply comes up with ideas on how to mess with tomorrow's guests. Zhou Lu returned the phone to the choreographer and asked, didn't you say to order whatever you want? How come I only ordered one and the opposite party just hung up? The choreographer smiled slightly. You be a person. Sent away choreographer. Zhou Lu and Guna Liza shopping to go. Was photographed on the internet? Also did not set off what waves. All belly painting turtle can still fall in love not? Surely just ordinary friends only. Besides, how can that bitch Zhou Lu find a girlfriend? That really doesn't have a girlfriend. After shopping, Zhou Lu sent Sister Za back to the film academy. Guna Liza also wanted to pull Zhou Lu to the hotel. Was rejected by Zhou Lu. In the shadows of the street corner, she was briefly pounded. Chatting about comfort. Zhou Lu probed. The gadget is so sticky. All stretched. After sending Sister Za off, Zhou Lu went back to the idle intern dormitory. The following day, the sun shone brightly. Zhou Lu woke up early, carried his guitar to meet the choreographer of the Mushroom House crew, got in the car and set off for Miyun. The Mushroom House is located at the foot of Miyun Muling Mountain, with a beautiful view of the mountain and the water. In the car, Social Cow's Zhou Lu chatted with the choreographer to understand the style and tone of the program. What? You're bringing gifts? The choreographer said. It's not mandatory to bring a gift, but the guests in the first 3 installments all brought gifts, and Chen He even gave a sheep directly. Zhou Lu, so generous? A goat can eat for a long time. The writer-director wanted to say, this sheep it. Zhou Lu said. When we're almost there, Master drove and turned to the town's farmer's market, and I went to buy them some souvenirs. He's got $500,000 in notices for being on this show, and he's not that far off. 10 o'clock noon. Farmer's market in a small town in Miyun. Zhou Lu walked out with half a pig on his shoulder. The people buying food next to him were startled and made way for him. Who's Biaozi? Who is this Biaozi? Can you buy half a pig and eat it? Chol, that would make sense. Buying a few pounds of 10 or so pounds of meat wouldn't be in keeping with his rampant character. 2 cameramen follow the camera one after the other. A proper famous scene must be shot well. It's no worse than Chen He giving away sheep, right? Men give gifts for atmosphere. Coming behind the ass of the show's car, Zhou Lu put his hands on the pig and scratched his feet under the car a few times. Are my legs too long? Can't sense it? The choreographer trotted over and keyed the door. This door isn't inductive. Chol, what kind of crap car is this program? A few of the Wang's cars are inductions. Negative energy 1. Putting the pig in the trunk. Chol got into the car and continued on to the mushroom house. 2 months later, when the program aired, there were no more black people in the pop-ups, and by that time, everyone had gone black koan, and Zhou Li's side was only full of friendliness. Nuts. Ha? Who gives gifts to half a pig? There's one thing to be said for a pretty solid gift, fit for a mushroom house. Now there's food in the mushroom house. I'm happy to go to whichever show I can get a whole job. This has to be 100 pounds, right? Carrying it around? With a physique like Zhou Li's, 100 pounds is still a breeze. Who said he was fresh meat? It's a waste of a body not to go break corn. Go break corn. Chol must be extraordinarily good at his job. Of course country kids are hard-working. The one who said he was diligent slapped himself in the face later. Soon it was time to arrive at the mushroom house. But there was no one in the mushroom house. Zhou Lu took the pork to the house and put it down. And after wandering around inside and outside the house, there was only a small dog. Zhou Lu squatted next to the dog bowl and asked seriously, where did the family go? The puppy is about 2 to 3 months old and doesn't speak very well yet. Oh. Zhou Lu took out his cell phone and downloaded a dog language translator. Say that again. Woo woo. Translation, I'm hungry. Leave me alone. Zhou Lu directly uninstalled. What the hell? Waste of my traffic. Then he found a bag of dog food next to the dog bowl, pulled it over and opened it, grabbed one out and dropped it in his mouth. Chewed. Well, it's dog food. Zhou Lu poured a little into the dog bowl, and the little puppy ate it cheerfully. Zhou Lu was bored and picked up 2 more jerky from the dog food and ate them. This beef jerky is very chewy. The program group is really rich. The pop-ups are telling him to shut up and not be ridiculous as a dog. The choreographer couldn't look away. They've gone off to break corn. So you can go to them and help break corn on the way. Joe looked up the dog with one hand and walked out of the house. Am I sick in the head? I'm going to break corn on such a hot day, so you guys can just pretend I didn't come. With that, Joe walked out of the courtyard. Choreographer, where are you going? Joe looked left and right at the courtyard entrance. Which way is their cornfield? Up the hill to the right. Okay. Chol turned left and pinched little H as she strolled along the country lane. It's impossible to break corn. Chol doesn't even break corn at home. And grandma doesn't grow food. Only a few vegetables on her own land. Joe came to the village, looked east and west, and nagged people when he met them. It wasn't long before he was sitting under the shed by the kiosk at the entrance to the village with a handful of melons, talking and laughing with a couple of ants. Celebrities are human beings too. They need to eat, drink, and sleep too. I don't know. No one yells at me to work. They break corn every day? What business is it of mine? I'm here to play. Singing? I'm an average singer. Third in the world. Did you vote for me, Auntie? I'll teach you. You can download this app and open it every day to vote for Kaijikuan. Simple, right? What's the point of voting for me? I'm so strong I need a vote? Are you kidding me? Dinner? Yo, it's almost 12 alright. To eat at your house? How can that be a good idea? No. Auntie, which side of your house you live in? Not to eat, but simply to take you home. Goose foo you some mentor treadle. Joel picked up his wineglass and clinked one with his uncle and aunt. Uncle is good at cooking. So many dishes. Smells good. Auntie is so lucky. Uncle Farmer was humble enough to say, just do it, you don't look like you do on TV. Joel served his uncle his food. Why is it different? Uncle was puzzled. You're inside the TV. I want to punch you when I watch it. Joel opened his mouth. That's all because the program forced me to be wild and pretentious and beat up, right? It's all a lie to the audience. In reality, I'm a particularly humble and understanding person. Auntie testified. Kids can talk. They must be made up on TV. Malicious editing. Joel took a big bite of meat. Yo, Auntie still knows about malicious editing? It's okay. H whimpered and turned under the table. Uncle, how about serving the dog some rice? Joel shook his head. No need. It won't starve. Dogs, asterisk. The swearing was pretty dirty. The other end. Huang Lei, He Jiong, Lu Huaxian and Chen He, covered in sweat, drove a small tricycle dragging a load of corn back to the mushroom house, which is the fruit of the morning's labor. Huang Lei and Lu Huaxian were unloading corn at the door, and Chen He was fuming beside them, tired and stupid. In the yard, He Jiong's voice came, Mr. Huang, come and see. Someone has given us half a pig. Chen He was dumbfounded. How can you give away half of one? It's not sincere. Lu Huaxian, what pig? Chen He, go, take a look. As soon as he entered the yard, Chen He was dumbfounded, and when he saw the half-pig placed horizontally under the pergola, his expression was subtle. Really, half a pig? This is a ruthless man. Lu Huaxian screamed. Wow, we have food. He Jiong laughed out a face of folds and proudly said, I told you this kid is real, right? There's at least 100 pounds of pork here, and he must have carried it. Only Huang lay black face, this little bastard. Not to me to find work to do? He Jiong froze. What's wrong, Mr. Huang? Lu Huaxian, so much meat. Chen He's brain also turned fast. This hot day. Pork put to tomorrow will stink. Ha. Huang Lei patted the pork. Have to first split the pork into small pieces. Our refrigerator is too small to put. Buy more salt to make bacon hang up. All work. Where is this son thief? Give me out. The more he talked, the angrier he got. Huang Lei had taken off one of his shoes and was looking around the house for someone with it. Director Wang Jiangyu said he didn't want to work, so he took his dog to the village to nag him. And now he's dawdling at a villager's house. Huang Lei's eyes went round. Dabbling? This grandson thief is pissed off at me. Chen He ate his melon expression. It's still possible to hide a job like this? Looks like I'm still too conservative. He said he wasn't working, but it hadn't really been a bad day, and it was kinda hard to break corn while screaming in agony. He Jiong smiled bitterly. I thought he was an honest kid. Huang Lei jumped up. He's honest? He is honest my ass. In Challenge the Limit, Sun Leihong let him play autistic. Siana was so numb by his show. He is honest. He Jiong, also, the kid's main focus is an airhead. A confused Lu Huaxian suddenly called out. Oh, today's guest is Zhou Lu? Zhou Lu has just debuted. Curiosity is low, but 3 days on the hot search has long been read and well known. After all, by his dist a large number of stars. The latest installment of Challenge the Limit just aired last night, and Heartache Sun Leihong rushed to the hot search, and Zhou Li's bloodshed against the King of Yen was talked about by netizens. That's the living face king who cried at Zhang Xingyi last year. the first ruthless man of the ultimate men's gang, but was blown away by a newcomer. So, Chol is out of the ring. This time, his name is known to more people than just the music talent circle. Wang Lei was furious. That program was won by Zhou Lu also, even if, after all, is to challenge the limit. This is life, but to record a life program, but also by Zhou Lu so tossed, he really cannot endure. 100 pounds of pork, that's an afternoon's work for several people. Wang Lei picked up the kitchen knife. Jiang also cried and laughed and shook his head straight after realizing that it was a whole lot of work. The effect of the show was there, but he was also exasperated. Lu Huaxian, however, was happy. Zhou Lu is here. I adore him. His songs are so awesome, especially In the Name of the Father. It's a top level in the world's rap scene. So, is it really him? Chen He fanned himself and watched the fun. So what else? The entertainment industry is such a bitch. Lu Huaxian looked at him skeptically. Then you, Chen He, eh? Do you have any manners? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm an honest man. Lu Huaxian was speechless. What? What does honest and bitch mean in the Chinese context? Wang Lei took the kitchen knife and gesticulated twice at the pork. Still angry, go. Arrest someone. Chen He immediately followed. Right. Get him back so I can go. Wang Lei started the tricycle. Which house is Zhou Lu eating at? Wang Zhengyu, this cannot be told to you. Not to be outdone, he recorded Challenge the Limit with Yin Min, and this is his first time as a variety director, but the whole job is at a high level. Wang Lei is paired with Wang Zhengyu, so this season of Mushroom House isn't really a slow life show in the strictest sense of the word. Instead, it's more like the countryside version of Challenging the Limits, battling with the show's crew. Wang Lei, don't tell, we'll look for them one by one. Get in the car. Everyone gets in the bucket. Wang Lei added, take the dog with you. Wang Zhengyu, the dog was taken away by Zhou Lu. Wang Lei drove away. Even the dog to us. Son thief, you wait for me. Jiang laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Mr. Huang. I suspect that you're holding a personal vendetta just because Zhou Lu won against you in Challenging the Limits. Chen He, heartbroken Mr. Sun Leihong, on the hot search. Ha 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 ha. A few people laughed at the same time. So in contrast, it was less angry and more than a little happy. They came to the entrance of the village laughing and talking, and asked the villagers about Zhou Li's banditry. Finally, the one where Zhou Lu dabbled was found. The little three-wheeled blitz kills it. To the people outside the yard, Huang Lei Niso jumped out of the car, rolled up his sleeves. Don't let me catch me, let him carry pork, singing Heartfire burning. An honest farmer's uncle looked at the pile of people barging in and panicked a bit. Jiang laughed and said, hello big brother, may I ask if there is a young kid dabbling in your house? Uncle, yes, it's Zhou Lu. Huang Lei looked around. It's this son thief. Where is he? Uncle, that son. No, that Zhou Lu has eaten and left. Gone for a while. Chen He asked. Did he say where he was going? Uncle pointed in one direction. The river. My old man took him to the river to dig earthworms. He said he wanted to fish. A few people thanked the uncle and then continued the chase in the small tricycle. I'll let you fish. Catch you on a fishing pole. Hang the fishing pole. Only, after they carpet searched along the river for more than 10 minutes and found nothing, several people were confused. Where's Chao Lokman? Wang Zhengyu finally said. Zhou Lu went back to the mushroom house. Crowd. Huang Lei, Wang Jiafang, are you sick? Why didn't you tell me when he went back? Two huge flowery characters on Wang Zhengyu's face. Indifference. Would the Challenge the Limit crew tell you about someone else's whereabouts? Obviously not. So the showrunners have been kind enough to finally tell you that Zhou Lu has gone back. The little tricycle chugs and kills its way back to the mushroom house. In the car, the flesh on Chen He's face was jumping. Seriously, friends, I'm a spectator, and now I'm so angry that I'm about to have a heart attack. He's been sneaking up on us for more than half an hour, right? This son thief is really inappropriate. Lu Huaxian was confused. Why did he stop fishing? Chen He, he's fishing for us. I'm so angry. I broke corn all morning and now I haven't even eaten lunch. Huang Lei said viciously, go back and I'll beat him to death. Jiangdu said, I can't stand it either. He's too tossable. When recording Challenge the Limit, Zhang Xingyi especially liked Zhou Lu, so he brought Zhou Lu to have dinner and drink with the Limit gang of men and chat with them. And Zhou Lu and the gang of men became very familiar with each other. Huang Lei also scolded him because he was familiar with him, but not with artists he didn't know. So, what's going on over at Chol? The showrunners intentionally put Chol's clip after the three-wheel chase team's disappointing return in the editing. Dial back the time to half an hour ago. Carrying a hoe, Zhou Lu and his aunt went to the river to dig earthworms. Auntie digging earthworms, Zhou Lu, where's your fishing rod? Zhou Lu took a handful of corn from his aunt's house and made a nest by the river. There should be some at the mushroom house. I'll go back and get it later. Then the old auntie was shocked out of her emoji. Oh you. Only to see, Jola took off his shoes and jumped into the river, grabbing a 3-pound grass carp that was still struggling and looked fresh. Isn't that a coincidence? Jola had just made a nest when this big grass carp came to eat the corn, and the river was so clear that Jola saw it at once. What's with the fishing rods? Jola was overjoyed. Auntie doesn't need to dig. Thanks. Waving goodbye to Auntie, Jola pulled 2 thatched grasses through the gills and mouth of the grass carp, tied a knot, carried the fish in one hand and the shoes in the other, and walked towards the mushroom house. Dogs? Of course it walks by itself. Doesn't it have legs? When the show aired, pop-ups expressed extreme skepticism. This is the script, right? Jola, you don't be too outrageous. Catching fish with your bare hands? Away from the original score. It's so fake. The fish are stunned. Ha ha ha. This operation. Give the master a whole laugh. Jola is going to be on the hot seat again. As outrageous as it is, it seems reasonable that it happened to Chol. Indeed, Chol has always been outrageous. I can tell by the skill with which he catches the fish that he didn't go down to the river to touch the fish when he was a child. It's actually better to catch the big fish than the little ones. Jola swaggered back to the mushroom house humming. Today is a good day. La 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 la. Corn are back. Where is the man? Where are they? Did they go to break corn again? How much do these people love to work? Don't they eat lunch? There was a stone water tank in the yard with a red koi that had been kept in it, and Jola threw the grass carp in. Then, go inside and go to bed. 10 minutes or so later, the chase brigade returned, yelling as soon as they entered the courtyard. Hejiong, Xiala, are you there? Yellow Thunder, get the hell out of here. Lu Huaxian, great God Jola, is it really you? Chen He, hurry up. I'm starving. Jola lay on his side, blowing on the electric fan with a leisurely face. Hello it's not very damaging and extremely insulting. Negative energy plus 58. Negative energy plus 91. Negative energy plus 123. Only Lu Huaxian didn't break the defense, and he was now very excited and confused. Huang Lei manipulated the chicken feather duster and went to hit Jola. Of course it was a fake hit. Using the hairy side to whip Jolie's ass. I let you run. I let you dabble. I let you fish. I let you send us pigs. He Jiongla said. You're too tossable. We went looking for you and didn't even eat. Jola had already stood up and hugged Huang Lei and He Jiong respectively, then issued a soul torture question. What are you looking for me for? Am I, Jola, something you can find just because you want to? Another wave of negative energy was harvested. Chen He was irritated by his arrogance. Wow, I really can't stand it. What is this? Not familiar. Not good for spraying. Chol walked toward him, opening his arms. Chen He greeted him. Jola, you are really an old six. Jola avoided hugging Lu Huaxian. Hello Mr. Henry. Finally meet you. I'm your fan. I've been listening to your songs since Xiobor grabbed Yuya combination. Trap and Fantastic I double song cycle for a long time. Especially Trap. Very good. Chen He. Lu Huaxian lost his words. His face blank. His eyes glazed over. He knows me? He said he was a fan of mine? Although Dahua debuted early, he didn't have much popularity in the inner entertainment, and the vast majority of the audience recognized him from watching variety shows, and thought he was an ordinary fresh meat, and didn't know his strength. But Jola knows that he is studying music. Lu Huaxian's standard is high or low. The professional one can tell by listening. Hello, Mr. Chun He. The title just reeks of strangeness, you know? It's not like I've seen you before. Then it's the first time you and Dahua have met. 2. I'm his fan. Not yours. There really weren't many times when Chen He was defeated, until he met Zhou Lu. Negative energy plus 22. A few people sat down for tea. Lu Huaxian finally came back to his senses, jumping happily. Huang Lei laughed, the landlord's stupid son. Zhou Lu has praised him so much that he can't even find his way out. Moreover, the lawless Zhou rampant. When did he learn to say polite things? Zhou Lu took the tea handed to him by Mr. He. What kind of polite words? Huang Lei, no. You're really a Dahua fan. Is the quality of his fans that high? Jola nodded seriously. It's really a fan of his songs. I know he answered the phone yesterday. That's why I teased him. I also know that Harry is a musical prodigy, learning classical violin at age 6, piano at age 8, and at age 16. He won a silver medal in the 10th grade violin exam at the Royal Conservatory of Music in Gamma d'Or, and then enrolled in the Berklee College of Music. His violin is at a professional level, and I'm just asking you, how many artists have that kind of musicianship? Lu Huaxian was so scared that he waved his hands. No, I'm not. Huang Lei still didn't believe it. Did you check the encyclopedia before you came? Jola shook his head. Really not Henry, although his Love Beans debut, but other Love Beans is a broken Love Beans. He is really have solid music background. On the degree of professionalism, he is much stronger than me, but in the domestic love beans inside, then is strong almost no. Hejeong was startled. You're mouthing again. What's that ranting again? Lu Huaxian, I'm not. Don't you talk nonsense? Chen He couldn't stop laughing. This thing is really crazy. Ha ha ha. Not only is he crazy himself, but he also drags his idol along with him. Help! Who's going to cure him? Huang Lei shook his head straight and went to cook. This guy is really too amusing on the variety show. Zhou Lu, however, is very pious, pulling the idol to continue to die. Trap has 4 versions in Chinese, English, Japanese and Korean. All sound good, and it's quite hot in foreign countries. But this song is not very famous in China. It's not because no one is holding it up. The garbage capital just knows to hold up some garbage. Hejeong covered Jolie's mouth. Stop chatting. Just shut up. The truth is hard to hear and less to say. End of topic. Lu Huasan breathed a sigh of relief. It was really too thrilling to show up with such rampant fans. When the show played this segment, it was true that so many fans of other love beans scolded Zhou Lu, but Zhou Lu, Henry, and 11 had significantly more fans, and the scolding went back and forth. Kai Ji-kun's fans, in particular, revered Zhou Lu, and whoever cursed Zhou Lu they cursed. That's Cluck's big brother who was also his teacher and father. Not long after, Huang Lei made the meal and a few people went to the table. Zhou Lu sat on his butt next to the pork. Fragrant. Mr. Huang's cooking can be it actually got a favorable review from me. Yellow Thunder, didn't you eat? Chol, hungry from fishing. Chen He's 5 senses twisted as he spat. What kind of fish are you fishing for? Fishing for us is almost the same. If you can get fish from that small river gorge, I'll fry them in the palm of my hand for you to eat. Zhou Lu flaunted another large slice of retort. Brother meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Chen He arrogantly said. What's the matter? Go catch one if you can. I'll fry it for you now. Chol, I don't even have to fish for it. I'll catch it for you with my bare hands. Chen He slapped the table. It's a deal. You go and catch it for me. What will you say if you can't catch it? Zhou Lu revealed a honeyed smile. Frying a fish in the palm of your hand is impossible. Let's bet on an achievable one. How about it? If I can't catch the fish, let me have a mosaic on my face for the entirety of this program. How about it? Chen He was delighted. Good. This is good. Zhou Lu, if I catch the fish, how about you stay and record this episode with me and you mosaic the whole time? Chen He, bet on it. Huang Lei and Hejeong watched the fun. Lu Huaxian advised Zhou Lu, don't gamble. It's not a good bet. There doesn't seem to be any fish in that river. Zhou Lu nibbled on a chicken leg. Mr. Henry, go check the water tank over there and see if there are any fish. Lu Huaxian walked over with a skeptical face. Really? Chen He bristled. That's koi, and it's not something you caught. There really is a fish. A big one. Just see. Lu Huaxian grabbed the big grass carp and showed it to everyone. Hejeong and Huang Lei were stunned. Chen He opened his mouth wide, petrified on the spot, and dropped his chopsticks on the floor. Zhou Lu, how dare you bet against me? Zhou Lu? No one can win against me. Post-teacher. Mosaic on. Shoo. A mosaic crawled across Chen He's face. Negative energy plus 99. So you've caught a fish and you're lying to me about betting with you? I don't believe you. Did he buy the fish? Did he? Mosaic was thrilled and yelled at the show. Then, Wang Zhengyu brought a machine and showed him the footage of Zhou Lu catching fish with his bare hands. Mosaic is silent. Chol, Mr. Mosaic. Are you okay? Mosaic, I'm not good. I'm bad right now. I'm going to explode. Will be on the hot seat for this? So embarrassing. With that, Chen He was willing to gamble and stay with Zhou Lu to record another installment, mainly because he is not busy with his schedule lately. And also, Mushroom House is really fun. After watching the video of Zhou Lu catching fish, Lu Huaxian found it unbelievable. Is this not staged? Isn't it scripted? Catching fish, eh? Chen He gasped and laughed. How can this be a script? Did that fish go to film school? It's better than Deng Chao's acting. It was supposed to be. Catching fish wouldn't really play out if the show was scripted. At least one shot is impossible. It's the same Chol, who is frequently favored by the gods of variety. Who can grip it so silky smooth? Chen He asked. How the hell did you do that? It just poofed into your hand? Does that fish not know how to swim? Jolie's expression was untamed, nothing else. Only the hand is familiar. Bouncer. Darn it, he got mounted again. It was almost 2 o'clock after lunch, and it was impossible to go down to the fields when the sun was shining. Chen He went to sleep in his room with a mosaic face. Hejeong was tinkering with his hand-brewed coffee, and Zhou Lu and Lu Huaxian were exchanging musical ideas, with one holding a guitar and the other a violin. Huang Lei also went to take a nap, and just as he did so, he rolled over and came out and said to Zhou Lu, that half of the pig you've given a solution to, You've brought your own trouble to take care of it yourself. Break it down and make it into bacon and hang it up. Chol, on what grounds? Huang Lei was choked, and only after a long time did he say, what by what? That's the rules of the mushroom house. I'm in charge. He Jiang laughed and agreed. Right. Who told you to buy so much pork? You'll be working on this half-pig this afternoon, so you won't have to do any other work. Huang Lei, and other jobs. This pig can keep him working until midnight. Making bacon isn't easy. After taking revenge on Zhou Lu, Huang Lei went to take a nap in a relaxed mood. Zhou Lu doesn't care, as long as you don't let me break the corn. It's fine. By the corn leaves across the skin. Huge itch. When bathing also hurt, and corn above the cob dry. A touch will become powder. To the body especially difficult, and then a sweat so sticky. TSK. I hate corn. Yeah. Lu Huaxian nodded his head. Zhou Lu was literally his mouth double. He had limited ability to express himself in Chinese. Zhou Lu, carrying corn is also tiring because it's heavy, and the rope of the basket strangles my shoulder and hurts like hell. Lu Huaxian nodded frantically. Right. I thought this program was just an act. I didn't expect it to really work. He was truly never so tired in his life. Zhou Lu gloated. This is a slow life program? This is the celebrity version of Metamorphosis. Lu Huaxian was zapped by Zhou Lu with a tearless expression. However, meeting Zhou Lu at this program today has made him happy again. And he and Zhou Lu talk a lot, whether it's in music or in doing farm work. Zhou Lu can resonate with him. Getting along with Zhou Lu is much more compatible than the other guests on this show. Then they collaborated on a Chinese version of Trap with one playing the guitar and the other the violin. I'm still trying to find my true self lost along the way. To find a way out of the way of you who don't mean it anymore. Keep me away again. I'm trapped. When it aired, the pop-ups were even more amazing. A look of having never seen the world. This is Dahua's song? How did he sing so well? It felt even better than Zhou Lu. The two napping in the room were also Tisk's king. Huang Lei, this kid Dahua is really good at singing. And Zhou Lu is good too. Chen He, give me to listen to Hyperactive. But also How to Sleep. He Jiang also called out that it sounded good and felt that his ears were healed. Lu Huaxian was even more excited. He knows. He really did know the song. The lyrics are all remembered too. It's amazing. Chol, what's so amazing about it? I'm really a fan of your songs. Lu Huaxian still couldn't believe it. No. It's only right that I'm a fan of your songs. I listen to In the Name of the Father on my knees. That composition and that arrangement. Dig the roots. You know? Tisk. He Jiang laughed. It's also quite good. You two are each other's fans. It's a kind of magical destiny. Dahua finally accepted it a bit and gloated. Zhou Lu is my fan. Wow. He Jiang brewed 3 cups of coffee. So, does Kahaku follow stars too? Zhou Lu shook his head. More milk and more sugar. Thanks. I'm not a star chaser. It's just that there are some great musicians that I happen to like and I look into their work. Like Henry. He Jiang, so what do you think of Dae's singing prowess? Lu Huaxian's eyes lit up and he looked at Zhou Lu with an expectant face, like a child begging for praise. Post-flower characters, a small class for Taishang instructors. Zhou Lu was honest, not as good as his violin. But that's because he's too strong on the violin. And for singing, his voice talent isn't too good. With a big white voice in the early days, it's very dry when he sings. Lu Huaxian nodded his head in vain because Zhou Lu had hit the nail on the head. Zhou Lu continued, but he's really diligent. A few years down the road, singing skills have soared. Now he's a different person from before. He now has an exceptionally wide range, extremely high soprano voice, and is also stable. As stable as an old dog. And he has more texture than the studio. A quality singer. That rating is higher. Dahua reddened. Hey. Still a little embarrassed. He Jiang laughed. What's there to be embarrassed about? Awesome is awesome. It's just that your other songs aren't good. Zhou Lu said. He is really great. Singing throws me off 10 streets. And is even stronger than Wang Zhengliang by a hair. Wang is old. Ha. He Jiang, no nonsense. Although Mr. Wang is old, he was also watched by Mr. He to make his debut. Zhou Lu shrugged and sipped his coffee. It's not like I said it. It was Master Wang himself. He said that my learning goal is Mr. Henry. To improve my singing skills by practicing hard, especially strong mixing and head resonance. He had really studied it. And Dahua, like him, was nearly as talented with his voice, but had a good musical background that could be practiced. Henry's vocals are more solid. Just not many good song resources. Unlike Wang Daki, Moncler Outlet Store Original Strong One. Singing and writing songs are 2 latitudes. The post-production teacher was also kind enough to give the white audience a brief explanation of what strong mixing and head voice resonance are in this segment, with flowery subtitles. The pop-ups all praised Zhou Lu. This guy is really straight. When he meets certain pretenders he can dislike them in place, and when he meets powerful ones he really praises them to death. Lu Huaxian liked Zhou Lu even more because he was so happy to be praised. Zhou Lu said, "Your biggest weakness is your Chinese bite, which needs to be strengthened." The higher level of Lu Huaxian was taught with an open mind. Zhou Lu then asked He Zhong, "Mr. He, if our program catches fire, we'll shoot a second and third season, right?" He Zhong laughed. Mr. Wang said to keep recording for his 20 seasons. "Will you come back next year?" Chol, so it's not going to be a fire and replace Henry, is it? Why did you replace him? Capital intervention. Of course not. No. After the coffee, Shilo went to the pergola. Still hot, but no more treatment would not work. So many flies around the pork. Lu Huaxian followed along with little H in his arms. "Brother, can you cut this pork?" Although he was older, Zhou Li's incredible height and powerful aura made him unconsciously want to call his brother. Chol shook her head. "I didn't get it. Boo." With that said, the bone chopper slashed the dragon's bones in a violent attack. Then the small sharp knife ran along the keel break, slicing through the pork and silky smoothly bisecting the half slice. Lu Huaxian was stunned. "Still saying you won't? I've eaten more pig-killing feasts than you've ever seen." The butcher unravels the pork. "I've seen it since I was a child and remember some of it. Besides, your brother Li's hands are invincible. Half a dead pig in the district. How hard can it be for me?" Zhou Li's right hand was a bone chopper and his left hand was a small sharp knife, and his movements looked a bit skillful. Let's just say a little bit of pig-killing talent is on the line. Lu Huaxian was dazzled and his admiration for Zhou Li deepened a little more. He said, "Brother, you are so good with your hands. That's for sure. I've never lost a fight when I've grown up." Chol slashed and thumped. Lu Huaxian tilted his head. What exactly did the Chinese word for hands-on mean again? Chen he couldn't sleep at all. It was too noisy. Roll over and look. Next to Huang Lei is sleeping with noise-canceling earplugs, sleeping soundly. Chen he had the bright idea to take off his headphones. Then, Huang Lei woke up, shocked by the sound of Zhou Li chopping bones, and looked at the bitch's smiling Chen he breathlessly. He rolled over and got up, ready to go out and curse. But when he saw that Zhou Li was unraveling the pork, he had nothing to say after all. It was he who wanted Zhou Li to unravel the pork, and unravel it so well. All right, nobody sleeps. Chen he also got up, holding his hands to appreciate Zhou Li solving pork. Other people's idols solve equations and light riddles, but you're good. You solve pork. He Zhong exclaimed. It's also brilliant. This is a colorful scene in the history of variety arts, right? Lu Huaxian, I want to learn it all. Huang Lei, in ancient times, there was a butcher explaining the ox. Now there is Zhou Lu explaining the pig. Ha ha, can really work. It's not that stars can't work, but mainly, Zhou Lu, you're doing this too professionally. Chol, I'm ordinary. I'm just a good learner. Pig, you're noble. Chen he casually said. Such a silky process of unraveling the meat. It would be a waste not to have a song to go with it. Come on one. Lu Huaxian immediately brought his violin and prepared to accompany him. Chol, huh? Sing what? He was taking the leg of a pig, running a small sharp knife up along the hindquarters of the pig, the tip of the knife poking into the hip joint, perfectly removing the thigh. Chunhee, you just sing whatever you want. Do you write a new song now? Zhou Li was so focused on unraveling the pig that he didn't quite hear. New song? If it's a new song. After a pause, Zhou Li sliced open the pig's thigh, eliminated the bone, and then opened his mouth to sing. A new song he'd crafted for a certain Mr. Yuan, who wished to remain anonymous. I've been growing up for 3,000 years and wandering the world. Even if I was a poplar in KS Gayer, I've been searching for you for centuries, finding you in the circle of life. I'm not afraid of the rain, the wind, the sun, the desert sand. Let the heart be exposed to the sun and confess to you. I'd rather my body be weathered by the years. I want you to feel my true love. 2. Cicadas. The sound of chopping bones. And then there's Chol singing. This sudden section of the new song confused all 4 of the mushroom house. Huang Lei was greatly shocked and exchanged a glance with He Zhong. He finally understood why old he had to go out of his way to help Zhou Lu ease his relationship with Song Songhua, and also began to understand why his own daughter was so enamored with Zhou Lu. This guy was too outrageous. Chen he raised his eyebrows and rubbed his arms. Sweat hairs are standing up for me. Is this a song? This is a sung poem. Lu Huaxian's ability to express himself is almost as interesting. It sounds good. Chinese is so beautiful. Zhou Lu, of course. Hualu is the dopest. And then everyone chatted about the song, raving about Zhou Li's new song. Zhou Li smiled and asked, is this song advanced? Lu Huaxian wildly praised. Advanced. Very advanced. Blah blah blah. He Zhong stifled his laughter. He probably knew which program this song was going to be sung at. Zhou Lu was really rampant. Soon, Zhou Lu in the presence of everyone to solve the pork. Huang Lei said pig feet left behind at night stewed soybean. Ribs are put in the refrigerator. 2 pig leg bones simmering soup to do Buddha jumping wall. The rest of all the roe into 3-finger wide strips of meat to do bacon. A lot of corn has been broken up. Enough to buy ingredients and wine. So the task this afternoon is for everyone to make bacon. Chol certainly can't do it all by himself. There is strength in numbers. And the bacon was done in half an afternoon. And then it was time for Huang Lei to cook and the others to take turns in the shower. Zhou Lu also killed the fish and prepared to make boiled fish fillets. He Jiang rubbed his hair and spat with Chun-Hee. Look, he's doing the work himself. Chun-Hee laughed bitterly. Really you guys, this program is toxic. So am I. Talking about not working and not working. Unknowingly doing it. Zhou Lu not only filleted the fish, but also made the boiled fish right next to Huang Lei. The crowd marveled. Huang Lei said, "This guy can even fry hot pot base. What's a pot of boiled fish? Hojong, you're watching Happy Boys at your age?" Huang Lei spoiled a smile. "It's Cece who loves to watch it. I watch it with my daughter for a while when I have nothing to do at home. And then I saw a shameless one frying hot pot base in the program. It almost didn't kill me with laughter. Chun-Hee, you can't do something like this without 3 years of brain thrombosis." The food was served. Dry rice. Zhou Lu started with a bowl of Buddha jumping over the wall. Who suck it. Ha! Satisfaction. This soup is absolutely perfect. Huang Lei smiled kindly and looked at Zhou Lu. Still satisfied? Teacher Zhou Lu. Zhou Li's entire body emptied out. The arrogance and hostility of the first time in the entertainment industry suddenly dissipated. "I thought that you could cook was just a persona. I didn't expect it to be really so great. This soup is so good. It's so fresh." Chun-Hee said. "Just kidding. This is a Buddha jumping wall. He-Jong, we have 2 meals of Buddha jumping over the wall in 2 days. What a luxury." Chun-Hee spat. "We broke all the corn for the key 2 meals of Buddha's wall. He didn't break a single one. On what grounds? Chol, with the mosaic on your face." Chun-Hee suddenly clammed up. "Nuts. How do I know you?" Zhou Lu isn't without emotional intelligence. He just doesn't show it easily. And at this point he also allows the program to remove the mosaic from Chun-Hee's face so that he can finally have a face again. As soon as the meal was over, Lu Huaxian got drunk and ran to bed alone and silently. Because of the pound of yellow wine added to the Buddha jumping wall, Da Hua was not able to drink. The other 4, however, were very drunk, still drinking when the food was cold. And by this time it wasn't beer anymore, having switched to white. When Chun-Hee got high, he started blabbing about Deng Chao's embarrassing drunken behavior in RB. "Suddenly I'm so hard. I want to throw up so bad." He just threw up and pooped all morning at the airport in RB. "I'm so sad. I'm going to die. It hurts so much. Ha ha ha." Chol all but doubled over in laughter, lying on the pergola counter. "Chun-Hee, Chao really can make me laugh for the rest of my life." "Have you guys encountered anything funny with your drinking?" Chol said. Yes. That's only fun when Guna Liza is drunk." "Oh, an actress?" The 3 of them immediately became interested and encouraged Zhou Lu to speak quickly. Zhou Lu tons another mouthful. "Hey, last time we went to an internet cafe to play a game in a private room for the night. She had to bring 8 bottles of ouzo, saying that one person had 4 bottles, and after drinking it, she was directly confused, and rampaged through the game, and was blocked by her teammates for a week in the reporting road." Chun-Hee, ha 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 ha. Zhou Lu waved his hand. "This isn't the most desperate. The most desperate is that she kept yelling about how much money she had in her card and told me that the password was her birthday." Chun-Hee froze. "Wouldn't the whole country know her password if you say that?" Zhou Lu, fear not. She has since changed her password to the first 6 digits of her ID. Chun-Hee nodded, then creeped out. "That's kinda classified." 650,100? These are the first 6 digits of the ID card for the western border city of USA. Chol laughed. "You. Right. Po ha 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 ha." Huang Lei also laughed so hard that he slapped the wooden platform, and He Jiong held back his laughter in order to speak. "Chun-Hee, that's a great password." All 3 of them also knew Gunariza and knew she wasn't very bright. But this was too much. There was nothing wrong with using the first 6 digits of your ID card as a password. But when Zhou Lu said it, it made it seem like Guna Liza's intellect was a bit stretched. And is it really appropriate to make up an actress like that? This was something He Jiong was considering. He thought for a moment and said, "Xiaola, you remember to remind Liza to change the password again." "I'll talk." Chol picked up his cell phone and tweeted. That side quickly replied. To Jolie's message, "Za sister, our second reply." Chol shows it directly to the camera. Chun-Hee came over to read the message. "Is there something wrong with this Chun-Hee? Why does he know my password?" "What? Again?" There was laughter. Instead of blaming Zhou Lu for leaking the information, Guna Liza blames Chun-Hee for knowing the first 6 digits of her ID card, which is also a very clear brain loop. Chun-Hee laughed without strength. "Xiao Lu, Won't she get angry if you mock her on the program like this? Jola thought and thought again. Sister Za, it seems that there is no such skill. What is anger? Sister Za won't. It's true. You draw turtles on people's bellies and put the pictures on the internet and they don't even get mad. That temper is really too milky. Chen he suddenly asked. It was rumored on the net that she had pursued you. Chol suddenly jammed. Chen He's expression immediately became wonderful, and his 5 senses flew about. Ha. There is a situation. There must be a situation. Ho Jung, can this be said? Yellow Thunder arches his fire. Can. Just cut it out late in the day. It wasn't actually cut. Jolu said while returning Za's sister's message. Actually, it was me who had a bit of an idea and tried it a few times. Huang Lei accompanied the mouth. I believe you a ghost. Chen He was suddenly stunned and managed to control his micro-expression and stop talking, quietly exchanging glances with Mr. Huang. It was time for He Zhang to take over the conversation. Really? So what did she say? Chol, she said. I'm a good person. Ha. Even though I know what Jola said is false, it's still funny, and it makes extra sense when you link it to the turtle painting thing. He Zhang laughed. This girl Guna Liza does have a particularly good personality. A bit naive and extra cute. The next time we run into each other on the program, I'll ask her why she thinks Zhou Lu is a good person. It's too far-fetched. That's giving Zhou Lu a response. Zhou Lu revealed that he had chased Sister Za just to whitewash her. Turtlegate incident makes many people think that Guna Liza is frivolous and casual, but Zhou Lu is so looking to make up for the fact that Za's own naivety and cuteness stands out. And giving Zhou Lu a good guy card is also a plus. Ho Zhang's words were subtle, a hint that he would bring Guna Liza on the show when he had the chance in the future. 2 months later, Guna Liza, who saw this scene, was in hot tears, nodding her head to Zhou Xiaola one by one to express her gratitude. Very pious. On this night, although Zhou Lu drank a lot, he kept his absolute sanity. Instead, Yellow Thunder got a little high and suddenly jumped to chop wood. Then it's all about chopping firewood. Even the sleeping Lu Huasan got up and chopped a few before going back to sleep. Chen He specializes in picking evil-looking firewood to chop, such as the ones that look like 2 legs. Chol was split to split like a human leg. Chen He arranged the firewood into a leg-up shape and said, you aim for the center. That's it. And chop down hard. Jolie's hand rose up and chopped away. Tai. Chen He laughed until he couldn't stand still. Yellow Thunder, the 2 of them are simply a double bitch. 2 psychopaths. He Zhang chimed in. Too funny. Inside OS, brother, you're not much better. Are you? Who was the first one to jump out and chop wood? A night of great joy. Viewers were shocked when they saw the main movie. These big stars get drunk and go chopping wood? The most bullish is that Jola play high not satisfied with chopping firewood. Chopping firewood with the wooden pier are chopped. A group of people take turns to chop the wooden pier. The next day, after sobering up the collective embarrassment, due to the overly dense and spooky laughs, this episode, straight up, sealed the deal. The next day, after recording the program, Zhou Lu and Chen He took a bus back to the capital together. Chen He held a pillow against his waist and said, next year, I'll make sure to take you to our show. I want to see you tear Jin Zhonghua apart. He flashed his back last night chopping wood. Huge pain. Zhou Lu, next year? By next year I'm afraid you won't be able to afford me. Chen He was already used to it. The first time I met someone who brags more than Deng Chao, but he always gets hit in the face when he brags. And you're more bullish than him. Zhou Lu shook his head. Because I have strong lung capacity, I can play the Swona. How can I not play the bull? Put. The driver laughed and the car shook. Zhou Lu and Chen He were then honest and didn't dare to race anymore for fear of flipping the car. Back in the dormitory of idle interns, Zhou Lu was again non-stop into arranging and rehearsing new songs. Unlike these interns, Zhou Lu has to take part in other auditions and prepares much more songs. The 3 little nerds were stunned when they heard Zhou Li's new song 4 Chinese songs. Dong Rock automatically slides to his knees as Wang Pengho tries to steal the song. 11 looked at Zhou Lu with stars in his eyes. This is the ballad that's even better than Birchwood, isn't it? It's awesome. Chol, how about Birchwood for this song? The greatest ballad of all time. Save it for the finals, of course. Sandum was even more shocked. How many works did La have? If it continues like this, the new song charts are going to be slaughtered by him alone. It doesn't matter if he slaughters the list or not. Zhou Lu doesn't care about this bit of fame. He simply wants to earn negative energy value to buy the health and longevity card. And the overall champion of the Chinese good song is a must-have. This show is the most stable. Then writing a song. If you have a hangover, Zhou Lu is not weak at all, while others will have a hard time. A good number of people get to the back of the line and surely are second-handing previous songs, and there are very few opponents who can write quality work. Chol is very involved in the preparation of the fight. Dunariza tries to ask Chol to go to the movies and gets scolded by him. Sister Za was scolded comfortably. Her tiny brain turned on thinking mode. Joelu must have done this for Pumi. Must be. He could have done me, but he was shallow every time. I want to. And he scolded me and punished me to face the wall. Lu must be trying to make me more obedient, more tame, more dog licking. This guy is so bad that he keeps hanging on to me. He must be trying to do something big. Does it mean that he wants to turn me into a? Wow. That's too much, isn't it? Guna Liza carefully thought about the reed piece. More certain. Joelu just want to be the master. Since he is so excessive. Then how to cooperate with him. The love brain is incapable of rejection and only knows how to give. It's time to reinvent ourselves. For this reason, she also consulted with bricklayer Zhou Yudong. The little yellow duck marveled at her white give, but the experienced one still actively offered advice to try to help Sa become a perfect so-and-so. Zhou Yudong was simple. Never seen one tame itself. Had to see it. Progress in raising, 9%. In the afternoon, Zhou Lu, who was tinkering with the arrangements and mixes, was confused. What's going on? I didn't do anything. How did she improve? It's happened before. Could it be the legendary self-domestication? It's kind of fun. This is also quite good. After having the ability to evolve on her own, Guna Liza will be able to cultivate herself on her own, saving Joelu a lot of energy, and I hope that she will study hard and drill hard, and go forward on this road of improper human conquest. Negative energy 42, and she's happy? Joelu finally understands why she is destined to attract scum, because she really just has no skin in the game, and when she gets on top of it, she dares to play with anything, and is quite crazy. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Fine, since you're sincere in recognizing your master, I'll be merciful and take you in. Men are not naturally resistant to pretty pets. So, Joelu picked up his cell phone and used Weishuan to release the task. I order you. You must pass all the final exams. Fail one and face the wall for an hour. Sister Zhao replied in seconds. Yes, sir. Is there a reward? Hungry. Then came a cool picture of her reviewing in her dorm room, and a picture of a little puppy licking a bone. That big, thick stick bone. Joelu scared. This thing was sometimes too brainwashed. Joelu replied, complete the mission and reward you with a delicious meal. Is it a big bone? Woof. I only like big bones. Could be. Guna Liza, thank you. I'll try my best. Papa Gamba. After releasing the master's task, Joelu put down his phone and shook his head straight. I'm not pure anymore. I blame her. I blame her for being too cute. Recalling the past, Joelu remembered that when he was a child, he also raised a dog. Also milky white, especially well-behaved. Let it do what it does, and will also do congratulations to Fortune. But unfortunately, later on, it was run over by a car, and boiled a big pot. For a while, it was hard for Joelu to sink his teeth into getting an arrangement. No wonder ancient emperors liked to fight in the West. In contrast, Milkshaw is much more reserved. After trying twice to find out that Joelu only wants to concentrate on music, she stopped looking for Joelu to practice dance, keeping a proper distance. Milkshaw is not for nothing. To be friends with her need to be equivalent exchange. There are many other strengths in Chol the man, but the longest one is self-control. Soon enough he got over the whole cat and dog thing, gathered himself together, and got back to making arrangements. Thanks to Master Wang's 1 year of teaching, Jolie's arranging ability was good now. At least it was no problem to carry out the ones in the system. And sometimes there was even a little bit of icing on the cake. That's when 11 ran in. Lego. Outside the house. Dongrock said anxiously, quickly tell our father to go see the beautiful woman. Huang Pango, it's a pretty girl with a boyfriend. Oh. Chol's head was spinning. What's wrong Kuan? 11 said. Fan Pai Pai's sister came to visit, and all the interns went to see Big Star. So we came to ask you to join us. Joelu rolled his eyes. What's so great about Fan Frost? I've seen just about everything up and down in Pinghua, and that's about it. I'm going to be an arranger. Not going. 11 admiringly, he said. A big brother is a big brother. Bye. After saying that, he ran away, and the 3 little nerds joined the group of people who surrounded the Big Star, which was Fan Shuangshan. The headlights are so white they can blind you. I envy Van PP. Joelu is a person with advanced aesthetic interest. He feels that it is still Guna Liza's small and exquisite the most beautiful. This is the conclusion reached after comparing Milk Xiao. Surplus to requirements but varied. Keep up the music. Half an hour later, the arrangement of the ballad was roughly done. Only 1 million harmonies remained, and I didn't know when Master Wang's side would send it over. You can't go out there and find someone to sing harmony. Can you? It costs money, not to mention the quality. Chol picks up the basketball and gets ready to go. Ready to go for a workout. You have to have a good body to sing well. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. It's definitely not Sandal coming back. We've all gotten acquainted. They don't knock. Chol, come in. The door opened and it was Van Pp. Lu directly threw the ball over. Go play ball. Is your sister gone? Fan Pippi was caught off guard and caught the basketball in a panic. Lu, my sister says she wants to meet you. After saying that, a bright and beautiful and graceful big beauty walked in, wearing heavy makeup and luxurious clothes. With a full aura, you are Jolo? Chol, I'm not Chol. Fan Frost, negative energy plus 44. Fan Pi hurriedly said, sis, this person speaks like this, don't mind it. In fact, Brother Lu is very nice in private. Fan glared at him. Fan Pi shut up immediately. The ball passed back to Jolo to close the door, welcomed his sister to the sofa and sat down, then beckoned Jolo to come over as well. Lu does not go over. Spinning the basketball directly dislike, this time how many water army you bought to hack me? After heartbroken Sun Lei Hong hit the hot search, a bunch of black people sprayed Lu again. Fan Suang froze, then her eyes darted to Fan Pippi, who wimpily lowered his head. Negative energy plus 37. Chol, don't blame him. I can get your ID out of him in 3 words. Fan Pippi, La didn't blame me when he found out, so don't buy any more. Sis, Lu is so talented. You can't hack him? Getting a slap on the wrist. Lu impatiently said, look at how positive your brother's 3 views are. And then look at you? Still a big star. Virtue is not worthy of the position. Negative energy plus 21. Fan Suang angrily said, shut up. I'm here for you on behalf of Master Foam. Lu skimmed his lips. Say something. My time is expensive. Negative energy plus 8. How come the negative energy is still getting less and less? Old and unmoisturized? Well maintained. That small waist small belly. Not used to paint the turtle pity. Fan Suang took 2 deep breaths and said, Master Foam has made a new movie. I'm the female lead and I need original music. The first person he approached was Wang Zhangliang. Very reasonable. Last year, Director Foam filmed the private development episode was Wang's Where Has the Time Gone? So it's normal to find Wang Zhangliang to work with him again. Fan Suang added. However, Mr. Wang Zhangliang looked at the lyrics and said that there was no good melody to match for the time being, and recommended you to Master Foam. Master Foam listened to a few of your songs and thought they were okay and was willing to let you try. He knew that I came to visit my brother today, so he asked me to bring the lyrics to you. This is a good thing that fell out of the sky. I hope you take advantage of this opportunity. Chol, are the words all written? Van Frost began to rummage through her bag. It's written. It's called Coming Soon. Jolo, which one is Fong Chang? Van Pp. Another slap in the face. Fan Suang took out the lyrics and glared angrily at Lu. This is the lyrics. I'll give you a contact information in a moment. Write a good tune you contact. Chol, I refuse. Don't like pies. With that, he turned around and headed out the door. Playing ball. Dash. Negative energy plus 129. Fan Shuang's entire body froze. After 20 years in the business and having seen the world, she actually had a feeling of being at a loss for words. Fan Pi, however, was calm. I've told you, Lu is a particularly proud musical genius. You don't understand the world of geniuses. Ouch. Snap. A slap in the face and a buzz in the brain. Fanfrost, if I can't beat him, I can't beat you? More than 10 minutes later, Fan Pi happily ran to Lu to play, his face rosy and energetic. Chol passes the ball over and Van pulls up for an over-the-top 3 and out. It doesn't matter if the ball is scored or not. The posture must be handsome. How can that shitty word deserve to be composed by my brother Lu? My sister really has a broken tire in her brain. She said she'd send me a customized microphone and forgot about it. So she ran away. Silly. Lu then appreciated his straightforwardness. Your sister does have a brain problem. Van Pippi, right? She talks back when I tell her to. Chol, talking back? It's a slap, right? Fan Pi was grinning broadly, emulating his idol Choli's raunchy coolness. It's all the same, nothing to lose. That hand of hers will swell up for 3 days, believe it or not. I've practiced it. Iron face. The main thing is a thick skin. Her delicate hand, like a chicken claw with pickled peppers. Is that I did not force? Or I let her fracture on the spot? I see you. Lu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bullish. 11 and others send rainbow farts as well. Brave. Your sister's back again. You don't know that, do you? Yes. At this moment, Fan Shuangshan was not far behind Fan Pi, in a critical state on the verge of going berserk, her eyes glaring like copper bells, and the veins at her temples bulging. She was a little skeptical. Is this thing really my real brother? Fanfrost's several assistants are pickpocketing her. It's not appropriate to do it in public. Fan Pi is very brave, and clamored, I have been hitting her with my face since she was a child, and she has cried many times. Fighting with me. If I get mad, I'll throw my face at her. and then there's a bang. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oops sister, I'm wrong. Wrong. The warrior was dragged away by his sister twisting his ears, and a murderous howl floated through the awkward air, pleasing to the ear. Reminded by her assistant that she hadn't yet given her brother the customized microphone, Fanfrost hurried back and then heard the sinner's treacherous words at the basketball court. If you don't fight, you'll save it for New Year's? Jolu offers him his sincere blessings. Wish you peace. Oh, wish you peace. The other contestants picked up on it right away. Have a nice day. Oh, have a nice day. There is one thing to say. Although Jolu at first looked at Fan Pai Pai is not good, but later on slowly changed his opinion. This child, in addition to stupidity and bravery, nothing, dancing, singing failed to pass, and looks degrading to the ancestors, but the character is quite sincere. Most of the contestants on Idol Intern are young, and Chol gets along well with them. Of course, there are some that really can't piss in a pot. Jolo let them go around himself. Wang Lin Kai, Eugene Bu and others will not come to hang around in front of Jolo for fear of getting beaten. 2 hours later, Zhou Lu was in rehearsal room number 7, carrying a bottle of wine to find the red-faced Fan Pai Pai, whose face was a circle larger, and handed him a bottle of beer. Have some wine to reduce the swelling. Fan Pai Pai took a sip with a numb face. I'm 19 years old, and she's still hitting me in front of so many people. On what grounds? I'm a rapper. Jolu, just because she is your sister. Van Pippi. Jolu, don't say you're 19. Even if you're 90. She'll still be able to slap you with her big ear if she's alive. Fan Pippi, but it's really embarrassing. Brother Locke. Everyone can see that I have to record the program for so long behind me. Jolu, what's there to be afraid of? The ones laughing at you behind your back are your competitors. Just do it. Friends don't laugh at me, do they? No. Friends usually laugh in your face. Ha 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 ha. You're swollen like a pig's head. You fuck off. When we choose to be entertainers, we have to be prepared to be ridiculed and maligned and abused. What are we? I'm not zero. Don't talk nonsense. And NB/roll. Velociraptors Velociraptor. Oh, I'm just trying to be like you and stop cowering and being afraid of this and that and trying to protect her and her hitting me. Trying to learn to play tough. Ha, there's a sense of proportion in pretending. I see you don't have a sense of proportion either. I'm very measured. And I only pretend in front of people I'm not afraid of. You have people you're afraid of too? Yes, my grandmother. Don't think I'm afraid of anything on the show. But in front of my grandma, I'm better behaved than a quail, or she could hang me and beat me up. Really? The most recent time I was hung up and beaten was 3 years ago when the schoolgirl sent me a love letter. Grandma is teaching you not to fall in love early? No, she's getting pissed off, asking me why I took the schoolgirl's love letter, and sent it back to the schoolgirl's prefect father, and that I shouldn't cause trouble for the leader. But, your sister and my mother have the same mentality. They want their children to grow up. It's our good fortune to be beaten by them until we grow old. Right, eh? After Joe Lee's PUA, Fan Pai Pai feels much better and gives the adoring Lu the customized microphone that his sister paid a high price for. Only Lu deserves it. Joe Lu is very pleased. This microphone sound quality is really bull. Oh no, little fan brother is really heavy feelings. A good brother speaks of righteousness. When you get a chance, make sure he invites me to dinner. In the evening, Wang Zhangliang called to scold Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu listened with an open mind. To say that the nobleman, in this life, Zhou Lu only recognized two. One is the grandmother, and one is the Wang Grandmaster. Moncler outlet store Zhou Lu was scolded because he refused to write a song for director Feng's movie. From Wang Zhengliang's point of view, it's right, because Where Did the Time Go, which he completed with Zhou Lu, wasn't a hit right from the start. When the song was first released, it was lukewarm and not many people listened to it. Later, at a party, Wang Zhangliang sang the song, which was heard by Song Changjing, the same sketch actor who sang Heart on Fire in the first installment of Mushroom House. Changjing found the song very touching and recommended it to director Feng, who listened to it and put it directly into the movie as an interlude. And, last year, Feng was also the director of the Spring Festival Gala, so he called Wang Zhangliang to go to the Spring Festival Gala, so that Wang's music career was revitalized for a second spring. Therefore, in Wang Zhangliang's opinion, this was a heavenly good opportunity for Zhou Lu, but Chol doesn't see it that way. He learned from Fan Pai Pai a long time ago. Fan Shuangshang and Feng, director of that movie called I'm Really Not Pan Jinglian. I do not know if it's good or not, but it's very alternative. It is said that it is a round frame and a square frame. Strange and weird. This made Zhou Lu couldn't help but think of a certain movie in the dream world. So what's the point of cooperating? The dream world and the real world were 90% similar except for the different timelines. So Zhou Lu concluded that the movie was not worth participating in. After another day, Zhou Lu took 11 and Fan Pai Pai to the central station to record Chinese Good Song. Bringing the kunai was long overdue. And as for Van, it was because he wanted to hear how the microphone his sister had bought would work on this stage. Backstage lounge area. It was quite crowded. It was very different from the situation of Chinese good song. Most of the people who participated in this program were old men in the music industry, and there were not many real young people, so Zhou Lu could not talk to them. Zhou Lu had scolded them earlier, and all these people ignored Zhou Lu, and Koan-er and Xiao Fan were given cold stares. Not many people know Koan-er and Fan. These masters have been sitting in the well, nestled in their own acreage behind closed doors. Joy! I picked it! Suddenly, a twisted braid leapt out and hugged Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu thought for a long time before he could tell from the guitar behind him. Wasn't this the dude he met at the beginning of the draft? What was his name again? Can't remember. He patted the twisted braid. Brother Ma, good for you. I knew you could do it. I was in Mr. Yankovic's group too, and he was overjoyed to learn that you and I were friends. Ma was hyperactive. Zhou Lu smiled, hoping that Mr. Yang was really happy. Way to go, Ma. There aren't many picks this year. Plenty. There's Happy Comedian and so many other shows after that. I signed up for all of them. Didn't you? I'm a decent guy. Zhou Lu couldn't help but take a few more glances at Brother Ma. So you're not purely a musician? Not to mention, this guy looks like a comedian. Going to a comedy program should be more promising than a music program. A long time for the show and a long time for Ma. Zhou Lu felt as if he was taking part in a new program. It had been 3 weeks since the last recording of Chinese songs, but there were also points that were familiar to him, such as Mr. Lu Guan's manager, Lu, who even nodded his head at Zhou Lu as he passed by, as if to say, thank goodness I warned you about the villainous trap. Equally familiar was tutor Yang Ko-won, and when he passed by, Zhou Lu happily went up to greet him. Hello teacher, how's your concert going? Cam. Yang Kwon, who was in a wonderful mood, lost his joy. This stuff is disgusting. Negative energy plus 34. Zhou Lu Maisie. What Yang Ko-won found most disgusting was that after more than 20 days, instead of being extinguished by the subterfuge of the entertainment industry, that guy was even hotter. It's too diaphragmatic. Due to the incident of Wang Free's arrest, all forces have temporarily stopped hacking Zhou Lu, and everyone suspects that this guy has someone above him. That called Wang Free is also considered to be a character. The circle of many people know him. Wash Rice a few 100 million is still alive and kicking. But, because of the microblogging dislike of Zhou Lu a sentence, he was arrested the next day and sentenced to 7 years within a few days. What kind of amazing energy is that? Chol must have someone up there. Yang Ko-won hurried away, not intending to take care of Zhou Lu. The other contestants in the audience also exchanged pleasantries, chatting mostly about Zhou Lu, who had openly called out that he was certain to take the title of this program. Moreover, lately, Zhou Lu had been hanging on the hot search and never came down. That one is Cholu. He looks like he's a drag. What are people afraid of when they have people above them? So many black spots are fine. The background must be strong. Look, Van PP from another show is giving him a ride. Who is Van PP? Van Frost's brother? Ah, the most ordinary looking of the three. A younger brother? That's genetically incorrect. Who says it isn't? Even Fan Shuangshan's brother is saddled with Zhou Lu. Do you still think Zhou Lu has a simple background? There's someone up there in the real world. I don't know who has the harder background, him or Hua Shik Inch. Kai Jikuan was making tea for Zhou Lu, while Fan Pai Pai was peeling fruits for Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu, on the other hand, was innocently chatting with Ma about music, never thinking that anyone would suspect that he had someone above him. Where do I have someone above me? Zhao Wang hasn't ridden up. Ma was only chosen in the 6th installment, when the quality of the contestants was already low, and he said it was called a Tennessee horse race. Now, the primaries just aired on the balcony for the 3rd installment, and the ratings are great. Today's recording is the intra-team competition of the 4 mentors teams, and the rules of the competition have been newly upgraded with the introduction of a professional jury. Zhou Lu curiously said, professional jury? How professional? Maggie, that's 50 people from major media outlets, journalists and music critics and so on. That's just unprofessional. Shoo, don't offend those media. They each have 1 point in their hands. You know, the 4 mentors only have 5 points per period, and they can only vote for one person. In the end, based on how high the contestant's score is, the first and second main hits will be determined. Only 2 people from each group can advance? Right. 8 into 2 is even lower than the probability of advancing in the primaries. So the jury vote is crucial. That's so hard for the rest of our group. Who says it isn't? I'll definitely take one of the advancement slots, and a few others will grab one. So go for it. Ma, why are you so honey confident? He said, don't be too gullible. Lu, you know what bulls we have in this group? Zhou Lu ate his fruit. Yang Qian didn't report to me. Ma said quietly in excitement. There's Mozishi sure. Immediately also, Sabe, Wang Tianxiao, Lu Yanchong, and Xiaoyu. I've learned about them. They're all very strong opponents. Even stronger than tutor Lu Guan's battle team. There were two others who knew each other. And Jola said mischievously. Lu Yan can write songs too? Isn't she a boob seller? It's Yu Yan Ri. Brother, how is your rehearsal effect? Not bad. What do you mean it's okay? You can apply for colorful twice. Seeing Jola looking distracted, Ma became an eunuch in a hurry. He knew that he would definitely not be able to advance. So he especially wanted Jola to succeed. Fan Pai Pai nibbled on a peach and said, does my big brother need to rehearse? If he were on stage with a microphone upside down, he'd still win first place. Ma, what a big mouth. Holding the microphone upside down, that's fake singing. A voice drifted in. Only to see, a long-haired, ancient man walks up. It's Washek Inshin, his manager, who just got his makeup done and sent it out. He was on Lu Guan's battle team and had no direct competition with Zhou Lu, but he just couldn't stand to see Zhou Li's madness and hated the fact that Zhou Lu coveted the title he wanted. More importantly, Zhou Lu had made him lose face in public last time. Of course Fan Pai Pai recognized Washek Inshin and coldly grunted. Shut up, pussy, how dare you take my words. 11 laughed. Little Fan student's power has soared in the past 2 days, and has 30% of Li's power. As if his sister has opened up the 2 chakras. Washek Inch sneered back. Pentatonic trash. Fuck. Fan Pai Pai froze and pounced on him like an off-leash wild dog. But he was pulled down by 11 with one hand. And Cohen was still very strong. Chol, what are you pulling him for? 11, if I don't pull him, he's really going to go up and punch someone. Zhou Lu, if you beat it up, you beat it up. 11, isn't that causing trouble for big brother? Zhou Lu, can I carry things? 11 grinned. You bull. And immediately let go. Fan Pai Pai stumbled and almost fell to his knees in front of Washek Chi, and managed to stand still, toppling over to Washek Chi and exchanging trash talk, but not directly making a move. The staff came up to separate the two of them, sitting back down next to Zhou Lu. Fan Pai Pai bragged, if it wasn't for the face of the program's crew, I would have broken his front teeth. 11 Pantomime looked at him. Hit with your face? Having known each other for so long, Koiner knew Fan Pai Pai's strength too well. He was a weak chicken with the toughest mouth in his entire body. The reason for pulling him was also to keep him from getting beat up. That Huashikinch looks very muscular. Fan Pai Pai, this kind is just for nothing. As Li's little brother, fighting is no problem. Losing the fight is a disgrace to the big brother. The recording of the program started soon, and the first to be recorded was the competition of Lu Guan's group. Huashikinch sang Lift the Bamboo Curtain one more time and got the second hit to advance to the finals. Zhou Li's little sister Tui Jia was eliminated. Ran to Zhou Lu after the stage and cried, why can we still sing the songs we've sung? It's too unreasonable. In response, Zhou Lu was speechless and could only comfort. Don't worry, I'll destroy him in the semifinals and avenge you. Thank you, master. The biggest reason why the Great Chinese Songs is not as good as The Voice of China is that this program is not strong enough. There are too few new songs, and even fewer good new songs. Come to participate in the music industry are old oil. Come to this program is to wrestle with the position. After the preliminary rounds will start all kinds of second creation and magic change. Easily will not take a new song out. They didn't? Of course there is. At 17, Tui Jia is still too young. She sang a new song today, and if she had also taken the song that advanced in the last installment and remixed it, she might have had a chance to advance. Tui Jia was so angry that he shivered. Oh, he's the second main hitter in our group, and Shifu can face him if he takes first. Lu Guan's team and Yang Kuwen's team are in the same half of the zone, and at the next recording, the first and second places of these two teams will play PK against each other. Jola patted her head and laughed. Good, then I'll take first place and go teach him a lesson. Xiao Tu, this is a little better. The little girl which has suffered this kind of aggression acclaimed to engage in original music competition, even take the last period of the song sung out of the fried back to the meat, but also advanced. Hearing Jola mouthing off again, the eyes of the other players from Yang Kuwen's team became even more unfavorable. Does this guy treat us as battle scum? The first one is yours to take? Did we agree? Especially the senior immediately also teacher. Directly lectured. Young people really do not know the height of the sky. Beware of the wind flashes the tongue. You weren't even born when I sang theme songs for movie and TV dramas. The others followed. Yes. Who are you to take what you want? Negative energy +1. Negative energy +2. Negative energy +4. These musicians are really not popular, and their negative energy levels are so dry. Zhou Lu no immediately also teacher, more than 40 years old, composed and sang a large number of film and television songs, such as the soundtrack of the movie Rao surnamed Orphan, etc. In the industry is also a very powerful figure, but as a singer to say he is not read. In terms of seniority, he seemed to be qualified to say that about Zhou Lu, but Zhou Lu didn't buy it and laughed. Mr. Ma is old enough to participate in the competition? What's the point? Are you tired of being a producer and music director? Or did you come to the talent show to experience the feeling of being young? Negative energy +8. Immediately, 2, his face was green and white. Zhou Lu is pointing at the monk and scolding the bald donkey almost directly saying that his song is not popular nor is he popular. 2 Ijia was terrified. How dare Shifu dislike Mr. Ma? Blame it on me. This Mr. Ma has been writing songs for a long time, and is indeed older than many of the contestants. And in terms of status and position in the circle, the music director of this program has to call out to Mr. Ma when he sees him. With these credentials, you're still running for the draft. Isn't that disgusting? Immediately, he also grunted coldly. This is an original music program. It's not a purely vegetarian talent show. Why can't I participate? Zhou Lu, that's fine. If you want to compete on the same stage, don't show off with me with your seniority. Everyone is equal. If you want to show off, you can be a mentor. Be a music director. It's not like you haven't been one before. Immediately 2. Negative energy +15. Zhou Lu is still not letting him go. The negative energy is less, but the mosquito leg is also a leg. He stabbed again. Besides, who comes to a tournament for second place? You want second place, then I'll let you have it. And you can say it if you want first place. Be honest like me. Negative energy +19. Immediately, he was also disliked by Zhou Li's crooked reasoning, and his heart burst with anger. Finally, stifling 3 words, rude. 11 cocked his head. Plum civet cat? What kind of cat is that? Sounds pretty chic. He was also infected by Zhou Lu. Immediately, he also angrily rebuked. You young people, do you know what it means to respect your seniors? Do you have any quality? Little rascals like you are a disgrace to the music industry when you enter it. Fan Pai Pai, I'm not going into the music industry. Just rubbing out the debut of the variety show acting TV to receive endorsements. Serious people who sing Immediately 2. Negative energy +38. Chol was impressed with Fan. He's so cheap. Such a shameless thing to say with such justification. Fan Pai Pai, do you have any endorsements? Mr. Ma has been in the music industry for 30 years, so he must have a lot of endorsements, right? Immediately, he also stormed up. Son thief, I'll beat you to death. Your sister doesn't even dare to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? The old man opened his teeth and claws, was pulled by his companions. Cannot let Mr. Ma rushed over. Those young people do not talk about martial arts. They really dare to whack Mr. Ma. Fan Pippi, come on. I've taken more beatings than you've ever said. Negative energy +99. The old horse exploded, shivering as he was pressed into his seat as if it was set to vibration mode. Ooh, Zhou Lu began to admire Fan Pai Pai. This dry old man. You can squeeze out so much oil. Powerful. Fan Pai Pai crossed her arms and gazed at the players around the old horse, in a wonderful mood, finally experiencing the joy of Lego. It's not polite to dislike people, but it's fun. In the distance, Huashik Inches peeked at the people of Zhou Lu quarreling with Mr. Ma, and his heart was happy. A dark, skinny, dark glasses uncle, pacified Mr. Ma, came over and said to Zhou Lu, Xiao Lu, tell your friend to be merciful with his mouth. Don't give old Ma any good grief. Van PP is going to output again. Is it a crime to be angry at people? Chol pressed him back into his seat. Shut up. This is my homeboy. Fan Pai Pai stopped spraying and turned to 11 and said, the old horse's mental quality needs to be strengthened. I'll have to give him more practice. 11. Plum Beaver Cat. Zhou Lu said to the dark and skinny uncle. Don't worry, Uncle M.O. I'm just joking with Mr. Ma. Who knows, he can't afford to joke around. This person's name was M.O. Zishishir, the third contestant of this group that Zhou Lu knew. A Sichuan Liangshan singer that he had run into before when he was stationed at a bar. M.O. Zishishir, you're still in this foul temper. Zhou Lu, I'm just comforting my senior sister. Who told him to pick up? Just as rude as me. 2 hours later, after Lu Guan's team match was recorded, it was the turn of Yang Qian's team. Chol and Ma went to the training room to record a pre-match preparation episode. The general idea is to show the unity of the team, the heartfelt love between the players, the kind guidance of the mentors, and so on. Ma was acting very hard, and Zhou Lu crossed his legs and drank yogurt and ate snacks beside him. They're all rivals. What's the point of playing father and son? Dad, I won't act. Immediately, he also did not act, staring at Zhou Lu with an angry face, gritting his teeth, making up his mind to take out his watchful eye and send this arrogant little brat home. He had already taken stock of the fact that this group had the powerful Mo Zishishir and Shiyu, plus old Ma himself was a powerhouse. so as long as he played normally, there was a high probability that he, Zhou Lu, would be eliminated. Because, Chol can't sing. If Zhou Lu sings an old song that he sang last time, then he has to compare his singing skills. If he sings a new song, then he has to take the risk that the new song is not good. No one can make every song good. Aside from Uncle Mo Zishishir and Brother Ma, the other 4 contestants were also riveted and ready to teach the arrogant Zhou Lu a lesson. Mentor Yang Kuan cheered the contestants on while secretly poking at Zhou Lu. I'll let you pick my team. In order to get back at Zhou Lu, he picked the strongest few contestants in the several preliminary rounds after Zhou Lu, lowering Zhou Li's probability of advancing. While all the other groups were strong and weak, this one was feeding the compulsion, with only the twisted braids being the weakest. Zhou Lu also found out the young tutor's plan to raise compulsion, but do not care, nothing dick meaning, no matter who the opponent is to win is definitely me. Zhou Lu is full of confidence. If I lose, it is just a disgrace. He is not the kind of person who wants to be ashamed. Besides, the elimination of Zhou Lu is a loss for this show, and one needs to consider that the ratings have been cut to the waist, and probably more, and so many people watch Chinese songs because of Zhou Lu. Yankovic gave each team member separate targeted instructions, and after confirming that there were enough shots, began drawing lots for the order in which they would take the field. He led the trainees to the training room lounge area, where sponsor branding and a cardboard box sat on the coffee table. Inside the box are 8 numbered balls. Who will draw first? Zhou Lu will draw first. You're the most confident trainee I've met in this program. Yankovic named names directly. Could be. Without excusing himself, Chol came up and put his hand in the carton. The other 7 cadets were probing and looking over, hoping that he would draw number 1, which was the worst position, and that the best would be number 8, with the situation clearer when he was last out. Kelvin Yang also hoped that he drew forward so that he, who had a 5-point vote, could find a contestant to vote for 5 points after Zhou Li's performance, allowing him to overpower Zhou Lu. Smoked quickly pulls out a small ball, looks at it and puts it in his pants pocket. Yankovic, what number? Chol, what do you care what number I am? Negative energy plus 29. Negative energy plus 18. Immediately on the side of the face also all twitched. Have not seen such impolite children. Those netizens why do not scold him? Because, sandy netizens like to see Zhou Lu dislike people. Host Jamin said, Contestant Zhou Lu, according to the rules after drawing your number you have to show it to the camera to let the audience know your number. Zhou Lu shook his finger. No, you don't understand variety arts too well. You have to have suspense to put on a show. I'll stop showing it for now. The more they draw later, the greater the suspense. Hot Hopman was choked to say, the reason is so, but, good gas. Negative energy plus 33, Zhou Lu didn't show his number, and no one could force him to, so the draw continued. Soon, the others drew their respective numbers. Sabei is number 2, Mo Zishishir number 3, Wang Tianxiao number 4, Yu Yunchong number 5, Twisted Braid number 6, and Seal Jade number 7. The only thing left to draw is Mr. Imaya, and the numbers left are 1 and 8. Mr. Ma stood in front of the carton with a grimace. He doesn't know, and neither does anyone else, whether the one ball left in the box is number 1 or number 8, and only Chol knows, and that's just gross. Zhou Lu came to the camera and said, here comes the most exciting moment. The respected Mr. Ma, who has been on the road for 30 years, will he draw number 1 or number 8? Let's wait and see. Number 1 represents the first to appear, and number 8 represents the last. Immediately, too, his face darkened even more. Negative energy plus 17. Holding back his anger, Mr. Ma reached into the carton and touched the ball, and was about to take it out. Zhou Lu suddenly took out his ball and disliked it in front of the camera. Mr. Ma drew number 1, because I drew 8. Congratulations Mr. Ma. That's disgusting. Immediately, too, his face twitched a few times and forced himself to calm down. I like 1, as long as it's the number I drew. Chol, no, that's what we smoked left over. Immediately too, harvest another round of negative energy. With the order of appearance set, the contestants dispersed to make their own preparations, and Kelvin Yang went to the studio, his face not looking too good. It wasn't so much that Zhou Lu drew an 8, but that he was tricked by Zhou Lu. The recording of the competition session begins. Zhou Lu went back to the lounge area and sat with Koner and Fan while watching the real-time drawings. Look at the real-time footage and bullshit while you're at it. The old greaseball was immediately the first to come out to sing as well, and unsurprisingly, sang whichever song he had sung in the third preliminary. She, with just a slight change made to the arrangement. Behind the scenes, neither Zhou Lu nor Fan Pai Pai spat on the old horse. They practiced the tough guy rule of in-your-face dislike. Immediately also the singing is very solid. Zhou Lu even praised him a bit, To 11 to explain the uniqueness of Mr. Ma's singing, technology. This kind of thing is about a realistic. After the performance, it was time for the jury to vote. 48 points. Only 2 judges did not vote. Mr. Ma broke into a smile. This is an absolute high score. That kid, see? Your grandpa is always your grandpa. That's not all. Mr. Joe Gianoa held up the sign. Add another 5 points. 53 points. Immediately also joyful, while pretending to be modest to thank this thank that, but the heart is thinking of going back to kill that boy surnamed Joe's sharpness. Unfortunately, when he got back to the rest area, Chol went to the bathroom and didn't match up. Second up was Sabe, who got a pathetic 30 points. In third place was Mozishishir, who presented an original song, Must Die in Your Hands, with a very well done vocal. He scored an amazing 49 points, which is 1 point higher than right away as well. Immediately after that, Jenya Choi also raised her sign, adding another 5 points for a total of 54 points. Beyond immediately is also in first place for the time being. At this time, Jola walked back with his pants, and immediately also the teacher's eyes, directly dislike, you're second. I sang you will be third. Eliminated. What are you going to do? Immediately also suffocated internal injuries. Apprehensive up. In case the other contestants get 49 points at the same time a mentor to raise the card, is a real possibility to pass him? Negative energy plus 99. Pretending to be a showman doesn't work. The game continues. Wang Tianxiao, who came out next, got 41 points. Yu Yanchong 34 points. Twisted Braid was the weakest with 22 points. And the Sealjade contestant did well with 42 points. This can make Yang Qian anxious. These scores are too low. Do not dare to chase the vote. If I had known, I would have voted right away. With Jola not playing, Mozishishir is currently first and immediately second. The bad thing is that Chol hasn't made his debut yet, and he's the biggest variable. Mozishi poem Steady Victory. Immediately also the teacher but anxious. He came to this program as the nature of the 10,000 votes. Win or lose does not matter, but lose to whom it does not matter. Lose to Jolo, that boy, absolutely not. Can't afford to lose this one. He glared at Jolo, who walked onto the stage in the big screen with a resentful face, thinking, when he is eliminated, I'll pop champagne in front of him to celebrate. Holding an orange microphone, Jola stood at the center of the stage and waved at the stage. A concert-like stance. The host, Hot Hopman, asked, please welcome the final player of Team Yankman, Zhou Lu. Slap. Woo. Applause and cheers thundered across the room. It really was a bit of a concert. Immediately also sour in his heart. When he was on stage before, the stage was cold. The world of face is too shallow. What makes that kid so popular? The hosts asked Chol if he was repeating Birchwood today. Zhou Lu smiled. Repeating old songs is a coward's behavior. I only sing original new songs. Today brings a new ballad. Nanshan Nan. Hotchkiss, is this the ballad you were talking about before? The one that sounds better than Birchwood? Under the stage, the 3 tutors other than Yang Kuan perked up their ears. All 3 of them were very appreciative of Zhou Lu. Is this South of the Mountain better than Birchwood? Nah, it's not a better song than Birchwood. The better one I'm going to save for the finals if I don't make it there. Chol sold out again. South of the Mountain and Birchwood have their own merits, and Birchwood is better in comparison. Hotchkiss, if we don't make it to the finals, when do we sing? Chol, then never sing it again. Let that song disappear into history. Pretend it never existed. That's a good one. Who says I, Zhou Lu, only dislike people? I'll also blackmail the program. You know, Birchwood has only been out for about 20 days, yet it's already gone viral in the folk scene, with many considering it the folk ceiling. A better ballad than Birchwood? Such an amazing gimmick. The show just said take it or leave it. If you don't, the audience lords will curse you to death. If you do, send me to the finals. There's no capital behind Mr. Chow? I have hung. There is an inexhaustible supply of good songs. This is the biggest capital of Zhou Lu. Now the music scene is not short of money, only short of good songs. The audience offstage was so amused by Zhou Li's arrogance that they had already begun to raise a ruckus. The teachers on the jury also laughed. They were all media representatives. And what they liked most was when Zhou Lu messed things up so that they had something to write about. So they welcomed the suspense that Zhou Lu had thrown out. But the contestants backstage. It's going to be tough. If it isn't the PUA program team. Nobody? Hua Shikinch sneered. He must not have a better song to play there. Fan Pai Pai immediately got up and pointed at Hua. What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Does my big brother need to pretend to be a bully? He was born to be 11, right? Big brother doesn't need to pretend. The crowd was silent. Having you 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks as brothers. Your big brother is really lucky. Immediately also did not speak. Afraid of being scolded. These 2 young people are real plum beaver cat. He just shook his head disdainfully. Zhou Lu looks like a Jianglang talent. What is better than the birch forest is estimated to be bragging, so that the quality of his song today may be very general. If he gets a low vote to open the champagne. Fan Pai Pai looked at Mama also again. Why are you shaking your head? Immediately also fear. I have bad whiplash. Fan Pippi, well, drink more hot water. He may be too, but he really is a good, kind boy who knows how to care. Immediately too. Negative energy plus 44. On the stage, Zhou Lu shook. What did I say? Who broke the defense again? I don't dislike anyone. Hot Hopman said. If you have a better song than Birchwood, take it out early. Why do you have to wait for the finals? Chol, what do you care what I sing? I can win with any song. Heat Henman, not. If you don't make it to the finals, won't the song go to waste? Chol, I'd love to. Gurman. Negative energy plus 12. The mentors were toothless to hear that this is a tough host. Lu Guan snapped. Little Hot, you don't care about him. Come down and rest for a while. Let him sing. If you keep talking to him, I'm afraid you'll get angry and have a heart attack. Hot Hopman obediently got off the stage. If it was any other contestant, this would definitely be abrupt. But the other party was Zhou Lu, so it made sense. Zhou Lu stood alone on the stage is very comfortable. I am just the truth is just. You hosts, one of the psychological quality is too poor. A little strainability are not. Unlike me, change is not shocked face like a flat lake. Lu Guan had a hard look on his face. Shut up you. Zhou Lu, which sentence did I say wrong? It's better than Birchwood. Why should we sing it in the team competition? Isn't that a riot? Only the finals deserve that song. Kai Janaya also suffered. Yes. You quickly sing your Nanshan Nan. Zhou Lu wanted to interact with his mentor, Mr. Kai. This song Nanshan Nan is mainly written about Zhou Jianhua, director. Shut his mic down. My brain hurts. Chol. Now everyone knew that Zhou Lu loved to dislike people, so no one spoiled him, and they directly made the first move. Yankoven had a black face the whole time. Now you guys know how annoying this guy is, right? Seeing that everyone was dissing Zhou Lu, he was satisfied and followed with a yin-yang. Come on, let Mr. Zhou Lu give us a little shock. A little shock? Yes. Zhou Lu opened his mouth, counting money with his left hand and stomping on his cigarette with his right foot. Doesn't matter. I have nothing to lose. Yeah. God imitation. The parody is of a singer who likes to stomp on cigarettes and captures the essence, especially the footwork. The whole room laughed. Yankoven's teeth were gritted, so he wanted to rush up to the stage and punch him, but he couldn't fight. The other three tutors also burst out laughing. Who would have thought that Zhou Lu was so rigid? Facing Yang Kuwen's mockery, he directly disliked it hard. Kai Janaya, it's obvious that instructor Yang Kuwen has taken teaching the students very seriously. Look how well Zhou Lu is learning. Zhou Lu, offerings. Okay, now that the little shock has given over, here's a new song for you. Nanshan Nan. Yankovic is racking his brain trying to think of something to say to save face, but Zhou Lu didn't give him a chance and sang directly. You're snowed in the southern sun. I'm in the cold nights of the north in all seasons. If it's not too late before dark, I'm gonna forget your eyes. The mentors, the judges, the audience nodded their heads. It's a great song too. Only Yankoven was grinding his teeth. Damn. So angry. Negative energy plus 88. The gasp is that this new song is still amazing too. Plus it's an original. So what if this gets a high score? Yang Kuwen consoled himself. It's okay, even if he gets 50 points. He can't compare to immediately also an Mozishisher. Yang Kuwen still had 5 points in his hand that he hadn't voted for. But he wouldn't vote for Zhou Lu no matter what. As long as he didn't vote for him, he would be eliminated for sure. On the side, Zhou Jianhua exclaimed, this song is good, very graphic, with the words presenting the scene to the scene. Zhenya Choi chimed in, the melody is beautiful too. Lu Guan held up his glasses, listened carefully, and frowned deeply. He sang too much progress, compared to the last time. It doesn't even look like the same person. Yankoven's heart thumped. Yeah. He dared to bet on Zhou Li's elimination because Zhou Li's singing skills were mediocre, completely crushed by Mo Zishi's poetry and immediately also. But how did he sing so well today? Zhou Li not only bought a singing skills package, but also insisted on hanging his voice every day to practice singing, and in 3 weeks' time, his singing skills have long since skyrocketed. South discord in the South Mountains, north and south of the mountains, idiom, figure sadness in the autumn. There are piles of grain in the southern mountains. South wind Mangan North Sea north. There are tombstones in the North Sea. There are tombstones in the North Sea. After a song, the audience offered enthusiastic applause, and the mentors were full of compliments. Zhou Lu, however, did not go wild. Very calm. An ordinary song is just a song. Look at you guys that have not seen the world, but also mentors. Voting session. Raymond led Zhou Lu and faced the 50 jury members on the left. Okay, please ask the teachers of the jury to score Zhou Li's singing. Swish, swish, swish. 50 votes. Flush. Zhou Lu received the only perfect score in the room, and also waved happily at the judges. You can appreciate the level. This is the affirmation from Zhou Lu. Yang Kuwen smiled coldly. So what if you scored a perfect score? As long as I don't give you extra points, you can't win. Backstage. Fan Pai Pai and 11 stood up a long time ago, along with Ma and Tu Ijia, staring straight at the screen, not daring to gasp at the sight of Zhou Li's perfect score. It's the only one with a perfect score, but it's still not a win. The other players also held their breath, especially Mr. Immediately also, who was currently ranked second. Hua Shekinch revealed a smile. How dare you clamor to eliminate me in the semifinals? It's a problem for you to advance. And with his knowledge of Mr. Yang Kuwen, Mr. Yang would never vote for Zhou Lu. Just kinda ironic. Despite the addition of the 50 judges, the final decision on this show is still in the hands of the mentors, and the 5-point vote of one mentor is just too critical. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mr. Yang Kuwen, because he could now decide whether Zhou Lu would stay or go. Yang Kuwen crossed his legs, half lying in the tutor's chair, his hand rubbing his chin, putting on a tangled look, grinding, just not talking. Heathenman, mentor Yen Kelman, are you going to use your extra credit privileges? Yankoven shifts position, rubbing his temples. Well, he loved the scene. Aren't you crazy? Go ahead. You've had your day? Take the pinch. Kai Janaya can't stand to watch. You haul a tutor. In order to retaliate Zhou Lu and their own team to raise compulsion even if people are now full of points, you are still here in the yin and yang. Really excessive. If I had known, I wouldn't have voted for Mozishishir with my 5 points. How about saving it for Zhou Lu? She said. Mr. Yankoven, what are you hesitating about? Zhou Jianhuo also said. Zhou Lu is the last player. It would be a waste if you don't use it. Yang Kuwen changed his leg and stretched his legs, saying calmly, how can it be considered a waste? They are all trainees of my battle team. If I vote for Zhou Lu, will the others think I'm biased? Hotchkiss, it's not about favoritism. Yang Kuwen interrupted. Zhou Lu, do you think this song of yours, Nan Shan Nan, is worthy of letting me use the extra credit privilege for you? This was humiliating Zhou Lu to his face. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yang Kuwen won't vote for Zhou Lu at all. He's just enjoying the pleasure of revenge. Backstage 11 and others are about to blow a gasket. Dislike heaven and earth. When have I ever suffered this kind of anger? Zhou Lu was calm and asked rhetorically. Tutor Yang, do you think I care about your 5 points? It's impossible to be soft. Chol is just hard. Yang Kuwen raised an eyebrow, feeling that Zhou Lu was a dead duck, without these 5 points. Zhou Lu strongly interrupted. Your 5 points are just that in my eyes. What I care about is the full 50 points. Because that represents the recognition and affirmation of the 50 judging teachers. It doesn't matter if I'm eliminated. The fact that Nan Shan Nan has the unanimous praise of 50 judges and teachers is the biggest gain. The jury side bulged. Zhou Lu added. To be eliminated with a perfect score given by 50 judges and teachers. I, Zhou Lu, feel very honored. When the show aired a month later, the pop-ups were also full of spamming Yankovic, who made it too obvious. The judges messed up for a while and finally got organized. Advancement, 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 advancement. Soon, hundreds of spectators joined in. Advancement, advancement. The corner of Yang Kuwen's eyes jumped. As the mentor of this battle team, I must be even-handed. I abstain. Blackout. A member of the audience just shouted out these 2 words on stage. Over there, Mr. Lu Guan held up the extra credit sign. Oh, pa. There was immediate applause. Yeah, and the extra credit privilege isn't the only one that doesn't work. Mr. Yang Kuwen is not the only one. And Mr. Lu Guan's extra credit hasn't been used either. Zhou Lu had long guessed that old Lu was going to vote for himself. Raymond let out a long breath. The program team obviously wants Zhou Lu to advance, but Yang Kuwen is not cooperating, making him, the host, very sitting on his hands. But fortunately, Mr. Lu Guan is relieved of the situation, and he is very thankful for that. Good. Teacher Lu Guan added 5 points to Zhou Lu, and player Zhou Li's total score came to 55 points, placing him in first place in tutor Yang Kuwen's team. I would like to ask, why did Mr. Lu Guan add points to Zhou Lu? Lu Guan was calm. Why don't you give him extra points? Such a good song. Such excellent vocals. Give me a reason not to give him extra points. It's not like I need a bowl of water. A very strong case, with perfect logic. Yang Kuwen felt his face hurt. Eliminated Zhou Lu failed, but also by Lu Guan dumped a slap. The key, he also did not dare to blow up with the big brother Lu Guan prick. Have to compensate for the smile. It's so hard. negative energy plus 82, negative energy plus 69. Backstage. Immediately also broke the defense. This all lost? Negative energy plus 43. Huashik inches dumbfounded. That guy really took the first place of the battle team. The semifinals and his PK. This is too difficult. 11. Ma. Tuija 3 jumped and were so happy. Zhou Lu advanced, and did so by stepping on Yang Kuwen's face. What could be better than that? There is. Fan Pai Pai jumped to crouch in front of the horse as well. In slow motion. Ha ha ha. The old horse was so angry that he almost fainted. The staff helped Mr. Ma away in time. Don't faint yet. The show hasn't finished recording yet. Then, all 8 players from the Yank 1 battle team took the stage to announce the results. The tournament ended with Zhou Lu advancing to the semifinals with the first place in his team. The second place was Mo Zishishir, and Yang Kuwen's team was monopolized by the Sichuan singers. Van PP jumped in front of Huashik Inch again. You can write your elimination speech early. Was someone gritted his teeth. Roll. Old me won't lose to a wild seed. Fan Pippi was furious. Say that again. Was someone, lowly rural, deserved him to be abandoned by his parents. This kind of sin. Fuck you. Fan Pai Pai swung his fist and rushed up. This guy is worth handing over. If there is something he really on. However, it pours fast. Fan Pai Pai took a punch, covered his eyes, and staggered to reach out to grip surnamed Hua. But his body was no match for him. 11 came running from a distance, screaming, "Stop fighting! Don't fight! Oops, hurry up and stop!" Huashik Inch is often fitness muscle solid, not afraid at all. See running 11 a face of disdain. Another come to send the head of the small clicks of rice. 11 quickly got into position. What are you doing, hey yo? Bang! One punch KO to the hockey chief Inch. Huashik Inch was not expecting Kuwen to be so fierce at all, and directly gave him a concussion and was dragged away by the staff. After the show was over, Zhou Lu returned backstage only to find the 2 brothers gone, and a bewildered look on his face. Then he heard his senior sister Tuija talk about the incident where they and Huashekchan had beaten each other up. Huashekchan was fine but was still sent to recuperate, while Fan Pai Pai and 11 were kicked out by the staff and were not allowed to come back. Zhou Lu cried and laughed, but he also wanted to take 11 to find Mr. Lu Guan to ask for advice, but this is no longer possible. Zhou Lu said a few words to his senior sister and Ma and left as well. The next time we record the semi-finals, it's 2 weeks later. It was already dark. Zhou Lu went out of the building and found Fan Pai Pai and 11th on the side of the road, who were jerking off. Kuwen Air looked like nothing was wrong, but Fan Pai Pai's left eye was already bruised. Zhou Lu was still a little touched. Fan Pai Pai handed over a handful of meat skewers and started bragging. At that time, I rushed up in an arrow step. The floor was too slippery, which affected my play. He punched over. It was very sudden. I didn't flash. I was careless, but my subsequent counterattack was also very sharp. 11 laughing without saying a word. If it wasn't for your Kuwen being tough enough, you could have been beaten into a vegetable by Hua. Zhou Lu also directly poked and prodded. What's the point of being so impulsive? You battle scum? I can see that your iron sand face has made a great achievement. Huashik Inch's fist must have suffered internal injuries. Fan Pippi, so what else? I just purposely took a punch from him first and then struck out, so that it's considered mutual assault. Gave Chol a whole laugh. You know the law. On the other hand, Yang Kuwen is messing with the Chinese Good Song program. He feels that this competition is a humiliation for him by letting Zhou Lu advance. Zhou Lu disliked him too many times in the program and the program doesn't care. He fucking imitated me on stage and spoofed me, and I can't get back at him? Rampant. Yankoven called out. And honestly, his logic is right. But the problem is that the program side doesn't see it that way. The director said, "You're a mentor who can't hold down a mentee. So who's to blame? Who provoked Zhou Lu in the program first? It was you, wasn't it? What was your attitude during the preliminary selection?" Yang Kuwen was furious. I've been in the business for 20 to 30 years. What's wrong with saying a few words about him? How can I still let him overpower me? This scene, the program must get it back for me. Director, we can also change instructors if you want to think that way. The director of the CCTV is used to your problems? You think it's a local station? Yang Kuwen was silent, looking incredulously at the director, and then at the 3 mentors who did not act the slightest bit persuasive. Understand, the show is standing up to Chol. It's obvious by now that Zhou Li's popularity is as phenomenal as ever, and it's all over the internet that the 4 biggest mysteries of the summer are: 1. What's a better ballad than Birchwood? 2nd. What heights can Zhou Lu take Chinese rap to? 3rd. Can Chinese rock and roll be saved by Zhou music? 4. When was Chol eliminated on Yihyang and Wang San's show? The 4 suspenseful questions that are hotly debated online each correspond to 4 programs, which is enough to illustrate Zhou Li's current hotness. a hotness that is deeply tied to the program. Even the happy boys side compromised because it couldn't afford to lose Zhou Lu too soon. That's why it's understandable that Chinese Good Sons is supporting Zhou Lu. Ultimately, the program's first consideration is still ratings and word of mouth. Besides, Human Shoal's sense of variety in work is so great. Why eliminate him? Is that fair? Just to save your face? What about the reputation of the program? Does the honorable image of the Central Station still exist? The director of the Central Station is just hard. Not at all with whom to engage in backroom operations. Not biased in favor of Yang Quan, nor biased in favor of Zhou Lu. Which day Zhou Li's work does not work, it is not impossible to be eliminated. In the end, Tutor Yang was furious but conceded that he would have to pay for dropping out in the middle of the competition. He seriously doubted that there was really someone above Zhou Lu. Late at night, with bruised eyes, Van PP and 11 returned to the idle intern's castle. In the small practice room, Fan Pai Pai tells Huang Panghao and Dong Rock, who weren't there, about Zhou Li's exploits in China's greatest hits, and his bravery when he and 11 teamed up to violently beat up Huashek Inch. Fan was not playing with the others now, and was bent on inserting himself in the Lu Cohen Haosher combo, the same as in basketball, with Zhou Lu as a teammate and a packet winner. I don't know how to hold a leg? Ancestral skills. Dong Rock was stunned to hear. Fan, you're awesome. Fan Pippi, that's for sure. Hua is no match for me at all. I'll go up there and just... Huang Panghao Zadao, a face slap on his fist. Right? Van PP, you. 11 drinking water on the sidelines and watching the fun. At this time, the door of the training room was pushed open, and a sexy OL woman walked in with a gentle voice. Shella, how's the competition going over there? Definitely advanced. Right? 11, pfft. The water in his mouth sprayed 3 meters away and he almost choked to death on the spot. The other 3 were also confused and dumbfounded. This OL woman is not someone else. It is usually a sultry girl group dress temperament cold temperament tough Cheng Xiao teacher. But now it is strange enchanting graceful gentle intellectual. What's wrong with her today? Out of your mind? And NBSP, why are you suddenly wearing a suit and skirt in black silk? It looks oddly colorful. The 3 men looked at each other and then snickered. Seconds. Milk Xiao is here to find Lu to have fun. And this dress is also specially prepared for Lu. This black silk, at a glance, the quality is very poor. It is very good to tear the look. Cheng Xiao didn't see Zhou Lu at a glance and immediately said angrily, what are you laughing at? Keep your mouth shut. Cheng Xiao also knows that his relationship with Zhou Lu is exposed. It's nothing. Male unmarried, female unmarried. Have time to close the door to study each other study. Not very normal? Zhou Lu is going back to Sichuan tomorrow for his school final exams. So, as a friend, Cheng Xiao felt the need to buy some toys to help cheer him up. Just as practicing for him, she looked at the 4 people, firstly skimming over Fan Pai Pai, secondly ruling out the bitchy Huang Panghao, and finally ignoring Iron Bean Dong Rock, pointing at the only more normal 11 and asking, Kuan where's Zhou Lu? He's gone. Gone? Where did you go? Lu went on a date with his sister-in-law and didn't come back with us after taping the program. Cheng Xiao looked depressed. What sister-in-law? Oh, Guna Liza? Didn't he reject her? Fan Pai Pai disliked for a second. Do you believe what men say? Cheng Xiao was hit by an arrow. This, Huang Panghao had a bad stomach. Teacher, you must be here to talk to Lu about work, right? Right? Cheng Xiao was hit with another arrow. Of course it's work. Dong Rock nerd, I thought you were going after Lu too. Teacher, scared me. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Xiao was hit with another arrow. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. 11, teacher you look so pretty in your OL uniform. Cheng Xiao finally squeezed out a smile. Thanks. 11, like a missile. Rumble. Cheng Xiao felt like he was hit by a missile. Who would compliment a beautiful woman for looking like a missile? Nuts. Huang Panghao, or a missile with a polished warhead. Fan Pai Pai, shoo boom. Ha 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 ha. The 3 swordsmen laughed out loud. Really cannot hold back. The more you look at the Milk Xiao, that Cheng Liang's big brain is more like a missile warhead. Cheng Xiao copied the plastic stool and began to chase. And the house was in a state of chicken and dog. Dong Rock had a blank look on his face, having absolutely no idea what they were laughing at, let alone why Mr. Chang Xiao stormed off. Trick or treat? Whose balls are you busting? Dong Rock came to a sudden realization and arrived at the right answer through the wrong process of inference. It turned out that the teacher was annoyed that Locke's attempts had been uncovered, and that it was too dangerous for boys to be out there, and that this female teacher was so scary. Cheng Zhao's center of gravity was too far forward for anyone to catch up, shaking his chest and hurting, and in the end, he could only puff up and walk away. It's been cut off. No wonder sending a tweet to Zhou Lu didn't reply, causing me to come over to look for him in person. Shame on you. Negative energy plus 233. Who is it? Who broke the defense again? Jola pulled his hand out of Gunariza's pants with a confused face and looked at the scarlet-faced Za, only to see her eyes misty and glistening with tears. If it wasn't her negative energy, then who could it be? Not important. Jola sat back on the sofa, wiped his hands, crossed his legs and took a sip of red wine. This is a 5-star hotel. Gunaliza opened the suite. She heard the little yellow duck introduced. This hotel security and privacy do in place. She often bring them here to explore the origin of life. Not once by the paparazzi photographed. Now that Joe Lu is in the limelight, there are many paparazzi who are secretly filming him, and the secrecy must be well maintained. At this moment, Gunaliza stood in the corner thinking over, her two big white legs shaking and shaking, a little unsteady. She had just been tested by Ms. Chol herself, but she withstood it. It's too hard to face the wall. Sister Za was also particularly interested in the origin of life, and after begging Joe Lo for a long time to get this opportunity to communicate, she treasured it very much. The film school exams will not end until tomorrow, and Gunaliza is afraid that it will be a long time before she can see Joe Lu again, so she proposes to get the big stick bone reward first, and then add a punishment if she has flunked the exams. In order to show her sincerity, she was in front of Joe Lee's first face-to-face for half an hour to help the fun. What can Joe Lo do? Of course I'm going to cooperate with her. Look at the kid. He's never had a big bone in his life. How pathetic. Joe Lu, sister don't stand. Come over and drink. Gunaliza stubbornly said. I don't. I can do what I say. Or else what if you take this matter later to say that I don't keep my word? Almost okay. No. Say half an hour. Not a second less. As far as that goes? Of course as far as that goes. Do you know how to play or not? The mission must be carried out to the letter. And you're in a dominant position to supervise me. So how can you condone it? Good guy. ZA sister you are really can. I'm obedient. Right? Humph. The little yellow ducks and the girls say you're lucky to have met such a lovely me. And you told someone else? They have to help me out. I'm so stupid. Film school is awesome. This plotting ability is truly beyond my imagination. Joe Lu was convinced, admiring Za's gang of dirty sisters. This kind of thing can still be ganged up, but also did not expect. Gunaliza was focused on her task, and Joe Lu was too embarrassed to interrupt, so she took out her cell phone to play the game. When he used to play Jerk, he despised King very much, but when he bought a smartphone, it was a real aroma, and he played the game for a long time every day before going to bed. Tick-tock. Gunaliza's cell phone on the coffee table was ringing non-stop. The micro-messaging messages kept popping up. Joe Lu scanned the messages and felt full of malice. Little yellow duck, how's it going? Did you get it? Yoko, do him. Don't go back to the dorm if you can't understand when a small animal is a small animal. Jade, dogs that don't make me look down on you. Punch and be done with it. Duckling, how's he capitalizing? Yuko, Chol is so tall. He should be tall too, right? Jade, measure him when he's asleep. I put a ruler in your bag. Joe Lu has been powerless to spit out. This damned in our boys' dormitory can be too much pornographic, compared to the punch-sapping small can simply too pure. Luckily, he's confident enough to not be afraid to measure. At first, Milksha was scared to death by Joe Shiala. Another moment. Jingle bells. On Gunaliza's cell phone, the half-hour countdown alarm went off, and Za was satisfied to come over and turn off the alarm, sticking to Joe Lee's side to return the message from her girlfriends, saying that she was determined to complete her mission tonight. Joe Lo looked straight and shook his head. Your dormitory is full of ruthless people. Gunariza was arrogant, that's right. They taught me so much. I won't talk to you. I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me. Day 2. It's time to part again. Gunaliza hooked Joe Lee's neck and murmured a lot of sweet and mushy love words. Sea vows and sea blues and so on. The two were walking separately. And Hiya. A verbal bargain was struck. And you won't be despised by your sisters when you go back. I'm awesome. As for a more in-depth discussion, it depends on Chol's mood, and Gunariza belongs on the dominated side. Chol went to the station and Gunaliza took a taxi back to school for her exams. After acting in the final presentation in the afternoon, film school exams were over and summer vacation was here. Before parting, Gunaliza dormitory 4 sisters ready to eat a hot pot. The small yellow duck earned the most. In the capital have bought a house. She proposed to buy food together to her home to cook hot pot. While shopping for groceries, Yellow Duck and the rest of the group pressed Gunaliza hard for details of last night's fight. Sister Za kept her mouth shut, and the Lord instructed her not to say anything. She's very obedient. But what can you do when you can't help showing off? I'm itching to show off. Gunaliza is one that can't hide anything. Yang Sayu pushed the shopping cart. Buy some lunch meat and ham sausage or something? Wu Yu picked up a 180 grams ham. This big ham is enough for us to eat, right? Eating more is easy to get fat. Gunariza grunted. How can you call yourself a big ham when you're so small? The little yellow duck understood in a second. Then you choose. Xiaogu walked over to the shelf with a haughty look on his face and picked up a 500-gram oversized ham. That's what I call a big ham. The little yellow duck was startled and questioned. It's a pound. You can eat it too? Gonariza crosses her arms and smiles. Humph. Zhou Yudon's expression immediately became wonderful. The weakest dog Za in our family also branched out. You are so happy. Envious. Wu Yu called out. Wow. 500 grams of ham sausage. First time I've seen it. Yang Sayu, it's outrageous and scary. Around. A few supermarket staff looked at the group of actresses strangely. Sure enough, the stars are not grounded. 500 grams of ham and sausage is not everywhere? Negative energy 66. Lying on the soft sleeper. Jola smiled breathlessly. He didn't blame Gonariza. The sister was too stupid to be a match for her group of sisters. Joulu recalled the sins that Sister Za had suffered. His own heart ached for her. A little negative energy value. No need to care. Last night, Joulu didn't lose any negative energy. Because he built his happiness on top of Gonariza's pain. Chol kinda likes Gonariza. She has a heavenly voice. For the next few days, Joulu was nestled in the school to take the exams. Chuanin is a week later than the film school exams. After the exam, Jola packed his bags and went back home. With him were the VCR filming teams from 2 other programs, Happy Boys and The Voice of China, who had gone to Jolie's hometown to record videos of the contestants' profiles. The reason why the 2 competitors are together is because Lu is busy. Happy Boys focuses on civilian talent, so it's only natural to present basic information about the national finalists as a way to strike a chord with viewers. The Voice of China is notorious for its love of selling out. So how can we sensationalize it without making something gimmicky? In contrast to the Chinese Good Song and Idol Intern, these 2 programs, there is no habit of using VCR to introduce the contestants, because, as soon as you shoot the situation at home, you will be exposed. Most of the contestants on these 2 shows are veteran musicians or professional talent artists in the biz, as well as bullish starlets. Jola took 2 programs and 5 teachers and rented a 7-seater car to go back home. Fast Man came 3 people, a camera 2 choreographers. The Voice is 2 people, a camera a choreographer. The choreographer teacher Zhou Lu recognize. It's Ya who asked him for a Microsoft message before Chol went on stage for the first time. She works as a trainee writer-director at the Jiangxia station, doing daily miscellaneous work. When Jola heard that he wanted to record a VCR, he named Xiaoya, as a way of throwing in the towel and giving Xiaoya a chance. In the car, Xiaoya quietly said thank you to Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu, thank you. I also want to thank you for your encouragement. The first time I stood on the stage, my legs and stomach are shaking. But fortunately there is Xiaoya's sister your encouragement so that I drummed up the courage. Xiaoya is speechless. This is typical Jola style nonsense. You have weak legs? What kind of dislike do you have for Ye Young and Wang Shan? Zhou Lu added. I have Weishuan now. Let's add 1. The company paid for the smartphone. Xiaoya and Zhou Lu added WeChat. Why does your company still force you to use a smartphone? It's not cool to not use a feature phone. These economic companies are really over the top. They control everything. They are stifling Zhou Li's talent. That's right, Xiaoya was the first female fan of Zhou Lu in the whole world, and from the first moment she saw Zhou Lu, she was deeply enamored with him. She was ready to make the best out of Zhou Li's backstory, for which she had prepared more than 84 pages of planning material. Chol couldn't read it, but was greatly shocked. Then, he said to the 3 choreographers of the 2 programs, there are 3 requirements for my VCR. 1. I don't sell misery. 2. No involving my life. 3. No asking about my grandmother's past, especially the last point. Don't blame me for not reminding you. I'll beat up whoever dares to ask. You freaked out. She hit all 3. The 2 choreographers of Fast Boys are also numclaws. This is not allowed to ask, that is not allowed to shoot. Then we record a hook 8 ah? No one dared to question it. Everyone knew how strong Zhou Lu was and didn't dare to mess with it. From Shudu to Zhou Li's hometown Xiaoxi town, only 100 kilometers. Take the highway an hour to arrive. Only less than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the car drove straight to School Street and parked in front of Zhou Li's snack store. Before the car stopped, Zhou Lu jumped out of the car, scaring the grandmother who was playing mahjong with the grannies under the tree. Surpulous, with a jolt of energy, Grandma winds up rushing over and jumps up and down with an earful. Pa! Hey old man jump! Dog thing! Want to scare me to death to inherit my kiosk? Zhou Lu cooperated and spun around. Handsome. Then, smiling, greeted the grannies. All familiar neighbors, elders who had watched him grow up bare-assed. Grandma smacked Zhou Lu several more times and scolded. Why didn't you call in advance when you came back? I didn't even buy any food. Zhou Lu pointed at the teachers coming down from the car. They're treating us tonight. Granny, These are all teachers from the TV station. They have a lot of money to come to so many people and still let us treat them to dinner. That's a good driving rango. In the local dialect, mother-in-law means grandmother, and Jolu grew up calling it that. The 5 teachers at the 2 stations were confused. We didn't say anything about a treat? Grandma smiled and greeted the teachers with a nod of the head. That's not good enough. To eat hot pot tonight. The hot pot at Missy Joe's house is really good. 5 teachers. Jolu dropped the suitcase, barked his grandmother a mouthful, and ran to sit down at the mahjong table to help his grandmother play mahjong. Hey where? You can't afford it. Grandma happily carried her grandson's suitcase back and took out a couple of plastic stools for the TV crew to sit on. She greeted everyone enthusiastically. Sit, sit, sit. Drink water, no? Lung begs for a hot day. I'll bring you ice water. Crowd, thank you. Grandma. Grandma handed out a bottle of mineral water to each person and smiled kindly. Ha. $7.50. Crowd. You're not entertaining us? You're selling us water, aren't you? Big speechless. Finally. I know why Jolu is this virtuous. 2 groups of people take turns to scam the code to pay. When the money arrived, Grandma ignored them and ran behind Jolu to watch him play poker, asking questions about this and that, and 3 of Jolie's. Jolu hasn't been back for 3 months and Grandma misses him very much. After being confused for a while longer, the 2 cameramen reacted at the same time that it was time to work, so they took out their machines to film Jolu playing mahjong. Self-touch card 2 stripes. Give money, give money. Soon, Jolu makes the smiling in-laws ache. Next door, Zhang Dohua came to watch with her apron on and asked Jolu, "You're on TV. What are you doing back here? Why don't you take your mother-in-law to the city to enjoy your life?" Big star. Driving a BMW to buy a building. TSK TSK. Jolu was courteous. None of your business. Grandma is civilized and elegant. None of your business. A dog doesn't mind a poor family. Do you know that? Zhang Dohua, oh yo on TV. You're hard. You're hard. Grandma, if you criticize talking too much again, I'll tear your carbilamine apart. Zhang Dohua rolled his eyes and slipped away. Don't look at her bladder and waste in the prime of life. She really can't beat Zhou Sufeng. Every time is to hold his head and run away. This old thing is very crooked. But more neighbors and passers-by gathered around, blocking School Street. The date is Wednesday, July 8th, on the 23rd day of the 5th month of the lunar calendar. It happened to be a fair in Xiaoxi town, and there were many people coming to the fair, and once they heard that the big star Jolu was back, which one of them didn't run to see the fun? Now, Jolu is the most famous person in the area. Rural people and small-town residents don't care if you're a singer or a TV actor. You're a big star anyway, the only big star in Little Creek, and that's the appeal. Mahjong is out of the question. Don't talk about mahjong. I'm afraid there'll be an accident if the traffic jam continues like this. Luckily, the police station came to evict them. Who dares to disobey the chief himself? Small places on this point is good. Like Jolu is famous. The leaders will take special care of your family. After all, Jolu is also considered to be a glory for his hometown, and later can also drive the hometown economic development. Jolu asked his grandmother to close the snack store and took the teachers home to record a VCR. Their family didn't live in town. They lived halfway up the hill behind School Street, which wasn't far, 300 meters away. Jolu family is 5 brick houses, a yard, a large pond in front of the door, a few vegetable fields behind the house, and did not raise livestock, dry and clean, very cozy. Under the eaves, Zhou Sufeng sat in a rattan chair, blowing an electric fan, nervously interviewed by a TV station. Don't be nervous, Grandma, just talk. No way. This body clothes cannot. I go to change a weighing point, Lou. On the television, well. Grandma got up and went inside. Ms. Sia and the cameraman looked at each other in disbelief. Okay, just let Grandma dress up. They guessed that Ding Shell won the Fast Boys category and got priority interviews, but it didn't look like a good thing in any way, and Grandma Jolu was too nervous. The Fast Boys group sat at a distance and watched them laugh. The 2 shows are supposed to be competing. There's nothing to hide. That is, Jolu is really too bullish. I heard that there is director He Jiong backing. Even Long Naiden did not dare to sign an exclusivity agreement with Jolu. Otherwise, there would not have been the embarrassing scene of recording VCRs for the 2 programs together. A moment later, Zhou Sufeng changed into a large red plaid shirt and walked out. The sandals on her feet were also replaced with 1,000-layer bottom cloth shoes, and a red rope with jade was tied around her ankle. Her left hand wore a silver bracelet, her right hand a string of pearl bracelets, a large gold necklace hung around her neck, and both ears wore gold earrings. Although Jolu couldn't afford to buy a smartphone for himself, he was willing to use the money he earned from his part-time job to buy all kinds of jewelry for his grandmother. More than 10 years ago, she had sold her dowry jewelry to buy powdered milk for little Jolu. Jolu took the gel water to fix his grandmother's hair. recording the program all this time. He learned a little bit from the makeup and hairstylist. He had to arrange it for his grandmother. Straightening her hair, Jolu put a bright red moonflower, picked from a neighbor's house, in her grandmother's white hair. Grandma looks refreshed. Xiaoya's eyes. Not only grandma is nervous, even Jolu is getting nervous. The JZT interview officially started. Xiaoya hid behind the camera and asked, "Grandma, what do you think about Jolu going to participate in Chinese good song?" Zhou Sufan's mouthful of Sichuanese. "I'll sit until I see." "Yeah, no. I'm asking what you think about him being on this show." Zhou Sufan, view? "I'll watch it on TV. Channel 56. I know." Xiaoya was a bit anxious. "It's not this view. It's..." Zhou Lu helped. "Granny, she's asking what you think." Zhou Sufan slapped his thigh. "Hey, you make it clear. The view is, there is nothing to see. Sini doze off. The TV show is not released. There are still many advertisements. What is the point of singing?" "Yeah," Zhou Lu said. "Sister, I'll pick it for you, never mind." "Granny, I'm going to the competition. Do you want me to take first place?" "The penultimate first place." "Oh, you have not taken the first place since you were a child." "Oh, the high jump has taken a first place." "Shola brain is elf. Is not attentive to study. I'll blame those demonic female children some." "Oops, always provoke him. We Xiala grew up good." "Hey, don't be ridiculous. The internet says I disrespected the judges and teachers on the show." "Zhang Yu." Chol asked the questions as per the question card and did not shy away from it. It was a sensitive subject. Anya clenched her small fists. Grandma positively said, "To get the respect of others, the first thing is to respect others. I see those what son tutor, have no manners, the tutor chair a sit, but a crooked, or not finished faint. Unlike our small music, know the book and reasoning the quality of literature and refinement. Online or playing nonsense." Chol couldn't hear himself. "I'm well read? I'm civilized?" Grandma added, "Online lo things on the crooked very. I went to the internet cafe that year to steal vegetables, but also buy the dog bites. Angry that I cannot be." "Yeah, pfft." Grandma was actually not nervous at all, and had a big brotherly air between her hands and feet, similar to Zhou Lu. "Granny, tell us your wish for me in Chinese songs." "There is no wish." "Eh? You that girlfriend went to bring back?" Call. Zaha that. The person's name is Guna Liza. She's not my girlfriend. This is cut. I see she said with you sleep over sleep well. That girl child hard behavior Tang. Rumor. Jolu returned the question card back to Ms. Xiaoya for her to continue asking questions. That bit just now is definitely going to be cut. Zhou Sufan was very talkative and chatted about Zhou Li's embarrassing childhood stories, such as lobster pinching ding-dongs, practicing light kung fu and falling into a dung pit, and catching dead rats to scare girls. Xiaoya was very interested, not realizing that the arrogant male god Zhou Lu had such funny moments. Jiangxia Station finished recording. Changed to Shangnan Station recording. They thought differently and wanted to dig up some of Zhou Li's musical stories from her grandmother, but they didn't expect to fall short. Zhou Lu grew up without showing any musical talent until his senior year of high school when he saw that he would not be able to get into college. And then he went to enroll in a music training course at the last minute. The three Shonan stations were disappointed that the material didn't pop. It's not as bad as Zhou Li's embarrassing story, but that material has already been snapped up by Jiangxia Channel. The two teams competed with each other to record material, spent 2 days, shot a lot of chicken scratch, and then left one after the other. The only people left in the house were Zhou Lu and his grandmother, laid back and relaxed. Zhou Lu looked at the kiosk. Grandma was playing mahjong with her old pals, showing off Zhou Li's rumored girlfriend in the process. "It's been 2 days since I've been back. All the people who should be here to see the action have come and gone, and School Street is back to being quiet again, with primary and secondary schools not letting out until next week. A week later than the university. From the live Suckfast Manchi and Heartache Sun Leihong hot search, has been more than 10 days. And BSP, the heat is finally coming down on Chol. This has opened up opportunities for other artists to get up and running, competing to be on the hot seat. Stars such as Fan Wang, Yang Baby, Wu Fan Yi, Zhang Xingyi, and Deng Chao have been on the hot search, but none of them can stay long before they are topped off, and the battle for the headlines is unusually fierce. Oh, and Mr. Wangshan who wanted to make headlines but never could, just when everyone is showing their skills to grab hot searches. Airborne Big Melon, July 14th evening Sanlitang Yuyi Cool Event Exposure. The absolute all-artist star headline idea. Running a water army to buy hot searches is like a mantis in front of a real explosive event. In the present time when traffic is king, you can imagine how suffocating it is for those traffic artists, who can hardly avoid Zhou Lu but can't avoid Yuyi Cool. Zhou Lu had a rare moment of idleness, and had spent the last few days emptying himself and thinking about the path he would take next. Current negative energy value, 27,154. It's not bad, but it's still too slow to earn negative energy just by disliking celebrities. Progress in raising, 16%. Dogza was still reliable, and after that night of deep communication, she continued to tune herself in, her nurturing slowly increasing. Cryptic mission progress, February 10th. This one is hard. It can be too hard to draw turtles on the bellies of 10 female artists, and not everyone is an idiot like Guna Liza. Moreover, Jolo had just entered the entertainment industry and knew too few female artists. I should have known to add a WeChat with Fanfrost last time. Jolo carefully calculated that if all 4 mainline quests were completed, he could obtain 219 points of negative energy, plus the original was only about 60,000, which meant that the hidden quests had to be completed in order to have a chance to gather 999 points. The Painted Turtle quest has a reward of 999 points, by far the highest of all the quests. Yuck! The dog system is immodest. July 15th, Wednesday, Zhou Lu, who had been resting at home for a week, returned to the Chuanin dormitory with his luggage on his back. In a couple of days, he's going to participate in the Happy Boys Shoulda Singing Region 20 into 11 live competition, and if he wins, he'll go to the national finals. Because of the summer vacation, Zhang Chong and the 3 of them had already gone home, and the dormitory was empty, and they couldn't accompany Zhou Lu, who needed to record the accompaniment track in advance. Chol is in the piano room recording his own guitar chords. He's getting pretty good at making arrangements now. The accompaniment for the new song is so simple that you don't even need to ask for help from Master Wang. Got the arrangement and Chol listened to it twice. It's still a pretty good rock song, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem to take the game. Pick up your cell phone and turn off Do Not Disturb mode to read the messages. Divine Turtle Reserve Team 1 sent a micro message 99+. Directly X off. Sun Zur this girl everyone is 59 seconds of voice. Who can listen to it? Chang Xiao 10 or so. Jolo perfunctorily returned a voice. Guna Liza sent over a video. Jolu didn't open it and asked, "What did you send?" Guna Liza, sent to me by Little Yellow Duck. The original Yujimbo cool. Jola straight shook his head. Childish. Point to open the video to condemn some. Tasteless. Joluax dropped the video and said to Za, "Boring, not even close to you." Za was overjoyed. Progress in raising, 17%. Jola flipped to another message from Fan Pai Pai. "Brother, 2 days ago, someone circulated a video of you cursing at a good song on the internet, but before you could buy a water army, Yuku blew up. Pay attention to it, it seems like it's coming at you. Thanks." Chol probably knew what was going on. Someone was scared. The fastest of the 4 programs is Chinese Good Song, followed by Idol Intern, both of which are recorded programs. But Good Song is recorded much faster because of the competition system. The 6 rounds of the Good Songs mentor preliminary rounds, and the 4 rounds of the team competition, have all been completed, leaving only the semifinals and finals to be taped. There are only 12 issues of this program. The 2 men who are recognized as the strongest on this show, Huashik Inch and Jolu, will be directly paired up in the semifinals for PKs, with the loser being eliminated outright. The internet is full of people who are down on Huashik Inch because he's still covering Lift the Bamboo Curtain and doesn't even have any new material. On the contrary, Zhou Lu, in 4 programs strong output of a variety of original good songs, which is stronger or weaker can be seen by the naked eye. In an interview, Han Hong said, "Zhou Lu is the all-time great devil. With him around, no one else can win. Strength is something that a professional can tell at a glance. There are talent shows that create stars every year. But it's true that a contestant who participates in 4 shows at the same time and becomes the favorite to win has never done so. Not to mention, he also enters high-quality original works every time. So, it's the Huashik Inch that's the most scared right now. Can't record songs properly anymore. His pride, his identity, and his background would not allow him to lose the semifinals and become a stepping stone on Jolie's path to advancement. But he's not too confident about his new song. Dream of Izzy, can this one win against Jolo? Suspension. Huashik Inch's mind is plain. I got my ass kicked by that centerfold and I'm going to lose to you? On what grounds? So it makes sense to have a bit of a dish. Previously, Huashik Inch and his manager stole a lot of videos of Zhou Lu, all of which were of him blabbering backstage, looking namely rampant and unqualified, plus some just the right amount of editing, and a soft packaged push with a watered down, think very beautiful, but unfortunately the Yuyi Cool event heavy attack, their point of operation in Water Army is completely insufficient to see. Spent a small 200,000. Froze on the internet did not splash a tiny bit of water to. In the recording studio, the manager said, "Count him lucky this time. When this wave of heat passes, we'll start it up again." There's still 2 weeks before we record the semifinals, so there's absolutely no time to lose. Huashikinch suspiciously zapped Hikumaru. No, it's not right. Every time that guy is in the limelight it's a hot topic all over the internet. No one can do anything about it. And every time he commits a crime, a big melon immediately comes out to take the thunder for him, such as the Turtlegate incident, and then the Wang free wash rice case. Broker, what are you trying to say? Huashikinch scowled. I suspect that he really does have someone above him. Otherwise, why would Yujimbo Cool just happen to pop up on the night we were about to launch? What kind of coincidence is that? The agent was also scared. If it's true, then how big must be the backer behind Zhou Lu? Then associated with Fan Pai Pai to Zhou Lu as a horseman. And there is gossip that Master Feng let Fan Shuangshan to find Zhou Lu cooperation was also rejected. The two looked at each other and saw the strong sense of fear in each other's eyes. Negative energy plus 308. Yoo-hoo! Zhou Lu ate the risotto while picking up the rice. Who's this? I didn't do anything. How do I get another broken defense artist? That's too many, isn't it? After finishing his meal, Zhou Lu drank up the risotto soup and packed up the packing box. After he became red, Zhou Lu didn't even dare to eat at roadside stalls, which could easily lead to road blockages. So now he can only order takeout, and he also has to sign a photo for the takeout clerk. Stuffing the garbage into the clean trash can, Zhou Lu was in a bit of a trance. Since Zhang Chong came home on vacation, the dormitory trash cans had all become much cleaner. Take another look at the top of the Punch and Tie Little Powerhouse's bed. Patch. Traces of countless photos and posters of Guna Liza are gone, replaced by fresh poster photos of another actress with few traces on it yet. The same exotic flavor, the same stunningly beautiful face, which is probably Zhang Chang's aesthetic preference, isn't it? Yes, the little punching and tying mastermind defected, and on the day of his parting after exams and drinking, he proclaimed as he threw up. From that day on, he was the little punching bag master. Gunariza gives way to Chol. Diamond Lovers is being hotly debuted. The drama female number 2 DJ Liba complete abuse female number 1 Tangyan. Hot out of the circle. This has all happened recently. Zhang Chong indulged into Liba's face value cannot be extricated. Jola thought it was average. The woman's nose was too high for her. After knowing that Zhang Chong defected, Guna Liza spat for a long time. DJ Lipa? She's not even worthy of my shoes. My mother is now a movie star. And she's still acting in a TV series. Still the second female. Yes, Za has finished filming her previous TV series and is about to enter the cast of a blockbuster movie. She started at a height that was above DJ Reba. July 18th. Saturday night. The Shuda TV Broadcasting Center. Crowded with people. Happy Boys Shuda Singing Final is about to kick off. Of the 20 contestants, only 11 will advance to the national finals. Actually, kind of a high advancement rate. But the contestants were still nervous. It was all the way to the divisional finals. With such a high advancement rate, if they couldn't make it to the finals, they would regret it. The better the chances, the easier it is for some players to get nervous. In the waiting area, Jolie's senior brother, Ning Yuhong, was walking around the corner, mumbling words, and not far away, Bai Zhangju was taking deep breaths. Zhou Lu was dumbfounded. Ning Yuhong and Bai Zhangju were already the strongest in this year's Shuda singing zone. Except for Zhou Lu, even they were nervous, not to mention the other contestants. And the sound of loud gasps could be heard everywhere. With 20 minutes to go before the start of the game, the crew was completely busy with final tuning and preparations. A group of players got even more flustered. Everyone else was busy and they were the only ones with nothing to do. Jola took out his playing cards. Why are you panicking? Let's fight the landlord. Crowd. Negative energy plus 19. What's the point of the contestants fighting the landlord backstage in such an important divisional competition? It's so disrespectful to the stage, isn't it? Airplanes. Pipe on, even pair, bomb, A2, demolish the king, landlord, or you're dead. The dog said look king, bomb, but, who the hell told me to demolish the king? Ha 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 ha. Players gathered in a group and took turns to fight the landlord. The atmosphere was joyful and the tension was gone. No respect for the stage? It doesn't exist. Jolu also fried the hot pot base in the last issue. This is the flavor of Sichuan. Playing cards during breaks is the highest courtesy for what has always been an event. Knowing that in Sichuan, old people who pass away and have a wake are expected to play mahjong. The host stopped memorizing his script and ran over. Is this not a good idea for you guys? I have a sentence I don't know if I should say. Chol, then don't talk about it. Moderator. Negative energy plus 12. Soon the game began. The host spoke the crosstalk from the stage and invited the 20 contestants to the stage to draw the order of play. Jolu interrupted. No, we've already set the order. The hosts were confused. But you haven't drawn lots yet. So how come you're set? It's about to go wrong again. This Shu Du station host. His heart thumped. He was dissed by Zhou Lu in the last installment. and the netizens all felt sorry for him. Zhou Lu laughed. Oh, we just fought the landlord in the back. The one who loses goes out first. It's already set. Yang first, Zhang Chu second, I third. The host was waiting for the directing team to tell him what to do. No instructions came through the headset. He had to say stiffly, Zhou Lu contestant. This is the program's rules. You have to draw lots. Zhou Lu took a step forward. The host scowled and retreated. What are you doing? There's something to discuss. The draw is set by the program. It has nothing to do with me. Zhou Lu, I came out to draw lots. Moderator. Negative energy +2. The host was skeptical. Why was Zhou Lu so obedient today? Let's just draw straws. Zhou Lu came to the large paper box of money where the lot was drawn and looked at the host with contempt. What are you running for? It's not like I'm going to hit you for no reason. The host let out a long breath and leaned over. What if you fight? Chol, then. Must be you're wrong. Negative energy +7. Oh, my god. It's not moist. Off stage. The audience was in fits of giggles. 1,000 of them had come today, as the venue was limited. On the stage, the contestants also fell east and west, and they were also very convinced of Zhou Lu, and those who were not convinced were all fucked back home by Zhou Lu in the last period. The four mentors laughed breathlessly, but the order of appearance didn't matter. Only the live stream viewers found it unenjoyable. They felt that Zhou Lu wasn't wild enough to be interesting. How did Zhou Lu become like this? Tamed by capital. I guess. The madness used to be an act. It's just not an act anymore. Don't think he has anything to brag about. It's not fun. What's wrong with you, brother? Zhou Lu quit showbiz. Hey, I don't have any fun hacking like you do. Chicken god. Blink if you're being held hostage. Zhou Lu gave the host a bad smile and drew out a ping pong ball with numbers on it, handing it to the camera. The host hurriedly looked closer. Number 2. Zhou Lu drew number 2. Chol, who's number 2? Moderator? The long-haired Zhang Chu hopped over and ended up with the number 2 ping pong ball in Zhou Li's hand. Nee. I'm number 2. The host goes crazy. What are you doing? Zhou Lu, drawing lots. Zhang Chu, drawing lots. Other players, drawing lots. Moderator, isn't this the same order you guys decided on before the landlord fight? Zhou Lu was serious. Nonsense. Drawing lots is about probability. It's impossible for me to draw the number I want, so it's an absolutely fair random selection. The host doesn't want to talk anymore, and I'm not stupid, so he's still screwing up. Negative energy +9. The contestants were happy to see the host emo, so it was not polite, but it was fun. The live pop-up screen is finally cool. Right. This is the Zhou Lu do not mess up uncomfortable. With a draw like that, it's kind of an eye-opener for Dagger Pull's ass. The directing team didn't stop Zhou Lu from messing around. They knew very well that Zhou Lu would bring more to the show just by being on it. More traffic and gimmicks and vice versa. Think about the last broadcast. He sucked up 2/3 of the show's popularity all by himself. Now, Zhou Lu has killed madness inside all 4 programs. It can be said that he alone contributes to most of the popularity of the 4 picks. And all the program groups are waiting for the other programs to eliminate Zhou Lu. Whoever eliminates Zhou Lu first will drop his popularity. For example, this game, shortly after the live stream was launched, came in at 50 million viewers, a season high. The draw was exciting. Every time Zhou Lu drew a numbered ball, a corresponding player came up to claim it. Very real and random. Soon, it's the last ball. Chol exclaimed. Ball 3, it was me. I drew myself. It was amazing. The players applauded. Awesome. The host had a constipated look on his face. What the fuck is so great about this? Off stage, Tutor Li Chunyu teased. Zhou Lu, the Sichuan school website is discussing expelling you, saying it's affecting enrollment. You know what? They're saying that you've disgraced your alma mater more than me. Li Diyun, He Jia, Wang Zhangliang, Wei Chen, and all these people combined. Zhou Lu justified. Then you guys have to work harder. In addition to Wei Chen, it can fight or not. Li Chunyu, you think I'm complimenting you? Zhou Lu, for the record, not all Chuanin students are like me. Actually, Tao Jingying, you might as well not say anything. Chol, actually, Xia Fengting said. Well, go get ready. We don't want to hear you talk. Chen Tushan, I kinda like listening to him punch his shell. It's fun. Xia Fengting, what's a punch shell? Jibber jabber, please speak Mandarin. Chen Tushan, I like to speak Sichuan dialect. What's wrong with you? This point is shudu. A batch of children all day long without a bit of counting. Those two never really got along. Immediately the scene cuts away from the bickering mentors and the mic disconnects as the contestants make an orderly exit, guided by the host's hands and feet. It was actually Zhou Lu who was directing the exit according to the order of the draw. When Zhou Lu was about to leave the stage, he saw Chen Tushan throwing Xia Fengting with a pen. Xia Fengting took off his sunglasses and cursed angrily. Tao Jingying was in the middle of the two men to persuade them to fight. Li Chunyu probed his head to watch the drama. The four tutors are so busy and the host has caught his blinders. According to the process, he is going to invite the four mentors to make comments and predictions first. Before he went down, Chol said to him, "Read the sponsor dictation again." The host was grateful and finally knew what to do. "Okay, the results of the draw are known. So welcome to Happy Boys, exclusively sponsored by the deliciously long-lasting and ridiculously long-lasting Dazzling Love Gum." Director Ma Hao took the walkie-talkie and was about to instruct the host to cut the commercials, but realized that he was already flexible enough to handle it, and was impressed. As for the mentor's conflict, he doesn't want to care and can't. How big is their curiosity? Besides, fast men are never afraid of conflict and contradiction. More is better. With the host's witty responses, the show got back on track. The mentors calmed down, and the competition officially began. The rules of the 20-11 competition are simple. Each contestant sings a song in the first round. The top 10 vote-getters advance, and those who don't make it into the top 10 advance to the second round, which is also based on votes, and only one person can advance. The format is so extreme that a live match can't end without more than 3 hours. Yang Yang and Zhang Chu sang on stage separately and both played well. Host, here's the third contestant of the day to take the stage and perform. Chol 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 chol. The audience under the stage shouted neatly, and 80% of them came at Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu, as always, carried his guitar on his back to the stage, first adjusting the height of the standing mic, spitting, "How much does the program group look down on me? Every time they give me the wrong height for the standing mic. I don't want this to happen again." The audience laughed, "Ha ha 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 ha." Host, there were so many contestants in the competition, we couldn't remember everyone's microphone height. Zhou Lu, I'm the only one who should be credited. What's the point of memorizing the others? The king of push is the king of push. He's as crazy as ever. The pop-ups have been praising Zhou Lu for being shameless enough, worthy of being a big drug lord in the beep station. Someone above you can be arrogant, bullying Long Night and not dare to move you, right? Chaoyang, the capital city, in a luxury neighborhood. Many stars who didn't have jobs paid attention to the match, partly because the influence of Happy Boys was really not small, but more because Zhou Lu was too rampant. He's live at the beep station grabbing all the popularity of the Taste of Fruit live stream and monkeying around satirizing those people. And there's no shit going on? How did Lonatane put up with this? On the 18th floor, Lonnie Dan leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window with a bottle of red wine out of his mind and couldn't bear it. When a player's talent can beat the capital, what the capital has to do is to admit defeat, and then turn to support the talent. Losing face is just, the next is the left and right fight. No matter who is dead in the end, the capital is earned. On the 21st floor, Chen He was drinking and jerking off with Han Lu and Deng Chao, watching the program in the meantime. Chen He laughed. "This bastard is too rampant. Block him." Han Lu, "Ha ha ha, are you psychologically abused by him on the show? What's with the blocking? Capital has already started to hold him up." Deng Chao, "He don't be afraid. Next time trick him over. We'll help you take revenge." Chen He gave Deng Chao a wry look. "That's what you said. Tian Ba. There's a way to heaven you won't go." Deng Chao was confident, Movabatua. In the TV, the host patted his chest to Zhou Lu to ensure, "Will not be no more. Down will be someone to remember the parameters. No. Later you will own a stand-up microphone bracket," the director said. "Chol, that's more like it." The host silently stepped down. Can't afford to mess with him. Zhou Lu is the big daddy of this program. Chol plugged in the exclusive orange microphone. Han Deer's eyes lit up. "Yo, this microphone is good. Big hundreds of thousands of dollars. Next door building." Fan Shuangshan rubbed the corner of her eyes. "I that shit kid or beat less." The old lady spent more than 600,000 yuan to buy him a microphone fed to the dog? Then dropped head? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She directly sent a microtext voice to her assistant, "Half an hour. I want Zhou Li's microtext. Zhou Lu, today, I bring you an original rock song, All Happy in This Life. I would like to dedicate this song to my opponents who have been eliminated by me in various programs. May you be able to let go. Losing to me, Zhou Lu, is not a disgrace." Thump, thump, thump. Figure returned to mediocrity after a dream of golden millet. Who wouldn't bow down for a few buckets of rice? It doesn't matter. It's just natural. Where the heart is at peace we find good medicine in our homeland. All the people are mediocre and the ants are looking at the sky. Autumn goes away and stirs up the goose, and winter comes back to the east of the river. On a certain floor in the same neighborhood, Sun Zoe ran into her mother's room with her bare feet clattering. Hoa Lin was startled. "What are you doing again?" She was currently wearing headphones and holding a magazine, which cast a light of knowledge that shone on Sister He's sultry face. "Sun Zoe, reading a book? Sister Ho, come out and listen to my master sing. I don't follow stars. This song is super good. The lyrics are written in a great way. It is most suitable for middle-aged and old-aged women like you to cultivate your body and mind to listen to, especially the line that all the living people are mediocre. Blah, 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 blah. Hyalan said impatiently. Did you practice today? Son Zoe immediately shut up. Oh, turn around and walk away. Just let mom read in peace. Sneaking in bed at night to read fluorescent books. It's not going to be a martial arts movie. Who cares? Mom is also an adult. Being an adult and divorced, you have to have some hobbies. Sun Zur sat back on the sofa and continued to enjoy Master's performance. This song is so open-minded. It's worthy of being my master. Moreover, Master seems to have unlocked the head resonance technique, and I've made much less progress lately. I've been slacking off. Start practicing hard tomorrow for the sake of the Chinese music scene. In the room, Hyalan had an anti-smile on her face. He. With these lyrics, those people you eliminated will have to be furious. Little badass. She poked her finger around on the tablet, sending pop-ups. The child is becoming more and more rebellious. Mommy likes you. My Kahaku may be skinny but he's a good boy. That's right. These are the newest variant of fans, known as Chol's mom fans, who are watching Chol vicariously as a mother. Generally speaking, the formation of mom fans is similar to that of Hyalan, who at first saw his own child madly obsessed with Zhou Lu, fearing him like a tiger, and after failing to dissuade him, began to understand Zhou Lu, attempting to find his black spots, and then fell into it. Hyalan is the last beep station live after the fall, while heartbroken Zhou Lu, while blaming himself for guilt, so began to travel to and from the major platforms for Zhou Lu call support, and even spent money to buy his semi-nude portraits. Portraits really flow from the idol Intern. However, Hyalan didn't dare to let her daughter know about her crazy behavior. It would be humiliating. I'm sure I'll get over it in this life. With the sea in one's heart, flowers bloom in spring. Through good and evil there is love. Long for the sunrise and the clouds to open. A clear view of the mountains and the sea. You don't have to have a great life. You don't have to have a great life. On the TV, Zhou Lu sang the end of the song, the thunderous applause and cheers from the stage. Sun Zoe shook her head. A life doesn't need to be more exciting. She touched out her cell phone and opened the delicious fruit app to watch the live pop-ups. There are no pop-ups on the TV, always feel a little less flavor. Moreover, stay a while, she is also going to vote for the master in the live broadcast. What's all this? Mommy powder is disgusting. As a young female fan of Zhou Lu, also known as a true love fan, Sun Zur was crazy but shouted around just those few words of brother. Unlike her mom's fan, who had so many flirty words, mom fans are extremely strong and flavorful, and their comments and pop-ups are very rude and blunt. The kid is so handsome. Mommy wants to tuck you back in. Something like that. The backstage of the named fruit department is frantically deleting posts. Simply cannot be deleted. Mainly because they are too tricky. What keywords cannot stop this group of like a wolf like a tiger mom powder? It is too scary. Sun Zur looked contemptuous, hot eyes. Then she saw a line of red letters float across the screen. Sister the child is getting more and more rebellious. What? Sun Zur's brain exploded and rubbed her eyes, suspecting that she had blinked, so she saw the last two. Oh, sell the lamb. Zur looked like she had seen a ghost. Her little mouth was open, and her big watery eyes blinked and blinked. So, my mom is actually a fan of Zhou Lu? The world is crazy. In order to supervise Zur's studies, Sun Zur's social and various app accounts are all tied to her mother's account, and only when she performs well will Hyalan recharge her. So, they were watching the show at the same time, and the pop-ups were visible to each other by name, or highlighted. Sister stuff him back. Another article. Pa. Sun Zoe slapped herself and decisively turned off her cell phone and shifted. Coincidentally, Hyalan gathered her pajamas and came out to get some water and looked at her daughter. What are you hitting yourself for? Chatterbox Sun Zur first speech. Stammered half a day cannot say. Finished. Now sister on the elegance of the whole body. How to see how she is a dog chong. Seeing her daughter's panicked face, Hyalan was immediately alert. Did you do something bad? Sun Zur popped up. I didn't, I'm not. You don't make things up. Hyalan took a sip of water and scrutinized her daughter. One look at her is not right. There is definitely something she is hiding from me. I still don't understand you, she said. You're not in love, are you? Sun Zur sighed. I'm still playing cotton wool talking about love. I would like to, but where to talk about it? The male students in my class don't dare to come near me, and the male artists in the circle dislike me. Hojalan, that's true. So what are you hitting yourself for? Sun Zur babbled. I was ashamed to see my master getting stronger again and decided to work harder on my closed mouth technique. She later looked for several famous singers to inquire. They all said that the closed mouth work can really improve the singing, and some of them even instructed Sun Zuer to practice on the spot. He Yalan half convinced, pointing to the TV. Zhou Lu, who was making a big fuss, said, "Well, you're still young. Chasing stars is fine, but you can't be blindly crazy. You have to be rational." Zhou Lu is just like that, you know? Sun Zoe cocked her head and stared. "Ha? You're telling me to be a rational stargazer? Isn't it you mommy fans who've lost your minds that make Zhou Lu go back from whence he came? You guys are really ashamed to say that," Hoya Lin said in a dignified manner. "Ha what ha? Don't be playful. If you fail the final exam next week, see how I'll clean you up." Sun Zuer could only say feebly, "Good," seeing that her daughter, who had been a chatterbox since childhood, was scared of being lectured by herself and actually didn't talk back. He Yalan then went back to her house and continued to brush the pop-up screen. "Mommy's home. Kahaku bullying the host is also too cute blah blah blah. I want to be bullied by him so much. Mommy bought your fruity portraits. Yo." Sun Zuer was paralyzed on the sofa in a trance, feeling subverted. 3 views. Sister she actually has such a crazy side. Scared the baby to death. No, definitely can't watch the live stream again. She must still be posting pop-ups. Can't watch. Just take a look around. Ha tcho. Ha, vomit. Sun Zuer's entire body went crazy, dropping her cell phone and taking out the cucumber from the refrigerator and resting it on the chopping board, slamming it down headfirst. Bang! Shoot a cucumber to clear your head. On the other side, the 4 tutors had already commented on Zhou Li's new composition, which was of a high standard, and his singing skills had improved even more significantly, or something like that. Right now, Zhou Lu is taking questions from the moderator, all of which are from some netizens. Host, in addition to true love fans, sand sculpture fans and small black fans, recently a large number of mommy fans have emerged, with very radical and even vulgar remarks. On this, what does Zhou Lu contestant himself think? Zhou Lu, mom powder? I don't even have a mom. What do I need mommy powder for? Get lost. These people are just fed up. Moderator, aren't you afraid they'll get cold feet when you say that? Chol, it's best to get off the bandwagon. Chasing stars at a big age. On the screen, the pop-ups of mom fans were far more striking than those of other fans. "Ah, the child scolded me? /U200E? /U200E. Mom understands when her son is rebellious. The boy's temper is growing like Jill's. The bigger the harder. I'm not even afraid of uterine cold, but I'm afraid of heart cold? You will not insult my brother. Get lost and do your homework." Laughing to death. My daughter chasing after Zhou Lu was beaten by me all afternoon. Brainwashed fans are like that. In the past, when Zhou Lu scolded the true love fans for being stupid, they felt that Zhou Lu was praising them for their innocence. And now, the mom fans are saying that this kid is so strong. Many ladies like Hoa Lin were actually happy to be scolded. This kid is really daring. He's much tougher than those sissy lovebirds. If he's so tough, who's he not? The internet is an amazing thing. And the thought that no one knows themselves online is an exaggeration after the ladies let themselves go. Zhou Lu returns backstage. Ning Yu Hong holds his cell phone for Zhou Lu to read the pop-ups. Curtain. Zhou Lu watched the 7 orifices of smoke. Hated his dislike is too light. Really want to kill back on stage and the stink of them a scolding. So tempted to tuck him back in. Negative energy 9. Zhou Lu sat speechless and paralyzed, which would be natural attenuation, and he was in a bad mood. Negative energy 15. Well, Dogza is also watching the live broadcast. Looking at these subtitles she can be proud. You are all mouth. Only I did half. TikTok. Zhou Lu opened Weixin and Grain sent a friend request? What kind of screen name is that? Denial. After the red, there are all kinds of strange people want to add Zhou Lu micromessage, but he does not add people indiscriminately. So far there are less than 30 people in the address book. TikTok. Grains of Fortune sent a friend request with the note, I'm fan Pi sister. Zhou Lu cut a sound. Ready to reject again. Originally last time with this sis to chat with the wrong. Basically Zhou Lu one-sided reprimand. This kind of person added to do what? Moreover, she also bought a water army to follow the wind and stepped on me. But her smooth belly. Give her a chance. Validation passed. Soon after, Grainy sent a text message. You're Zhou Lu, aren't you? Chol docketed her name as Turtle Reserve number 2. It's done. Number 1 is Zoe Sun. Turtle Reserve number 2, why do you have my brother's microphone? Did you lie to him? I advise you to return the microphone to him as soon as possible. Chol, give it back to him and I won't have a microphone. Justified. The program has a microphone. The microphone quality of the program was much worse. There's nothing wrong with it, but I bought this for Van PP, not for you. Yeah, so where's the one you bought me? Reasonable doubt. Turtle Reserve number 2, since you and Pippi are friends, I'll buy you one and you give this one back. Number 2 thought for a long time and proposed a compromise. After all, the orange one was too expensive, and it would be kinda cost-effective to buy Jolu a few tens of thousands of dollars to change it back. Who let herself get such a stupid brother? Jolu, thank you sister. Turtle reserve number 2, you're not going to curse me the fuck out? Jolu didn't reply, feeling that this sister fan was also considered a better type to cheat. No wonder there was fan pie that big fool. The competition was very lengthy, an hour and a half for each of the 20 contestants to sing a song. Jolu was bored and looked for Sun Zuer to chat on WeChat. He usually ignored her because she was just too noisy, but chatting with her when he was bored was a great way to pass the time. Jolu seldom seeks out Gunali Za and Changsha to make small talk. Easy to tease them, exuberant, sucking his negative energy value. Unlike the previous second replies, this time Jolie's Weixing message was stone cold. Sent a couple more. It was only a few minutes later that the voice of Divine Turtle Reserve number 1 returned. Master I'm so tired I feel like I'm going to die. That's it? Number 59 seconds? Jolu worriedly asked. What's wrong? Don't think about it. You're still young. Don't do anything stupid. Turtle Reserve number 1, it's not me doing anything stupid. It's my mom chasing after male celebrities. Eat? Who is he chasing? I can't tell you this. What if that male celebrity finds out and turns into my stepfather? It makes sense. Artists don't have much of a sense of humor. That's not true, is it? There are all sorts of demons and devils in this circle, which is why I've been smart since I was a kid. Blah blah blah. Happy 59 seconds. Zoe is back. The contestants in the backstage of Fast Boys are overwhelmed and have begged Jolu to collect the avatar. That thing in your cell phone is too annoying, isn't it? Next week final exams. Exams to go to Hengdian shooting. Hey yo, would have liked to say the summer vacation to have fun it. Come to the scene to see the master swept away thousands of troops to pretend to be a big pussy. To go to Inner Mongolia, the whole roasted sheep waist baked sheep whip. The results of my mother back. I secretly took a new play. Into the group is more than a month. To me angry play not to say, but also take time to do homework. No, what's she doing? I have been very good since I was a child. Do not need to worry about sister In school I am the backbone of literature and art. Served as a class cadre, drill leader, broadcaster, etc. And actively participate in a variety of collective activities in the school. High school grades are quite good. 450-60 points random test. That's it. Vacation. She also put me off the crew. And that film Pay and Incense. Sucking. Indeed. Chol was about to vomit from listening to it himself. It's okay. Bao, your mom just simply dislikes your noise. Be good and go to sleep. After a few perfunctory words from Sun Zuer, Jola stopped paying attention to her. Enough small talk for today. No. In the words of Brother Wei, it is, enough is enough. Ning Yuhong listened to Jola collect the avatar before he came over to hook up with his senior brother. Yo, I'll call on the treasure. The relationship is not ordinary? Jola was honest. Yes, my disciple. Ning Yuhong, who is it? A veteran theater goer. Not right. Yo, listen to the voice is very young. Seems to be still in high school. You talk to my old man. Old theater? In the middle of the night in the graveyard, head spread pepper. You hemp ghost. Yo. Zuer, Neza. Hey, holy shit. That's really old theater. God bother you. How do you stand it? By Zhangju came over with a big box of skewers. You're not in charge of what you see in a lover's eyes. What kind of person is my brother Locke? Hey, can't you handle a girl who talks too much? That's the average person. Brother Lu is not the average person. This is the Sichuan Normal University Vocal Department's senior brother. These three are basically the strongest this year's Shuda singing area. Usually very good relations. The kebabs were ordered by Zhou Lu on his cell phone, and by Zhangju just helped bring them back. Smartphones are a joy. Zhou Lu denied. She and I are simply a master and disciple relationship. At best. I'd like to draw turtles on her belly. No more attempts. Nobody listens to him. Ning Yuhong grabbed the skewer packing box. Batch span egg span. Then what do you say Shalo is? Chol grabbed a couple skewers of meat and jerked them off. By Zhangju, Lu, must be the Buddhas. Ning Yuhong was confused. By Gangju showed off. Buddha. Heavenly rod. Chol, There was a burst of laughter all around. Who in the hell could stand it? Chol burst out laughing himself. It's outrageous. In Sichuan dialect, Tianbang usually refers to a person who is lawless and unregulated, and it was perfect to describe Zhou Lu, players while laughing, while coming up to grab skewers. It is so joyful. Of course, our son players did not come on stage too, can only drool, watching others eat spit. Should a singing area is not as other singing areas so full of gunpowder. In fact, has been quite cheerful. Mainly because most of the contestants participating in the Southwest locals, naturally optimistic and cheerful. Only, the The last installment had some unpleasantness because of the secret instigation of a certain Lonadon who wishes to remain anonymous, but all those people had been played to death by Zhou Lu, and now almost all the remaining ones were lazy people. Soon, the first round was over. 20 contestants wiped their mouths clean and returned to the stage, and Zhou Lu was still chewing on this beefsteak in his mouth. Damn, how chewy is this stuff? Chalo, are you eating mouth-dazzle love candy? The players laughed simultaneously, not at all immodestly. Zhou Lu honestly said, no is the cattle tendon, flavor is good, is to bite constantly, Lu a well, Mahjong qualification barbecue, is this one? It's this one. Next time, you guys cook the beef tendon longer, okay? I won't give you a bad review this time. Moderator, can't you just say you're eating sponsor gum? Zhou Lu, can you live with your conscience if you cheat your sponsor like this? Moderator, huh? I'm here. Negative energy plus 17. Zhou Lu, do not say not baked beef tendon. Is raw beef tendon is not hyun love lasting you how the matter? The golden father. Sorry the host does not know how to do. Next time there is a mouthpiece endorsement or something, please look for me. Cheap and beautiful attitude of humility. That's what I said. Moderator, I'm sorry. He really can't help it. Because the last installment of hosting the Shoulda singing competition, Zhou Lu is not considered to be stealing the job. Just, how can people be cheap to such a degree? In front of the TV, the brand director of Dazzling Love Gum nods deeply. Yeah, why does it have to be the host who reads the dictation? This Zhou Lu is very suitable from the first time on the stage to now more than a month. Originality is still so durable. This is not a perfect match. Fast Boys Live Stage has been releasing the voting results one after another. These are the votes that start after everyone has finished competing. The app logs into vote, and the voting time is a total of 10 minutes time. The voting results were thrilling but not much in doubt, with Zhou Lu rightfully faulting first. 1. Chol 42.19 million votes. 2. 14. 370. 000 votes for Pak Sangju. 3. 13.02 million votes for Penri. 4. 10.28 million votes for Wei Ning. 5. Yang Yang 8.81 million votes. 10. 4.93 million votes for Ning Yuhong. The reason why I say thrilling is that Ning Yuhong, who was originally scheduled to be one of the top 3, didn't know whether it was because he was a bit ugly or not handsome enough or because his face value was average, but he only got the 10th place. To say that there is no suspense is to say that these players have a judgment in their own minds about the others as well, and the strong ones have almost all advanced. The top 10 happily went down to the stage to jerk off and drink beer. And yes, it was also Zhou Lu who ordered takeout on his cell phone. 8 days ago, July 10th, Zhou Lu got his first artist salary, including commission, shaved off the tax a total of more than 200,000. That is called a rich, for that matter, and because there are shows that are behind on their paychecks, Chol won't name the Mushroom House. The remaining 10 players continued to play and it was brutal. The contestants came on stage one after another, and each one of them came to Zhou Li's head to touch it twice, rubbing the chicken god's chi, and Zhou Lu didn't mind. In the end, ABA singer Zijin Nanga got the only promotion spot, 11th place. It was already past 11 o'clock at night when the competition ended. The eliminated contestants were crying, while the advanced contestants were smiling. And that's how it is in the world. Zhou Lu didn't think too much about it and slipped back into the Chuanin dormitory to sleep. Unbeknownst to me, there are people in the distant capital city who can't sleep listening to All Happy in This Life over and over again. The night is late. Fanfrost also listened to a song and swiped her phone while giving her breasts a makeover. The song was found on the beep station. These geeks are the fastest. Before the live broadcast of The Fastest Man was over, the pure enjoyable version of All Are Happy in This Life was already out. I'm sure I'll get over it in this life. With the sea in one's heart, flowers bloom in spring. Through good and evil there is love. She doesn't admit that she was happy because of a live stream powder week. She just thought the lyrics killed her. Can you really let go of some of the past? So, after Fan Frost, who started out looking at microphones on Holobay, clicked on Jingdong and realized that Dingdong was nothing more than that, she accidentally clicked on Sennheiser's official website. Van PP tweets, "Sis, did you watch the live stream?" Fan Frost did not return. Silently forked off the Sennheiser official website. Or by a taba. His own family. That stupid child is hopeless. Sister Fan, who can kill it in the entertainment industry, has an IQ that is not low, and just not low. The top brass of the Songfruit department were having a video conference, and they all fell into silence as they looked at the data from the final round of the Happy Boys Shoulda Singing region that had just been released. Rejoice on one side and worry on the other. The joy is that the live TV and smart platform live data combined totaled 80 million, sweeping all programs in the same time slot. The worry is that after the first round of matches, The data wasted. Only less than 50 million. The live TV broadcast is fine. The live data of the smart platform directly shrinks by 30 million. Why? Because Chol advanced. People stopped watching. Lonadin rubbed his temples and burst out. I am having a hell of a time with this audience. An executive said. It's still after Jolu advanced that the netizens stopped watching. Think about it. If Jolu was eliminated, would we still run the show? Long Niden, make a detailed packaging program about Jolu. Refer to Hua. No. One grade higher than him. Send it to my desk within 3 days. No one objected. Only that the day had come too late. But it had been hard enough to get Lonadin to compromise. It's silly not to have money. How much can you make from a god dancer? Is he worth as much as Jolu? The music, variety shows and other resources of the entire Song Festival fruit department can be perfectly adapted to Jolu. Can that thing? Wang Han said. Hurry up. While the other singing districts are still competing for the top 11 for these 3 weeks, get Jolu on stage for a few more shows. He Jong concurred. Big Brother is right. Showing the entire network and attitude is one aspect. The other is to make Jolu psychologically favor us. He's different from all the other contestants. The little guy is a truly phenomenal musical genius. It's not a matter of us holding him up now. It's a matter of us tying him down. Wang Han, he's from the Shaocheng generation. He's half of our own people. Besides, it's not like we need to earn his money. As long as he appears on our station often, that's earning. The viewers and sponsors are not fools. Lonadin only nodded. She hadn't recognized reality until now. The reality is that the central station is holding up Jolu. The capital of the Jiangxia system seems to be interested in supporting Jolu and Chi-Chi Video, not to mention that they are in desperate need of a star who can hold up their end of the bargain. If the festival fruit department doesn't follow, they may not be able to eat Zhou Li's late dividends. On the second day, the live broadcast of the finals of the Chang'an Singing Zone had less than 40 million viewers, and the interactive data was even less than 30% of that of the Shuda Singing Zone. Once again, the Songju department had seen Zhou Li's terrifying popularity. If Happy Boys loses Chol, another afternoon, He Jong personally called to ask Zhou Lu to record the program, his tone very cordial. Xiao Lu, when are you free to come to Changsha? I'll treat you to crayfish. Changsha's flavored shrimp is one of the best. Is it? The little guy is quite busy. Brother Xiao Liang is there, right? I'll have a word with him. Wang Zhangliang was with Zhou Lu, working on the arrangement of a new song, and answered the phone respectfully. Mister, he is good. I'm fine. We have an organization, but also on the Spring Festival Gala. On the contrary, Tiger and Far are a bit miserable. Ha ha. Well, I'll ask them both later. What's going on with Kahaku? Asked him if he's coming to record the program. He's stumped. But, Wang laughed out loud, took the phone and walked away in Zhou Li's grudging little eyes. He said that your station owes him wages in arrears, and that the notice fee for Mushroom House has not been settled to him. This kid is so shafted that he said he sent you guys half a fan of pigs and lost money. Because of this? He Jong was a bit embarrassed. Negative energy plus 22. He explained, that program was saved by Mr. Huang and I. The station originally disagreed and didn't look forward to it, so it was recorded while looking for sponsors. With that installment of his, the sponsor is still looking for quite smoothly. Let him wait, and soon send him the notice fee. Wang Zhangliang, that really isn't easy. I'll turn around and criticize Xiao Lu. What program are you looking for him to record? He Jong, any program will do. The station likes Shella up and down. The front meeting said, it will all be said that he can record any show he wants as long as he comes. Tell him later that the programs now in production are Singer, Fast Ben, Ming Detective, Secret Escape, Every Day, Here Comes the Idol, Want to Sing With You, and We'll Draw the Teenager, a total of a dozen or so, and let him pick them out for himself. Wang Zhangliang was dumbfounded. Really? What kind of divine treatment is this? They let him appear on the program for free, and he's free to choose? He Jong said, not free, give notice fees. Wang Zhangliang popped up. No. Why? It's not fair. Why didn't we get this treatment back then? I couldn't even rub it in. He Jong, you're not as popular as him either. Wang Zhangliang, solid old ho. Negative energy plus 1. Little fast man Jolo froze. Hey, the old fast guy broke the defense again? Why? Did Mr. He scold him? A moment later, Wang Zhangliang threw his cell phone to Jolo. All are fast men. Why are you so horizontal? Jolo playfully smiled. Because my master is bullish. Wang Zhangliang cooled off. Well, that's true. In the past, Zhou Lu was silent and unknown. Wang Zhangliang wanted Zhou Lu to go to the draft with his disciple's name on top. Zhou Lu refused to do so, and only now that he had made a name for himself was he willing to recognize Wang Zhangliang as his master. Wang Zhangliang also said, Shangnan Channel is going to promote you. Do not miss this opportunity, do not have to go against them. Who is not good to learn from those two stubborn donkeys? It's not necessary. The program is free, and there is also a notice fee. There is only one opportunity of this kind. Zhou Lu said. No, I have 3, and I've been contacted by Jiangxia Channel and Qi Video with the same conditions. Wang Zhangliang froze. Ah, master? Master. Oh, they're robbing you. Wang Zhangliang finally figured out that, in addition to the Noble Central Station, the other 3 are smashing resources to compete for Zhou Lu. After all, this summer Zhou Lu is the popularity of Ben Qi. He who has Zhou Lu wins the world. Zhou Lu pretended. The 3 parties add up to dozens of variety shows for me to pick. What can I do? It's not like I know how to split up, so I can only rain on the parade. Wang Zhangliang rubbed his leg hair and squinted at Zhou Lu. Negative energy +1. Thursday, July 23rd. Zhou Lu carried his guitar to the place where the dream began. Jiangxia Station Studio Hall. The Voice of China stage rehearsal scene. After 6 weeks of live preliminary auditions, all 4 mentors have picked their respective ments. 14 per group. The program's viewership has also been steadily declining, and by the 6th preliminary round, it was already less than 40 million, which is not as bad as the division competition of Fast Boys. The last season of The Voice was still taped and the ratings weren't great, and this time it was changed to a live broadcast in order to harden up against Fast Boys, and it turned out to be the same old problem. High-quality trainees in 1 or 2 phases, followed by one phase of poorer quality than the next. Can the results be better? Well, it's finally time for the second round. The program group also panicked, and in order to pull up the ratings, they directly put the Yu Chengqing Battle Team Civil War, which was originally scheduled to be the 3rd, at the top of the list, because this group had Zhou Lu. Below the stage, Zhou Lu put his hands in his pockets and looked at the 4 mentors who were walking towards him. Yu Chengqing was the most excited and came up to hug Zhou Lu. You kid can do it. I have a good eye. Ms. Zhang Weimei, write me a song sometime? Mr. Zhou Lu. Wang Shan, no. Why do you sing so much rock and fast boy? 4 songs in 1 period is too much? Come here and sing. Yaring, Zhou Lu. Just kinda awkward. Rehearsals are the students' own business, and usually just the students' mentors come to take a look at them twice. But for the Shulo rehearsal, all 4 mentors came by default. Zhou Lu was also very happy. After more than a month, he finally came to this program again. Good day, Mr. Yu. Good day, Mr. Zhang. Just call me Xiao Lu. I'll remember the words to write a song first, and I'll send it to you if there's a suitable one. Then he looked at Wang Shan. Yo, Mr. Wang changed his hairstyle? Wang Shan, not low. Is it? Chol nodded. It's okay. It's pretty rocker. Wang Shan had a smug look on his face. That's for sure. My wife designed it herself. Zhou Lu was surprised. Ms. Gongli still knows this? Sister is really deep in hiding. Wang Shan's smile froze. Negative energy +38. Old Wang hadn't hacked Zhou Lu behind his back, and he wasn't vain about meeting him. Finally, Zhou Lu looked at the faint-hearted teacher Yi Hang. Teacher Yi, do you have something to do? Yi Hukyung smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands. No, just looking around. You've been pretty busy lately, huh? Those new songs are well written. She was the most embarrassed. The conceited Yi Hukyung hated Zhou Lu the most, and she got most of the credit for Zhou Lu being blackballed some time ago. In the beginning, she was determined to stomp Zhou Lu to death, and this program was even more so. But things have changed. The program needs Zhou Lu, and it needs to please Zhou Lu to promote Zhou Lu. Otherwise, the program will most likely be yellow. The voice without Chol would get whacked by Fast Boys with Chol. Therefore, Ying could only shyly welcome Zhou Lu and had to say some flattering words, suffocating himself. In order to earn a lining, you have to put down your face. Zhou Lu, new song? Mr. Yi likes fake cigarettes, fake wine, fake friends too? If you have a chance, please sing the chorus. Ye Young smiled harder than he cried. It depends. Zhou Lu sighed. AI teacher Yi still looks down on me. Yi Yang, sing. I'll sing when I get the chance. Shit, it's a fight for money. Negative energy +58. Zhou Lu was overjoyed. Then it's a deal. If we don't have a chance, we'll create a chance, and we'll definitely fulfill Mr. Ye's wish. Did I tell you to call my song earthy? Then I'll let you sing real dirt. Yi Hukyung also pretended to be cheerful and said, no problem, I just love to sing. Being a mentor is too stifling. At this moment, Zhou Lu saw the truest ugliness of the entertainment industry. Their bottom line is so flexible. Flexible to the point of being iffy. Next, the music director himself came to invite Zhou Lu on stage to rehearse. Zhou Lu went on stage. The staff immediately removed the stand-up microphone. Another staff member brought an orange stand-up microphone holder. The height was just right for Zhou Lu. The staff was very considerate to help Zhou Lu insert his orange microphone on it. Everything was so silky smooth. I can see that the program team has put their heart and soul into it. and they haven't studied Zhou Lu a lot during this period of time. The four mentors sat down and quietly enjoyed it. As usual, Yu Chengqing and Zhang Huimei were full of praise for Zhou Lu, whom they themselves admired greatly, and this new song was to their liking. Wang Shan is also okay. He is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door if he does not do anything wrong, but he is just sorry that Zhou Lu is not singing a rock song. He really didn't like Zhou Li's songs at first, but the 5 rock songs Zhou Lu sang at Fast Boys really surprised him, and there was a sense of happiness that he had found his successor. And the more he looked at Zhou Lu, the better he looked at Zhou Lu, so he didn't have any hard feelings towards Zhou Lu, not to mention Zhou Li's first 4 songs of godly rock. Even the obviously perfunctory All Happiness in This Life is considered a masterpiece in the current rock music scene. As for Ye Young, it was a real meaty embarrassment. Obviously disliking it, but also praising it. The words are so well written. Horsehead Chin awesome. Sings awesome. The other 3 tutors have goosebumps. Yi Hukyun's old face is really open. However, Chol did sing well. I am 3,000. It's 3,000 years of growing up and wandering in the world. Even if I was a poplar in KS Gayer, I've been searching for you for centuries, finding you in the circle of life. I'm not afraid of the rain, the wind, the sun, the desert sand. Let the heart be exposed to the sun and confess to you. Speaking of singing alone, Zhou Li's progress is indeed very huge, which is obvious to all 4 tutors. Just, why is the new song in this style again? Yi Hyong boasted and clammed up. This is fucking clearly aimed at me. It's a tune that would fit seamlessly into Impulse Punishment. The rehearsal was perfect. Zhou Lu, satisfied with himself, took off his ear returns and came off the stage. Yu Chengqing asked, what's the name of this song? Zhou Lu, the poplar of KS Gear. What does Mr. Yi think? Yi Hukyung gritted his teeth and said, a very beautiful song. I personally love it. Negative energy plus 99. Chol laughed. You better really like it. The players from Yu Chengqing's team in the waiting area were also discussing Zhou Lu, who made him so popular. Even if Zhou Lu withdrew from all the talent shows now, he would still be able to occupy a top-tier position in the music industry. You know, at the craziest time the top 10 of the new songs chart was all his songs. Even Playing Monkey went up. And many of the contestants competed singing songs by Chol because of the high quality and self-promotion. Miss Sume Meng, wow. Zhou Lu is so handsome in person. I want his autograph, but I don't dare to talk to him. Jin Zhiyun said. Me too. He gives off the impression that he's uninviting. Go Yuhong nodded. Highly cold male god. The 3 of them were behind in the blind auditions and hadn't seen Chol before, but liked Chol's songs. A few others had no good feelings towards Zhou Lu and looked on with indifference. Dang Gong laughed. Bullshit high-flying male god. He's just a fun guy. You guys want autographs, just go straight to him. He's a very nice person to talk to. Su Meiman, Chol, good talker? The others don't believe it either. And it's the funniest joke ever to talk so well on a Sunday day. However, as an alumnus, Dang Gong should not be able to talk nonsense. Tang Gong said. He's a person who is proud of the top but not tolerant of the bottom. Bullying the strong but not overpowering the weak. He's very mad at those who are higher in status than him, but he's still very friendly to ordinary people. Su Maimeng was even more surprised. Wow, this is too handsome, isn't it? Ginger Run said. He's pretty good then, just worried about the mentor targeting him. Gu Yuhong, the 4 tutors just went to the rehearsal stage. Did they? Teacher Ye's face was very unpleasant. I don't know if he'll make things difficult for Zhou Lu. Dungo, not so much? A few others thought. That's better. Better get Zhou Lu out of the race. Ha 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 ha. While this was going on, several mentors walked in talking and laughing, with Zhou Lu in the center. Ye Young smiled with a frown as he joined Zhou Lu, chatting about the techniques of pairing ethnic instruments with pop music with an enthusiasm that was a bit humbling. Chol returned to his spot and began to load the guitar. Yi Haing waved his hand and said to his assistant, go get some coffee. Zhou Lu's cup has more milk and sugar, right? I heard your agent say that. Chol, thank you. The crowd of trainees looked at each other in disbelief. This scene was also too bizarre. Did Ye Young lose his memory? Have you forgotten how Zhou Lu humiliated you in front of a national audience? He mocked your song dirt to your face, and taught you to write songs. Dang Gong whispered. See, I told you Zhou Lu was easygoing. The trainees could not tell whether it was Zhou Lu who was approachable or Yi Haing who was amiable. And looking at the interaction between these two people with their heads in the sand, everyone only felt that it was unbelievable. Yi Hukyung actually knew Zhou Li's coffee drinking tastes? How uptight does that have to be? Instead of suppressing and retaliating against Zhou Lu, Yi Haing has taken the initiative to show goodwill? Sure enough, Zhou Lu has someone above him. Facing the suddenly enthusiastic tutor Ye Haing, Zhou Lu only thought of one sentence. When you're mixed up you're surrounded by good people. Yi Haing didn't have to do that. She could have treated Zhou Lu with the same attitude she had before. She could have been as snarky and shady as ever, and it wouldn't have affected Zhou Li's cooperation with the Voice of China. In that case, Zhou Lu would still think highly of her just the same. But instead of insisting, she made a 180-degree turn in her attitude and was so enthusiastic that she was almost fawning, just trying to use Zhou Lu to save her own reputation, which she had been scolded for recently on the internet. Chol looked down on her. So, once the coffee arrived, he stopped pretending. Alright, Mr. Yi, stop acting. Look at how embarrassed Mr. Wang Shan is. Ye Young breaks off. How did I act? Everyone knows I don't talk too much. Bye. Zhou Lu carried his guitar on his back and took his coffee, nodded to everyone and dashed off. Yi Hyukyung was furious. My coffee cup. Negative energy plus 39. Yu Chengqing said. He'll bring it back to you when he's done drinking. Zhou Lu was going upstairs to record the program. Yi Hyukyung, really? This guy is really giving face. No one picked up her words. The students in the same group can be envious. We participate in The Voice of China is no money. Some still have to post money. Understand, all understand. Zhou Lu is different. After he cursed the mentor, the station still give him a job? Why? Chol went upstairs to record another show. I like to remember lyrics. Like Shangnan Station. In order to tie up Zhou Lijiangxia Station also threw out several programs, but Zhou Lu only chose to remember the lyrics, which was the easiest program. It's easier to make money than Mushroom House, and they pay for their announcements on the same day. When he returned to the hotel in the evening, Zhou Lu realized that he was on the hot search again. A heated argument erupted between Zhou Lu and Yi Hang at the voice rehearsal site. It is suspected that the four mentors collectively teach Zhou Lu a lesson. The latter is afraid of being dropped from the competition. At first glance, it looks like it was bought up. Zhou Lu was already speechless about this program. If it wasn't for the sake of earning negative energy by winning the championship, he really didn't care to participate. The next night, the seventh installment of The Voice of China began. The match was simple. The setup was complex. The program group gave Zhou Lu a lot of shots at the beginning, but arranged for him to be the last one to appear. In the middle of the fear of boredom and added a lot of drama to Zhou Lu, even in the background, but also Zhou Lu to interact with the tutors. As for the course of the game, it was actually quite tedious. On the song KS Gears Poplar, Zhou Lu easily won over his PK opponent and advanced to the top 7 of Yu Qingqing's team. At 10 p.m., the game's live broadcast ended. The viewership numbers are in nearly 70 million viewers. Chol counts on bringing this show up. At the press conference after the match, the four mentors brought Zhou Lu along, and he became the subject of all the media's questions. A reporter, Zhou Lu, tonight's The Voice achieved the best amount of viewers since it started. Do you think this is due to you? Chol, it's a credit to the audience. But how do you explain the continued low ratings in your absence? Because of the hardness of this show. Of hard knocks. What hard feelings? The Voice is more of a pseudo-talent show. It's always been less about the contestants and more about the four mentors. Viewers rarely see the sparkle and qualities in the contestants. And the show gives too many shots and episodes to the mentors. You're thinking the mentor isn't engaging the audience enough? It's going to get boring to watch. And none of the four of them have much of a sense of variety. That's obvious to everyone. What? I have the guts to answer. And you guys are still afraid to ask? Zhou Lu was as arrogant as ever. Indeed, the reporters below are a bit afraid to ask. They were invited by the JZT and have taken the red packet. At this time, Yu Chengqing, who was on the side, said, "You mainland reporters are so wimpy. Not at all exciting. Let me do it." Zhou Lu, who is your most hated tutor? Still, the nerdy media is ruthless. Zhou Lu was even more ruthless. Of course it's Ms. Yi Hang, although she invited me for coffee. Yi Hyukyung had a dark face. I thank you. Yu Chengqing added. What about a favorite mentor? Zhou Lu, tutor Wang Shan. Yu Chengqing. Negative energy plus 22. Wang Shan, ha. That was kinda unexpected. Is it because of my new haircut? Chol, no. It's because you're the skinniest. Wang Shan in a leather jacket and pants, nervous. Negative energy plus 15. The interview ended quickly and everyone dispersed. Only the show's team was meeting overnight, and they realized what Zhou Lu had pointed out, that viewers really didn't enjoy watching the four mentors that much, and that the show's planning needed to be optimized. At 70 million viewers, it didn't live up to their expectations, mainly because the show wasn't watched enough. Zhou Lu didn't care about that and went back to the hotel to play the game after recording. Another day, Zhou Lu took a bus to visit Hengdian, visiting an actress, not Guna Liza, but Van Frost. Knowing that Zhou Lu was on the program in Jiangxia stage, Fan Shuangshang invited Zhou Lu to visit the class, saying that the microphone bought for him had arrived. In addition to introducing Zhou Lu to some work, Zhou Lu wasn't short of work right now. He was here because Fan Pai Pai was also here. and Xiao Fan had invited his big brother to come and play, and then go back to the capital together. It's the cast of a vintage courtroom blockbuster called Women of the Dynasty. Fan Frost as Yang Guifei. Zhou Lu was led in by Fan Shuangshang's assistant, all the way through the lofty and gorgeous palace. Indeed, some dazzled. These engaged in the movie can be really money. The real Daming Palace is certainly far less than the scene of the movie. Zhou Lu was made to wait in a restroom while Big Fan and Little Fan worked on the set. After waiting for not too long, Fan Shuangshang came wearing a costume. That face of luxurious and exquisite makeup, it is indeed very beautiful, is a bit of Yang Guifei feeling. Chol, auntie, where's my microphone? Van Frost rolled her big, flavorful eyes. It's sister. Zhou Lu, auntie, where's my sister? Van Frost poofed a laugh. Zhou Lu politely looked a few more times, and Fan didn't cover up, obviously enjoying being admired. Although the first time they met, the two people are very bad, but then in the Weixin actually chat quite well. However, the purpose is not pure. One wants to pull each other to bring the fire brother. One wants to draw turtles on each other's belly. A moment later Fan Fanzuan gave the new microphone to Zhou Lu, staring intently at Zhou Li's face, thinking, this guy is really handsome, unlike that little dirt dog in my house. Zhou Lu was stunned. Huh? The same model as Fan Pai Pai? Hazenshare? The difference is that Van PP's microphone is orange and this one is blue. Zhou Lu preferred the blue color. He touched the new microphone and loved it. It was too sexy for a no-frills outfit, wasn't it? It was even more tantalizing than Sister Fan's pair of two barrels. Fan Fanzhuang hooked up the corner of her mouth and smiled seductively. How is it? Sister's bureau is angry, isn't it? She was initially prepared to buy a tens of thousands of dollars microphone to fool Zhou Lu, but then thought that with Zhou Li's bitchy nature and her brother's stupidity, the one who would end up using a cheap microphone would most likely still be her stupid brother. So she bought an expensive one. Fan Frost has another consideration, giving Zhou Lu a big gift to make him more willing to take Fan Pai Pai on the show. Chol looked at the meatball and said, what do you want me to do? He was very conscious that a big star of Big Fan's level couldn't be so generous to him for no reason. After all, she also hacked me. We have a grudge. Fan Frost was also direct. Bring my brother in the program. Kai Jikuan and Huang Penghao, who sang Dragon Fist, are now far more popular than Pai Pai, so I hope you'll bring him along for your new songs in the future. Zhou Lu was more direct. Yes, but I have an excessive request. Fan, what's the request? Zhou Lu, Fan may have to make a little sacrifice. Fan Swan looked down at her own breasts, and then looked at Zhou Lu who had a bad smile on his face, and took the initiative to pull away. You, talk about it first. Zhou Lu came over, smelled a burst of milky scent, and half joked. I want to draw a turtle on Sister Fan's belly. In fact, Zhou Lu was just diabolizing Fan Shuangshang for a bit to make you hack me. Fan Swan was shocked. You, don't be too ridiculous. The long-experienced Fan Shuangshang was actually made shy by Zhou Li's look, her ears slightly flushed. I'm sincere. Are you a pervert? Must be. No. You are. I'm afraid Pippi will follow your example. You really don't know how lewd he is. Zhou Lu had a serious face and looked quite proper. Fan Fanchuan's foxy eyes sized up Zhou Lu. I'm a first-tier actress. Why should I let you draw a turtle? You have a pit in your brain. Zhou Li's serious face. Ms. Fan, you don't want to see Fan Pai Pai being targeted and suppressed by me on the show, do you? Fan Fanzuan gave another blank stare. Alright, don't skin it. Let's have dinner together tonight. You rest here for a while first. I still have a play. She knew that her brother was close to Zhou Lu and that Zhou Li's threats didn't work. Chol stood up and reached out to stop. Think about it. Hands blocked in the incorrect position. Fan Frost let out a gasp. Ah, let you owe it to your hands. Yawn. Really? She hit Zhou Lu a few times and lifted her low-cut bodice. And when she looked at Zhou Lu again, her eyes were a bit seductive. Zhou Lu rationalized. I didn't do it on purpose. Frost. A man's voice came from outside. Fan Swan immediately pulled away from Zhou Lu and even glared threateningly at Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu shrugged. What are you vain about? A man with no eyebrows walks in and smiles. The assistant said you were meeting in the lounge. So I found my way here. And guess what I brought you? Zhou Lu looked at the man. It was Li Chen, who looked quite skinny in person. Fan Frost said. What brings you here? Li Chen pulled out a box in a tricky way. Specially to find you. This is something I found with great difficulty. A heart-shaped stone. The two of them talked for a while, and Fan Fang took the gift and left. Li Chen sat next to Zhou Lu and said, Zhou Lu, what are you doing here looking for Frost? There's hardly anyone in the entertainment industry who doesn't recognize Zhou Lu now. Chol, ask her for a favor for something. Li Chen nodded. You have to. You'll have to get Peppy to beg. Frost loves his brother the most. Chol thought about it and said, it's not appropriate. Fan Pai Pai pouted and said to her sister, Sis, Just take it off and let Le draw one. He'll be beaten to death. Chol asked again. You guys are in love? Li Chen was slightly arrogant. Soon. I've been chasing her for months. I've almost touched her already. Zhou then stopped asking more questions. May the lovers be happy. I just want to draw the turtle. Blame it on the broken system. It was also after chatting in WeChat for several days that Zhou dared to talk nonsense to Fan Shuangshan like this in person, knowing that Fan was a raw and greedy woman. Not long after, Fan Pai Pai came running in and without a word grabbed the water and poured it in, only to see Fan black 2 degrees. A beautiful long hair was also twisted into an inch, wearing an undershirt shorts clothes folk styling, living like just down from the site of the bricklayer. Zhou smiled without saying a word. This idiot was beaten up by Huashek Inch because he stood up for Zhou and the Chinese good song. This thing is also the central station to cover up. Or in addition to Zhou, those three have to cool. His sister was furious when she found out, and directly called him to the Hong store and shaved his hair in front of the whole crew. At the time, Van PP was crying with snot bubbling up his nose. I'm a rapper. I'm a rapper. Don't ask how Cho Lakshi knew about it. Ask is the video posted by Fanfrost. Otherwise, why is Jola suddenly friendly with Fan Shuangshan? Of course there's common fun. After his hair was shaved, Fan Pai Pai was assigned to the most tiring position on the set, helping to carry equipment, and he was exhausted every day, even more so than carrying bricks, because the equipment was so expensive. Prospective brother-in-law Li Chen that call a heartache pulling the brother-in-law a comfort. Your sister is also for your own good. Successfully soothed Van PP to tears. Seeing his good brother having such a miserable time, Jola laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, being bullied by your sister into this kind of shit. You also have the nerve to say you are a rapper? Fan Pippi cried even more. You're inhuman. Oh, Zhou, now that you, me, and Dong Rock all have round inches, let's go back and find a chance to shave Kai Jikuan and Huang Pinghao as well, so they'll be neat and tidy. Fan Pippi was immediately energized. I'm not sleepy when you say that. I'm going to buy a razor right now. He was overjoyed because Zhou meant that he was willing for him to join the Lu Kuan Haoshi group. Li Chen couldn't figure out how the young man communicated. What he couldn't have imagined is that Fan Shuangshan, who was filming the movie, had her head full of the situation of the turtle being painted on her belly, and like being poisoned, she couldn't stop at all. It's kind of exciting? Van Frost startled herself by coming up with such a thought out of the cold. Fan and G began to become more, thinking of Zhou Li's big electrically charged hands, Zhou Li's bronzed skin, and Zhou Li's provocative eyes. That kid is a good tease. No, I have to find a chance to get back at you. It was hard to finish the scene. She rushed to the restroom without removing her makeup. A bold idea grew in her heart. I'll tease him. Sis, finished shooting? Are you tired? I'll squeeze your shoulders. Frost is working hard. Drink some water. Where's Chol? Zhou left went to the next theater group to visit Gu Na Li Za went. It's fine. Brother Lu will come over tomorrow to pick me up and return to the capital together. Fanfrost looked disgusted. Why did that kid run away? Tasteless. The two men in front of me, one stupid and the other even more stupid, are just so uninteresting. You think I'm stupid? I just need to scan with my cell phone to know how much the heart-shaped stone costs at wholesale price at some bay. What era is this? Still using this old trick to cheat girls? If I didn't have a crush on you, I'd have blackballed you. I should have known that I would have secretly promised Zhou just now, to see what kind of tricks that little pervert was going to pull. The flower work and all that was an excuse. She was just simply curious about the little bad guy. It was a strange attraction. A lot of women are like that. The worse you are, the better she likes it. For example, this pretty girl who was hooking up with Guna Liza was very curious, and her eyes chased after Zhou and glanced around. Not restrained at all. Zhou still knows some manners. Bought a lot of milk tea to the crew. Sister Za took it and distributed it to the artists and staff, not forgetting to make introductions. This crew wasn't as secretive as the blockbuster next door, and allowed Zhou to visit the set. Hello. The girl came over with her milk tea and greeted her haughtily, but her eyes were straight. Chol stood in the corner. Hello. The girl ruffled her hair and said flirtatiously, my name is Meng Zi. I'm Sister Za's schoolmate in the film school. Chol, my name is Chol. Meng Zi sat on the railing and swung her legs, lowering her voice. Of course I know you. Are you and Sister Za in love? On the side, Za's assistant, Xiao Qin, perked up her ears. Meng Zi's agent rushed up decisively and smacked her hard. Is this something you can ask as a little fuzzy cur? The woman was rubbing her back in pain, but she also scowled at Zhou. They have poor tolerance. It's okay, you tell me. I have good mental quality. Chol, not in a relationship. I'm not worthy. Meng Zi, how is it not worthy? Sister Za is indeed too beautiful, but you're not bad either. With this height and this face value, there are many women who want to sleep with you. I'm greedy when I see them. Chol. Negative energy 1. It's so unfriendly. Is there something wrong with this woman? At that moment, Guna Liza came back from delivering the milk tea, mesmerized and wide-eyed. What are you guys talking about? Meng Zi, chatting about his good figure. Looking at it is greedy. Pa. Physical attacks from brokers. Guna Liza laughed. Right? He's got an 8-pack. Look. Lift off. Strange spirit of sharing. Chol. Negative energy 7. Menzi Ji, wow. After pulling down his t-shirt, Zhou Lu expressed his dissatisfaction. Sister Za, are you out of your mind? What are you lifting in public? Guna Liza, however, ignored him and bit her ear and whispered with Meng Zi on the sidelines, smiling colorfully. A moment later, Gunariza went to start work. Meng Zi said, it's still a good role for me, showing enough faces and not having to memorize lines. Chol asked, what are you playing? The heroine. Maid. Hi, a lot less hooking up. Do any of the other characters have hookups? Much more. It's much more brutal than in your competition. And Za is still being robbed of her role as a sable cicada. Can you believe it? Won't she steal the show? It's not that I won't. It's that I don't care. Because the odds are it's a bad movie. What's the point of grabbing it? She's fighting with her manager again. Who are you? How dare you say anything? Don't you want to die? Za is now acting in an ancient puppet with Zhao Yun as the main character. Jola thought she was making a movie at first. After all, she had been showing off for a long time back then, telling everyone that she was a dragon lady now. It wasn't until the shoot wrapped that Jola found the opportunity to ask. Guna Liza more or less blushed and said, that role was shot in 3 days, and it couldn't live for more than a few minutes in the movie. After the shooting, brother Fancher Long kicked me out of the set. He said I was noisy. Zhou Lu was greatly disappointed. He had wanted to see how action movies were made. For the evening meal, Meng Zi followed along. She and Gunariza have a very good relationship because of their intelligence and have a sense of being co-brain Siamese twins. After dinner, Meng Zi non-stalking 2 people to sing K, 2 tone-deaf left and right. True 3D stereo surround sound. Almost sent Zhou Lu directly away. These 2 sucked a lot of negative energy value out of Zhou Lu, but the good news was that Za's nurturing level had risen a little more. If it wasn't for the mission, Zhou Lu would have pressed the 2 of them to the ground and beaten them. Singing what? The next day, Zhou Lu came back to the Fan Frost crew and was complained by her for Zhou Li's unceremonious departure yesterday. You guys get together as a family. It's inconvenient for me to be an outsider. Whose family? I haven't promised him yet. That's not convenient. I like to draw when no one is around. I'm embarrassed to be watched. Painting? You really enough. Here are a couple of dragon rolls. Fan Pai Pai, I didn't even let him play. Do you want to try? No acting. I'm a singer. It's not like Zhou Lu is short of work. How much can a drag queen earn? Fan Wang slightly regretted. In fact, your image is very suitable for acting. Height, stature, and face value. If it wasn't for the fact that the second male number of this drama was set, I would have wanted to find you to play the crown prince. Zhou Lu curiously said, how much is the paycheck for the second male lead? Fan, $8 million before taxes seems like, not too much. Zhou Lu sucked in a breath of cool air. This isn't high? Is making movies so profitable? He's still too naive. I became a singer and made a lot of money, but it turns out that compared to other people he makes a small amount of money. Fan Wang seductively said, making movies not only makes more money, the curiosity level is also high. Do you know about the showbiz contempt chain? Singers like you are in the middle and lower reaches of the chain, just a little higher than variety artists and Fan Pai Pai's kind of love beans. Zhou Lu said, but I don't know how to act. Real actors don't see it either, and rightly so. You really want to paint? Painting what? Oh, yeah, Fan is interested? I'll have to think about it. After all, this kind of thing is too strange. Fan Wang and Zhou Lu were looking at each other. The atmosphere was charmingly odd. Fan Pippi dives in with his bags. What's strange? What is it? Fan Wang split her head and scolded. You brainless fool. Van Pippi, is having a brain still called being stupid? Fan Wang was so angry that she had to urge Zhou Lu to help watch her brother and not let him do anything stupid. She came to see her brother off, not specifically to chat with Zhou Lu. Van Pippi continues to dislike. Lu will only lead us to do stupid things. Later, Zhou Lu and Fan Pai Pai, who had completed his labor reform, took a moving train to the capital to continue recording Idol Intern. The Youku incident gradually subsided, and Zhou Li's video caught fire. It's mainly a video of Zhou Lu venomously critiquing the other contestants backstage on Chinese songs and Zhou Lu mouthing off. The biggest suspense on this show is who the runner-up will be. A massive amount of water army started to bring the rhythm, scolding Zhou Lu for having no quality and not knowing how to respect his seniors. Well, someone's team had still put down blood money, and although he was afraid of Zhou Li's background, he had no way back. and he couldn't afford to lose this semifinal. But Zhou Lu is not afraid at all. In the face of yet another net storm, he has been lightly. Instead of apologizing and clarifying, he openly called out on Weibo. I've watched the video too, so you guys just tell me which one of my statements is wrong. Someone is in ecstasy. It's your own doing. Make you mad. Let's get you loaded. Many people are waiting to see Zhou Lu be scolded. After all, this incident is his own unqualified. The video was broken out and still do not know how to restrain. Continue to scream. This kind of artist usually gets a bad rap, with a foregone conclusion. But these people clearly don't understand the internet. Instead of being scolded, the water army that smeared Zhou Lu was sprayed by netizens. Huashek was furious about this and puzzled that no one was scolding Zhou Lu for this. Is there any law? For this reason, he specifically clicked on the most played video of Zhou Lu cursing online. The video was carefully edited, so naturally there were no clips of Zhou Lu scolding Huashek for bullying a girl or spraying other people for standing by and watching. Only Zhou Lu scolding the contestants. It started with Zhou Lu criticizing Sabi's original English song in the preliminary round. What the hell? The first song of Chinese good song is a foreign fart? Do you have no cultural confidence? Chinese songs are the best. Bouncer. Good scolding. I wanted to curse when I first watched the show. A forced king is a forced king. Chinese good song singing in English. Brain pit. And it's not a good song. What are the other guys awkwardly bragging about? Zhou Lu is very real. Those water armies still want to bring the rhythm? Chinese songs are the dope. Bull. Huashek looked at these wrong pop-ups. Angry teeth. Continue to read down. Zhou Lu reviews her mom doesn't like me. You don't have a regular job. So why should your girlfriend's mom like you? And bumper sticker because you're a singer. So you don't like you. Why do you have such a big face? What's with the lyrics? If you like a girl, you should try to give her security. Don't be a fucking pushover and act like a coward. Bouncer. Nothing wrong with that. I'm her mom, I don't like you either. Chol is my mouth replacement. Ha ha ha. Lu has more firepower in private than on stage. Thanks to the blacks for sending in the video. Watching the king of pussy cursing is really a good stress reliever. Growing to love him. Then comes Zhou Li's review of Lift the Bamboo Curtain. The composition is very passable. But what the hell are the lyrics? It's just a bunch of words. I don't know what it's trying to say. Besides, do national style songs have to be so girly? And orchid fingers? The coffin boards of the ancients can't even be pressed. Bouncer. Very put together. Ha ha ha. The review was spot on. I didn't like the song to begin with. Gibberish. A blind pile of words to say nothing. Zhou Lu curses so well. It's not polite, but it's really good. Just love how La has this no one is spoiled stance. It's obvious that someone is trying to hack La this wave. I didn't realize that people love to see him curse so much. Laugh your ass off and help La the most publicity. And paid for a hot search. Ha ha ha. In the end, it was Zhou Lu who opened the map cannon. I'll put it here. There's one of you in this dressing room. Not only can you not beat me, but you can't even fucking sing for me. So I, Zhou Lu, will be the champion of this program. I'm sure I'll be the winner of this show. And it's a blessing in your lives that you can be my green leaf. Bouncer. Awesome. Bossy. Champion. I, Zhou Lu, am determined. Not. What the hell is this wave of people hacking Zhou Lu? Black people don't even know how to. Ha ha ha. Laugh it up. Where's the little douchebag helping Chol circle the wagons? Thank you Blackie. After watching the video of the pop-ups and the frequency, Huashek the whole person is not good. Yes, I fucking find water army to buy hot search is black him how the more black he more red. I'm paying for it all. It took quite a bit. You don't bully people like that. Sister Hua cried in anger. A person lying on the recording studio crying almost break. Those netizens are too unreasonable. Why can't they scold Zhou Lu? Why? Someone up there can't be that unreasonable. Tick-tock. The cell phone is ringing. It was an unfamiliar number. Huashek wiped her tears and picked it up. Who are you looking for? A familiar voice came over the phone. Are you crying? Huashek screamed. Zhou Lu, you paralyzed. There was a roar of laughter from the other end of the line. A group of people with the phone on speaker. Fan pai pai, ha ha ha. Stupid ass rush. Kai Jikuan, that idiot is too weak. I'll take him down with one punch. Dongrock, is the douchebag you guys are talking about Huashek? Chol, yeah. Zhou Lu, I your mom. Thanks for scolding my mom. I'd like to do the same. Ha ha ha. You, is the new song ready? The semifinals are coming up. Don't cry if you lose. Little sister. I'm not going to lose. Get out. Huashek felt endless humiliation. Incompetent rage a few sentences after hanging up the phone. Scolding but not win. Gas shaking cold. He fucking called me to laugh at me? And with all those people? No manners. Negative energy plus 618. Zhou Lei opened flowers. Was someone Bungbu lived breaking the big defense. For ordinary netizens outside the circle, they naturally didn't know who was hacking Zhou Lu, but Zhou Lu was now a member of the circle. He had an economic company, and the company quickly figured it out. Chol doesn't even pretend, and calls right over to stick his face in ridicule. After the fun, Zhou Lu led another rehearsal for a new song, and Fan Pai Pai officially joined Zhou Li's little camp. It's a full afternoon of practice, and the group is different from a solo performance in that all the choreography and positioning has to be precise, so rehearsals have to be intense. Halfway through taping, Idol Intern is still an A-list variety show. Zhou Lu is a bit anxious, so, this time, come up with a very bold rap song. A few buddies are stunned. Lu, this is really not treat us as outsiders. After dinner, Dong Rock practiced again, this time on rapping, with Kai Jikuan guiding him. Huang Pinghao was playing games again and Zhou Lu was swiping his cell phone. Fan Pai Pai got a big plate of fruits to please Zhou Lu. Brother Lu, you're awesome. Your new song is really blowing up. Chol, it's okay. You need to work on your rapping. Fan Pai Pai, I'll practice hard. What turtle painting? This turtle reserve number 2 is Guna Liza? Zhou Lu glanced at him. You don't even recognize your sister's WeChat avatar? Deserved to get his ass kicked. Fan was just idly curious and asked Zhou Lu what the process of drawing a turtle was like. Did she have to get drunk like Guna Liza? Zhou Lu told her. It's not really that complicated. It's just that you lift up your clothes and I swish and swish and swish in a few seconds. Zhou Lu closed his cell phone and ate fruit. It's not sister's it's another sister. Fan Pippi's eyes were ambiguous. Brother Lu knows how to play. Usually, people haven't said yes yet. Snub her. Limp her up and draw a big turtle. That's not good, is it? What's so bad about it? Let me tell you. Female artists in the circle are not very smart. Just like my sister. Stupid as a pugilist. You're such a good brother to your sister. Zhou Lu was amused by the bastard. What kind of person encourages someone to bully his own sister? Fan Pai Pai is a presentable bag. Heartless all day long. A match for Huang Pinghao. In comparison, 11 had to be much more low-key and humble. Especially these days. The hand that tied Zhou Li's tie was shaking out of fear. The reason was also very simple. The latest online vote came out. 11 was first. Zhou Lu was second. Therefore, 11 was very vain, fearing that Zhou Lu would be displeased with him. Zhou Lu, however, didn't take that vote seriously. Koenner's fans were very enthusiastic and it was normal to have a lot of votes. Zhou Li's fans weren't that boring, and a lot of them didn't know that there was such a thing as a vote, so it made sense that they lost. In the past 2 days, Chang Xiao has been avoiding Zhou Lu, and when she occasionally encounters him, her eyes are dodging, not daring to meet Zhou Li's eyes, because she lost another bet. She is betting on Chol being number 1 in popularity, and the previous bet set up by Chang Xiao is doing anything, now that she had lost. Theoretically, Zhou Lu could make her do anything as long as he wanted to. What if his demands were too much? What she didn't know was that Zhou Lu had actually forgotten about the bet. Last time it was because Zhou Lu desperately wanted to draw a turtle on Milk Xiao's belly, so naturally he was attentive. But now Zhou Lu has no desire for Milk Xiao. Plus there are a lot of things to do lately, so he was busy and forgot about it. Recorded the day of the program. Milk Xiao as a mentor are trembling. Bai Li Haorong flirted with his not owed money. After the catalog was finished, Zhou Lu still didn't come to her. Then Chang Xiao plucked up the courage to go to rehearsal room 3 to look for Zhou Lu, only to be told by Fan Pai Pai that Zhou Lu had already left to go to the central stage for rehearsal. Chang Xiao was angry. What? He just left? Fan Pai Pai, the show's been recorded. What's he doing if he's not leaving? The good song semi-final is the main event, and he's going to eliminate Hui Shek Inch himself. Chang Xiao, he'll be back in the evening, you tell him to come to me. Fan Pai Pai, he doesn't always come back at night. Chang Xiao was puzzled. What's going on? Fan Pippi said mysteriously. Brother Lu has newly met a sister in the circle, discussing about painting turtles. So there is a possibility of painting turtles to go at night. He. Chang Xiao was furious. What's wrong with these female artists? Are they all shameless? Rushing to let men draw turtles? Her own ears reddened after the scolding. The last time such a shameless female artist was herself took the initiative to lift up her clothes and let Zhou Lu draw. In the evening, Zhou Lu still came back, nibbling on a peach with a bewildered face, and went to find Milk Xiao. Chang Xiao had already washed up, wearing a set of pink pajamas, and was pleasantly surprised to see Zhou Lu, pulling him into the house to make a mess. Stop. What are you doing? Zhou Lu hurriedly slapped away her messy little hands and questioned with a look of disgust. Milk Xiao smiled wickedly. Didn't I lose the bet to you again? I'm willing to lose a bet. Chol sat down. What's the bet? Chang Xiao came over. Just last time. You actually forgot? Shalo. Zhou Lu pushed it away across his chest and thought carefully. Oh, It kind of rings a bell. I lost, so tell me what you want me to do. Really anything? Sure, draw the turtle again if you want. Nice try. I'll let you go so easily? He. So what do you want to do? I want you. Jolie's own voice was getting smaller and smaller. It was just too perverted to speak out. Chang Xiao reddened as she listened and muttered, how can people be so perverted? Zhou was mortified. I'm sorry, just forget it if it doesn't work. Chang Xiao, okay. Zhou was dumbfounded. This is okay? You're shameless. Chang Xiao was ashamed and angry. What's wrong with being shameless? Say it as if you want face. So the two did a science experiment together that night. It wasn't until very late that Zhou left, and by this time, Milk Xiao couldn't get up. She was only in a daze thinking, this is atrocious. How could that guy do this to me? Zhou also had no choice. The next morning, a chance encounter at the restaurant. Chang Xiao was so scared that he couldn't help but shiver at the sight of Zhou. Chol, on the other hand, happily greeted her and sat with her breakfast. Chang Xiao took a small sip of kanji. I'm scared of you now. Chol laughed. You're the one who had to play. Excessive. Just get used to it. And get used to it? I'm telling you, there's no next time. Chang Xiao whispered but firmly, with a determined attitude to draw a line with Zhou, never wanting to experience that nightmare again. But, half an hour later, she was pressed by Zhou again. Destroy it, it's too much. Why would I ghost him and bring him to my room again? Isn't this a death wish? After an unknown amount of time, Chang Xiao lay on Jolie's lap with all sorts of pleasing words coming out of his mouth. Zhou looked at the woman at his feet and said, now, do you still want to draw a line with me? Chang Xiao shook his head repeatedly. No, I am yours now, fully loyal to you. Just ask you not to abandon me in the future. Chol, that's Stockholm Syndrome, isn't it? Chang Xiao also laughed, convinced by your abuse. You bad egg. How do you know I won't get angry? I can't believe you're so ruthless. Zhou shrugged. How was I to know you wouldn't get angry? I just simply wanted to insult you. Chang Xiao pouted his lips. It turned out that he didn't care about me at all in his heart. And he didn't respect me at all. Which can be too exciting. 8-pack abs are just awesome. Chang Xiao was definitely not a jittery M, but this time she was really convinced. Zhou was too ruthless. Those tricks were definitely comparable to the 10 great tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty. People don't play with people. She was regretting playing games with Zhou, but it was too late to regret. Now, Zhou was looking at her like she was looking at an object. Chang Xiao didn't care and looked up at Zhou. I just want to ask, what would you do if I got really angry during the period? Will you give up on rating me? Zhou cupped her face and stuck his thumb in his mouth. If you dare to get angry, it will only get worse. Chang Xiao spoke in a jarred voice. Well, why are you so wild? Chol, look at the hell you are now. What the hell? You deserve to be angry too? Chang Xiao's face was red, his chest was red, and the end of his buttocks was red. Pleasing, yes, I don't deserve. You feel free. Zhou was satisfied to admire the female mentor wagging her tail. This one is also well behaved. The white flowers are fleshy and flinging them around is particularly spectacular, and has a different aesthetic than a zap dog. Chang Xiao thinks Zhou must have a cleanliness fetish. He only goes up the road. The other two roads do not drill. It is very annoying. In the afternoon, Zhou carries his guitar on his back and goes to the central station to record the semifinals of Chinese Good Song. The rules of the match are battle team PK. Lu Guan's battle teams first and second place PK, Yang Qian's battle teams first and second place. And the other two battle teams are also staggered PK. PK is divided into 2 rounds. First solo round, and then chorus with the guest singers, then 1 round. The highest combined score from both rounds wins. In the rest area of Yang Qian's battle team, Yang Qian had a deep sense of powerlessness as he looked at the 2 soul seedlings of his battle team. Mo Zishi's poem is okay. This one is nothing famous, but Yang Qian really appreciates him. In comparison, Chol is disgusting. This thing started out as a way to disgust Yang Qian before picking this team. And what's even more disgusting is that he killed all the way over to get the number 1 spot on the team. And Yang Qian didn't do away with Zhou even after he was biased like that last week. Now, he's given up. The program set out the attitude. Yang Qian will be replaced if he dares to mess around again. He does not dare to mess with the central station. He gave a couple of casual words of encouragement, made a show of it, and then was about to walk away. Zhou called out to him, Mr. Yang, you and Mr. Yi Hang are good friends, right? Yang Qian had a dark face. So what if it is? Zhou laughed. Didn't you watch The Voice of China 2 days ago? Teacher Yi Hang has a great attitude now. He doesn't mind my songs being earthy anymore. And he even invited me to drink coffee. It's a happy time. Yankovic, what the hell are you trying to say? Zhou, I want to say, I like the way you can't look at me but can't fuck me over. Don't change easily, yo. That will only make people look down on you. Kevin Young, you. He looked around and it was full of cameras, so he held back the expletive that was on his lips and huffed and puffed. Negative energy plus 61. Mozishisher said breathlessly. Xiao Lu, are you too much? What if the program team cuts your words into the main movie? Jolo, now the whole internet is full of videos of me cursing. What's so bad about that? Who did you have as your guest vocalist? A master. What about you? Zhang Jun. Introduced by a friend. I've heard that Huashek Inch has hired a very impressive guest vocalist this time. Any more powerful than that and you're still doomed to be eliminated by me. I mean, you be careful. Don't get in the gutter. The man who could capsize me hasn't been born yet. Mozishisher could only shake his head. Jolo, this dog is just crazy. The 4 mentors arrived at the mentors table one by one. The audience and the judges were also in place, and the recording of the program started. Hot Hopman went up to the stage to announce the rules and order of appearance. And now that everyone has learned the ropes, they know that Jolo is hot right now, so they put him out at the end, in order to maximize ratings. It doesn't matter to Jolu. The one who suffers the most is Huashek Inch, right? Didn't he cry in anger 2 days ago? A while later, Jolo went to the restroom and came back to meet Huashek Inch, only to see this guy strutting around with a disdainful face. Jolo curiously said, "Are you pissed off? What qualifications do you have to tug in front of me?" Huashek Inch grunted coldly, "Just wait until you're eliminated by me." Chol, you're so confident in your new song? The contestants rehearse in relative secrecy, and Jolu doesn't know what his new song is, but he's heard that he's bringing an original to the table in order to fight for his life this round. However, Jolo simply looked down on his level of originality. Huashek Inch was completely unafraid of Jolo. The new song is certainly awesome, but there's something even more awesome. The guest vocalists I've invited to help. Jolu, isn't it just a guest? You can't win even if you invite your father. Huashek Inch, childish. I invited a king of song level guest. With that said, Huashek Inch lifted his chin and walked away. Jolo skimmed his lips. The king of song is no match for me even if he comes. He wasn't scared at all. On the other side, the lounge area for the guest singers was filled with laughter. I saw a middle-aged man with a decent appearance and thick eyebrows, dressed in a suit, telling dirty jokes. That's where Huashek Inch's bottom line comes from. With his guest vocalist tainted demon king Fei Yuqing, Wang Zhangliang sat at the edge of the seat with a stiff smile on his face. Only after he came did he realize that these guests were really high in curiosity, and he couldn't say anything at all in there. He regretted coming to sing for Jolo because he was afraid that he would drag Jolo down. The whole country knows that Jolo and Huashek Inch are in a fight to the death today, and while the other side's guest vocalist is Fei Yuqing, Jolo invited Wang Zhangliang? Can this be compared? Wang Zhangliang thought about it, and realized that Jolo was disgusting and couldn't ask any other big-name singers to help out. Moreover, this was a competition, and Xiao Li's song was so hard, so what was he afraid of? At last, his heart is a little more at ease. First to compete was the team of Kai Jianya and Zhou Jianhua, with both teams winning against each other and each advancing one trainee. Xia Di from Kai Jianya's group and Wang Yuanxi from Zhou Jianhua's team advanced. Interestingly, both were the second-place finishers on their own teams that beat the first-place finishers on the other team and then advanced. Seeing this result, Huashek Inch was very satisfied, which was a good omen. It was the turn of Lu Guan's team and Yang Kewin's team, and the first to fight were Mozishisher and Zhang Leader. The two were equal in the solo session, and when it came to the chorus, Zhang Jun, Mozishisher's guest vocalist, performed well, while Zhang Ling's guest vocalist was the mentor Lu Guan, who naturally performed shockingly well. In the end, combining the 2 rounds of voting, Mozishisher narrowly won by 1 point to get the third final 4 spot. Huashek Inch was ecstatic, and again, second place beat first. He stood tall and mounted the stage with Jolu. In order not to lose the aura, Huashek Inch had padded very thick height-enhancing insoles today, but unfortunately, he was still much shorter than Jolu. Hot Hopman passionate, the following is the last peak showdown in the semi-finals of the Chinese good songs. Please welcome the first hit Jolu of Yang Kewin's team, and the second hit Huashek Inch of Lu Guan's team, and both of them will bring their own new compositions today. It's Huashek Inch who will sing first. Huashek Inch deliberately stood forward. Good. Irrelevant people please step aside. German, who can't you learn from? It's not like that. Jola pulled him to the side of the stage, and consoled. Don't get on the wrong side of this kind of person. He's on his last show today. Let him pretend. Heat Henman, also, why aren't you mad at me today? Joe Lu, oops. The competition is almost over. Now it's see one side less. I can't bear to be angry with you. Heat Henman, how does that sound? Inauspicious to you? Chol, because no ivory can come out of a dog's mouth. Heat Henman laughed in exasperation. You still know you're a dog's mouth, don't you? Negative energy plus 6. An original Chinese-style song. Dream of Yiren. For everyone, Chinese-style songs are the most beautiful. Hua Shekinch changed his usual tenderness. It is not specifically to learn that arrogance of Zhou Lu, he is psychological pressure. Desperate to show people that he is very confident. The more lack of something, the more you want to have something. As a draft returner, if this roster isn't as good as the last one, it's considered a wasted effort. Previously, Hua Shekinch was the third place of a Wen program. After the debut can only be said to be a small fame, although there is a background and resources, but he did not mix well, so, he once again came to the Chinese good song, to get the champion here. But unfortunately, he met Zhou Lu, an oddball who wasn't in everyone's plans, an animal who was in 4 drafts. A hockey Shekinch doesn't want the title anymore, he just wants to get to the final 4. As long as they could eliminate Zhou Lu, it would be the greatest victory. The audience applauded for him, and the judges were waiting to see what would happen. But everyone always unconsciously looked at Zhou Lu on the other side of the room, and it was obvious that they wanted to see what kind of attitude they would have when faced with the challenge of Zhou Lu. However, Zhou Lu was talking and laughing with Jaheman. The intro plays, and the tune is gentle and light. In keeping with the style that Hua Shekinch has been known for, he also has a clear voice that leans towards the female side, and his every move is very feminine. The stars are as bright as the moon. How can I count the past? The heart has 1,000 strands of love. One more ray of loneliness. He sang his heart out, but it always felt like his voice was a little fluttery and not composed enough. At the tutor's seat, Yang Qian nodded repeatedly. It's a good song, and with Hua Shekinch's voice, it's perfect. On the side, Zhou Jianhua smiled. Not bad. It's also just okay. Teacher Lu Guan's face is expressionless on all 4s. He doesn't favor Hua Shixian just because he is his student. Even if he does, he will favor Zhou Lu. That kid is too strong. Hua Shixian is still a bit short of the mark. Guest break room. A few of the others who had already sung have relaxed and discussed Hua Shekinch's new song, complimenting a lot of people. The jungle is a human condition. Fei Yuqing raised his eyebrows. Oh, so Xiao Wu's song isn't bad? What does brother Xiao Liang think? Wang Zhangliang compensated with a smile, scratching his ears and quipping, I don't dare. You can just call me Xiao Liang. This song is very well written. The song is good and the words are good, and the arrangement is also very subtle. Fei Yuqing smiled without saying anything, as if saying that you are not honest. He was a veteran who had been in the music industry for decades. Would he not be able to tell if the song was good or not? He had also listened to Zhou Li's songs, and this level of song was simply not enough to pose a threat to him. It's just that, for some reason, he's been invited to be Hua Shekinch's guest vocalist, and it's not like he can say anything about it. But he knew that today's winners and losers were not on him, nor on Hua Shekinch, but on Zhou Lu, whose quality of new songs would determine the winner of the competition. The song Dreams of Izzy is rather bland overall, with a chorus that doesn't pick up the mood and makes for a drowsy listen. A little dissatisfied with himself, Hua Shekinch sang and stepped down, handing the stage over to Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu, carrying his guitar, stood cleanly in the center of the stage and said, a song should for everyone. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't just last night's wine that brought tears to my eyes. It's not just your tenderness that keeps me going. How long do we have to walk the rest of the way? You're holding my hand. At the side of the stage, Hua Shekinch's face went white. Even as a rival, he had to marvel at the fact that it was another great ballad. Who the hell is he to do that? What makes a person who has been on 4 shows, all of which use original songs to compete, for over a month, actually write a song by the time they get to the semifinals? There's a hang-up right there. And NB/Shaheman gave him a sympathetic look, thinking, who are you messing with that you don't want to mess with Zhou Lu? Outsiders may not be aware of the personal vendetta between Hua Shekinch and Zhou Lu, but the show's crew is well aware of it. Take a walk with me in the streets of Shidu, not stopping until all the lights go out. You'll take me by the sleeve and I'll put my hands in my pants. Walk to the end of Yulin Road and walk past the door of the tavern. A catchy ballad that is performed just right by Chol. Slap. The applause was endless. The audience's judgment of a good song is very simple. It is good to listen and sing. If it can also make people empathize, that would be even better. Obviously Shudu is such a song that can make people empathize. It has a seemingly random but beautiful melody and even more subtle and concise lyrics. Some small things in life become stories. There are no fancy techniques and gorgeous rhetoric, but a natural flow of true feelings, inadvertently hitting the listener's heart. Mentor reviews and jury scores follow. 46 points for Dreams of Elysium. 49 points for the Marshmallow. A 3-point difference is already the jury's way of saving face for Hua Shekinch. And in any dimension, Zhou Lu is a complete winner. Heathenman, both contestants brought great original songs to the first solo round, and it was a great game, with the Hakelinch temporarily trailing by 3 points. But the game isn't over yet. Hua Shikinch glared at Zhou Lu. And yes, the match wasn't over yet. If the program group doesn't give me face, they have to give Fei Yuqing face, right? I'm sure I can win high scores for the next chorus song. I just don't know who Zhou Li's helpers will be. Hot Hopman, please welcome the two contestants' helpers to the stage. Let's give a round of applause. Slap. Hua Shikinch craned his head to look at it. It was seen that the two men humbled each other to get on stage. And eventually it was the more senior Fei Yuqing who went ahead, waving and greeting the audience as he went. The crowd also reacted very enthusiastically. And no one expected to see the king of tainted demons on this stage. At a time when a bunch of old Bay Area singers have disappeared, Fei Yuqing is still able to maintain such a high level of popularity on the mainland thanks to the internet. Or to be more precise, thanks to all those segments circulating on the internet, such as After him was a dark, middle-aged man with old-fashioned, black-framed glasses, looking restrained. Hua Shikinch had been carefully identifying him for a long time, but he didn't recognize who the other person was. That's it? Hua Shikinch is ecstatic, so I'm not a sure winner, am I? Isn't it pure suicide to have a vocalist who doesn't know anyone in such a crucial semi-final? Off stage, Kai Janaya and Zhou Jianhua were also inquiring who Zhou Li's guest vocalist was. Yankoven recognized it, but didn't answer. Lu Guan said, "It's Wang Zhangliang. He sang the most popular song of last year's Spring Festival Gala. Where did the time go? It dawned on the crowd that it was still not familiar. Song read people not read, said Wang Zhangliang. This kind of. Obviously the song has been read all over the country, but just no one knows him. Raymond introduced everyone. Mr. Fei Yuqing doesn't need me to introduce him, right? And this is also our Central Station's old acquaintance Mr. Wang Zhangliang. May I ask the two of you, why did you come to be the guest of honor this time?" Fei Yuqing said first. "Oops, the Central Station gave me such a good opportunity to come and compete with the young talents nowadays on the same stage, witnessing the talent and power of the new generation of the Chinese music industry. That is of course more than good. Hua Shikinch is a great young man, and his song Lift the Bamboo Curtain is so beautiful. Zhou Lu is even better. The song Birch Forest simply sang to my heart." True to his hosting background, he answered in all directions. "And Wang Zhangliang was much worse. It was Shola who invited me. He has no friends." Chol. Negative energy 3. As a pure newcomer, Zhou Lu really didn't have any friends in the music industry, and with that personality of his, he hadn't even officially made his debut yet, and had already almost finished offending people. Wang Zhangliang thought about it and added, "I also hesitated for a long time before I came here." The audience laughed. How unpopular is Zhou Lu? On the side of the Hua Shikinch is also smiling, gloating smile. In his opinion even Zhou Li's help singing guest is reluctant, and curry so low, his own victory is even greater. Chol quietly rolled her eyes. Wang did hesitate, but not because he didn't want to come, but because he was afraid that he couldn't help Zhou Lu with his small reputation. Now, when he said that, he was simply being humble and putting his posture down. These people have misunderstood. Raymond also comforted. "It's okay, as long as you stand on this stage it's a victory. I hope Mr. Wang Zhangliang will cheer up." Next, we hand over the stage to Hua Shikinch and Mr. Fei Yuqing. The songs they are going to bring are, Fei Yuqing elegantly said, "That would be Lifting the Bamboo Curtain." Of course. Hua Shikinch, a new version of Lift the Bamboo Curtain. Fried again. The audience was lackluster. The song Hua Shikinch has sung all 3 times on this show. The only one seen should be Fei Yuqing. Zhou Lu and Wang Zhangliang had already gotten off the stage to wait, and Jaheman was still encouraging Zhou Lu, as if he was afraid that Zhou Lu would be intimidated by Fei Yuqing's reputation, which was overthinking him. The familiar melody played slowly. Fei Yuqing sang first, and it's time to say no more. Mr. Fei's vocals are still very deep and grabbed the audience as soon as he opened his mouth. Backstage, the 3 contestants who have advanced are also watching this final showdown. Zhang leader, Mr. Fei is really open and crisp. Zhou Lu is a bit hungover. Wang Yuanxi, Hua Shikinch is still something. Inviting Fei Yuqing as a guest brings its own explosions. Let's just see if Zhou Li's next song is hard. After all, he's the guest of honor. Zhang Ling very much recognized. In terms of guest curiosity and strength, Zhou Lu is too much of a loss. Mo Zixisher said, "Are you guys underestimating Professor Wang too much? As a Sichuan singer, he often mixes in the Shudu bar and music circle. He knows how strong Wang Zhangliang is. Not to mention, Zhou Lu was brought out by his hand. The Shudu music circle all know that Wang Zhangliang is Zhou Lu master." Zhang leader, wasn't Wang Zhangliang the 10th fastest male a few years ago? He's not that strong, is he? Mo Zixisher smiled and didn't say anything more. Now many people don't think much of Wang Zhangliang, thinking that he's too weak. It's good that he doesn't drag Zhou Li's leg, and help is definitely not something that can be talked about. Of the 8 contestants helpers in the whole game, Wang Zhangliang is the lowest one in terms of fame and curiosity. When the show aired, the pop-ups were also screaming for Chol. This is so unfair. Why the hell does Hua Shikinch get Fei Yuqing to help sing? Mr. Fei's singing is truly one of a kind. Chol is hanging by a thread. The show is very biased in hiring guests. Or maybe it's because the last name Hua has a background. Heartbroken brother. Brother doesn't cry and isn't afraid of losing. Who is this Wang Zhangliang? Can he sing? Rio isn't a warhorse. You fake fans. Old and new fast boys together. Watch and cry. There are fast guys that old? Off stage, Wang Zhangliang and Zhou Lu listened to the singing on stage and exchanged words. In fact, it was Wang Zhangliang who was commenting and Zhou Lu who was learning. Do you think Professor Wang is just a name? Hua Shikinch couldn't keep up. His voice was too weak and his high notes were too floaty, presumably because he was nervous. Fei Yuqing was quite steady at the beginning, but it didn't work together and he was a bit affected. Although he sings well, his breath is unstable in his old age. He spoke so quietly that only Chol could hear him. Singing alone Wang Zhangliang may not be able to beat Fei Yuqing, but in terms of comprehensive music literacy, that's not necessarily true. And NBS. SP, the song Lift the Bamboo Curtain was sung again. Hua Shikinch toes the line, and he's very happy with this version, with the addition of Fei Yuqing adding just enough thickness to the song. Several of the instructors' reviews were also full of praise, especially for Mr. Fei. It was Zhou Lu and Wang Zhangliang's turn next. When he staggered past, Hua Shikinch also shot a glance at the plain and unimpressive Wang Zhangliang, thinking that he was wooden and dull, and did not have the aura that a musician should have. Wang did seem a bit dull most of the time, and almost tripped when he got on stage, but luckily Zhou Lu held him up. The crew had already set up the keyboards and standing mics on stage. Wang Zhangliang naively bowed to the audience on the stage. His attitude is very modest. Unlike Zhou Lu nose to the sky and ignore no one, he tugged Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu ignored him. The stage erupted in laughter. Wang Zhangliang smiled and came to the keyboard piano, sat down, put his hands toward the keyboard hands. The whole person's aura changed. Focused, sharp, and a master of his craft. Wang Zhangliang, hello everyone. Next, Zhou Lu and I will bring you a ballad. Farewell. Thump thump thump. The beautiful sound of the zither soared from his fingertips, and everyone's eyes lit up. The melody is so beautiful. Perfect. Hua Shikinch's mind fell in half on stage. Is this melody written by a human being? He didn't even dare to look directly at Zhou Lu on the stage. Negative energy plus 99. Wang Zhangliang plays and sings by himself. Outside the pavilion, by the ancient road, the grass is blue as the sky. The evening breeze and the sound of the flute remain in the sunset. In just 2 short lines, the graphic sense of sending off at a long pavilion is fully outlined, and not a single word is superfluous. The song not only has an extremely beautiful melody, but the mood of the lyrics is also very beautiful and quite ancient. And Wang Zhangliang's vocals are very melodious, with their own reverb, which means very professional mixed vocals. Fei Yuqing shook his head in intoxication. Beautiful, too beautiful. He doesn't care if Hua Shikinch wins. It's a big favor to come and sing for him. He's not someone who is punching bag. Backstage, Leader Zhang and Wang Yuanxi were stunned. This Professor Wang was so strong? Among the 4 tutors, the only one who had heard Zhou Lu and Wang Zhangliang's rehearsal, Yang Qian, was indifferent throughout the whole process. He actually knew that Hua Shikinch didn't have a single chance to win, and that this song, Farewell, was the ballad that Zhou Lu said was better than Birch Forest. The other 3 mentors were pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a great song to emerge at this stage of the competition. Lu Guan closed his eyes and shook his head. This was simply a descending blow. Chol played the guitar. The sky is the limit, the earth is far away, and half of one's friends have disappeared. A dipper of cloudy wine is all that's left to drink this night. Hua Shikinch's face was ashen. Completely dead. He knew he had lost completely. Negative energy plus 158. Done. It was all over, and he became a stepping stone to Zhou Li's success. He really couldn't figure out how a silent and unknown Wang Zhangliang could be so strong that just a keyboard plus harmonies could make Zhou Li's singing standard jump up several times. That's the power of 1,000,000 backing tracks plus 1,000,000 harmonies. A cup of wine and the sound of a departing flute urges me on. I'm asking you how long you'll be gone, so don't linger when you come back. The sky is the limit. The earth is far away, and half of one's friends have disappeared. A dipper of cloudy wine is all that's left to drink this night. The lyrics were simple and the melody was catchy, and soon the audience was humming along. Genya Choi, a classic song. Cho said, the lyrics of this song, taken alone, are a poem fantastic. Lu Guan beat the beat and hummed along, thinking to himself that there was no longer any suspense about the overall winner of this season's Chinese good song, and that Farewell had to be the winner. Yang Quan was so godforsaken that it was as if all this had nothing to do with him anymore. The song Farewell versus Lift the Bamboo Curtain which Huashik Inch has sung n times, is undoubtedly another cannon hitting a mosquito, something Zhou Lu is best at. I don't care what kind of cards you play, I have nothing to worry about. Anyway, all of them are king bombs, or the 4 king kind. He doesn't love his great songs at all, and the main attraction is a fuck you mentality. For example, right now, Huashik Inch's mind is completely broken, and all he can think about is, I don't deserve it, I'm nothing, I deserve to lose, I shouldn't exist, and what I write counts as a song. Thunderous applause erupted at the end of Wang Zhangliang and Zhou Li singing. Raymond came on stage to control the stage. Thank you both. Thanks again to the guest singer, Mr. Wang Zhangliang. Wang Zhangliang humbly said, there's no need to thank. If you want to thank, let Zhou Lu also thank. Chol. He doesn't pick up the fight. Unlike before when he disliked the sky and the earth, Zhou Lu is very cautious in front of Wang Gaijie, because it is easy to be sucked by his negative energy. Raymond teased, Zhou Lu, how are you going to thank Professor Wang? Zhou Lu reflex, off you. Wang Zhangliang, he gave me bacon. The windows of my house are full of it. Raymond nodded. Oh, Sichuan bacon. I'm sure it tastes great, right? Wang Zhangliang, too spicy. Heat Hinman, why? I remember bacon being flavorful. Wang Zhangliang, spicy meat is definitely spicy. German, negative energy +1. What kind of crap is this? On the side, Zhou Lu was rubbing his arms. It's too cold, host you hurry up Q-Flow. I can't stand it. Wang Zhangliang, you can't get fat either. Zhou Lu directly put on the pain mask. Ah, negative energy 6. Hot Hopman was also embarrassed on the spot. A bit unable to catch on for a while. Can't stand it equals can't lose weight? Off stage, the tutors and audience reacted with laughter. Not that the bad stunt was funny, but the way Zhou Lu was defeated was funny. Wang Zhangliang grinned and grabbed Zhou Li's wrist with a smug look on his face. It's embarrassing you again, isn't it? Chol, let go. Do you take a pulse? Wang Zhangliang, my number is not for sale. Chol, negative energy 9. Heathenman's expression twisted. Mentor's review send off quickly. I can't do the interview. Lu Guan said. A very, very excellent piece. In my case, this farewell is perfect. What I would like to ask is, Zhou Lu, under what kind of opportunity did you write this piece? Zhou Lu, it was the last time I parted with my master. Mr. Wang, that touched my heart. Wang Zhangliang, nonsense. You wrote it in the recording studio at that time. There was no scenery or emotion, only a touch of life. Still coming? Zhou Lu grinned straight. Almost done. Collect the avatar. Master. Heat Hinman, don't curse. Do any of the other instructors have anything to say? Kai Janaya and Zhou Jianhua have complimented. Yang Qian also perfunctory 2 sentences. Even if they no longer like Zhou Lu, this song farewell must be complimented out of the flower. Off stage, Fei Yuqing saw Wang Zhangliang playing the harmonic stunt, and in a moment of skill, he said to Huashik Inch, Hua, do you know what animal is the most powerful in the zoo? I don't know. Huashik was so distraught that he didn't want to talk. Fei Yuqing, it's orangutans, because orangutans knock chests. Hey hey hey, the corners of Huashik Inch's mouth twitch. Help! He literally seemed to explode in place. Why would I want to do magic attacks on me when I'm so miserable? Negative energy +55. Soon after, Huashik Inch and Fei Yuqing returned to the stage and it was time for the jury scoring session. Scoring session. 45 points for lifting the bamboo curtain. 50 points for a farewell to arms. Combining the 2 rounds, Chol has a total score of 99, which is higher than the Huashik Inch of 91 and more than 8 points ahead. Although there is still one more round of mentor voting, with each mentor holding 5 points. Huashik Inch still has no hope of winning. 3 of the 4 mentors must vote for him in order for him to win. Other times it might have been a fluke, but this farewell is so overbearing. Zhou Lu came up with this song to eliminate any surprises and use absolute strength to overcome background and resources. The blackout has occurred many times in the history of talent shows, and many contestants who were clearly better were voted dead and hated out by the mentors or judges, and the reason was still because they weren't strong enough to be obvious. Now, with farewell out, who dares to vote for Huashik Inch? Lu Guan, Kai Jianya, and Zhou Jianhua all voted for Zhou Lu, and Yang Qian also pinched his nose and voted for Zhou Lu after a brief moment of agonizing. What else? Vote for the Huashik Inch? It'll be nailed to the music industry's pillar of shame. In the end, Zhou Li's won 19 points, piked off Huashik Inch to take the last top 4 spot on Chinese songs, and Hua someone was out, and he didn't even get a ranking. Hot Hopman said, congratulations to player Zhou Lu for advancing to the finals. Unfortunately, contestant Huashik Inch stopped in the final 8. Do you have anything else to say? Huashik Inch has tears falling down his face. I've been preparing for this match for a long time. Chol, long preparation for just one song over and over? Huashik Inch, woohoo-ah, negative energy +99. Finally got this one to cry. Cool. Fei Yuqing comforted. Don't cry. Xiao Hua. Life is a matter of losing and winning. Failure is a success. Do you know who the father of success is? Hua Shekinch already completely doesn't want to care about him. What the hell? I should have known not to ask you to help sing. Wang Zhengliang, however, was very interested in this topic. I know. Successful dads are Dekuro. Because Dekuro. Zhou Lu bared his teeth. Hiss. So painful. Fei Yuqing shook her finger. Nope yo it's Spider-Man. Because, Spider-Man. Fail man. The crowd at the scene collectively cringed and grinned as the harmonic stalk got even colder. Wang Zhengliang arched his hand. I'm impressed. The tainted demon king's power is really profound. I, Wang, am willing to bow to it. Ha 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 ha. The scene was a mass of laughter. Hua Shekchan is crying even louder. How can you guys laugh? Is there any humanity left? Can't you see someone's crying? No one cares about him. The crew mic'd him closed. Because, Xiamen has greeted Zhou Lu to speak promotion speech. Become a king or a loser is so realistic. You a loser crying to whom? Zhou Li's testimonial was simple. There's nothing to say. My goal is the championship. The fun is always short. Let's see you in the next installment. The semi-finals are over. Zhou Lu and Wang Zhengliang returned backstage to remove their makeup, and Wang sent the news of Zhou Li's promotion to the company's bosses, who now valued Zhou Lu. Zhou, I still don't think Hoshikinch is worthy of me moving to farewell, which should be sung in the finals. Wang Zhengliang swiped his phone. That's because you haven't been eliminated in PK. The background of the surname Hua is very deep. If your song is but a little weak, you might capsize. So what do I sing in the finals? Why don't you sing farewell again in the finals? The three finalists don't have much of a background, so you're sure to win. I thought centralized programs weren't shady. There's no such thing as shady, but there's no shortage of human feelings. In the two programs Fast Man and Good Song, you also have to remember to try to use the best songs. You have the strength. We'd rather have a cannon hit a mosquito than have any luck. Got it. Wang Moncler Outlet Store is a kind of wake-up call to Zhou Lu. Because of the capital's compromising retreat, he did get a little careless lately. Although Zhou Lu was wild, he didn't float, silently memorizing his master's reminder that even if he had to spend more negative energy to buy good songs, he would still secure the overall championship of the 4 shows. Due to the fact that it's taped, Chinese Good Song will end first, followed by Idol Intern and finally the 2 hot live talent shows. There's only the last installment of China's Best Songs left to record, and there are 2 more installments of Idol Intern. After the 2 of them finished removing their makeup and came out, they saw the cloaked Hua Shikinch floating by from a short distance away, crying like a female ghost, and giving a petulant grunt to show her indignation when she saw Zhou Lu. Wang Zhengliang, ha disgusting heart. Zhou Lu, master, why are you still being cute at your age? Wang Zhengliang said, who is budding with you? I was born cute. Cute has been carved into my bones. This is called cute in the bones. Ah, crap. Bye. Zhou Lu couldn't stand the harmonic stems of Wang Daji anymore, and decisively carried his guitar on his back and left. The old king is only good for talking about music. Otherwise it's all bad stems attacking you. Zhou Lu left. Wang Zhengliang did not go. He also had to stay in the central station recorded a few days. Music Express, a children's music program. The old Wang's work can be quite a lot, but also the central station's big work. Then his several wrong species brothers can be too much stronger. Zhou Lu went back to the Idol Intern dormitory, where not only is the accommodation free, but the meals are not paid for, and there is also a Milky Xiao teacher who can sing and dance to cultivate the sentiment. The next 10 days or so would keep Zhou Lu busy. He first recorded a web series on Qi Video, went to record another episode of Quick Ben, and then accompanied his boss's wife to run 2 concerts as a guest, in addition to some commercials and announcements. On August 6th, Zhou Lu went back to the capital without stopping to record the finals of Chinese Good Song. The final is not intense, because there are fewer contestants and fewer new songs. The program group made a whole fancy job of letting the mentors come down to the stage to compete, each with a new song, which was refreshing for the audience. After the mentors finished competing, it was the contestants' turn to compete, and Zhou Lu took the final victory with a solid performance of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. In the end, Zhou Lu won the annual championship of Chinese Good Songs with 5 original ballad songs: Farewell, Birch Forest, Nan Shannon, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and Shudu, True to Form. He had the highest quality and highest quantity of entries, and the other contestants combined couldn't match Zhou Lu. The 3 players, Zhang Ling, Mo Shi Zishir, and Wang Yuanxi, were also convinced by Zhou Lu. This guy is crazy, but his strength is really horrible. Even Huashek Cun and Mama also planted in his hands. Who dares to be unconvinced? Spotlights, fireworks show, cheers. Standing in the center of the stage, Zhou Lu won the first talent show and the system rewards arrived. Ding! Winning the overall champion of Chinese songs, completing the main quest C, rewarding 7,777 points of negative energy value. Current negative energy, 36,901. One step closer to a healthy longevity card. A mansion in the capital. Huashekynch is entertaining guests at home. Some friends from the circle. This time he was very unconvinced by the folding of the Chinese good song and decided to change the track to win it back. And one day he will trample Zhou Lu under his feet. The mood was high when a phone call came in. It's a capital city number. Hockey Shikinch picked up. Hello? Hello? A familiar voice came from the phone. Sister Hua. Lousy got the overall champion of the Chinese good song. Are you lock awesome? Shaking hands every day. Spirits are high. Da. Huashekynch hung up the phone and, still not relieved, dropped the phone with a bang. The people around them were startled, and the atmosphere of the originally lively party instantly dropped to freezing point. Negative energy plus 222. Current negative energy, 37,123. Don't think that by eliminating the old man I won't screw you and squeeze every last drop of negative energy out of you. Chol put the cell phone, returned the phone to the staff, and went away beautifully to eat a big meal. The festival catalog is finished. Of course, to eat a sumptuous killing feast. After eating the killing banquet, Zhou Lu hoofed it and took a plane south to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. The next day, Friday, August 7th, the Voice of China battle for the top 4 of each team. Zhou Lu with the song Camel Bell advanced to the top 4 of the Yuchengqing team, with the same group of Jin Jiruan, Su Mai Meng and Gu Yuhong. At this point, the Voice has 2 remaining installments, the Battle of Champions on August 14th, competing for the championship of each team, and the Night of the Peak on August 21st, competing for the annual championship. One more day, Saturday, August 8th, Zhou Lu is back in Changsha, ready to compete in the first match of the national finals of Happy Boys. 66-20. It's still afternoon, rehearsal time for the Shuda singing district, and with the songs being sung on stage, Zhou Lu fell asleep sitting in the front row of the audience just below the stage, and the sound of the stereo didn't wake him up. Close to 2 weeks of back-to-back work exhausted even the robust Zhou Lu, almost every day on the way to catch the announcement, sometimes every day to run 3 announcements, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, 1 at night. The busiest time can only sleep 3 or 4 hours at night. Luckily, the agent, Sister Flower, had been accompanying Zhou Lu, or else he would have been unable to manage. So finding an assistant for Zhou Lu was also put on the agenda. Blame it on the fact that Zhou Lu is now too popular and there are just too many invitations for him. Of course, this wave of Zhou Lu also made a few $1 million. This is not important. The important thing is that Zhou Lu in these notice activities, and met a lot of star artists. The first meeting a wildly dislike, earn a lot of negative energy. Baek Gangju hadn't finished rehearsing when a group of people barged in, and he said, disgruntled, "What are you guys doing?" One of the yellow hairs said, "We're here to rehearse, and it's time for your rehearsal." Ning Yuhong pulled Bai Zhangju down. "We do have time. It's now time for the rehearsal of the top 11 of the Changsha singing region." Bai Zhangju didn't say anything, took off his ear returns and got off the stage, but didn't walk away, sitting in a chair next to Zhou Lu to rest, along with the other Shudu singing district contestants. "Yellow hair, why aren't you guys leaving yet?" "Ning Yuhong, our big brother is still sleeping. We'll leave when he wakes up. You guys rehearse yours." "Pak Kwanju, it's not like it's going to affect you guys." "Yellow hair, tell your big brother to go sleep elsewhere. Our big brother is going to sing the original new song. What if you overhear it?" Bai Zhangju finally couldn't hold back. "Che, I can't believe someone mentioned originality in front of Lu." Yellow hair became furious. "What's your attitude? Zhou Lu is great, right? Get it through your head that this is Changsha." "Bai Zhangju, Lu is just marvelous. You guys combined. What's the noise?" Zhou Lu rubbed his eyes and sat up, and the contestants from the Shuda singing area all gathered around, talking about what had just happened. Hearing the original story clearly, Zhou Lu looked towards the group of people, and a small man with black-framed glasses scratched with smoky makeup in the crowd was looking at him with a provocative face. Zhou knew this guy. A guy who was way ahead of the pack in the internet polls. "Yan, come on. Let's go play cards in the rest area." Zhou Lu got up and left. It was completely unnecessary to fight with these people. They weren't red and couldn't extract any negative energy. "Kahaku, how was the rehearsal?" He Jiang suddenly appeared, smiling kindly as always. "Chol, no color, been sleeping." As He Jiang walked over, the contestants from the 2 singing districts competed to greet him respectfully. "Hua Xinyu, hello Mr. He, this is Hua." He Jiang, however, had already taken hold of Zhou Lu, shaking a plastic food box. "Knowing that you're coming, I specially ordered Changsha flavored shrimp. This you must try. Last time I said I'd treat you. Chol took it. Where's the beer? Hee-jong, yes. Go to my dressing room. You're not sick, are you? Mr. Ho-jung has already given you face by giving you flavored shrimp, and you're asking for beer? Why don't you go to heaven? The contestants from the Changsha singing district bristled, unable to look at Zhou Lu pretending to be a pussy. They knew that Zhou Lu was strong, but they weren't convinced, and neither the Mushroom House nor the fast show that Zhou Lu recorded with Hee-jong were aired. Go to my dressing room. It's so hot I'll have a beer with you. Hee-jong laughed and dragged Zhou Lu away. The contestants in the Changsha singing section were dumbfounded. On what grounds? Hua Xinyu still wanted to move in front of Hee-jong, but he froze and was ignored. With unhappiness written all over his face, who in the end is Tianyu Media's own son? Who is the first popularity of the network vote? The Shu-du singing areas immediately flared up. Learning from Zhou Li's pretense of spitting, Lu is just dope. My brother Lu is driving around the seat of the sport, and Mr. He is going to put out 2 pounds of flavored shrimp. What's rowdy? This is rowdy. Our big brother is the prince of originality, unlike some of the god jumpers. No word song? Ha 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 ha. What kind of shit is that? The two parties almost fought, but it's a pity that this program does not have me Cohen. Otherwise an ouch what are you doing directly Taizhan leaning on the dry. Teacher He and Jola chatted about some interesting things about the subsequent recording of Mushroom House while walking, not noticing the other contestants around them. It wasn't a case of playing big, but Hee-jong only knew Zhou Lu at the moment. The man Zhou Lu was a key figure who has been instrumental in setting up Lao He's new show, Mushroom House, which was, to put it mildly, close to being cold. Huang Lei and Hee-jong in order to make the show up, using their own contacts. The first phase of song Changjiang singing Heartfire Burning. The second phase is to pull the Huai group boss Wan Leizhong. And in the most hilarious magic in the Running Man Chen He. The first 2 installments of the show are of high quality, but the third installment of Zhou Lu is the one guest who really draws the curtain. He sent half a fan of pork. He does not work to dabble in the meal. He caught the fish with his bare hands. He chopped an axe to split the wood pier. All sorts of unbelievable and famous scenes, so that the show has a greater playability. 3 demo episodes of the show managed to help Mushroom House find sponsors to keep doing it. Some sponsors even proposed to pull Zhou Lu in as a resident guest, which of course was unrealistic, but it also reflected Zhou Li's likability from the side. And the achievements of Mushroom House had Zhou Li's share of credit, so it was only natural for Hee-jong to treat Zhou Lu with special care. The last time I recorded the fast book, Zhou Lu was recorded at 2 a.m. directly after the transfer to run a commercial show to go. Hee-jong did not have the opportunity to treat, this time to make up for it. How many rock songs did Kahaku prepare this time? There are only 2 songs with good accompaniment, and 4 others that I haven't had time to mess with. This efficiency of yours is already great, and it's also impressive that you found time to arrange a song when you were so busy with your feet a while ago. I don't have time but my master does, and he's not popular. Ha ha ha, cough. Hee-jong was choked. The thought of Wang Zhengliang stayed up all night to do the new song arrangement for Zhou Lu wanted to laugh. Zhou Lu this guy is really inappropriate people. Xiao Liang's hair has fallen out a lot in the past 2 months. Zhou Lu sipped his beer and ate the crayfish. This crayfish is even redder than Master Wang. Hee-jong laughed and scolded. Accumulate some virtue. Brother Xiao Liang is giving you free arrangements and harmonies, but you're still making up stories about him behind his back. If I were him, I'd be furious. Zhou Lu is full of concern. I can only talk about him behind his back, but in person, he will be stormed by his harmonic terrier. Ha ha ha. By the way, you know about the Fast Boy internet voting, right? Mr. Ho was looking for me for this? Of course not. It's just purely treating you to crawfish and asking your opinion on the temporary change of heart by the director's team. I don't have much of an opinion. Really? Hee-jong was a bit skeptical. Are you Zhou Lu so nice to talk to? It turns out that in the previous Who Do You Want to eliminate the most online voting for Zhou Lu, Hua Xinyu with more than 30 million votes to stabilize the first place, while Zhou Lu has dropped to the outside of the 10th place. As soon as Lanadan saw the situation was not right, he quietly barred the online voting name change while the 3-week division final attracted attention. Who would you most like to eliminate has been changed directly to Starburst list. In other words, the vote from most hated contestant became the most popular contestant vote, and the most disgusting thing was that those previous votes remained, and all the votes for eliminating Hua Xinyu had collectively become supportive votes. Shameless enough, to minimize the negative effect, the list was moved to a less visible position for 2 weeks until it was re-released just the day before yesterday. Starfire ranking Hua Xinyu is far ahead of the other contestants, and his fans have been extraordinarily arrogant these past 2 days. This is a disgusting thing for Long Naiden to do, so Hee-jong can't help but want to ask Zhou Li's opinion. He is worried that Zhou Lu is temporarily messing things up. After all, Hee-jong is still one of the hosts of the finals, and he has to take risks as well. Zhou Lu, however, was calm. Honestly, I have no dick to say about how the directors group tosses me around. I'm not an artist of Tianyu Media. I'm not qualified to be favored by this show. I'll just use my own strength to take the title. He Jeong consoled. Tianyu Media also has its own demands. You have a good game. Don't be disturbed by these. The competition voting is still fair. Zhou Lu laughed. I'm indifferent, but I'm not sure the netizens are so open-minded. Ho John, what do you mean? Zhou Lu shrugged and took a sip of beer. What would happen if the netizens who voted realized that they had been used? Is surname Dragon's brain still stuck in 10 years ago? It's the age of cell phone internet now. He Jeong did not pick up again. Some things he said does not count. Capital has capital claims. The songs and fruits department can accept Zhou Lu, but the highest priority is still their own people. The two were eating and drinking when there was a knock on the door. Knock 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 knock. It's urgent. He Jeong removed his plastic gloves. Come in. A female staff member rushed in clutching a folder. Director He, something's wrong. Something big has happened. He Jeong frowned. Don't be in a hurry and speak slowly. What happened? Female staff member, the official website of the festival fruit has exploded. The AppStar Fire List voting board has also been slaughtered. The comment area is full of abuse and insults. Director Long asked me to come to you to discuss how to get tonight's live broadcast. She is worried that the pop-up screen during the live broadcast is also like that. He Jeong, is it Zhou Li's fans who are dissatisfied with the Starfire List voting? The female staff member glanced at Zhou Lu and shook her head. Her expression awkward. No. He Jeong wondered. Who could that be a fan of? Female staff member, it's the dead otaku at the beep station. Their slogan is, we're dead otaku but not dead. He Jeong was embarrassed. What's going on here? Chol, ha 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 ha. Laugh your ass off. Jola never dreamed that one day he would be favored by the dead geeks at the beep station more fiercely than his fans. Ho John took the folder and looked at it, getting up to follow her to Lonadon. Jolu immediately hugged the crayfish to follow. This kind of close eating and watching things, he will not miss. So he quickly sat in the long Niden's parlor, shivering shrimp while listening to the top management to open an emergency meeting. It does hurt the reputation of the show to have something like this happen before the finals start. The main reason for this is the fact that the people in the room have been watching the news. And they have been watching the news on the big screen. And they have been watching the news on the big screen. 1. Huashinyu, 32.11 million votes. 2. Jolu, 2018 million votes. 3. Ohio, 4.04 million votes. Director Maha was quickly introducing the ins and outs of the development. When we got up in the morning, Jolu was still outside the top 10. But after the fermentation of our changing the list in the beep station, it caused the general dissatisfaction of the users of the beep station. So they started to expand the list like crazy, and they came to speak up to the Fruit TV to vote for Zhou Lu, which led to Zhou Li's data to increase extremely quickly, and after voting they even left abusive messages. Lonadon interrupted. When is it expected that Zhou Lu will surpass Huashinyu in votes? Before the live broadcast starts at night? Meiho, no, within the hour. Lonadon, how is it possible? At this time, the data on the big screen changed again. Huashinyu's votes didn't go up much. While Zhou Li's votes came to 24.91 million votes, the number of tickets is growing fast. The first ever. Meiho explained. Because Zhou Li's fans have acted as well. Zhou Lu ate his crayfish. Blah blah blah, my little fans are on summer vacation and are idle. Lonadon, how did he get in here? Who the hell let you in? Zhou Lu, let me help you guys figure this out. You're too stupid. Now we need Zhou Lu contestant's smart brain for the show. Lonadon rolled his eyes in exasperation. We're meeting to discuss how to bomb you. Who wants you involved? Long Niden secretly changed the list just to raise Huashinyu to suppress Zhou Lu, because Zhou Li's strength and popularity were too strong, easily making the match then one-sided. He Jeong explained, I'm the one who brought Xiaola here. This matter started because of him. I think it's best to involve him. The others had no comment. Only Lonadon was upset. Director Meiho played another beep station video. The screen was dark, with only a shot of the cell phone's Microsoft interface, and the two boys' Microsoft dialogue. Did you go to Happy Boys and vote for Pushy God? You still watch that shit? I'm not going to watch it, but I'm going to vote for the God of Forcing. I can't let surname Hua rank ahead of the God of Forcing. This is fucking war. Crap, that disgusting? Must go vote for the man who bloodied the bleep station then. Send me the link. The crowd was silent after watching the video. Just such a video. In the beep station a few hours to play the amount of tens of millions. Pop-up screen is crazy screen. Beep station dead geeks clamor to give the plastic fruit station a little bit of a small shock. Meiho said, this is just one of the call to action videos. There are many more similar beep stations. Long Niden, on what grounds? That what's her name Koan in Idol Intern has more votes than Jola too. So why don't they go get that show? Ma how can hardly speak, how much that program respects Joe Lo. He speaks more than the director. Besides, after the 11th lead, He even took his fans to apologize under Joe Lee's dangerous blog. And his attitude was so good. What about us? Lonadon, oomph. Do these deadbeats really have that much energy? It's not like they bought a water army, is it? He said, and gave Joe Lu a skeptical look. It shouldn't be. With the strength and resources of the lesser city generation, it couldn't afford to create such a big storm. Chol, retard. What are you so arrogant about? The otaku at the beep station can blow your head off in the sporty fruit department. You're just a video platform. They're an otaku circle culture with beliefs. Lonadon didn't say anything, scratching his head anxiously. He Joan puzzled, say something big, let me rush over. The result is this? How do I feel? Nothing? Mayho wanted to say something. We were feeling fine, but some people felt that they couldn't save face. Chol said, it's just an internet poll. Tickets only. Make such a big fuss is actually giving the fast man rise in popularity whole gimmick. Quite good. However, Director Long feels that he has been slapped in the face by the otaku and is not convinced, right? Moreover, Director Long doesn't want my popularity to be ranked number 1. She meant to try to get me down. Long Naiden was also direct, right? If we let the dead geeks at the beep station win, where can we put the face of the song-selling fruit department? Big deal. I'll close the voting channel. Jola laughed, ha 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 ha. Brainwashed. Long Naiden was furious. What did you say? If you piss me off, I'll block you. Jolu, I'm going to hell. I don't even need to send out my fans to blow up your fruits and vegetables department. What qualifications do you have to say that you're blocking me? Now I'm the one gathering popularity for your fast boys. Don't be so fucking shameless. Lottie Dan slapped the coffee table. Don't be crazy, kid. Jola flipped over the coffee table. I'm just mad at you for biting me. If I get mad, tonight you guys will be live on top and I will be live on the bottom. Guess, which one of us has more people in the live room? Lonadon. Nima. Superintendent Long got a jolt of fear. The live event can't be repeated. Joe Lu. The sun thief is evil. He Joan calmed the goated Long Naiden while advising Joe Lu. Shall I say a few words less? This matter is the program group is not right. Should not steal the list without authorization to anger the beep station otaku. Turning off the voting now will only make it more humiliating. I think we should just accept the results of the voting in a big way. As long as we can be fair and impartial, there's nothing in a moment's tirade. Jola crossed his legs and drank beer. That woman's brain was kicked by a donkey? Hands cheap change list. Beep station otaku people come to vote for me. Make a big deal. But also just can enhance the fast man popularity. This kind of good thing she still smack. Long Naiden was so angry that his eyes popped out. I just can't swallow this. Jolu, then you'll just have to wait for your last breath. If you dare to close the voting channel, this stupid program will definitely blow up. And the reputation of Fruit Station will be finished. Mahao asked. Jolu, how do you think this matter can be resolved? Jolu, how simple it is. Send out a critical blog to admit to changing the list. Say that losing is winning and winning is losing. And that reversing the voting results is a test of each contestant's fans' ability to beat the list. At the same time, praise my fans' ability to beat the list again and call on the other contestants' fans to move. The crowd looked at Joe Lu in surprise, not marveling at his amazing brain, but amazed as to why he's so genuinely helping the show out. Shouldn't he be falling on his sword? If it wasn't for the championship rewards, Joe Lu would have withdrawn on the spot and talked to you guys about a hammer. This show is rewarded with the most 999 points of any of the 4 shows. So, the program group in accordance with the ideas provided by Joe Lu Crisis Public Relations, Fast Mail official Crisis blog released the reasons for the change of the list, and Joe Lu and Joe Lee's fans boasted a lot, calling for more fans to participate in the voting list. This didn't fool the otaku. The abuse and mockery continued, but the fundamentals of the fast guys stabilized. The time came to 7:40 p.m. There are still 20 minutes to go before the live broadcast of the Happy Boys 66-20 game. And the voting result of the Starfire list of the Song Festival app is very eye-catching. 1. Jolu, 82.93 million votes. 2. Huaxinyu, 34.68 million votes. 3. Ohio, 4.09 million votes. Jolie's 80 million votes rose wildly in one day, breaking into the lead. Not only more than twice as many as Huaxinyu, but also more than the 65 contestants behind him who received more votes combined. This, then, was Jolie's terrifying popularity. Beep Station Otaku, punch punch punch. Force the king to break 100 million. Sandpiper fans, no new Shulo Ghostbusters videos? Teenage fans, so many people like my brother. Little black fans, 1 vote for you and 1 vote for me. Joe Lu will hang himself tomorrow. Mom fans, what a handsome son. Looking at the various Joe Lu fans who blood-washed the festival Fruit TV, Long Naiden in the background felt a deep despair. What makes these things so crazy? Chapter 101, Drawing Turtles on Lonadon's Belly. A small hit depends on praise. A big hit depends on fate. Long Naiden, who is the supervising producer of Fast Man, the director of Tianyu Media, and the senior leader of Shangnan TV, was simply powerless to stop Zhou Lu from bursting into the limelight in this program, simply killing the madness. Can't even think of sharing a little heat with the other players? She admitted that Zhou Lu had talent and face value, but how could so many people like him with such a smelly personality? Happy Boys, as a national audition program, is to bring a group of young people with idol potential to the stage for the audience to appreciate and select, and whoever has the destiny of making it big will have the last laugh. But in all these years, there's never been a red-hot Chol one, and the guy's main focus is a nasty one. So, Director Long, who has been doing talent shows for over a decade, is confused. On the other side, Zhou Lu was also in deep confusion. From whom did so much negative energy spew out? Starting from the previous active participation in the summertime fruit high-level meeting, to Jolie's dog taking help to make suggestions, to the later makeup preparation, Jolie's system had been popping up to receive negative energy messages. The first was 42 points received during a meeting, the highest was 103 points received after a meeting, and the most recent was 28 points half a minute ago. The total is already over 400 points. Who's so moist? Every time he earned negative energy, Zhou Lu could almost always determine the object of its source, but this time he was confused, because, among the participants just now, there was only one star, He Jiong. Obviously these negative energies are not Mr. He's. Zhou Lu can rush up to help the fast man out of the idea to resolve the crisis. Director, he is still too happy. How will break the defense? Breaking down the defense? Right. Just now, only Long Danny was scolded by Zhou Lu for breaking her defense, right? Could it be the negative energy in her? Zhou Lu had already done his makeup, holding his guitar and playing blindly in the lounge area, having a chat with Ning Yu Hong and Bai Zhangju as they swung the dragon's doorway. You guys, is Lonnie Dan considered a star? Zhou Lu asked his doubts. Ning Yu Hong shook his head. Not really, right? She should be at the presidential level. Bai Zhangju, I think she counts as a star. A big star. Supergirls and Happy Boys have produced so many stars, all of which were brought up by Long Naiden himself, and everyone calls her the godmother of the talent show, and she should be a star for being so famous. It's okay to say that. Lonnie Dan is kind of a star president, and the ever-so-sweet Lee Chun-yu is the ace in the hole she's built. Zhou Lu looked at Long Naiden, who was communicating with He Jiong and Wang Han in the distance. The woman was in a white high-fashion suit. Her makeup was exquisite and her figure was okay. She was a bit old in her 40s, but her maintenance was okay. Bam! Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in Jolie's heart. Since she counts as a star, got a pen? Zhou Lu suddenly asked. Bai Zhangju took out a unisex pen. Here, what do you need a pen for? To memorize music? Chol waved his hand. This brush hurts to draw with. Do you have a marker? Shirakanju shook his head. Ning Yu Hong also said, where am I going to find you a marker? What are you doing? Zhou Lu said in his serious manner. Earlier, Long Naiden said that she especially admired me and wanted my autograph, and she was disappointed when I didn't find a pen. So, I have to find a pen to sign for her. Bai Gangju and Ning Yuhong simultaneously raised their middle fingers at Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu ignored them both and walked over to the band crew with his guitar. I'm practicing. The staff member took the guitar, put a sticky note on it, and then wrote Jolie's name on the sticky note with a marker. The contestants are going to stand collectively at the bottom of the stage later on. And because of the competition system, whoever goes on first can be a bit of a mess then. So the contestants' guitars are centrally managed, and whoever goes on will be presented with their guitar. Chol grabbed the marker. Staff, player Zhou Lu, what are you doing? Chol, you go get another one. The staff didn't dare to say anything. This was Zhou Lu, a maniac who dared to point at Long Naiden's nose in the office. Putting the pen in his pants pocket, Zhou Lu wandered over to He Jiong and Wang Han. Long Naiden is complaining. Now that thing's almost broken 90 million votes, the dead otaku at the beep station are still biting us like mad dogs. It's too infuriating. I'm not worried about anything else. I'm just afraid that something will happen to the live pop-ups later on. That bunch of secondary brains are all sick. Wang Han said. Don't worry. With old He and I controlling the scene, nothing will go wrong. He Jiong, as long as the atmosphere of the competition is made right from the start, so that more viewers can participate in the program's interactions, some of the tirades will be flawed. Zhou Lu grinned and came over. Xiaolong, worried about the beep station otaku sabotage? Lonadin glared at Zhou Lu. Negative energy plus 18. Yoo-hoo! Jean Dark Wet Clay Duck. Sister is really deep. I didn't expect Superintendent Long to be so moist. Wang Han frowned. Zhou Lu, don't be rude. Call Sister Long you know? Zhou Lu, Xiaolong ah. Beep station otaku listen to me. I'm a pussy king who once bloodied a beep station. I have a way to keep them from coming to the live stream and messing things up. Wang Han said. Yes. You hurry up and send a critical blog appeal. The program will start in more than 10 minutes. He Jeong shrugged quietly. With his understanding of Zhou Lu, there was no way that this animal would take the initiative to help. It had already broken the rules during the meeting just now. He must have something up his sleeve now. Sure enough, Zhou Lu laughed. I can help you guys, but what's in it for me? Wang Han, contributing to the program and you want benefits? Zhou Lu, if you don't know how to talk you can shut your mouth. Did I talk to you? Wang Han, you. The veteran director Wang was so angry that his beard exploded. Never had that little artiste dared to talk to him like that. Negative energy +7. Zhou Lu bristled. What kind of bullshit ace host? It wasn't as nourishing as Xiaolong. He Jeong hurriedly pushed Zhou Lu. Get lost. Go and talk to Mudegger. Don't be angry here. Brother Han, don't get angry. It's not worth it to get angry with this kind of thing. It's still old Ho who can handle things. One word comforted all three, and incidentally moved things along. Lonadin huffed and stomped off. Follow me to the office. Zhou Lu wanted this opportunity. Help? Shutting up the otaku? No way. Zhou Lu can't wait for the otaku to spray the show's crew to death. How can he greet them with the least bit of mercy? All he wanted was a chance to reach Lonadin alone. The time came to 7:50. There were still 10 minutes left before the start of the match. The audience had already entered and sat down. The contestants were entering one after another under the guidance of the staff. Only Zhou Lu went to the office with Director Long. Long Naiden copied his hands on his chest, leaned his back against the desk, and looked at Zhou Lu who followed him in with a scrutinizing face. Tell me, what kind of favor do you want? Zhou Lu gently closed the office door behind him, leaving only the two of them in the office. Lonadin frowned slightly, but said nothing. Zhou Lu slowly walked. Xiaolong, what I want is actually very simple. Just embarrassed to say. Strange shame. I want to draw turtles on your belly. How can you say that? Zhou Lu can shamelessly talk to Fan Shuangshang, but he still feels awkward against Long Naiden, because she is not pretty enough. Besides, the two were strictly hostile, and she wouldn't agree even if she said so. Lonadin's frown deepened. I'll promise you anything you want as long as you can keep the dead geeks from interfering with the live show. Chol sheepishly fished out the marker in his pocket. That, Lonnie Dan, you want the Fast Boys Championship? Joel shook his head and said shyly, I simply wanted to draw turtles on your belly. Lonadin. Silence. Awkward silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. You're fucking nuts. Lonadin cursed. Negative energy +38. Tie. Zhou Lu moved. An arrow stepped forward. His left hand grabbed both of Long Naiden's wrists and lifted them high. His right leg disliked the center of her legs, easily controlling her limbs. Lonadin's brain buzzed with horror. You? What are you doing? Let go. You let go of me. Hey! Zhou Lu took both of her hands and pressed them downward, then pressed her down on her back on the huge desk, stationery and paper in a mess, only to see, Zhou Li's right hand grabbed Long Naiden's shirt and tugged it upwards. The hem of the shirt was ripped out of his pants, and then pushed it upwards. The white belly was exposed. The figure was not bad, right? Zhou Lu, you dare. Long Naiden struggled desperately but to no avail. His hands couldn't move, and his legs were blocked in the middle by one of Zhou Li's thighs. There was no way to move. Boo. Zhou Lu bit the cap with his mouth and pulled out the marker, then buried his head and quickly drew on the other's belly. You fucking. Lonadin was completely confused and cracked up. This guy actually drew something on my belly for real? It's so weird that it tickles my belly. How dare he? Negative energy +98. Swish swish swish. Zhou Lu dribbled his brush and drew a huge turtle on Long Naiden's belly, then turned and ran. It's so exciting. Bye bye little dragon. Ha ha ha. Chol opens the door and runs wild. It's time to get in the ring. Long Naiden was so ashamed and angry to the extreme. She rolled over and climbed up to see the turtle on her belly. She wanted to die. Who is this bastard to dare to insult me? Long Naiden wiped it off. Couldn't wipe it off. It's a fucking marker, not a whiteboard marker, and it's hard to wash out. The race was about to start and there was no time to wash it. Long Naiden was about to burst into flames, but what was left of her sanity told her not to make a scene out of it, or she wouldn't be able to hold her head up in the entertainment industry for the rest of her life. And the godmother of the talent show was forced to draw a turtle by a contestant, and that wouldn't be ridiculed to death? So she quickly pulled her shirt down to cover it up. Not to be seen. Pretend nothing happened. It'll have to do. Lonadin takes a deep breath and prepares to go and call the game live. Click. The door opened again and Chol jumped in with a pen. Lonadin shivered in fear. What are you doing again? Stay back. Chol, forgot to paint the eyes. Lonadin screamed. You're paralyzed. Zhou Lu is not afraid of her at all. Immediately pounced over. Little dragon, endure. It will be fine soon. When it was too late, Zhou Lu grabbed her pants with one hand. Zhou Lu, why aren't you on the field yet? An assistant director followed in and watched Zhou Lu picking on Director Long's pants, and was embarrassed for a moment. Didn't he say that Director Long and Zhou Lu were incompatible? Why are they still pulling on their pants? The scene was awkward for a moment, and all three men froze. Chapter 102, the most out-of-control telecast in history. Chol chased after it. The first time to forcefully draw the turtle or nervous, actually forgot to draw the eyes. He just happily ran out of the office, but found that he did not receive a system message, which remembered that he forgot to draw the turtle eyes, and then ran back in a hurry to continue to use the strong, and the result was also bumped into by the assistant director. It's just 2 points away. Lonadin was scared too. It was too humiliating to be seen. It was a good thing the turtle on his belly hadn't been exposed yet. The assistant director was even more embarrassed. Zhou Lu wouldn't be in the strong dragon director, right? Is this something I can watch? Lonadin grabbed his pants and took 2 steps back, panicking. Take Chol away. The assistant director was in a cold sweat and pulled Zhou Lu. Hurry up, big man. Everyone else is standing in position. Just you. Zhou Lu resentfully put the pen back into his pocket and said to Long Niden, you wait for me to finish the competition. Lonadin, wait for Nima. Negative energy plus 99. I'm scared to death. Has this asshole lost his mind? Is that how you bully people? I'll take it even if you're strong. But you're drawing a turtle? This is his revenge for my repeated targeting and suppression of him. It's just too humiliating. Is he a pervert? Definitely. This guy has drawn turtles on Gunarise's belly before. Long Niden, who was a big shot in the entertainment industry, was so angry that he was gnashing his teeth, but he couldn't do much about Zhou Lu. Block him? The Samson capital wouldn't agree with that. If Long Niden was going to fish and die with Zhou Lu, she was sure that Song Song Fruit Capital would choose Zhou Lu over her. The director could be anyone, but it was rare to see an artist as popular as Zhou Lu. The company had carefully evaluated that with Zhou Li's rising momentum, there was a chance to challenge top stream Han Lu when it was well run. Holding back? That seems to be all that's left at the moment, and it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Straightening her clothes again, Lonadin took a deep breath. It was too suffocating, and she stepped out of the office as if nothing was wrong and went to the director's monitor room to see how the show was going live. Wang Han asked, Niden, how did it go with the kid? Lonadin was annoyed beyond belief. No deal. There was no negotiation at all, and the turtle was drawn by forceful pressure. Wang Han, that kid is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson before he can do that, or else he won't even put us in his eyes. He Jiong wanted to say something. He could sense that something wasn't right with Lonadin's situation. Lonatane, however, said, Zhou Lu is crazy, but he does have talent and popularity, and the show needs him. Director Maha was happy to see Director Long praising Zhou Lu. That's right, if Zhou Lu is there, the ratings will be guaranteed. Without him, our program's ratings will definitely be cut down. A list change incident is such a big deal. If Zhou Lu is eliminated, it'll definitely turn the world upside down. Wang Han was very upset, harboring a grudge against Zhou Lu for speaking out against him. This kind of goods will die an ugly death sooner or later. Hello, hello Mr. Wang and Mr. He. Good day, Sister Long. Hello Director. What happened to Wanda? Who made Mr. Wang angry? Just then, a group of warblers came pouring in to greet them. 10 women, some flavorful, some stunning and some hot. It is the 10 female guests of Idolcom, namely Lin Qingmen, Yang Yueying, Zhu Yin, Ning Jing, Kai Xiaofan, Xia Na, Zhao Liying, Zhang Hanyun, Guna Liza, and O Nana. The hosts of this program are also Yi Jiong and Wang Han, and it's only just been recorded for 2 episodes. They were invited to watch Happy Boys 66 into 20 competition live. On the one hand, to increase the competition gimmick to raise the amount of ratings. On the one hand, but also with the help of the fast mail stage to the Idol to Come, this program preheated. After all, Idol to Come is the successor to the Happy Boys program. The Shonan station is very good at this kind of fantasy linkage and hype gimmick. Wang Han was polite to them. After all, several of them were superstars. Hey, just that Zhou Lu, barking around like a mad dog. Sheena, that guy does hate. Guna Liza immediately retorted. I think Xiao Lu is very good. The song is well written and well spoken. Dogza swore to defend his master's honor. Diochan in Wu Xinjiaoyun has a small part. Guna Liza has finished filming for a week, and took advantage of the summer vacation to pick up this variety show, focusing on her career. Since working for Zhou Lu as a dog zapper, she has no thoughts of romance and is much more career-oriented. A master-servant relationship can be much more solid than a couple. This time she had come without Zhou Li's knowledge to surprise him. I wonder if he'll beat me up if he finds out. It's exciting to think about. Zhao Liying hugged Riza. Even I know that Zhou Lu was famous for his foul mouth. And you're still here with your eyes open. Love brain is scary. Sheena, he drew a turtle on your belly and put the picture online. What do you really like about him? Guna Liza, he's handsome. Unana, is he good at drawing turtles? Ouch. Lin Qingnan gave her a hilarious bouncer. Don't pry into things when you're a little kid. Guna Liza, of course it's awesome. Lonadin subconsciously reached out and covered her stomach, as if she was afraid someone would see the turtle on her belly through her clothes. It was so humiliating. She looked at her predecessor, Guna Liza, and wondered why she wasn't ashamed of herself. What's there to be proud of about being painted by Zhou Lu? Is it fun to be insulted? Guna Liza thought it was funny. She just loved being insulted by Chol's fancy insults. Ma Hao said, the live broadcast will start soon. Hosts and guests are ready. Countdown 1 minute. The crowd immediately gathered their minds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Live on air. Director Meiho shouted. Swish. The big screen in the studio lit up and played the elaborate credits. It starts with a few shots of the contestants' auditions, and then grows and spreads across the entire screen. Voiceover, what is youth? It's the utopia in your heart. The hands held high by rock roll. The bravery of running all the way. The age when your dreams are still alive. Youth is the self-expression of singing when you want to sing. 2015 Happy Boys are coming hot. Then comes footage of popular contestants such as Zhou Lu, and finally the fireworks of the auditions in the 6 singing regions. 6 singing districts. Singing loud and clear. Youthful excitement. That summer we know so well that it would be toppled by sound waves, is back. Not to mention the audience watching the live broadcast, but the 66 players under the live stage are all watching with great enthusiasm. Zhou Lu couldn't help but nod his head as well. I have to admit that the festival fruits are really strong. They can always get the atmosphere of the contestants to be very hot-blooded, which is difficult to be reached by the Jiangxia station. So how can the Voice of China do anything more than Happy Boys? If he hadn't been nagging about the 2 turtle eyes that the painting missed, he could have been fanned by the piece. Beside Zhou Lu, the other contestants had already shouted madly. The always calm Ning Yu Hong and Bai Zhangju hissed and jumped along with them, and Hua Xinyu and the others were even more ghostly. The movie does have a cool, middle-of-the-road cut. The next race borders on the brutal. Who will stop here? Who? And who can become the next era's super idol? All the answers? Let's wait and see starting tonight. Swabbing. Wait and see. The contestants shouted after them as if they were pumped up with chicken blood. And each one of them couldn't wait to prove themselves. And all of them wanted to become a super idol that was popular all over the country. Zhou Lu, however, was calm. The program had never told everyone the rules of the competition. And today's competition was sure to be peculiar. 2015 Happy China. Dazzling Love Gum Happy Boys. National Top 20 Birth Battle begins immediately. The 2.5-minute long hot credits played and the crowd was already cheering. The contestants were excited and the crowd was even more excited. Thump. The 4 mentors took the stage under the glitzy lights of the manic music. Xia Fengting, still wearing his sunglasses, coolly said to the 66 contestants below the stage, "Hello guys, this stage is cruel. Applause and boos are only a hair's breadth away. Good luck to you all." Tao Jingying was raucous. "Good night everyone here," first asked the 66 Happy Boys. "Are you happy?" Crowd, happy. Chol thought to himself, "Are you guys really happy to be eliminating 46 tonight?" In fact, so many of the contestants were dying of nerves. Next, Chen Tushan and Li Chunyu encouraged the contestants with a few words of encouragement as hosts Xi Jiong and Wang Han walked up to the stage to converge with their tableaus. And then the 4 mentors went to take their seats in the mentor seats behind the 66 contestants. He Jiong, you are now watching our live broadcast of the 2015 Happy Boys National Top 20 Birth Battle, the first battle of the program live. Wang Han, Mr. He, according to past experience at this time it should be time for us to introduce the rules of the competition to everyone. But the race doesn't have a race, eh? What? There's no race? Why don't you tell everyone the rules for tonight's game? There's no race you're asking me to say? Okay, now we can see that each contestant has a ring grab button in front of them, and whoever presses it first is the ringmaster. The other contestants, who feel they are strong enough to yank him off the stage, can come out and challenge, and each ringmaster can be challenged by 5 people. 1 person from each group will advance directly, 2 will be eliminated, and the rest will advance to the next round. The players were restless, all heard the rules of the game and were more scared. It takes a great deal of confidence to be the ringmaster, and the stakes are high for the challengers. In the first round of the tournament, with 11 groups of 66 individuals, 11 advanced directly, 22 were eliminated, and the remaining 33 advanced to the next round. Hojong, that means this is one of the most out-of-control telecasts ever, and so far no one knows who will be the next person to sing on stage. No one knows which 6 people will be a group. Wan Han, and no one knows who will advance and who will be eliminated. And no one knows There are 10 special guests for today's match. The words turned raw. Hee-jeong immediately picked up. Yes, not only is the national audience watching this battle in the spotlight, but our idols are also watching the birth of the future stars. So let's give a round of applause to the 10 sisters of the new program. Idols come. Slap. Woo. 10 actresses walked onto the stage to applause and cheers. The contestants were even more nonchalant. It was Lin Qingman and Zhu, and some of them became even more nervous at the thought of singing in front of them later. Zhou also ate a shock, oddly staring at the stage with everyone waving to the Guna Liza. Small kind. So big things actually hide from me? Guna Liza also saw Zhou and secretly poked her tongue out at him. Hit me ah. Chapter 103, Breaking 100 Million, Big Chapter of 5,000 words. Zhou stood out from all the other contestants because his height of 193 was so outstanding that he was the first one people noticed at a glance. Zhou glared at Guna Liza. His eyes moved away from her and swept over the other 9 sisters' bellies one by one. If I take them down, won't I finish where I started? 8 short if Lonadon the turtle doesn't count. On stage, Hee-jeong and Wang took turns introducing the 10 sisters and asking them who their favorite fast guy was, setting the mood and suspense of the show in place. Lin Qingman, Oh Hao and Bai Zhangju are good. Zhou is also good. Hua Xinyu, Yang Yuing, I personally like the songs written by Zhou, they are very good. Sheena, I'm rooting for Hua Xinyu bara. Zhu, actually, I did listen to Sister by Jia Qiangshan. It's really touching. They still did a little bit of homework when they came to Fast Man as guests. When it was Zhang Hanyun's turn, she said, I also came out of this stage, so I know best how difficult this kind of competition is. And every contestant is good. Be brave and sing out yourself. Hee-jeong was about to praise her for her ability to speak. Zhao Liying, who was on the side, said leisurely, You're not offending anyone by saying that, but it also looks like you haven't seen them play. Pust. That's a good cut. Zhang Hanyun immediately turned red. No. I've heard Zhou Li's songs, and I also know that Hua Xinyu is very good, but we all have our own strengths. Go for it. Guna Liza said, You're just afraid of things. I just love Zhou. Zhou is the champion. Onana, Zhou is the champion. God of music. God of rock and roll. Rakugo God. She actually fucking accurately shouted out the Sandy slogans of the female fans of Zhou. At the same time, a certain large section of the audience immediately responded. God of rock. God of music. God of rock and roll. Fans in another section were unconvinced and shouted, Wagan. God of the Chinese language. Zhou were shocked. The fans of that thing are even more shameless than my fans. Oh Nana is Zhou Li's face fan. Others have not seen the Fast Man, she has seen it, in order to chase Zhou. Moreover, she also bought the same photo album of Sun Zuer's mom, and she didn't do bad things to the photo album when she was lonely at night. And today, when she saw her idol Zhou up close, she was so excited that she couldn't close her legs, and it was normal for her to shout and jump. After all, she was young, only 16 this year. Lin Qingman glanced at Oh Nana. Why was this child so hyper today? Oh Nana was her friend's child, so she would always think about minding her. The other sisters also looked oddly at the bouncing and jumping Oh Nana. Hee-jeong asked, Wait, Nabi, you're a Chol fan? Unana proudly puffed out her small breasts. An iron fan. Zhou nodded his head in appreciation from the stage. This girl's belly is good, white and smooth. Guna Liza and Unana high five. We're in this together. Zhao Liying finally state, Fast male I saw some, to choose a word or Zhou it. He in addition to speak difficult to listen to things overbearing attitude bad character oddball. Outside, there are still some advantages, such as, guitar play also good. Zhou rolled his eyes. I thank you Zhao Xiaodao, but guitar is the weakest of all my skills. Wang Han asked, Isn't Zhou like this particularly unappealing to girls? Zhao Liying, on the contrary, just look at the number of his female fans. Girls nowadays like his kind of straightforward, do not like the kind of pretending to be elegant and pretending to be a gentleman. Wang Han takes a beating. I always feel that Zhao Liying has something in her words. Pretending to be elegant, pretending to be civilized, can't be connoting me, right? Hee-jeong steadily controlled the scene. It seems that our sisters have paid attention to the fast men. Even the little fans have. Also let me did not expect. Okay, let's give a round of applause and invite the 10 sisters to go to the special guest seats to take their seats. Welcome to you all. Wang Han, welcome. The 10 female guests traveled along the glass bridges on either side of the stage, around the contestants and the 4 mentors, to take their seats on the 10 single couches behind the mentors' seats. The 4 mentors also dutifully got up and exchanged pleasantries and hugs with the seniors such as Lightning Lin and Zhu. The show was a blast. With the presence of these older female stars, the stage of Fast Boys has been upgraded many times over. and in the aspect of creating an atmosphere, Shannon stage is very good at it. In turn, it's the best of both worlds, as it can be interspersed with Fast Man elements in the show Idol Come, which will be a perfect continuation of Fast Man's hot streak when it starts airing next month. At this point, Happy Boys has only been on for 10 minutes, and the viewership has already surpassed 70 million, and the numbers are still going high. The pop-ups did wind up in the wrong place at first, with one cursing the showrunners and Lonatane, but were still diverted with the arrival of the 10 female celebrities. Holy shit, it's actually Lightning Lin. This issue of Fast Boy is also too awesome, isn't it? Idol Come is another show it seems. Double Chef Rapture. Lonatane finally did something. So many sisters like Jo Lu. The eyes of the masses are bright. Onana is so cute. Gunariza is so beautiful. Zhao Liang mending again. Ha ha. Zhao Xiaodao must be connoting Wang Han, right? I saw my brother. Unana and Chol even chatted. Onana was so jumpy that she squatted on the glass bridge and giggled at Jo Lu. Jo Lu. You have to win, my little sisters, and I all bought you to win. Jo Lu covered his mouth and said, "Not, you dull bacon, even bet on this? Cover your mouth for fear of being caught on camera and having your lips read." Onana also reacted and covered her mouth and said, Right. Can you give me an autograph after the match? I'll take it back to the Dull Bay black market and sell it." Chol gave a thumbs up. Will play. Onana took another deep look at Jo Lu before leaving. He looked even more handsome up close. "Going back for a round tonight. When I'm an adult, I'm going to find Jo Lu to introduce myself to him and let him operate hard." This is the trippy view of the second generation of nerd bay stars. Far more bombastic than the inner entertainment artists. Only after making a grand wish did Onana take Guna Liza's arm and go to the guest table, asking quietly, "Jo Lu drew a turtle on your belly. Such a fun thing to do. Who came up with it?" To record this program, they were just spectators, so they didn't wear carry-on microphones and could talk as much as they wanted. Guna Liza covered her mouth with one hand. "He drew it that day when I was drunk. I didn't even know." "Unana, do you know him well?" Very familiar." "You slept in the same bed?" "Slept with ya. More than once. We're best friends." "That's tie pants hot. Can you help talk to him? I want him to draw turtles on his belly too." "Wait until you're a little older. It's against the law to draw now." "Oh, who's going to draw turtles when I'm a little older?" thought Unana. "I'll just jump right in and ride mama." In the contestants area, many contestants looked enviously at Jo Lu. That Onana was actually Jo Li's hardcore fan, and the goddesses Guna Liza and Zhao Liang also liked him. So it was really a case of people being more angry than people. Jo Lu spoiled himself, and even wanted to laugh a little, looking at Onana's ghostly appearance. Another one for nothing. That's the way it is in showbiz. Everyone's having a good time. Didn't you see the way Fanfang Shuangshan was resisting? Even she was interested in drawing turtles, and if it wasn't for the fact that Jo Lu and her brother were so close, she probably would have drawn them long ago. Wang Han, wenching disease and committed to the 10 female guests, lamented, turned his head to teach the following fast men to learn like the predecessors. Due artists to hard work and moral integrity. He Jeong took over the topic at the right time. "Okay, time is limited. Are our top 66 fast boys ready?" The crowd shouted. "Get ready." Hee-jong, let's see who will be the first ringmaster of this match. Wang Han, who will be the first to stand on the stage of the Fast Boys finals? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The contestants have been pumped up and are furiously pressing the buttons in front of them. Jo Lu looked on with cold eyes. He had already told his brothers in the shoulda singing area in advance that no matter what situation arose, they should try to avoid civil war and avoid their own people if they could. The reason for this goes back to the '07 Fastest Man competition. One thing that haunts Moncler outlet online Wang is that there is a guy who doesn't speak of martial arts and eliminated the entire shoulda singing section in the final by himself, including Wang Zhangliang, Wei Chen and Zhang Jia. But apparently these new fast guys forgot everything in the excitement. Bai Zhangju's hands were red from pressing. Senior brother Ning Yuhong was overly active, and a few others were also quite different, but none of them grabbed it. The player who grabbed the ringmaster is Chang'an singing area, a player called Zheng Lifu. This is an old fast male. From the '07 Wang Zhangliang that session, participated in 3 consecutive sessions, belongs to the oldest dropout show. Ho Zhang complimented him on his inspirational nature and then asked the contestants to take the initiative and push the button. Who will take the challenge? Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the players pressed the button. Zhang Lifu was obviously weak, and there were quite a few people who wanted to pick on him. Jo Lu couldn't help but press his hand on the button. From the Chang'an singing district? The fucker is your Longacre singing district. Boom. Brother, I pressed it. Li Haowen shouted at Jo Lu from 2 people away. He was also from the Shuda singing district and was one of the few contestants who remembered Zhou Li's admonition to call out to him in time or he'd be done for because no one wanted to steal the ringmaster from Zhou Lu. Chol nodded and lowered his hand. A few players who pressed the button also let out a long breath. Luckily Zhou Lu didn't press it. Except for the honey-confident Changsha singing district, most of the contestants had a consensus that they must avoid Zhou Lu in the competition. Even if they encountered Hua Xingyu, at least they had a fight, but they would surely die if they encountered Zhou Lu. The camera catches Chol letting go of the button, and the viewers watching the live stream are disappointed that most of them were coming for Chol. The first group of players take the stage and the game begins. The other contestants were tired enough to stand and watch the game, and a group of 6 couldn't finish without half an hour. Jola watched the match and couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the hell is all this? I thought that the level to the finals can be higher. I did not think that it is still a familiar flavor. There is a say. Fast men are worthy of the universal election. Singing skills are too varied. After all, it's a live broadcast, all real singing and no post-production voice modification. Bai Gangju came over and asked, "What are you laughing at, brother?" Zhou Lu said, "From the perspective of the 4 programs I've participated in, the singing standard of Fast Boy is the lowest. The good songs, not to mention all the old musicians competing, although some of the idol trainees' singing skills are very pulling, but they are professional. Dancing is very good, not to mention the good voice. The level of people's preliminary auditions are much better than that thing singing on stage." Bai Gangju said, "Then won't we be unable to fuck them in the future?" Zhou Lu, however, shook his head and said, "That won't be the case. There aren't many good mixers in the voice and the good song that made it to the finals. This point is to believe that Fast Boy is stronger. However, there are a few in this year's idol interns that can be read, so I guess they will be more powerful than this Fast Boy. 11 not to mention, that guy's popularity is very fierce." Straight after Zhou Lu. In addition, Fan Pai Pai and Huang Peng Hao is also can be read. In addition to these 3 are still a few good. Bai Zhangju was unconvinced. That program a bunch of little white boys. Really that powerful? Zhou Lu laughed. You'll know in a couple of years when you get hung up on them. He was very optimistic about Bai Zhangju's strength, but, to compare Red, he definitely couldn't compare to those few, because Bai Zhangju didn't quite fit into the current era of traffic. After a long time, all 6 contestants finished singing. Bai Gangju asked again, "Lo, who do you think will advance?" Zhou Lu, the last one, Zhang Xiaodan, from the Yuezhou singing section. His vocals clearly crushed the previous ones. Soon Tao Jingying announced the results. The one who advanced is Zhang Xiaodan. Congratulations. Eliminated is Huang Yubahan. Li Haowen. Zhou Lu, oh exuberant. Bai Zhangju, oh exempt. Old Li washed his hands of it. It can't be helped. Li Homan's strength is right there. He's going to struggle no matter what group he's in. Might as well take advantage of the opening to wrestle. The 2 eliminated contestants were directly taken away from the stage by the staff, and the pending ones returned to the middle of the contestants, while Zhang Xiaoshan, who had advanced in the competition, went to the resting area next to the stage, where there was a long and large sofa. Zhou Li's eyes lit up. Yo, the winner gets to sit? Soon, He Zhong and Wang Han presided over and opened the second round of the Ringmasters competition. Ho Zhong, who will be the ringmaster of the second group? Wang Han, 3, 2, 1, boom. This time Joel reacted especially fast. He was getting a little annoyed and just wanted to go sit on the couch after an early match. He Zhong smiled and announced, the contestant who grabbed the second round ringmaster is Zhou Lu. Wang Han spat. Ooh, that's pretty aggressive of him. Wang Han was actually very dissatisfied with Jola grabbing the ringmaster. He felt that an extremely popular contestant like Jola should come out last so as to help the live broadcast effect and ratings results. But apparently, Chol isn't cooperating. He Jiong also shook his head. Alright, let's give a round of applause to the second group ringmaster. Zhou Lu. Jola took the stage with his blue exclusive microphone. A staff member jogged to bring him his guitar, and another staff member carried the stand-up microphone stand. Yes, Jolie's special stand. At just the right height, a roar of laughter came from the scene. This was Jolie's poker face. Off stage, Hua Xinyu skimmed his lips. Pretentious. Bai Zhangju choked back. What the hell does my brother Lin need to pretend? He is. Hua Xinyu gave the whole thing won't work. Onata cupped her fleshy face with both hands and smiled with a florid smile. Wow, he's so handsome. Next to her, Guna Liza had the same flowery face. Xiaola's stage aura is so dominant. Zhao Liying, as far as you two are concerned? Sheena, cut. Lin Qingman said. This is Zhou Lu, right? He's so tall. Julian, he sings rock and roll, which is especially cool. Yang Yueying teased. That's what the average rocker's wife says. In front of him, Xia Fengting twisted his head to show off. See his guitar? Handsome, isn't it? I gave it to him, and he brought another new song today. A VCR of Jolo begins to play on the big screen. Only the ringmaster plays the VCR. The challenger only plays it after a successful challenge. Jolie's VCR was longer than the others. Everyone else's was half a minute. His was 2. It can't be helped. Who made Jolo the most popular? In the VCR, Jolo takes a car with the show's staff back to the town, and as soon as the car stops he jumps off to scare his grandmother, who jumps up and gives him a beating, which is funny and touching, followed by Jolo playing mahjong and being mobbed. The camera pans out to show Grandma Chol dressed pompously for an interview with a Big Brother vibe. Guna Liza, Grandma is so cute. Unana, Chol grew up in this kind of environment? It's not easy. The VCR is not intentionally melodramatic and focuses on a humor, in which besides the interviews are the daily interactions between Jolu and his grandmother. For example, Jolu carries his grandmother on his back to dig up the wild groundnuts. His grandmother eats dry noodles with Jolu, and his grandchildren watch TV together. He is an orphan, but enjoys the most pristine affection on earth. He possesses top-notch looks and talent, and he is confident and brave and fearless. His name is. The narration ends and the VCR is played. The entire audience chanted in unison. Jolu, 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 bouncer. I'm so jealous of Jolu. I miss my grandma. Who says a motherless child is like grass? Grandma is so optimistic. Brother is really one of those stars who doesn't pretend at all. So grounded. It makes me want to eat dry noodles just watching it. Oh, wild groundnuts. Childhood's divine snack. Groundnuts are ripe on June 6th. Jolie's popularity votes have exceeded 100 million. Jolie's popularity votes have exceeded 100 million. King Pussy Bull. Heejong also received a notification from the director's team at this time and said, once again, welcome contestant Jolu. He is the ringmaster of our second group. Meanwhile, I've just received a new piece of news. On the Starfire ranking, Jolie's popularity votes have exceeded 100 million. Swish. The big screen immediately displayed the ranking situation of the Starfire ranking. It was because of the previous conservative criticism that it was now necessary to display it generously. 1. Chol, 100, 290, 000 votes. 2. Washenyu, 38.91 million votes. 3. Ohio, 5.02 million votes. Wang didn't pick up the conversation. He wasn't in a wonderful mood when he heard the news because he didn't like Jolu. Heejong had to continue asking himself, Xiala, what kind of mood do you feel when you see so many people voting for you? Jolamain hit honest, thanks to the friends of the beep station for taking out this bad breath for me. The matter of the director's team changing the list was done in a very underhanded way, and it's disgraceful. So, we use our strength to teach them to behave. Wang Han, can you talk properly? This is a live broadcast. Heejong rounded off. Xiaolo has always been direct in his speech. It's normal for him to have a grudge in his heart, but the result is good now. Thank you to the friends at the beep station, and thank you to Jolie's fans. You guys are really awesome. Chasing 100 million votes in less than 10 hours is a record-breaking achievement in the history of both Chinese and foreign live shows. Jola said in a domineering manner. What's this? As long as you guys don't close the voting channel, sooner or later you'll dry up to 1 billion votes. Wang Han directly rolled his eyes. Heejong is also a bit unsure how to take it. You get so many votes out of one person. What do you let the other contestants do? Chapter 104, Jolie's new song throws Jay to drawbricks. In response, Jolie's attitude was, what's it to me if they don't have fans to vote? Some people can't even beat me even if they pay for votes. So why blame me? Although he didn't say it out loud, this arrogant and domineering attitude was already obvious. Wang Han was pretty hard to take. This thing was just too pretentious. Heejong thought that Jola was quite cute. He was very real. 1 billion votes, you also really dare to think? No. What do you need so many votes for? Although the Starfire list is the popularity list of fast boys, this list doesn't determine anything. Is that necessary? Chol, I'm actually nothing but a dick. But my fans are dying to vote until the Dragon director closes the voting channel. Ha! It's okay. We're just bullying surname Dragon for fun. Backstage, Long Niden almost vomited blood when he heard this. This is still the first one who dared to openly call her bluff in the Fast Boys live broadcast. And she's still afraid to retaliate. The show can't go on without Chol. Even more outrageous are the live pop-ups. Copy that. Target 1 billion votes. It's only a week. Fuck the Dragon. Vote for your brother every day. Punch a member 10 votes a day beautifully. It's only $19 a member. For the sake of the forced king. Charge. Punch him in the ass. Punching dead Lonadon. Director Mayho looked at the name-calling pop-ups and carefully glanced at Long Niden next to him. The corner of Long Niden's eye jumped straight up, but he had to endure. It's not a loss to let them rush the heroic fruit members. Forcing is not a loss. In fact, Long Niden angry almost smoke. Jola, that boy is too much. In my belly painting turtle insults even if, but also openly in the live broadcast fanning the audience to insult me. Gotta give him credit. She moved her mind again, her eyes twirling. Although I cannot eliminate Zhou Lu, but I can be disgusted and nauseated him. He fucking disgusts me and I can't disgust him? So Lonadin beckoned for a staff member, whispered something, and the staff member left in a hurry. Director Ma Hao looked at Director Long warily. What do you want again? Lonadin crossed his arms over his abdomen. For the sake of the show, it was always very humiliating to think that the turtle on my stomach would be seen by others, as if I had no clothes on. On the stage, Zhou Lu was still bragging. The new song is of course rock, and I only sing rock songs on the stage of Fast Boys, so that it's fairer to the other contestants. Otherwise what kind of participation do they have? It's also weirdly hard for a group of people to go through all the trouble to compete for the overall national runner-up. The other singers on stage started to get up in arms. Who the hell are you looking down on? Wang Han couldn't listen to it anymore. Listen to you. This year's Happy Boys Championship is yours? What kind of status do you have that you've decided to be the champion yourself? Zhou Lu, I'm just a small artist, but I can't help but have a lot of fans. As long as you guys don't do anything shady, there's a high probability that I'll win the title. Wang Han grinned. By what right are you the champion? Zhou Lu reasoned. What kind of program is this? Happy Boys? Ah, how happy I am. I'm so happy I don't deserve the title yet. Wang Han choked. Negative energy plus 33. The audience laughed and laughed. Zhou Lu is so happy indeed. The pain was given to someone else. Guna Liza says that negativity is a pleasure and extreme pain is a pleasure. He Joan laughed. Audience members, this contestant has face value and talent. It's just a pity that he has a long mouth. I regret letting him put his harsh words. His harsh words are really harsh. Zhou Lu shrugged. That's right. I can play the Swona. Can I play the cow pie? Ho Zhang continues to round out the show. Who let the show have a ringmaster put up a tough talk segment? It can't all be blamed on Chol. Off stage, the four mentors were doubled over with laughter. Their favorite part of every show was when Zhou Lu disliked the host for fun. Further back, Guna Liza looks proud. He really blows. Don't I know it yet? Instead, Zhao Liang was more innocent. Liza has heard him play the Swona? Guna Liza, well, it can be loud. Ning Jing poked her head out across the two men. Liza, that kid is full of shit and doesn't look like a good thing. How dare you chase him with your little brain? Guna Riza giggled. It's not like he didn't chase me. He rejected me and scolded me. Ning understood in a second. Then you're finished. Dogza, he. She was often abused by Zhou Lu in public, but it was fun, as exciting as taming that. On the stage, He Jong finally rounded back up. Alright, Zhou Lu is as confident as ever. Below, let's see who dares to challenge him. This man whose popularity votes have broken 100 million in 10 hours, who is worshipped as a god on Beat Station, an original master with many teenage girl fans, mom fans, sand sculpture fans and small black fans. Who will his opponent be? Wang Han, life is all about challenges. I hope the contestants won't be intimidated by Zhou Li's aura. He's still an ordinary person even if he's great. Everyone put your hands on the button. He Jong, 3, 2, 1. Please grab the ring. An awkward crow flies by. Under everyone's gaze, under the shooting of multiple cameras, the players who had just been unusually indignant at Zhou Lu's remarks were as steady as old dogs. None of them pressed. The atmosphere became very awkward for a while. The contestants were angry and scared for real. No matter what they said or thought, Zhou Li's power scared anyone. Wang Han was puzzled. Why didn't anyone press it? Don't you all want to be in Zhou Li's group? The contestants' teeth hurt. But fuck it, is this not wanted? What are we? Stealing the ringmaster from Zhou Lu? The contestants of the Shuda singing area are happy. Anyway, the big brother said, our own people do not fight their own people. We do not press. He Jong also said, the contestants may have their own prediction and planning. We can't force them, but the competition still has to continue. So, we still hope that some contestants will be brave enough to come forward and challenge Zhou Lu. Boom! A player pressed. The crowd turned their heads in unison, only to see Hua Xinyu pushing his black-rimmed glasses with a fake calm, droll smile. He didn't want to, but Long Naiden specifically asked the staff to bring the message, and he could only cooperate. Who let him now all rely on the Long director to promote it? Not far away, Guna Liza spat. What class are you? Dare to compare yourself to me, Lu? Good thing her voice won't be included. Wang Han, very good. Good job, Hua Hua. You can never show weakness in Changsha's own home ground. Challenge Zhou Lu with your talent. Chol, I'm at home wherever I am. Wang Han. The audience under the stage immediately gave huge cheers to Zhou Lu. That's right. Wherever you are, which is your home ground. He Jong continued to round the stage. This stage is fair. And this is every contestant's home ground. I hope everyone challenges enthusiastically. Is there anyone else? Boom. Another player pressed. It's so inefficient. And unlike the last group where everyone was scrambling to push the buttons, it's obvious that people are scared this time around. And NBS. One Jolu is scary enough. Add another Huashing you. Who would want to seek death? Backstage. Meiho is questioning Long Niden and he suspects that she's trying to use Huashing you to step on Jolu. Lonnie Dan explains. It's not about who's stepping on who. As long as they're both pending, his fans won't be able to call me out. That way, they'll move on to the next round and the ratings for tomorrow night's broadcast are guaranteed. I can be a real old wit. Mahao, have you heard Jolie's new song Rehearsal or not? You'll be scolded to death even if you let him stand by. Lonadin doesn't say anything anymore. And he's going to pay for drawing turtles on my belly anyway. Yokohama. In the hotel suite arranged by the crew, Sun Zoe stood in the doorway of her mother's bedroom, looking at the holy glow of knowledge on the face of her mother, who was reading a famous book upside down, and wanted to say something. Yellen raised her head. What for? You don't watch Fast Man anymore? Sun Zoe, watching. Then why did you come to my place? Aren't you afraid you'll miss Chol singing? How did you know my master was on stage? I don't know. I just blurted it out. Does mommy want to watch it together? I'm not interested in stargazing. They're just a bunch of brats in my eyes. Oh. Sun Zuer silently exited the room and sat back on the sofa, picking up her phone and opening the Sonswa app to peek at the pop-ups her mom had sent. Up front. Which I did you see crying? Kahaku is so handsome today. Come into mommy's arms. What is washing you? Kahaku dislikes are adorable. I want to put you back in my stomach so bad. Sun Zuer smiled wickedly. This damn voyeurism is addictive. Sister he, you have such a side too? Should I take a screenshot and save it? Or not? Sun Zoe is not that perverted. And besides, she can accept sister he as a mommy fan for master. It's just that the mommy fan's comments are a bit over the top, and she talks like a wolf at a wolfish age. At this point, the TV finally came up with 5 contestants who challenged Jolu. Sun Zuer took a look. What kind of crooked people are they? How can they challenge my mom's idol? The second group is out. Ringmaster Jolu, challengers Huashing you, Zhao Yucheng, Yan Yuhao, Lu Yi, and Ho Liang. Among them, Huashing you is Changsha singing area. Ho Liang is Hangzhou singing area. The other 3 are all the capital singing area. I do not know what they cannot think of. A come to 3. The 5 challengers take the stage and take turns introducing themselves. Jolu put his hands in his pockets and encouraged them, with a big brotherly demeanor. After everyone was introduced, Jolu said, "Don't be nervous. How can you speak with a shaky voice? Adjust it properly, especially Xiaohua. Why is his voice still off key? Relax." Wang Han interrupted. "You're not a mentor. It's your turn to guide them? Jolu, you don't understand. Sometimes encouragement from your opponents is the real warmth. I'm sending them warmth. Come on. Hug." Wang Han was skeptical. What warmth delivery? Negative energy plus 48. Jolu walked towards the 5 players with open arms. How had those few ever seen this kind of social animal? Shrinking their heads, they were hugged one by Jolu. Social beast is fierce. Completely do not know what is called the sense of edge. Jolie's tall and strong body to bring endless oppression. Each player in his arms are like an elementary school student, shy and cowering. Why are you hiding? You're a big man and you're still shy? Jolu finally embraced Huashing you. The guy tried to hide, but Jolu gripped him back and rubbed him into his arms. LOL. Huashing you was strangled out with a kunai. It's so humiliating. I should have known better than to listen to Long Niden's instigation. Why would I mess with Jolu? Jolu, however, did not take these 5 seriously, smiled and said, "Okay, our group is complete. I will first bring an original rock song to throw away." Stealing the host's job has always been something Chol has been good at. Wan Han was afraid of being disliked by Jolu and didn't want to talk. Hejeon was appreciating Jolie's ability to do the whole job and took the initiative to let him control the scene. A little later, the 2 hosts took the 5 challengers and stood in the waiting area at the side of the stage, leaving the stage to Jolu. The stage lights dimmed and the catch lights hit Chol. Jola strummed his guitar and looked at the band. "Mr. Heishan, my song is called Blue Lotus. Don't flip the wrong score." Mr. Hushan, the music director, who was holding a large book of sheet music, gave an OK sign. Fast boys not only sing for real, even the accompaniment is also live interpretation. Responsible for the finals accompaniment is the industry-renowned Mr. Hushan and his high-speed band. It's also hard enough for the band to have 66 scores for just one contest today. That's how the rules of the tournament were set up. And that's one of the reasons why Chol couldn't bring the local funeral group to the finals. The band was ready, but there was no music playing. There was silence. Zhou Liqing sang, "Nothing can stop." Thump, thump, thump. Guitars come in. drums ring out, bass, keyboards, proper rock flavor, your desire for freedom, a career in the sky, your heart is free, through the dark ages. I felt lost. Unlike the manic hissing of the previous times he sang rock, today Jolie's voice was very calm and restrained. Interpreting this new work with a piquant singing style, the vocals are highly textured and carry a unique charm. The four tutors were all blown away, originally thinking that after writing so many classic rock songs, Jolie's standard would drop, just like the last time he wrote All Happiness in This Life. But to their surprise, Jolie still had such a good rock song. Say exclaimed, "That's so cool. I love this song. Tao Jingying, holy shit, another goddamn rock song." Chen Tushan listened to the song with a mesmerized face. Li Chunyu laughed heartily and showed off at the actresses in the back. "We're from Chuanin. Goddess Lin Qingmen, this kid is amazing. Singing rock and roll brings out a sense of zen. It's awesome. Juin, the lyrics are so well written." Guna Liza perked up her ears to hear the actresses around her praising her master with joy. "The moment you look down, I just realized the path beneath my feet, the free world in your heart, so clear and high, blooming and never dying, Blue Lotus." After half of the song, the stage had responded like a tsunami. The audience wasn't huge, but it was crazy. The song Blue Lotus doesn't have the mania of the previous few rock songs, is filled with a strong zen flavor, doesn't have an impassioned tune or a heartbreaking roar, but it still has the power to shock. Chapter 105, Who Advances and Who is Pending? Thump thump thump. The interludes, featuring Chol's guitar and the band playing along with Chol, are beautiful and warm. The live audience also calmed down from the clamor and had a washed-out feeling. The live pop-ups also went wild. Super nice. Damn it, the king of push has gotten loaded again. This song is so good. Listen to the Peace of Mind. God's song. Now that's a good song. What the hell are all those singers singing these days? Cow cow cow. Personally, I think this song is comparable to Send Off. Another classic song. Nienai is so awesome. Jolu, get out of the entertainment industry. AI mom really smells good. Can't hack it, can't hack it. Stuff it back. Stuff it back. This song isn't a rock song, is it? It's too gentle. It's light rock. Shit. A line that nothing can stop sings me goosebumps. You're not alone. Who are you cursing? Far away from the capital. 11. Fan Pai Pai. Huang Penghao and Dong Rock gathered in rehearsal room 3 to watch the live broadcast of the match, and as Jolie's lapdogs, they appeared to be very exuberant and proud at this time. Dong Rock knelt on the carpet, eating a popsicle. "Daddy, the idol trainee is down to the top 20, and he hasn't been eliminated yet thanks to Jolie's support, who has been taking him on a journey. And of course, 11's usual guidance on his dancing and singing is also very important." Huang Penghao nibbled on a fried chicken leg. In Ghost's words, "Thai pants are spicy. Wow, this song is just great." Fan Pippi was even more excited. "See, Lee's blue microphone is a gift from my sister. It's the same model as my orange one. The sound quality is awesome, right? The sound quality is awesome, isn't it? It's still my Lu." Huang Penghao poked and prodded. "What's your sister's relationship with Lu?" Fan Pai Pai was confused. "No way, obviously the first time we met she was scolded by Lu. Then she turned around and gave him a microphone and invited him to visit the set. Huang Penghao wouldn't be scolded out of feelings, right? Your sister jittery am?" Fan Pippi thought for a moment. "She's violent, typical S. I guess she was fooled by Lu. My sister's pig brain is very good at fooling people. Brother Lu is the best at fooling." 11. What do you think? 11 fumed as the strap slipped off his shoulders. He's been in a bad way lately. Starting last week when he was subjected to a massive cyber blitz, then an all-network blackout. And now it's turned into a spooky spoof where the whole beeping site is spoofing him to the point of heartbreak and misery. Just because the vote was ahead of Lu once, the beepers started screwing him. Now the voting rankings have dropped back down and Lu is first and I'm second. Why don't they leave me alone? On the other hand, the female fans crazy Koudao CP said he is Jolu Beiji's little petite wife. 11 heard them call him and said, "Lee's new song is so good." The other three looked at each other in disbelief. This guy has a bad signal? Or is he out of memory? Through the dark ages, I felt lost. The moment you look down, I just realized the path beneath my feet. Jolie's song continues to ring out, calm and peaceful, yet forcefully knocking on the door of the heart. At the side of the stage, Wang Han's face stank, and a few contestants were shivering. This was too strong, wasn't it? This was the first time they had seen Jolie's strength up close. No matter the creative ability or the level of singing, it was chilling. They regret it. Hua Xinyu face grave, while vain and conceited. Self-brainwashing. On talent I do not lose anyone. Jolu, although powerful but is also considered to be half a caddy with me. As long as I perform well will certainly be able to do. He Jong had already hummed along in a small voice, The melody of the song was catchy and the lyrics were simple, and many people would already know it when they heard the second half of the song. One by one, the audience offstage joined in and sang along with the chorus. The free world in your heart, so clear and high, blooming and never dying, Blue Lotus. It was a concert-like spectacle. The lyrics are finished, the music continues, and Chol is doing his final guitar solo. After another minute, the music ends. The applause was thunderous, the cheers were continuous, and there were even audience members shouting for an encore down the line. An encore is impossible. It's not like it's a real concert. The two hosts walked back to the stage, one with a dark face and the other with red eyes. Hee-jeon laughed. I love this song so much. Thank you Jo-lu. Oops, the audience and I have been singing along just now. Did you hear it? Chol, hear that? It's not a bad song. Hee-jeon gave Jo-lu a hug before saying, really? Every time Jo-lee's song empathizes extremely well. I didn't feel it before when I listened to it through the screen, but now that I'm listening to him sing close at hand, it's almost like my hairs are standing up. Holy shit. Wang Han moved to the side and didn't answer, as if to say, hurry up with the cue process. What's there to fucking talk about? Hee-jeon, however, was still caught up in his emotions. Do you know what I hear in this song? I hear my own past and future. It's a song of hope. It's a different kind of rock. How did you create it? He didn't hide his admiration for Jo-lu. From the very beginning, Jo-lu pretended to open his mouth. That's right. It's hope. The inspiration for this song came from a mage I really like. On the side, Hua Xinyu shivered. It can't be me, right? Hee-jeon, venerable? It's not like the song sounds like it has anything to do with the game. Jo-lu added. It's Venerable Xuanzong. The blue lotus is a divine flower that symbolizes freedom and hope, and also signifies never giving up. Venerable Xuanzong experienced countless ups and downs in his life, and it was because he always had hope in his heart that he eventually went on to the peak of his life. Hee-jeon couldn't help but redden his eyes again. He always had a low tear point. You know what? Xiao Lu, I suddenly thought of you. In front of the audience. You never mention your own misery and suffering, always looking powerful and capricious. Yet, time and time again, you use music to pass on the seeds of hope. This song Blue Lotus should most definitely be given to yourself. Awesome. Off stage, Guna Liza was already crying. She was the only person in the entertainment industry who knew about Jo-lee's childhood experiences. Jo-lu told her. Jo-lu was a bit confused by Hee-jeon's praise. I'm just pretending. You're blowing it out of proportion, right? Hee-jeon lamented. I'm sorry. As a host, I shouldn't have wasted so much time expressing my opinions and feelings, but I must say, the real Xiaola is not what you see on the screen. He is actually an exceptionally warm person. Worthy on earth. Jo-lu himself doesn't believe me? Nuan? Go. The contestants of the Shuda singing area on the stage nodded their heads frantically. They had been warmed by Jo-lu. Far away in the capital. 11. Fan Pai Pai and the others similarly nodded their heads in succession. They were also the ones who were warmed by Jo-lu. Wang Han saw Hee-jeon catharsis almost, said, okay, above is the second group ringmaster Jo-lee singing. Below, please have the first challenger Ho Liang. Houlihan walked onto the stage, a little flustered. He was intimidated by Jo-lu. In the waiting area on the side of the stage, a few contestants surreptitiously sized up Jo-lu. Jo-lu removed his guitar and Hee-jeon naturally took it and handed it to the staff. He was still whispering to Jo-lu and it was obvious that he really liked the song Blue Lotus very much. The challenge contestants took turns to sing on stage. The standard was a few notches off. Their minds were broken and they performed miserably. The last one to take the stage was Hua Xinyu, who said as the staff placed him on the keyboard piano and standing mic, hello everyone, I'm Hua Xinyu with a rock song called The Kill. Slap. The fans on stage applauded wildly in support of what was really a home court advantage. Thump. 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 Hua Xinyu didn't know if he had bad cervical vertebrae or bad eyes, but his head was almost pinned to the keyboard, playing the keys in a very awkward position. Jo-lu put his hands in his pockets to watch the fun. The man's piano playing was not bad. A line is a line. Although Jo-lu is arrogant, he never casually denies others, and to be fair Hua Xinyu is very powerful. What if I wanted to take La Fitalafa Nurfus? Hua Xinyu finally raised his head and got in front of the microphone to sing. Jo-lu nodded. The voice condition is good, but the breath is too scattered, and the English biting problem is serious. It can be seen that it is a scum. It's a rice rock song, characterized by a sharp guitar line pulling out furious metal force, sung with a ripping, roaring, sharp voice, and it's clear that Hua Xinyu has failed to do anything other than pass the high notes, taking a heavy metal rock song and making it come alive as a ballad. Come breaking down, Barim, Barim. Gradually, Jo-lu began to be unable to understand. Just now was fine. Why suddenly began puppy wheezing, deliberately gasping behind the treble. even as his body shook. His fingers on the keyboard were as good as twitchy. No, is this a very new way of singing? Open high and low. This is Zhou Li's intuitive feeling of listening to him sing. Obviously singing is far inferior to Zhou Lu, but also like to play awkward. Neuropathy. The reaction of the four mentors was also amazing. Li Chunyu's expression was ridiculously serious. The entire four-sided face. Chen Tushan kept raising his eyebrows with a confused expression. Xia Fengting nodded his head repeatedly at first, then got embarrassed. And Tao Jingying was even too lazy to pretend, and directly put on a pain mask. In the back, Gunariza and Unana were muttering and mocking Hua Xinyu. Finally, Hua Xinyu finished singing, his fingers twitching as he knotted the keys to close the song, and then his whole body shivered and shrank under the keyboard piano. Chol, huh? It's been a long time coming. A long time coming. Wang Han didn't turn on the mic. Hua Hua sang her heart out. Zhou Lu didn't turn on the mic either. You call this input? This is a keyboard leak, right? Don't you want to see if you need to call an ambulance? Wang Han. Negative energy plus 51. Why is this sun thief so poisonous? Off stage. Hua Xinyu fans chanted, Hua Shen, god of the Chinese language. Only then did Hua Xinyu climb to his feet, smiling in a way that he thought was cool, and waving his hand at the stage as if he was enjoying being addressed like this. The pop-ups also said they couldn't understand it. I thought this thing was a songwriter? Why is he singing other people's songs? And he turned into a zombie while singing? What happened to the promised talent match? The second set of 6 contestants finished their performances and it was time for another critique session. Lonnie Dan uses his walkie-talkie to bark orders to the 4 judges about having Chol and Hua Xinyu pending together to add to the appeal of the match. The 4 judges looked at each other in disbelief. And then, Xia Fengting commented first. In addition to Hua Xinyu, the performance of the other 4 challenged contestants. The gap is obvious, and Ringmaster Zhou Li's Blue Lotus is the one I'm going to focus on. A song that, once again, makes me feel like it was worth it to send you the electric guitar. The lyrics of Blue Lotus aren't flashy, but they go straight to the soul, if you know what I mean. It's a song that wakes up people who have lost their way and gives them clarity. Chen Tushan, it's not easy. It's not often that Mr. Xia Fengting agrees with me. However, I like the lyrics of this song even more. Especially the line the moment you look down, you realize the path beneath your feet, which sings the true meaning of life. Li Chunyu, the contestants in this group are actually not bad. It's just that Blue Lotus is too good. So there's still a lot of room for you guys to improve in comparison. Zhou Lu, my little brother from the C election all the way to the competition in the Shidu singing area, and then to the national final. Honestly, I won't be surprised no matter what kind of strength he shows, because he was born for the big scene. However, today the song Blue Lotus still surprised me. This is the first time in my life to hear someone sing Zen with rock. It was Tao Jingying's turn, and she was more direct. For this group, I choose Zhou Lu to advance, for a slight reason. Instead of online voting for the first battle of the 66-20 competition, the judges select the advancement and pending lists, mainly to control the basics before letting the audience take control of the competition afterward. He Jiong was amused by her. What the hell is a slight of reason? Tao Jingying, still need to explain? He Jiong, it's also true that there's no need to explain. The viewers who have watched the live broadcast of this match, I'm sure that the vast majority of them approve of Ms. Tao Jingying's choice. Wang Han on the side gave him a wink. Didn't you hear Long Naiden say that he wanted to keep Zhou Lu pending? Lonadin's words also reached the host's headphones, but Ho Zhang chose to ignore it. Wang Han asked, do the other 3 tutors have a different opinion? About the promotion candidates, the implication was obvious enough. Chen Tushan, I'll go with Zhou Lu. If Blue Lotus can't even advance, then there's no need for this stage to exist, and there's no need for me to be a judge. He's pissed off. Who the hell is Dragon to tell him what to do? It's none of your business who I choose. Xia Fengting was also very rigid, taking off his sunglasses and pointing at the stage. Zhou Lu. Finally, it was Li Chunyu's turn. She was the #1 artist under Long Naiden, deeply favored by Long Naiden. All good resources were limited to her, she said. No doubt. Chowder. This time she chose to rebel, not so much because she was an alumnus with Zhou Lu, but because of the music. The 4 mentors unanimously chose Zhou Lu to advance, and the dust settled on this group. Ho Liang and Yen Yuhao are eliminated, while Hua Xinyu and 2 others are pending. Hua Xinyu was confused. Didn't we agree that Zhou Lu and I would be pending at the same time? How come I'm the only one who's pending? Long Naiden is screwing me over. Indeed, it was also true that with his strength but with a different group, he would have had a good chance of advancing directly. Backstage, Lonnie Dan is furious. Director Ma Hao leisurely said, the live viewership has broken 80 million. A record. Lonnie Dan calmed down. Yeah, Chol is the ratings guarantee. On stage, He Jiong was still encouraging the eliminated contestants. Don't be discouraged. This year's Happy Boys has a hot-blooded resurrection tournament, when all the eliminated contestants will have a chance to be resurrected in the finals. Jolu also cheered them on. The hot-blooded resurrection match. The name sounds interesting. I really envy you guys for being able to participate in the resurrection tournament. Go for it. I'll be waiting for you guys in the finals. Ah, friends, bye. Hee Jeong, director. Shut his mic down. He's pissing me off. It's so annoying. You've been promoted and you're still talking about it? Jolie's microphone was closed. Directly put the microphone in his pocket and followed the staff off the stage to the rest area for the advanced contestants. Chapter 106, Drawing a Turtle and Dotting Its Eyes. Negative energy plus 28. Not to mention, Hua Xinyu gave quite a bit of negative energy. Unlike a certain koan, every time, it was very unreasonable. Jolu felt that it had to be only reasonable anymore, because equals 1 koan. 11 recently spoofed by Netstorm. Jolu is aware of it. He knows it too well. As a veteran user of the beep station, Jolu brushes his ghostly videos every day to enjoy them, doubling his happiness. Little single, right? After coming to sit on the couch in the advancement area, Jolu approached the player who advanced first to chat. The social animal never knew what it meant to be coy. Zhang Xiaoshan was nervous. Hello brother Lo, your songwriting is amazing. Chol, am I not a good singer? Zhang Xiaoshan was even more nervous. Awesome. Lo sings very well. I want to learn from you. Jolu nodded. It's not impossible to learn from me. What about tuition? Zhang Xiaoshan. I'm just being modest. It's not like I'm really looking for you to teach me how to sing. There are plenty of great vocal teachers on the show. Doesn't it smell good to be free? Negative energy plus 1. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoshan didn't mean anything, Jolu ignored him and got up and ran to the special guest table next to him to ask for food. Gunariza and Unana handed him some fruit and beef jerky. The audience next to the excited have pulled Jolu photo for autographs. The scene was once a bit chaotic. The stage of the game are becoming boring. After perfunctorily finishing the audience nearby, Jolu also does not return to the promotion area. Directly sitting in the special guest seat took out his cell phone to play the game. The left side is Guna Liza. The right side is Onana. The 3 people to open the black. KM. The familiar sound effects caused Tutor Chen Tushin in the front row to look back. A few sisters not far away muttered. Lin Qingman, this Jolu, is he always this funny? People are racing him to play games. Shuyin, I don't know. It feels kind of rude. Yang Yuing, it does seem a bit excessive. Xiana spat. Jolu is already rude. Anyone who has worked with him knows that. You guys will know when we record the program tomorrow. Zhao Liying was curious. He's really coming to our program? Xiana skimmed his lips. Linkage is normal. Originally the director of the Dragon pushed for Hua Xinyu, but our director only needs Jolu. Who let him read? Sour. She had been upset with Jolu because Zhang Jia had released 2 new songs this year alone, and as a result, she couldn't even get into the top 10 of the new songs chart. Monopolized by Jolu. Negative energy plus 13. Zhao Liying's daily interjection. Jolu is just red. I heard from netizens that this is the year of Jolu. He's more popular than all the previous contestants. Sheena, the game isn't over yet. Zhao Xiaodao, yeah, it's redder than Jet before the match is even over. Xena, what the fuck? He's red so he can play games on the show? No manners. Negative energy plus 24. Ning Jing couldn't help but choke out. What's so rude about it? He's finished competing for advancement, so can't he relax a bit? Must he sit dumbfounded in the advancement area like a fool? Slanting down, Zhang Xiaodan glanced at Ning grudgingly. Ning immediately waved her hand. I didn't say anything about you, child. Zhang Xiaoshan became even more sultry. Isn't this pointing at the monk and cursing the donkey? I want to play the game too. Do I dare? I want to come to your seat too. Do you know me? Envy Jolu. Backstage director Ma Hao also found out that Jolu was playing a game with his guest and had no temper at all, so he had to instruct the guide not to give the cutscene to Jolu. As for Director Long, she's no longer in the director's monitoring room. A few minutes ago, Long Naiden was called out by the leader of the Shangnan station who suddenly killed her and scolded her, pointing her nose and telling her that if you dare to make things happen with Jolu again, I will fire you. Anyone could see that the previous group, Hua Xinyu, had stepped forward to challenge Jolu, and it was Long Naiden who had instructed him to do so. The station is now on Jolie's side. Other programs have already vaulted Jolie's popularity to the sky. Fast Boy finally entered the final stage. It is the time to enjoy the dividends of Jolie's popularity. The station's advertising and business prices have doubled. To mess with Jolu at this time is to dig one's own grave. And it's foolish not to make money. Now the leader is gone. She and another woman were the only ones left in Lanadan's office. The woman's name is Chen Ruan, the director of Idol Come. She is accompanying the 10 sisters to come to the fast male stage. And by the way, She let her men record some highlights of the sisters watching the fast mail, and it just so happened that the big leader came to scold Long Niden, and she came to see the hilarious scene, and by the way, followed the scolding for a few words to get over the addiction. Chen Ruan is very powerful. Before more than 10 years Shangnan Station all the evening party and Golden Eagle Festival or whatever, as long as the general director of the large-scale activities are all her, without exception. In addition, she is also the director of the Program Transaction Management Center of Shangnan Television. This position is extremely critical, in charge of the station's program life and death power, whether it is a TV series or variety show procurement, introduction, all have to pass through her. That's why she scolded Lonadon with condescension and lack of respect. Really think you're a fast man too? What are you? If you have a little bit of power in your hand, you can show off your power, and praise this one and step on that one, and let a good program make a mess for you. What's wrong with Jolo? What's wrong with Jolo? Are you trying to make things difficult for him? Chen Ruan gave a spray. Lonadon held his tongue. I just don't like the look of him. He's drawing turtles on my belly. Chen Ruan, I'm still upset with you. What's wrong with you? I'm telling you, because of Zhou Lu, the station's business value is pulling up fast, so you'd better not sing against him at this time. He's competing on his strength and can go as far as he can. Lonadon gritted his teeth. Got it. Chen Ruan looked Long Niden up and down. Lonadon covered his stomach, fearing that his opponent had penetrating eyes. Chen Ruan turned and walked away. Still want Zhou Lu to participate in the second round of the competition tomorrow night. Is my program still recorded tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow Zhou Lu is going to participate in the recording of Idol Come. If Zhou Lu is pending tonight, he will have to come back tomorrow night for the second round of rehearsals and competitions, which will definitely affect the recording of Idol Come, which is why Chen Ruhan scolded Long Niden, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that she's Zhou Li's mom's fan. Chen Ruan doesn't follow stars. She simply likes Zhou Li's cocky energy. Like her, the fact that she rejected Washinyu and invited Zhou Lu on the show also had nothing to do with mommy fans. It was simply for the sake of the show's ratings. Who made my joy the most popular? Leaving Long Niden's office, Chen Ruhan was going to talk to director Ma Hao and ask him to take care of Zhou Lu and not to let Long Niden fool around. Then she saw a contestant scurrying around backstage. Chen Ruhan said angrily, the match is not over yet. Why are you running blindly? Are there any rules left? Does your family run the program? Hua Xinyu covered his stomach. I'm sorry. Director Chen. I have diarrhea. Chen Ruan waved her hand with a look of disgust. Go on? Lazy asses and lazy horses shit a lot. Hua Xinyu ran away in embarrassment. Chen Ruan turned around and saw another player dog Chong Chong slipped out. She went forward 2 steps, and said gently, Xiao Lu, how did you come out? Zhou Lu didn't recognize this sister and was confused. You know me? This sister's temperament is not bad. She looks like a leader. Zhou Lu is not stupid. Chen Ruhan was overjoyed. Who said that my Xiao Lu doesn't know how to be polite? People have said that you, those old people in the entertainment industry who let Zhou Lu break the ice, must be too bad in character. She said, I'm Chen Ruan, the director of Idol Come. Zhou Lu hurriedly went forward to shake hands. Good day, director's sister. Thank you for bringing me on the show. I've heard it all from Mr. He. It was your forceful decision to let me go. $600,000 for 1 day's recording. Can Zhou Lu not be grateful? Yes, Zhou Li's price has risen again. And this is still the internal price of Shangnan Station. If it were any other station's program, the price would be even higher. Chen Ruan was even happier. Xiao Lu, you are also too polite. You are going to the bathroom? Chol is here to see Lonadon. No, I'm just, the tortoise isn't finished drawing yet. The most important thing to do is not to give up halfway. Chen Ruan, you're bored with the program, right? Let's go. I'll treat you to coffee. Lots of milk and sugar, right? Chol, thanks. A good relationship with the director is good for making money in the future. Besides, it's her who invites me, not me who invites her. A while later, Zhou Lu and Chen Ruan chatted over coffee in the studio lounge area. She opened the door and told Zhou Lu that if Long Niden dares to find you in trouble again you'll report her name. Zhou Lu naturally appreciated it. Although Zhou Lu is crazy, he also knows to look for backers, such as Mr. Lu Guan, then director He Zhong, and then this sister Chen Ruhan. While chatting with her, Zhou Lu quietly searched for the other person with his cell phone under the table. Looking at the results, Zhou Lu was shocked. This sister is a Golden Thigh. Golden Thigh said, you started out as a singer, but try to branch out into other areas as well. Music is an unprofitable business and a relatively low-curry career. Zhou Lu, I like to be in variety shows. It's quick money. Chen Ruan laughed. You are just straightforward and have no city. And you open your mouth with everything you say in a silly manner. Going on a variety show is to bring happiness to the audience. Zhou Lu was stunned. Sister is right. It's me who is shallow. Your appearance is extremely good and young. You should develop towards the field of drama. First play supporting roles, then try for the male lead. Lesser City doesn't have much in the way of movie and TV resources. I ordered all the TV dramas introduced by Shangnan Station and Planning Fruit TV. Many young male actors aren't very impressive nowadays. I'll suggest them to use some newcomers with potential like you. Thank you, sister, for mentioning it. Don't be polite. First act in some TV dramas to settle down. If you have the chance, impact the big screen. Movie curiosity is the highest level. Look at these small fresh meat and flow love beans now. No matter how red they are, their curiosity is very low. It's because they can't hold up the movie. Joel suddenly thought of those movies in the system. However, the water in the movie circle could be much deeper than the music circle, so the average person couldn't really squeeze in. At this time, Hua Xinyu came back from pulling and froze when he saw Joel drinking coffee with his legs crossed. Chen Ruan said angrily, "What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and get out of the studio?" Hua Xinyu ran away with a look of fear on his face. His family has a background, is aware of Chen Ruan, knows that this big brother cannot afford to offend. Heart to Joel envy. What gives you the right to holler at me but have coffee with Cholo? Isn't Chol a player? After drinking the coffee, Chen Ruan exchanged contact information with Joel, encouraged him some more, and left. Chol lightly touched Lonadon's office and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Lonadon opens the door and scares. Opened the door and shuddered. What are you doing here? The game isn't over yet. Joel squeezed in and fumbled for a marker. Xiaolong lift up your shirt. Lonadon said angrily, don't you go too far. Joel, Superintendent Long, you don't want others to know about being drawn a turtle on my belly, do you? Lonadon. Negative energy plus 39. Only. She probed and looked out the door, then silently closed the office door behind her. Joel laughed. Ha 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 ha. Xiaolong is very good. Lonadon, hurry up and get the hell out of here. With that, she lifted up her shirt to reveal her belly, and the turtle was still there. There was no way. Long Niden was really desperate. The leaders had just scolded her. She didn't dare to target Joel anymore, while Joel dared to pin her down on the table and forcefully draw a turtle. She didn't want to experience being pounced on again, so she chose to go along with it. But Joel was slow to put pen to paper, circling around Lonadon. Exciting. Lonadon stomped his foot. Are you going to draw or not? Joel scoffed. Painting, but I want to enjoy the image of Director Long lifting his own clothes first. Yo, or is it a steel ringless underwear? Lonadon's face went red. Shameless. Joel, you have shame? Lonadon. Joel came over and said, look, the current dragon superintendent is nothing more than Joel's toy. Lonadon shivered with anger. You. Only then did Joel bury his head and draw the turtle's eyes. No more games. No more games. This toy is just not a good-looking toy. It's not fun. Done. Ding. Cryptic mission progress, March 10th. Trigger hidden mission, draw turtles on the bellies of 10 female artists. Reward negative energy value 19. 999 points for mission completion. Finally finished another one. Have 7 more to paint. This crap task is really too difficult. Joel began to long for tomorrow's program. I wonder if those sisters are interested in the art of painting. Find a chance to communicate with them. Any other sister except Sheena. Xena doesn't like Joel, and Joel hates her. Looking like a witch. Long Niden gritted his teeth and put the clothes down. Looking at Joel weirdly, you damn, shouldn't have any thoughts about me, right? Joel froze. I'm not interested in ugly pussies. Lonadon. Negative energy plus 99. Joel wriggled out the door. Gorgeous. The assistant director happened to show up. Joel, where have you been? The competition is about to end. You have to go on stage. Then, he saw Director Long, who was panicking in the office and organizing his clothes, only to see Director Long quickly tie his shirt back into his pants, his face red and body shivering. The assistant director was numb. Oh, man. Joel, this animal really has a mouth on him. How dare he fuck Director Long? Bang! The office door slammed heavily. Joel touched the assistant director. Let's go. The assistant director snapped out of it. Yes. Joel, player this way please. It's too scary. No. Hasn't Director Long been suppressing Joel? The situation of the match just now. Everyone can see it. Why? Could it be that Joel is evil and sneaks in to force Superintendent Long? That makes sense. Young people are so tigerish these days. Joel knew what he was thinking. Not to explain. There is no way to explain this matter. And there is no need to explain. Joel returned to the advancement area and sat down. And the advancement contestants came to greet him. In today's battle, Joel's might was even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Joel also responded enthusiastically. It's not bad. Senior brother Ning Yu Hong and elder brother Bai Zhangju from Shuda singing region have both advanced, in addition to Oh Hao and Jia Changxing from Yuezhou singing region. Ning Yu Hong, Xiaola, what did you do for just over an hour? Zhou Lu, oh, just bored and went to draw a turtle on Lonadin's belly. Ning Yu Hong, damn you, you just know you're full of shit. Bai Zhangju laughed. Brother Lu is bullish. You dare to joke about Superintendent Long. Zhou Lu, is there a possibility that I'm telling the truth? You guys just go lift her clothes and see. The crowd just laughed. This guy Zhou Lu was really outrageous. Who dared to lift Lonatane's clothes? Don't you want to die? The program came to a close. At 11:30, the game was officially over. Zhou Lu followed the contestants back to the hotel. The fast boys live in a different hotel than the sisters and mentors. There are more contestants, and the accommodation grade is lower. I went back to the hotel to wash up and go to bed, not even picking up Gulnariza's video. That girl must have wanted to be played. What kind of shit could there be in the middle of the night? Zhou Lu was too troublesome, and the two hotels were not close enough for him to go over to her. While Chol slept soundly, Gunariza tossed and turned. Also having trouble sleeping is Lonatane. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Long Niden sat up in shock from his bed. No, Zhou Lu, he's sick, isn't he? At 5 a.m., Lonadin rolled over and got up with another shiver. He's just sick. The next day, Zhou Lu arrived early in the morning at the hotel where his sisters were. He's here to record the show. Dressed in a high-fashion suit from Idol Intern and carrying a bag of Xiaolong Bao, Zhou Lu walks and eats his way to the show's dressing room to find Guna Liza's makeup artist to do her styling. He's basically rubbing off on other people's makeup teachers now that he's on the show, and the company is still looking for a makeup artist for him. In fact, Zhou Lu came to record this program. The appearance of the scene is not much. Do not even need to rush over in the morning, but he still came over very early to make up. Rare to have such a good opportunity. Of course, to get to know the sisters. When he came, a few sisters were already doing their makeup and hair, such as Lin Qingman, Zhu Yin, Yang Yueying, etc. Zhou Lu greeted them one by one and then added WeChat friends, Zhao Liang and Ning Jing later. Zhou Lu had already painted his makeup and was eating a bun next to him. Ning teased, Zhou Lu, didn't you join in the afternoon? Why did you come so early? Unfortunately, Liza is still sleeping. She could already tell that Zhou Lu and Guna Liza had an immodest relationship. After all, this sister was also very good at playing the old jungle. Zhou Lu was thick-skinned. It's not like I'm here to see her. I'm here to escort my sisters. Ning Jing, yo, did you put honey on your mouth today? Why is your mouth so stinky in the program? Zhou Lu said, because some people just owe scolding off, such as Yi Huiying kind of. The work is average temper is also big. Look down on this, look down on that. This kind of people do not scold to stay in the new year off. Siana Yin Yang said, people are seniors, you are juniors. Honor the old and love the young, understand? Chol, got it, but I don't do it. Sheena, you. Negative energy plus 26. Zhao Xiaodao, ha 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 ha. Then sister, don't fight with him. You can't win. His brain is better than yours. Sheena was even harder. At that moment, the director Chen Ruan arrived and the crowd rose to greet him. Chen Ruan complimented the female artists one by one. Then, coming to Zhao Liying's side, she asked in what appeared to be a casual conversation. Liying, when is your new drama going to start shooting? Zhao Liying was a bit surprised. Why were we suddenly talking about a new drama? The old drama, Sugo, had only just finished airing. She said, the exact time has not been set yet, but it should start next month. Chen Ruan said, last time I talked to Tang Juanli Tang about your drama, she said that it's more difficult to get a star on the Shanghai TV side, as if the new dramas are piling up. Zhao Liying nodded. Mr. Tang talked about it. Tang Juanli is the producer of Zhao Liying's new drama, with more power than the director, and she's also the one who pushed for Zhao Liying to be the female lead. Chen Ruan said, it's okay, you guys shoot first, the Xiangnan station side can leave you a prime time slot. This matter, in fact, is she and Tang Juanli has negotiated a good. Just wait for the new drama shooting on the signing of the contract. The new drama in the Xiangnan station exclusive premiere. The current premiere investment work have begun. Zhao Liying didn't understand what Director Chen was doing talking to her about this, and tried. Thank you, Director Chen. Do you have any guidance or suggestions for the new drama? Chen Ruan glanced at Zhou Lu. I'm superficial when it comes to watching dramas, just as long as the actor is handsome. Zhao Liying, the male lead is Hua Huajian and the second male, Zhang Fengdan. Handsome enough, right? Chen Ruan said. Quite handsome. What about the other characters? Are there any as handsome as Xiaola? Zhao Liying understood in a second. That's not true. Only the main characters have been finalized so far. The villain and most of the supporting roles are still picking their actors. Zhou Lu, why don't you try out for the movie? I think there's a role that suits your temperament. Before Zhou Lu could say anything, Chen Ruhan said first, what does he know about acting? Zhao Liying, you can learn if you don't know how. Really? Zhou Li's height, face value and temperament are so suitable for the villain of the new drama. The giant handsome kind. Zhou Lu, then. I'll try? He looked to Chen Ruan. Chen Ruan said, don't thank Ms. Zhao Liying yet. You don't know how to act, so ask Liying for more advice on the set in the future. Zhou Lu hurriedly thanked him. Only, listening to director Chen this meaning, are not to audition for the movie, is directly to plug into the theater. Zhou Lu didn't quite get it, but everyone else present got it. With Chen Ruan and Tang Juanli's partnership, it was easy for her to stuff Zhou Lu into the crew. It was not necessary to talk to Zhao Liying, and by talking to her today, she was selling Zhao Liying a favor in paving the way for Zhou Lu. Xiana ghostly, eyes rolled, thinking, no wonder Zhou Lu even dared to offend Long Naiden. So his backer is Chen Ruhan? No wonder. Be polite to Zhou Lu in the future. She couldn't afford to mess with director Chen. Zhao Liying's side immediately contacted the crew and recommended Zhou Lu. Not to mention that the role of the villain has not yet been decided. With the support of Chen Ruhan and Tang Junli, even if it is decided, it will be replaced and the role will be given to Zhou Lu. Zhao Xiaodao didn't resent this, because Chen Ruhan gave her enough face and room to choose. And besides, Zhou Lu did fit that role. I just don't know how talented Zhou Lu is at acting. If he's poorly endowed, it's kinda hard to mess up. If you can't, you'll have to put him in another role. Zhou Lu was a bit confused himself. He didn't understand why big brother Chen Ruhan was so nice to him, openly asking him for a role. Guna Liza and Onanana finally came to the dressing room and were scolded by Chen Ruhan, telling them to learn from Zhou Lu and that those who are artists must love their jobs and have a sense of time. Chapter 107, Showbiz is all about money grabbing. Guna Liza and Onana are both skinless and shameless, still smiling after being scolded, hugging Chen Ruan's arm left and right and pampering him. Director Chen didn't lecture them anymore. These two didn't arrive late for long and it didn't affect the recording of the program. It takes time for the female artists to do their makeup, so the crew asks them to arrive earlier, compared to Yijiong and Wang Han who have to arrive more than an hour later. And the male artist's makeup is relatively easy. Zhou Lu was bored and ran to get close to Chen Ruhan, asking her why she helped him. Chen Ruan said seriously, I am a person who hates nepotism and backdoor connections. Why should I help you? Did I help you? It's just that when I was chatting with Liying, she suddenly noticed you. As the female lead of a drama, she has a say in casting. She thinks you're suitable so she's letting you give it a try. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Lu was shocked. Ha? Do you take me for a fool? Chen Ruan laughed. Silly. There are barriers in the drama circle. It's hard for people from the outside to blend in. Your conditions are very good. I'm just going with the flow. When you get to the crew, don't be so flabbergasted like in the variety show. You have to make good relations with the director, producer and the staff, especially the staff. If you offend them, they really dare to put small shoes on you. It's the one who puts the rice can put maggots inside your rice. Zhou Lu, crap, so ruthless. It's a good thing I only offend stars with high curiosity. Chen Ruan, it's okay to offend the stars. There aren't many good things about stars. Of course, you kid isn't a good thing either. Don't think I don't know about your catfight with Guna Liza. Anyway, if someone bullies you, you just pull the tiger's skin, okay? Hejiong and I still have some influence in the circle. Zhou Lu was shocked. Not, my little shit the whole world knows? Chen Ruan sighed, Guna Liza the dog brain? No, should not insult Yeha Eng. Dog brain is not stupid. Said back to Liza, do you think she this IQ to hide the secret? What about? There's a lot more play in the biz than you guys, and as long as you don't get involved in drugs, ladyfingers, rice laundering and tax evasion, it's not a big problem. Oh, Zhou Lu pay taxes is still very active. Before the company said let him hang to Horgo's branch, can pay a lot less tax. Zhou Lu are refused. When the artist earns so much money, pay taxes is not it should be? Chen Ruan instructed Zhou Lu very attentively because she liked it. In the eyes of mom fans, Zhou Lu was different from any other star, and he had an extremely special charm about him. His arrogance, his brutality, and his cunning were all plus points in the eyes of mom fans. Who wouldn't be annoyed if their child looked like a quail? She has seen too many young male artists. All of them are all sissy style, speaking fearfully, doing things with fear and trembling. A little bit of manliness is not there. So, see Zhou Lu this one. Don't mention how much love. Chen Ruan promoted Zhou Lu and asked for roles for him, all of which she gave willingly without expecting anything in return. Watching little Zhou Lu get more resources than other love beans, Chen Ruhan has a kind of fulfillment of playing the breeding game. Many of the female bigwigs in the entertainment circle were Zhou Li's mom fans. For example, Ms. Su Mang of Fashion Bazaar had inquired with her about Zhou Lu several times. saying that she wanted to bring Zhou Lu into the fashion circle to get top luxury endorsements. Chen Ruan didn't bother with her. That bitch eats people without spitting. A moment later, Gonara, who had done her makeup, came over and unabashedly got tired of being next to Zhou Lu. Her makeup was simple, as she was young enough and beautiful enough not to need much touch-up, unlike a few of her other older sisters, whose makeup artists had gone through the old bullseye. Chen Ruan blankly glanced at Gonara and walked away. This girl is too stupid. How can she be worthy of my Xiaoluo? Luckily, it's not a serious relationship, and when it comes to being a toy, Gonara's body, face and temperament are still very good, and stupidity has become an advantage. Gonara cut her hair short and extra sassy after acting in Martial God Xiaoyun, looking slightly smarter. But of course, it's just looks. What are you and Director Chun talking about? Talk your brains out. Thinking I'm stupid again? I've gotten smarter now. Look. Gonara crossed her feet and showed Zhou her little white shoes, which were just ordinary canvas shoes with an emerald green floral dress. Kinda cute. Zhou, you actually knew to wear flat heels? Awesome Maiza. Because Gonara is 172 centimeters tall, which is the tallest among the 10 actresses. If she also wears high heels like the other actresses, she will look like they are short. Instead, she wears flat heels in every installment, which makes her look harmonious when she stands with everyone. Dogs a hammed and hawed. Actually, the company made me dress like that. Zhou was disappointed. Hey, thought your brain was starting to develop twice. Gonara said, IQ has traded for face value. Ha ha, if I had a system I'd have to keep trading. Zhou Lu laughed. That would really be a dog. Gonara smiled ambiguously and said, saying it like people are fake now. Woof. Zhou gave her a look. Congratulations. Gonara immediately put her hands on her chest and shook them up and down and stuck her tongue out. When she was done, she looked around and no one saw. It's so exciting. A little later, He Jiong and Wang Han also arrived, and after making up, the recording of the program began. Today's program is recorded at the Shangnan Radio and Television Building, and the theme is to demystify the story behind the entertainment industry. The old rule for this program is to walk a red carpet at the beginning. Originally, Chen Ruan wanted Zhou Lu to be the first to walk the red carpet, but Zhou Lu refused. He didn't join in until the second half of the program. It wasn't appropriate for him to follow along with the red carpet right now. Moreover, he didn't like to walk the red carpet. He felt like a monkey being surrounded by people. In front of the broadcasting building, the red carpet was set up in a high style, and Zhou Lu stood with the director in a ducktail hat, watching them record the program. The two hosts took the stage first, and there was a good number of fans there, shouting so loud they looked like they had been trained. The first one to appear was Yang Yujing. Her fans shouted, Yujing I love you. We'll always be together. Chol shuddered. It was so awkward. Luckily I didn't have to walk this red carpet and there would be no awkward shouting from fans. The professional fans and professional viewers of Shonan Radio are professional and know what they are talking about. And they feed off of Shonan Radio. What kind of coincidence is that? Every artist had fans come to the scene, and all of them were holding support signs. The number of fans of each artist was surprisingly balanced, and the standing position was also based on the curiosity of the artists. So it looked like the TV station paid for it. Zhou Lu saw his fans. The support sign reads, Zhou Lu you are the best. Fake fans at first glance. The slogans are all wrong. The artists came out one by one, took their seats in the guest booths to play games to pick their teams, and the show started to get into gear. Zhou Lu was very laid back, following director Chen Ruhan around and serving tea. The thighs are hugged tightly, and there's even more capital to be mad about. Then, the entire Shangnan station up and down knew that Zhou Lu was director Chen's man. No wonder even Long Niden couldn't move him. No wonder he dared to scold Ji Haing on the program. The catalog goes into the afternoon, and it's only during the pool game at Fastlane that Zhou Lu joins in as a special guest and throws Fastlane's two black-clad directors into the pool. In the game of bathtub rowing, Zhou Lu directly overturned Xiana and Kai Xiaofan's boat and won easily. In response, Xena said, Geez, Zhou Lu is so good at this. It's worthy of being my hometown. After knowing each other for so long, she finally remembered that Zhou Lu was from her hometown. For the sake of Superintendent Chen, Xiana had been looking for an opportunity to compliment Zhou Lu today, and it had taken a lot of brain cells. Zhao Liying all looked embarrassed. That sister is really looking at people. The show was recorded with Zhou Lu relaxed. After being on Challenging the Limit in Mushroom House, Zhou Li's eye for variety shows had been raised. Idolcom is like a child's playground, not challenging at all. But of course, as a casual variety show, it's still a great show. One of the most interesting things was Zhao Liying's divine mending, and Zhou Lu was even accidentally stabbed twice by her. In the evening, recording was suspended. Everyone gathered for dinner. The program prepared a sumptuous dinner. Guna Liza wanted to give Zhou Lu dishes. Cheeky as hell. In fact, female artists eat very little for body management. For example, Guna Liza never eat carbohydrates in the evening. Meat is also eaten very little. Only eat some vegetarian dishes and drink some soup. Each meal intake control in about 150 grams. Sometimes Zhou Lu to give him a little protein supplement. She is afraid of nutritional overload. Zhao Liying also eats very little and is on a diet as her new drama is about to start. While the other actresses were still acting out their meals, Zhao Liying came next to Zhou Lu, looking at Zhou Lu wolfing down his food and actually being a little embarrassed to disturb him. Zhou Lu used his chopsticks to pick the marrow inside the big stick bone, not wasting any of it. Something wrong with sistering? Zhao Liying zapped out. You have such respect for food. Next time before you eat, should you worship them first? Zhou Lu, haven't you ever learned that all grains are bitter? Zhao Liying, I know this one. What Lubu scolded Ding Yuan in the name of the righteous father? Chol. Negative energy 3. Guna Liza peeled shrimp for Zhou Lu. All grains are suffering is from Compassionate Farmer. A Tang poem. Who knows how hard it is to eat on a plate, and how hard it is to suffer in every grain. I can still memorize it now. Lubu didn't have this poem in his time. Zhao Liying snorted out a laugh. Blow up an honest man. Zhou Lu gave Dogza a disgusted look. It's okay for this girl to not have a sense of humor. But how come you didn't even watch the video that spoofed me? It took a while for Zhao Liying to stop laughing. Zhou Lu, I'm here to talk to you about the new drama. This drama is an ancient immortal drama. Zhou Lu, ancient costumes are good. I've always loved watching fighting TV since I was a kid. When I was in elementary school, as long as the stick was in my hand, the grass was headless everywhere I passed. Zhao Liying bristled. Are you afraid of heights? Zhou Lu shook his head. How can I be afraid of heights when I'm so tall? I'm asking if you're afraid of heights because you'll be hanging, and you can't use a stunt double for your character's action scenes. There's nothing wrong with hanging. The new drama is called Flower Thousand Bones. It's based on the same name, and it's expected to shoot 50 episodes. Your character is called Killmonger, a villain in the drama with a lot of drama. No, why are you suddenly telling me this? Sistering? Doesn't it count as a leak? Oh, I forgot to tell you. The director has already read your profile. She also thinks you're a good fit and is looking forward to you auditioning for the movie. She asked me to inform you to go to Sanghi next week to audition for the movie, and try on the costumes on the way. That's why I'm telling you about the basis of this drama. The basic information of the play is convenient for you to prepare for the audition. Thanks. The paycheck would be about 6 million. That much? Chol was stunned. That's what he made on 10 variety shows. Zhao Liying nuzzled towards Guna Liza, who put the shrimp in Zhou Li's bowl, explaining, with a male third actor's part, $6 million is the standard second-tier actor's price, which isn't high, although you're very popular, Xiao Lu. After all, you haven't acted before, and for General Tang's side to give you a second-tier paycheck is already considered to be very kind to you. Zhou Lu looked at Zhao Liying and then at Guna Liza. You guys make really hard money. He thought he was good enough to make over $2 million last month, but he didn't realize that he was just the dregs of the entertainment industry. Guna Liza smugly said, Yuza sister, I am now a proper first-line actress. Number 20 to 30 million cannot hire me. Hey, awesome, right? Awesome. I don't count it as expensive. There are more expensive ones. I've booked a play for next year. $30 million. Do you know how much the male lead is? $50 million? Multiply it by 2 and add 2,000. Ooh, who is it? Faulty top stream Hondir. WOJ. His shit acting is worth over 100 million? You're red you can too. Zhou Lu, TSK. I can't tell. So you're a little rich? Usually zap her. In addition to born with a good voice, did not think there is anything special. Did not expect her to be so rich, is a rich dog. Guna Liza, I am a big rich woman. We don't even go on variety shows to make money, but to give benefits to our fans and to give ourselves a vacation. Yes, it's not profitable to be on variety. Zhao Liying nodded her head. She and Liza this level of actor. Resident variety show is actually far less profitable than filming and receiving endorsements, largely to give back to the fans, and in the meantime to give themselves a break. Zhou Lu realized that he had a small pattern and was actually preoccupied with running variety show announcements to make money. He then asked Zhao Liying, have you finalized the theme and interlude songs for Flower and Bone? I can try. Mosquito leg is also meat. Zhou Lu does not miss any opportunity to make money. Zhao Liying, it's not said it seems. You can try. Zhou Lu, I have plenty of songs. I'll flip through the Flower and Bones at night to find inspiration. And tomorrow I'll give you a demo to listen to, and then send it to the director to take a chance if it's okay. Zhao Liying didn't pick up on it, even trying to give a cut. You can write the theme song in one night? Can't you use a little heart? Let the director know and he'll think you're unreliable. It's wildly out of control. Also, Flowers and Bones has actually received quite a few songs, and that one in particular is very good. Zhou Lu is so hairy. I'm afraid he can't write a better song than 1,000 Years. Next, Zhao Liying introduced the new drama to Zhou Lu, and then patted her ass and left. As for the preparations and precautions for the audition, etc., naturally, there was Gunali Za to help Zhou Lu, and she couldn't wait to hang on to Zhou Lu and not come down. After recording for another short while in the evening, Zhou Lu chatted with the girls for a while, sang 2 songs, and the recording was over. $600,000 in hand. If it was before, Zhou Lu would have been happy for a long time, but after seeing Zhao Liying and Guna Liza and their money-grabbing behavior today, he felt that 600,000 didn't smell good anymore. No wonder Auntie Chan Ruan asked me to get into TV. In terms of curiosity, Zhao Liying is a bit stronger than Guna Liza, but she can't compare to Fan Shuangshang, and I don't know if Shuangshang's paycheck is as high as Han Lu's. Instead of going right back to the Fast Lane Hotel, Zhou Lu went to Guna Liza's suite for a cordial exchange. The female assistant still wanted to supervise Liza, but she was not surprised when Guna Liza directly told her that Sister Za was going to play creative sex games with Zhou Lu, so go back to your room and rest first. After blowing away the female assistant, Guna Liza took out a box as if offering a treasure and curtly handed it to Zhou Lu. A little gift for you. Zhou Lu sat on the sofa and weighed the box. What is it? Guna Liza, guess what? Zhou Lu said. It's not a ring, is it? Dogza had a smug smile on his face. Would I be that perfunctory? It's a huge surprise. Open it. Zhou Lu opened the box and then froze. Inside the box was a key. A car key to be exact, with a golden coat of arms printed on the back. And inside the coat of arms was a line of English and a cow. Lan. Lamborghini? Sparing Zhou Li's fearlessness, he was also stuttering a little at the moment. Guna Liza smiled even more happily and sat across Zhou Li's lap with her arms around his neck. For you, master. The car is in the capital. Turn around and you drive away. Zhou Lu frowned. I fucking don't have a driver's license. Guna Liza said. Then you can't drive the car for a while, so you'll have to drive me. Zhou Lu, no. This gift is too expensive. Keep it and open it yourself. I don't need it. Guna Liza twisted her waist and rubbed up, her cheeks slightly red. I told you I'm a rich woman. Why are you polite with me? I'm yours inside and out. Zhou Lu didn't make any pretense and accepted openly. Okay, how do you want to play today? Dogza rubbed himself while leaning over to whisper in Zhou Li's ear. Aren't you going to audition for a movie? Today Dogza will give you an acting lesson and teach you how to act. An acting class? It sounds immodest at first. Chol nodded. Yeah, what are you going to perform? Guna Liza dawdled for a few more moments, struggling with electric shock before taking off her clothes and starting her show. It starts with a warm-up crawl, followed by playing a table. She lowered her waist backward. Her hands and feet transformed into the 4 legs of the table. Her breasts, belly, and belly were the tabletop, and she made a table right next to the sofa, not moving at all, and letting Zhou Lu put things on the tabletop. Chol was amused and exhilarated. Whose idea was this? A little yellow duck? I have to say that Za sister's dancing skills are very solid. Slender body movements stretch. The whole Snow White torso is Omega-type standing on the carpet. Very solid. For that matter, she was still able to chat with Chol. Zhou Lu put a pack of paper towels, a TV remote control, and a fruit platter on the tabletop, which was pretty stable. As he ate his fruit, he asked, how did you do that? Guna Liza, it's called an actor's sense of conviction. You have to have a sense of conviction to be an actor. Right now, I tell myself I'm a table, so I just won't move. You're a damn good actor. That's, ha! Zhou Lu began to check the sturdiness of the table. It didn't seem to be very stable between the 2 legs, and after some careful fumbling, the table shook around. Triangles aren't stable either. Who said anything about triangles having stability? It didn't take long for the table to dampen and crumble. Za brought in a second act. Now I'm a table lamp. The table lamp didn't last long. Guna Liza brought in a third act. Now I'm a rug. Zhou Lu looked at the carpet under his feet. The mood was incomparably marvelous. Never stepped on such a soft carpet. The carpet of a few $100 million of the body is really interesting. After accepting Dogza's expensive gift, Zhou Lu abused her even harder, not treating her like a human being at all. Finally, Guna Liza gets up again and says she wants to act in slippers. Zhou Lu can't help but slap her. Guna Liza is so happy. Then Zhou Lu throws her on the bed and presses her up. Negative energy 198. Guna Liza was dumbfounded, not expecting happiness to come so suddenly. Of course, Zhou Lu didn't let her be happy for too long, immediately switching into ferocious mode, bestowing her with endless pain. Negative energy plus 57. Negative energy plus 132. Negative energy plus 188. Zhou Lu had now mastered the core means of extracting Sister Za's negative energy. The lovely Gonara pushes the limits of humanity time and time again with tears of blissful joy. Protein intake is grossly excessive. Nurture, 25%. After it was over, this well-behaved and beautiful woman, heartily kneeling in front of Zhou Lu, spoke words of love and swore by the sea, wishing to pull out her heart and give it to Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu was touched. Why don't we fall in love? Gonara refused. And you don't like me? Go fall in love with the girl you like. Za dog will always be yours. Zhou Lu 12 o'clock back to the Fast Man Hotel. Just said goodbye to the boy body of his energetic cannot sleep. Casually find a practice room to do demos. The next day, Idolcom continued to record, and Zhou Lu found Zhao Liying to listen to the demo in between recordings, and sent it to the crew to try if he thought it was okay. Not one, but three. Zhao Liying was dumbfounded. What kind of divine talent was this? 3 songs in one night? And all of them sound so good? Zhou Lu humbly stated that it was all inspiration from previous recordings, which was randomly pieced together. Chen Ruan simply recommended a baby to the flower in Bona. Zhao Liying immediately sent the demo to the director and producer. Before the program was even finished recording, Zhao Liying told Zhou Lu, the director asked if you're still in Changsha tomorrow. She wants to come over personally to ask you to audition for the movie, and talk about the song in the meantime. Didn't you say you were going to Shanghai to audition for the movie next week? What's with the sudden change to tomorrow? Or is the director coming over to audition in person? Obviously, Zhou Li's 3 songs had given the director quite a shock, not to mention whether Zhou Lu was suitable for the role of Killmonger or not. These 3 godly pieces of music alone were worth a personal trip for her. Zhou Lu said, I'll record Star Detective tomorrow and go to the capital the day after, but I guess I'll be recording until late tomorrow. I'll ask Mr. He later. Okay. I'll talk to the director about the situation too. Zhao Liying was becoming more and more enamored with Zhou Lu. He was truly a musical genius. Chapter 108, This Bastard Took My Chi. In Zhao Liying's perspective, Zhou Lu was the kind of man who was handsome, bad and mysterious, just starting out at a young age but playing at the high end. But he had the most extreme genius hidden under his handsome skin. Zhou Lu gave her 3 song demos to listen to, directly shocked her soul out of her body. This kind of song the average person can write a capital can be blown for life. And he has 3 songs in one shot? And these 3 capitals were made by him after playing the game last night and working overtime on the fly. The most let Zhao Liying suffered is that he treats this kind of fairy song as cabbage, said to throw out, but also said what is not enough brothers still have. Not to mention that Gonara was addicted. In the face of such a Zhou Lu, Zhao Liying was also a bit giddy. Of course, her intelligence and emotional intelligence were not such that she would do something stupid, so although she was shocked at Zhou Li's talent, she still maintained full sanity. Unlike a certain actress who has become completely addicted, the physique of the women of the West is just fine. Gonara is alive and kicking again today, playing games on the show that are so cheerful, like a Samoyed off the leash. It's probably just actress self-cultivation. Zhou Lu all advised her to eat less, but she didn't listen, saying that she wanted to respect Zhou Li's dedication. After exchanging demos with Zhao Liying, Zhou Lu left the Idolcom program group. He didn't have any announcements today. He simply came over to deliver film and television music demos, and now that things are done, he doesn't have to stay and dabble. After Zhou Lu left, Gonara was much more absent and less energetic, and she was teased by Zhao Liying with a series of patches. 3 women in a group of ducks, 10 female stars of the show. How chaotic can be imagined, although not so hostile to each other to tear each other down. But the dark poking and prodding of the hook is essential. It's a good thing Gonara is dumb enough that people don't bother bullying her, and Zhao Liying often stabs knives at her for fun. The little thing can be fun to watch. For a moment, Zhao Liying even got Zhou Li's pleasure. Zhou Lu returned to the hotel where the fast men are, found a practice room to continue to optimize the demo accompaniment. Wang de master recently busy business. Do not let Zhou Lu white whore. The top 20 fast boys have been released and everyone is gearing up for the next competition. By Zhang Ju and Ning Yuhong often came to Zhou Li's door, lamenting to everyone that Zhou Lu was too good, and several of that guy's new songs were top-notch, making everyone in the top 20 fast boys at risk. Did that guy write another song? More than one? The production team didn't even build their donkeys like this. The contestants from the various singing districts who had personally experienced the last match had truly experienced Zhou Li's crushing strength, and each of his new songs was a cause for despair. In the next match, whoever faces Shang Lu will be out of luck. Hua Xinyu, who was right next door to Zhou Lu in the practice room, also felt Alexander. He had a strong premonition that Zhou Lu would retaliate against him. That guy had always only taken advantage of the situation. Hua Xinyu advanced after all, although the process was a bit humiliating. Yesterday, he was also called by Long Nighton to give him a lecture. telling him not to mess with Zhou Lu in the future, and to go around when he saw them. Hua Xinyu held his tongue. He hadn't thought of provoking Zhou Lu. He had decided to avoid Zhou Lu from the start. It was clearly you, Long Naiden, who forced me to go just Zhou Lu, and now you're scolding me? He even suspected that Lonadin had been punking him from the beginning. The original "Who You Want to Eliminate the Most" list was created by Long Naiden to call on Zhou Li's black fans to humiliate him, and the one who was humiliated was Hua Xinyu, who led the polls with a high number of votes. Later, the list secretly adjusted to the Starfire list, as if it was a strong hankering for Hua Xinyu, but in fact it is to give him black. Change the list of events directly enraged the station's Zhou Lu fans. They opened the retaliatory vote. Zhou Lu easily crushed the crowd. Break the lead. As of today, the vote count looks like this. 1. Chol 38, 184, 000 votes. 2. 37.99 million votes for Hua Xinyu. 3. 6.71 million votes for Ohio. Zhou Lu has nearly 400 million votes, 10 times more than Hua Xinyu, who still has many of the votes that voted him out in the first place. A very humiliating list was born. This list allows the nation to most intuitively see the horrible popularity of Zhou Lu. At the moment, the fast male voting Zhou Lu fault leading has become a national-level heat event, easily overshadowed only because it is too beautiful to top the hot search headlines for 3 whole days. And the nationwide buzz made Zhou Li's curiosity skyrocket again. And this time Zhou Lu was really a household name. In the evening, Hua Xinyu prepared to go to dinner. Just went out to see not far away from the players in the crowd. Hua Xinyu, curious to go over to see what's going on, and found that it was the national goddess Guna Liza came, is surrounded by players to take pictures and sign it. Guna Liza walked around in an extremely sexy pair of low-rise jeans that showed off her large hip bones and flat belly, and little black pants that showed through a good portion of her body. A white melon face, full of collagen, a head of short hair exceptionally valiant, a pair of clear watery eyes look forward, the corners of the mouth with a smile. Charming. Hua Xinyu held up his black-framed glasses, and for a while he was a bit dazzled. He didn't follow the stars, but he couldn't resist the charm of the earthly beauty. Is this really human? It's a fairy, right? In real life, she was much more beautiful than she looked on camera, especially with that tall figure and stunning face, so people simply couldn't take their eyes off her. During the competition the day before yesterday, Hua Xinyu didn't have a chance to appreciate Guna Liza, and today was the first time he got up close and personal. Hua Xinyu looked dumbfounded. Someone actually drew a turtle on the belly of such an extremely beautiful woman? God damn it. Shouldn't he be here to find Zhou Lu, right? Guna Liza came to Hua Xinyu's side and took a picture with Jia Qianxin contestant, and Xiao Jia was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Hua Xinyu said excitedly, Liza, can you take a picture with me? I super like you. He shivered and pulled out his cell phone, nearly dropping it on the floor. Guna Liza glanced at him. I'm not taking a picture with you. Hua Xinyu, why? Guna Liza wrinkled her little arched nose with a haughty face. Just with you want to challenge my family Shiola? Xiaoli's enemy is my enemy. My Kahaku said 4 words with a straight face. She can have a bottom line now. People have already been enlightened by Shiola, belonging to the official establishment. Hua Xinyu's face became very embarrassed. Guna Liza is really not giving any face at all. Mocking in front of everyone, a chicken claw crazy performance. And you deserve to be compared to the god of music? Shay little clicker. The damage is immensely insulting. Hua Xinyu blushed, but did not dare to refute. The other curry is too high, aura is too strong. The other players gloated, letting you be the outlier. Silly. The Changsha singing district contestants who were originally close to Hua Xinyu have now distanced themselves from him, not daring to get too close to him. Thump, thump, thump. Guna Liza swept past him on her heels, leaving a trail of body odor in her wake. Without taking a few steps, she came to the practice room where Zhou Lu was, tiptoed open the door and poked her little head in. Zhou Lu was wearing headphones to get the arrangement and didn't notice her, so she quietly slipped in. The players were envious at the sight. What's their relationship? Zhou Lu felt wrong, snapped back, saw Guna Liza frozen in place. Dog Chong Chong scolded. Why the fuck are you here? I like you in? It's a bad habit. You're used to cursing in general. You have to change. Guna Liza spat out her tongue and backed up to the doorway beeping. I'm sorry. Good boy. The crowd's hearts are crushed. Who can stand this? How can Zhou Lu curse? She is a proper first-tier actress, a national goddess. She's not even mad? It was also true that she wasn't even angry when Zhou Lu drew a turtle on her belly. Zhou Lu noticed quite a few people outside the door, and his attitude was a bit gentler. Finished cataloging? Aren't you tired? This is the rich woman who gave him a Lamborghini. Zhou Lu didn't care about any sports car. He was just touched by Guna Liza's behavior. This little thing was all in, extremely pure and sincere. Zhou Lu treats her as an object, but she treats Zhou Lu as her husband. Immediately happy, Gunaliza bounced to the back of Zhou Li's computer desk and pinched his shoulders. I'm not tired, it's the filming that's fortunate and hard. Recording a variety show is a vacation for me. The outside of the door was crowded with people, unabashedly looking in, and by Zhang Ju and Ning Yuhong, the two who knew Zhou Lu well, began to raise a ruckus. Hua Xinyu was also pushed to the door by the crowd, watching the fairy-like human extreme give Zhou Lu massage, his heart sour to the extreme. By what right? Gunaliza intimately massaged Zhou Lu. She just wanted to show off in front of people. No self-love at all. Love brain on the head just like this. Do not even consider whether it will affect their own wind rating. Just want to let people know that she is Zhou Li's exclusive items. Anyway, the matter between her and Zhou Lu has been a big deal for a long time. The runners on the outside, the players, who have already read it, have cast envious eyes toward Zhou Lu, possessing the goddess even if. The key is that they can still curse? This is too exciting, isn't it? Zhou Lu turned toward them and said, all idle, right? Come in and look. The players waved their hands to say no. Hakangju stepped in with one foot and leaned in for a closer look and careful study. Chol got up and kicked him, laughing and hilariously blowing him out, and the others dispersed as Chol slammed the door shut and unlocked it. Dogza has O written all over his face. How can he not lock the door? Zhou Lu continued to refine the arrangement, as Zhou Lu only knew guitar and keyboards, and a lot of the backing vocals for the other instruments were done on an analog instrument, which was rough and had to be properly voiced to barely achieve the effect. Hubby, you go about your business. I won't bother you. Gunariza retreated to a small side table, cupping her face in her hands as she admired Chol's perfect face. That's my man. Last night's wonderful experience left her wanting more, so after recording the program, she happily ran over to wait to be proffered. An inch of time, an inch of gold. An inch of gold can't buy an inch of time. When I shared it with my dorm sisters on my cell phone, it made them cry too, and they had real name envy for Dogza. Zhou Lu tinkered with the arrangement for another half hour, took off his headphones and looked at Dogza breathlessly. He had wanted to hang her for a few months first, but last night it still broke. Families who understand. The carpet one is really intolerable. The only bit of intelligence this dog has is all in the acting, and the carpet is acting out of this world. When Sister Za saw that Zhou Lu had been successfully interfered with, a brilliant demented female smile swept across her face. Chol waved at her. Dogza gets it in seconds and immediately transforms into a reptile, with a great sense of conviction on the part of the actor. At 11 o'clock at night, Zhou Lu refined all the arrangements of the 3 songs, put his laptop on his back, and helped Gunaliza back to his hotel room to eat barbecue takeout. Za walked as if she was knocked out, walking crookedly and shocking the 2 contestants she encountered. Her Ajak face is a masterpiece, very long-lasting. At night, Sister Za slept in Zhou Li's room. The Idol-cum program team had already withdrawn, and the hotel room had been checked out. She rushed her assistant and makeup artist back on vacation. She had no announcements for this week, and was going to use it to accompany her master. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Zhou Lu woke up on time. Off to the side, Gunaliza slept deeply. Zhou Lu played with his cell phone in one hand and dog zapping in the other, lying down for a while before getting up to wash up and then going to eat breakfast. Dining room, not many people. These 2 floors of the small hotel had been chartered by Shangnan Station, specifically to house the Fast Boys contestants and the band and other personnel, all of whom were night owls. In the corner, Hua Xinyu was eating hot dry noodles with dark circles under his eyes, with defiance written all over his face. Everyone knew that the goddess Gunaliza had offered herself to her, but the problem was that Zhou Lu was not in a relationship with her at all, and this was the most infuriating. Why can't I get this kind of thing? A tall figure walked into the small restaurant. Hua Xinyu shrank in fear, then looked behind him. Where was the man? Not seeing that wonderful figure, Hua Xinyu was a bit lost. They didn't live together? Chol came to the window. What's there to eat? Hot dry noodles. Who eats that stuff? Have a bowl of Hunanese rice noodles, extra spicy, and a side of stinky dried seeds, 2 donuts, a cup of soybean milk, and a drawer of Xiaolong Bao with 3 steamed buns. Zhou Lu took a tray full of food, found a seat, and glared at Hua Xinyu who was peeking at him. Hua Xinyu immediately lowered his head and ate his noodles with trepidation. Soon, another bright and beautiful actress appeared, stunning Hua Xinyu with her mouth wide open. Here for Chol again? Zhao Liang helped a sensible old aunt come in, followed by a few people, each carrying large bags in their hands. Zhou Lu got up and shook the other party's hand. Thank you, Sister Ing. Good day, Director Lin. Have you eaten yet? I'll go get you some breakfast. Lin Yufang sat down and waved her hand. I ate on the airplane. Zhao Liang explained. Zhou Lu, Director Lin flew all the way here in the middle of the night and came to find you just after getting off the plane. Lu, I'm flattered. Let me know. I'll come and find you. Lin Yufang said. Why is this Lu so polite? It's different from what you see online. Lu said. I'm a person who has always been two-faced. Director Lin was amused. Zhao Liang added in passing. He's shameless. He licks whoever makes him money. You mustn't take him as polite. Chol glared at her. Shoo, what's the big deal? Lin Yufang smilingly said to Zhao Liang. You don't say. The real person looks even more handsome. This appearance condition is too suitable for our male third. Even Director Lin, who was accustomed to seeing handsome men and women in the entertainment industry, was impressed by Zhou Li's appearance, who was extremely offensively handsome. Zhao Liang, isn't that so? I was also stunned when I first saw him. Hua Xinyu, who was not far away, was even more sour after hearing this. Zhao Liang's new drama asked Zhou Lu to play the third male role? The director flew over in the middle of the night to see him? Exasperated. I was supposed to go to Idol.com. If I had gone and gotten acquainted with Zhao Liang, maybe the role would have been mine. This asshole took my luck. The hot dry noodles in my mouth suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Zhou Lu's shivering rice noodles can be fragrant. A mouthful of rice noodles and a mouthful of fritters. Beautiful. Director Lin suddenly looked embarrassed. Zhou Lu, you eat so much in one meal? Chol, oh, I can pay for my own meals at the theater. Lin Yufan guffawed. Who is worse than you for this food? I only realized by looking at your real body. You are tall and strong. How tall are you? 1 meter 9'3". What's wrong? Not enough to play the part? Zhou Lu was a little apprehensive. That was $6 million. In order to earn this money, he even bought 3 good songs to help out. Zhao Liang explained, it's not enough. It's that you're too high. Male actors over 1 meter 9. It is difficult to find actresses to match the scene. I have a lot of rivalry with you, but I only have 165. Standing together is not good for framing. Shooting close up you do not have a brain and I do not have a neck. Chol didn't understand. What then? Zhao Liang, pad bricks chanting. Can only put something under my feet? Lin Yufang also said. Yes, this drama of ours is okay. I'm just lamenting that it's not good for you to be on the male lead in the future at your height. Unless you find a female lead who's over 1 meter 7. Zhou Lu suddenly thought of Za's new drama. She 172. The male lead 176. Standing together on one side of the high, which is how to match. A moment later, Zhou Lu winded up finishing his food and wiped his mouth. Excuse me, where are we going to audition for the movie? Lin Yufan, we've brought costumes and props. Why don't we go to your room to do the makeup? It'll take more than an hour to do the makeup. Chol, a masked Za is still sleeping in her room. Put. Zhao Liang laughed out, her face ambiguous. Director Lin, let's go rent a suite for a fitting. It's inconvenient for people. Zhou Lu was not in a good position to explain and graciously admitted it. On the side, Hua Xinyu had a difficult expression. The goddess was still in his room. Lin Yufan got up and walked out saying, those 3 new songs are very good, especially the exclusive song Red Face that you wrote for Killmonger. It's practically tailor-made for the character. Everyone up and down the group is very satisfied. Zhao Liang concurred. Yes, especially the lyrics. This heart is not as ridiculous as you living. This world of fame I don't want. I just want to exchange for a smile of the red face. It's the inner monologue of Killmonger. No one writes songs better than me. Zhou Lu tailed off again and followed director Lin Yufang and his entourage out of the restaurant. Hua Xinyu was messed up. What kind of lyrics are these? I can write songs. These are opportunities that were meant for me. Also too much thinking and too little looking in the mirror. The 3 good songs are used by Zhou Lu to lock up the role with. Not because he is worried that he is not matched with the role, but because there are many shady things in the movie and television industry, and there are endless things to steal roles, so they have to be prevented. Listen to Za said, shooting Immortal Sword when Tang Yin female lead makeup photos were taken. Froze the costume was stripped down, set in Yang foraging body. From the fact that director Lin rushed all night to give Zhou Lu an audition, it's clear that the role of Killmonger is probably secure. She's all about the songs, and the ability of a good song to add to a drama is very powerful. Zhou Li's 3 songs are not out of the question, and besides, you can make a small profit selling songs. However, engaging in music was really unprofitable. Zhou Lu talked to director Lin on the way. The royalties for the 3 songs were about $600,000, just 1/10 of his paycheck. For that it's already overpriced. So many in the industry are thousands and thousands of dollars a song. Chapter 109, Large-Scale Chaotic Car Racing Scene. The crew rented a suite in a hotel and took Zhou Lu to do her character styling. Director Lin brought the crew's art director, stylist, makeup artist, hairstylist and other professionals on this trip. An hour and a half later, Zhou Lu walked out of the room in his costume. looking dumbfounded at director Lin, Zhao Liying and the others. At this moment, Zhou Lu was no longer the handsome man with dark skin who wore shorts and flip-flops and blindly wandered around, but a six-world devil with incomparable face value and raging aura. He was in a dark gold ancient robe, tall and long, his hands and feet were full of domineering, his face was puffed with powder, the whole person was a few shades of white, his sword eyebrow and starry eyes were handsome, his purple eyeshadow was even more sinister, and a head of long black hair that was spread out was full of demonic energy. Zhao Liying's mouth opened wide. Whoa, this is too handsome, isn't it? 10 times more handsome than the Carpathian in his mind. It's absolutely gorgeous. Director Lin Yufang's eyes glowed as she praised. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. This costume is really good looking. It's just not feminine enough. Zhao Liying shook her head. I think it's just right. Qilqian stranger can't be too flattering. He's just beautiful, but he doesn't lack male blood. A man who can kill on the everlasting residue just for Hua Qianbone. How can he be a sissy? If he's a sissy, how can you rule the demon and devil realms? Lin Yufang thought for a moment. Let's discuss about the persona. Zhou Lu is very good. The role. Set. Zhou Lu also put his heart back into his stomach as the first role arrived. Ding. Ha, is that a good thing? Main task E, acting in the movie and TV drama Flower and Bone and winning the ratings championship. The task rewards negative energy value of 12,345 points. This task seems to be very difficult. Whether the drama can take the ratings title. Not controlled by Zhou Lu. There are too many factors. Still, a mission is better than no mission at all. Chol gladly accepted. After being shocked by Zhou Li's character's look, director Lin Yufang appreciated Zhou Lu even more and chatted with him about the plot and his role for quite a while until there was a knock on the door outside. The assistant opened the door and a man in his 30s nodded and humbled himself. Sorry for the disturbance. Sorry. I'm a movie and TV OST music producer. My name is Lu Huji. It's very presumptuous to disturb director Lin. I heard that you're here auditioning for a movie, so I came over to make a self-recommendation to see if I can have the honor of participating in the creation of your drama group. This is my resume and work introduction. I've taken the liberty. Thank you. Lu Huji's music path in the past few years is very unsatisfactory, so he could not help but seize all the opportunities. Today in the station heard Zhao Liying crew to audition for the play. He immediately looked over, shyly begging for cooperation. The assistant said impatiently, Sir, I'm sorry, our crew, Zhou Lu said in surprise. Brother Tiger, Lu Huji, who was embarrassed, froze. Lizzie, it's you who's auditioning for the movie. I almost didn't recognize you being so white. Lu Huji is the good brother of Zhou Li's master Wang Zhangliang. He has seen him a few times in the past when he ate hot pot in Shudu, and Zhou Lu is very impressed with him because this buddy only has half a brain, and the other half is with Zhang Xiaoyuan. Zhou Lu, I'm the Demon King. Handsome, isn't it? Lu Huji stood outside the door and gave a crooked thumbs up. Handsome. He didn't dare to rush in for fear of upsetting the director. Zhou Lu said to Lin Yufang, Director Lin, this is the famous musician Lu Huji, who debuted in 07 Fast Boy. He's very talented. He wrote the cheerleading song for Fast Boy. He's participated in the OST creation of many movies and TV dramas. Moreover, Zhang Jie's The Moon Creeps Up and Master Wei Chen's The Madhouse were both composed by him. Upon hearing this Lu Huji was quite strong. Plus being a friend of Zhou Lu, director Lin Yufang nodded at his assistant. The assistant stepped aside at the door. Mr. Lu, inside please. Lu Huji and excited and apprehensive. You teacher. You please. That, I please. Sorry. Walking in and seeing Zhou Li's stunning makeup, Lu Huji popped up. Hey, it's an important role, right? Such a handsome guy must have a big part. Zhou Lu, generally average. The third male in the cast. Lu Huji, oh ho wow. That's great. Ahem. Sorry for the laugh. My brain isn't quite enough. Sorry. He had been following Zhou Li's path to the draft, just hoping that he could go a little further than he did back then. So he couldn't help but get a little excited when he suddenly saw Zhou Lu again today. The cast and crew looked at each other in disbelief. This one looked more or less seriously ill. Could he really be trusted to make music? It's kinda reliable. After chatting for a short while, Lin Yufang actually felt that Lu Huji was quite good. The whole person had a sense of simplicity with a missing brainstem, while being very insightful when it came to music. In the end, Lin Yufang promised to let him write a few demos. The crew pick and choose, and use whatever is suitable. A drama needs a lot of original music. Not 3 songs from Zhou Lu will be enough. Lu Huji was naturally grateful and incoherent. It was only after director Lin and his entourage left that Lu Huji suddenly tapped his head. Why did I forget to ask the crew if they needed dragon set? Tiger Yoshi has also acted in plays. all of which were dragons. As the 13th place of 07 fast male, Tiger G is different from others. Others are red and cool. He is the first game on the cool. There is no real sense of red. So, in the music of this road to go very struggling. By this time it was already more than 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Huji thanked Zhou Lu for his help and wanted to treat him to lunch. Zhou Lu politely declined. I have to record Ming Diao in the afternoon. And Mr. He said that the makeup for this episode is a bit more complicated. So he told me to go there a bit earlier. That's nice. I'll leave you to your work then. Lu Huji envied. Bright Brother's favorite student is also too red. Fast Man competition is not yet finished. There is a drama about it. And there are endless variety shows. His work is also too much. Zhou Lu said goodbye to Tiger and returned to his room. Guna Liza had already gotten up and washed up, waiting to accompany Zhou Lu to record the program. Guna Liza is stinking show off. And Zhou Lu is simply crazy. The onlookers know it. Love whoever. Male unmarried, female unmarried, we do what we want to do. How do the fans feel? Zhou Lu doesn't even fucking care about his fans. And he still cares about their feelings? What's the point of making a scene? So, the fans and paparazzi of Ming Detective, right outside the studio where the Star Detective program was recorded, captured Zhou Lu and Guna Liza out of pairs. The photos were quickly transmitted to the internet. And Zhou Lu, who was already still hanging on the headlines, added a new hot spot. The heat just keeps on coming. The other artists and operations officers are cursing. 2 months. 2 whole months. Half of the time the headlines are you Zhou Lu. Damn, is the dangerous blog run by your family? He's really good at hype. The Xiaocheng generation has really put in their blood. And they haven't even tried this hard to promote their own boss's wife. What's the point? Xiaocheng Shi himself is also confused. The boss and the boss's wife are all at a loss. Who taught him to hype like this? Advanced. Given the fact that Zhou Lu and Guna Liza have made a lot of noise, fans on both sides of the fence are numb. And instead, purely passerby netizens are going crazy and getting to the bottom of the matter. Cheng Xiao, who is far away from South Korea to promote EP, is sour. She really envies the domestic actress. She is not afraid of any scandal. Unlike her kind of female Egyo, once she sticks to the scandal, she is finished. She wondered how far the two of them had progressed with Zhou Lu being so high profile. What the hell is going on with you two? While eating a box lunch at the program, Sabaya couldn't help but gossip and laugh obscenely. The box lunch of Shonan Channel. That's not just any box lunch. It's sumptuous and delicious, or specially made according to the taste of each star. Of course, limited to the star's box lunch. Chol munched on the sizzling retort and said, "We're in this together." The main point is a solid one. Next to the Guna Liza touched, but instead of vain, frantically waving his hands to explain, No, he is talking nonsense. We are just very good friends. There is no silver in this place. She was worried about affecting Zhou Li's popularity. After all, right now, Zhou Li's career was just starting out and developing rapidly, so if she dropped her popularity because of her, it would be a big loss. Sister Za is just showing off secretly. She doesn't dare to do it openly. As soon as she finished, a few guests were immediately up in arms and the scene was too delicious for melon. There are 6 guests in this episode of Star Detective. He Jiong, Sabayu, Wang O, Wu Jiaying, Wang Erjia, and the handsome as hell Zhou Lu. Among them, Zhou Lu only knew He Jiong and Wang Erjia, and the other 3 were meeting them for the first time. Guna Liza desperately defended, "We are good friends from the beginning. Netizens know it, we just often eat barbecue and drink together." Wang Erjia smiled but didn't say anything. "Too lazy to break you down. Who was the last person who courted you in public in Idol Intern?" He Jiang said with a taboo expression. "Okay Riza, we believe it." Ghost Wu Jiaying said, "I also believe that you two are a perfect match. You are good friends. Ha 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 ha." The crowd burst out laughing. Gunariza actually blushed and silently ripped the skin off the chicken leg in the bowl and pinned it to Zhou Lu. The little twerp was powerless to retort. Zhou Lu was thick-skinned. "Mr. He, last time you said you'd bring Sister Za on the show. It's been more than a month. Why haven't you brought her? Did you forget?" He Jiong scolded. "Zhou Lu, you're a wolf. A white-eyed wolf. Liza has recorded 6 episodes of Idolcom. What the hell do you think you're doing calling me for not bringing her? It's such a big program. You even went to make a cameo yourself. And you ate it? Are you out of your mind?" Negative energy plus 78. Mr. He has already taken care of Guna Liza. Originally that show didn't prioritize Za. Zhou Lu scratched his head. "Right oh. Sa Rue. I just cut out that part." He Jiong, "Cut your sister. It's not like we've started recording the program." Zhou Lu forced himself to salvage his honor. "Didn't record it? It's all because I'm too popular and I'm recording programs every day." Sabaya spat. "This guy can pretend even more than I can. No wonder he's called the King of Pussy." Wu Jiaying starts in place. "Why not King Dick?" Sabaya choked. "You," Jiong uttered a couple of sounds. Tut tut tut, please pay attention to civilized language for some of the guests. In addition, please ask certain guests not to spread dog food while everyone is eating. Guna Liza, who was feeding Jola the crab, retracted her hand. What's wrong with feeding a meal between good friends? Jiong ate very little and had already put down his chopsticks at this point. Shella, did you do your homework when you came to record Ming Detective? Do you know how our program plays? Zhou Lu smiled. Of course I know. Isn't Ming Detective a driving program? I've seen it. Dirty girl Wu Jiang, nonsense. I'll sue you for slander. Chol, what clam? Wang O, who was drinking the soup, suddenly choked. PFF cough cough cough. Negative energy plus 45. Sabayu immediately went up to caress her back. Aya, how come you can't clam up? Come on, brother, give you a rub. Wang Erjia also laughed and huffed. Zhou Lu deserves to be Zhou Lu. He dares to say anything. However, Ms. Wang O is also too second-guessed, isn't she? This program is talented in every way. It's not the first time he's come to mingle, and every time he's recorded he's covered entire tracks. This time it was even more outrageous, with newcomer Chol spiking on the show before it even started taping, and an old driver who got it on. Guna Liza looked nervously at Wang O and asked Zhou Lu, what's wrong with her? What clam is so funny? Chol, muscles. Guna Liza was even more confused. What kind of muscle is a muscle? Of course it's the same kind of clam that Chol opened last night. Across the street, Jiong slammed a pack of tissues at Zhou Lu. Stop the car. Stop the car. Show me your driver's license, please. Zhou Lu grabbed the tissue. I haven't taken the driving test yet. Guna Liza immediately chimed in. Yeah, Shola really doesn't have a driver's license. He can't even drive the car I gave him. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. This girl is too cute. Jiong had a breathless smile on his face. Liza, cut the crap. It's easy to expose your intelligence. Guna Liza, why? Sabayu was pushed away from Wang O's hand and looked Riza up and down wistfully. You sent Zhou Lu a car? What car? Za humbly said. A small car. Sabayu, we know that car isn't big. Is it new or used? Guna Liza tilted her head. What kind of person gives away a used car? Jola said in the tone of someone who said BYU was okay. Just a $3 million entry-level Lamborghini. That car was okay. Sabayu immediately sat down. Low head to eat. Do not chat. No fun. Serious people who drive sports cars it's so diabolical to talk to this stuff. The internet is so discerning. The next few people also suffered internal injuries, but also the entry-level Lamborghini. That car is still good? I have seen Versailles, never seen such a Versailles. Are you that hard up for soft food? Guna Liza is a bit ashamed that she really couldn't get a better car for her husband in a hurry. Shame on her. Sustained self-pue. Zhou Lu continued to pretend. Do you believe it or not? Mr. Sa, I've never touched a car. I have no interest in cars because the happiest time for me was when I rode my bike to deliver takeaways during the summer vacation of my senior year of high school. At that time I pedaled my bike to Sparks every day because I knew I got into Chuanin, and now I have no need for it. Sabaya held in a mouthful of rice and pinched his thighs as he looked at Zhou Lu, trying not to squirt out the rice and hold it in. Negative energy plus 66. Several other guests were also impressed that the king of push was worthy of being the king of push. Negative energy plus 37. Only Guna Liza thinks Zhou Lu is so frank and honest. He is not interested in millions of supercars. Instead, he is mindful of the bike he rode when delivering takeaways. He can be a really nostalgic person. Even the car he rode is remembered in his heart. Not to mention the people. It was worth it to meet him in this life. Wang O managed to get out of the pain of choking and asked Zhou Lu, "Ha? You're so young and have no needs?" Zhou Lu, "Oh, that's true. Sister is really deep in hiding. Ha 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 ha." There was much rejoicing. Wang O laughed to himself. This little guy Zhou Lu was so funny. Guna Liza looks at this and that. Her little brain buzzing. What are they laughing at? Laughing point is really low. Za is dirty, but too stupid to drive. Jiong was all happy. He was very optimistic about Zhou Li's variety talent from the beginning. But he didn't expect that Zhou Lu was also so good at driving. It was an unexpected pleasure. After all, Star Detective is Mango TV's web series, not on Shangnan TV's. The scale of the web series is bigger, car faster. Mr. Ho is usually eight-faced and righteous and considerate and understanding in other shows, but he's also a crazy racer inside this show. And Ho's first taint is not for nothing. The likes of Ho Zhang and Sabayu in this program seem more real and unassuming. Zhou Lu finished his share of the boxed lunch, and ate the rest of Za's sister. His own people do not care about those. It can eat my I can also eat her. After lunch began to make up. Ming Detective has its own exclusive makeup team. Because of the experience of the morning complex and lengthy killing Chanshan styling, Ming Detective more than 40 minutes of makeup is very easy for Zhou Lu. This installment is a sci-fi future theme called 2046. and after putting on her makeup Jo Lu received her script. Jolie's character today is Joe Porter, a senior porter at a tech company who enters NG to investigate in search of his suddenly lost girlfriend. It's a supporting character because he's not a detective or a murderer. Star Detective is a celebrity role-playing deduction reality show that focuses on role-playing and deduction. So each guest has a copy of their unique identifying information and scripted profile, except for the detective and the murderer. Of course, after Jo Lu reads the script, the program's choreographer comes over to instruct him, fearing that he doesn't know how to play and the rules. Isn't it just driving? Jo Lu to understand. He did not follow his roommate to watch this program. What role-playing, what search evidence reasoning, are false points of view. The real point of view of this program is drag racing. Not long after, the female choreographer instructed to blush and shyly went to report to the director. Jo Lu is too good at playing. Guna Liza, who was taking pictures, proudly said, "That's for sure. My Sheila's IQ is invincible." She was snubbed by the show to participate in the show in disguise, using her photo to put in the game profile so she could be in the same frame as Chol. Guna Liza agreed without even thinking about it, not even knowing that the program group is white knighting her, based on the scandal that she and Jo Lu were secretly photographed today, and then framed together. It will definitely add a lot of ratings to the program. That's why Sugarman Studios had to send an assistant to monitor her. This stuff is so easy to fool. The taping of the show starts soon after, set in 2046, a time when artificial intelligence is in full swing, and the story begins with the murder of Genius Yen, the owner of MG. Wang was there. Robot He Jiong was the second to arrive, followed by Ghost Wu Jiaing and Detective Wang O. Wang O is also a 1.7 tall long-legged sister. That body and face value is a masterpiece, so that the sight of the waiting Sa Bayu jumped to try. Jo Lu laughed. "You're a bit too exuberant, Mr. Sa. Sabayu, what do you kids know? Women in their 30s are the treasure." "Chol, I mean you can't wait to get in the show. What are you talking about?" Sabaya smirked. "I'll strangle you, you little racer." After the test drive session at dinner just now, the old driver Sabayo has gotten acquainted with the young driver Jo Lu. Jo Lu had a hard time. "Mr. Sa, you strangle me. Really? This look of yours today is exactly like my grandmother. What the hell?" Sabaya has a center-parted greasy hair and has teased the left and right strokes of white hair to resemble a catfish spirit. Although everyone today is styled in this style, none of them are as earthy as Mr. Sa, especially Jo Lu, who is handsome to the core. Sabaya was about to retort when he was called in. After a while, Jo Lu was dragged into the entrance by Wang Robot Ho Zhang, a lover more perfect than me appears. "So cool, Wangel, this is our company's weekly carry." Jo Lu immediately acted on it, squatting down to look at the dummy body on the ground. "Eh, isn't this the boss of our company? What's wrong? Fall asleep?" Sabayu, Mr. Jin didn't fall asleep on his own. "Chol, so who put him to sleep?" A group of people immediately laughed like crazy, and the nearest detective Wang O lifted his foot to kick Jo Lu. "Let you drive blindly? Ha? Mr. Shin died begging?" Jo Lu was shocked after listening to the 7 explanations of several guests. The acting was really a bit pompous. Guna Liza fell for it. "Wow, awesome acting by hubby." He Jiong immediately spat. "Just you still going to act? Learn acting while you still have time." When the show aired, Jolie's various fans were pleasantly surprised that Mr. He knew what insider information? Jo Lu is going to act? A TV series or a movie? Jo Lu, however, said, "Say technique not say it, civilize you and me." Ho Zhang, negative energy +11. He's a real pain in the ass. The angle of dislike is so tricky every time. Jo Lu, however, was stunned. How come all 11 are here? Inexplicably messed up. Wano took a closer look at Jo Lu and thought that there was something about this guest. It's not often that someone can dislike both Sabayu and He Jiong. And yes, he is the man who abused the Yen King Sun Leihong on the hot searches. So how can he be a good guy? Sister O is beautiful and imperial. The program team gave her a close-up, and that little look at Jo Lu is a masterpiece. Jo Lu is still putting on a show, shouting about how the boss is gone and who pays my salary and all that. Wang O waited for him to finish his performance and gently asked, "This excessively handsome gentleman, who are you?" Sabaya face pumped, stifled laughter, said Wang O really double standard. Usually to me cannot be so gentle and flirtatious. Mooching in oil she avoided. Isn't it normal for He Jiong to sneakily hit old Sa? Women in the entertainment industry are all face animals. Not to mention, Ghost Wu Jiaing on the side looked at Jo Lu and was dumbfounded. Men freeze when they look at beautiful women, and so do women when they look at handsome men. Jola flashed his badge. "I'm the senior porter of this company." Joe Porter. Detective O touched Jolie's chest. "Sign. Such a high-tech company. Do you need you to move things?" Joel is about to drive when Sabayo interrupts the spell casting. Old Sar pointed at He Jiong and said, "Oh, sorry miss. All of our company's products cost a lot of money. It's a big deal to use them to move things. Only goods like this deserve to move things in our company. Saying that, he pointed at Zhou Lu again. Wang Erjia immediately reached out to stop Zhou Lu, fearing that Zhou Lu would storm up and beat Sabeu, and everyone would have a bad impression of Zhou Lu. He Jiong immediately rounded up. This robot only moves love. Zhou Lu was not as incapable of joking as they thought, and stepped on the gas to the end. Detective, he said, you're a lady. Senior Sam, pfft. He Jiong and Ghost burst into laughter. Wang O blared at Zhou Lu. He can't call me big sister, can he? Zhou Lu ignored her and turned to Sabeu. And what are you? A restaurant waiter? Sabeu, I'm assistant Sabeu. Senior assistant to the boss. Chol, it looks like an older woman who cleans toilets. Ha 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 ha. This is really can't help it. The guests laughed like crazy. Even the opposite side of the director's team fell down with laughter. It's not that Zhou Lu is so humorous. It's really that he spits out too accurate. Today Sabeu's makeup is really frustrating. It looks old, ugly and ghostly. Sabeu retorts. That's a bit insulting. At least gender you have to get it right. I'm covered in testosterone. Wang O, it really looks like Big Mama. Sabeu, are you blind too? I'm in full bloom. Wang O, okay, everyone go to the showroom and make your alibis. The guests began to turn up. Sabeu chased after Wang O and chattered. I'm in full bloom. Zhou Lu, I don't know if it's blooming or not. I can see that you need beauty. Your crow's feet are cracking to the back of your head. The post-production teacher remembered to add a triple filter to him. Sabeu was once again disliked and the guests burst into laughter. Negative energy plus 22. Star Detective has a set recording process, which generally involves each delivering an alibi after a crime, followed by 3 rounds of evidence searches and focused reasoning, and culminating in a closed-door vote, where the guest with the most votes will be put in a cage. It's a variety show that relies entirely on scripted advancement, and when done poorly it can feel fake and stale. It's a good thing that the regulars on this show are so good at it that they can always play within the rules. And also, they bring in flying guests who know how to do the whole thing, like Chol. Zhou Lu was not invited to this program because he was popular or because he relied on He Jiong's connections, but purely because he could have fun. No. As soon as the self-incrimination session began, Chol hit the highway. Wang Erjia, at 11:41. I went back to his room to look for him because I remembered that I had forgotten to tell my boss something, and I found him lying on the floor in convulsions. Sabeu immediately performs, paralyzed and convulsing on the couch. Wang O smiled. Is that so? Wang Erjia shook his head. It's not that impressive. Chol, he was just plain twitching? Any screaming? Wang Erjia, huh? Across the room, Sabeu, Ghost, and He Jiong all laughed, and then, in unison, looked ahead at the program. The one mixed in with the staff, Guna Liza. Wang O forced a laugh and asked Wang Erjia, did it scream? Wang Erjia explained. The boss didn't make a sound. He just convulsed and died. Wang O asked Zhou Lu, why did you ask if there was a call? Zhou Lu, I'm also trying to figure out the cause of the boss's death. Well, generally speaking, when the body starts to convulse violently, it means that he has lost control of his body, and the convulsions will lead to a drastic change in the space between the abdominal cavity and the chest cavity, which will result in whimpering and grunting. Wang O leaned forward and stared at Zhou Lu. You know a lot about it. Zhou Lu is serious, sometimes also lose Jean. He Jiong called out, that's enough. Wang Erjia continues. Zhou Lu shut up immediately, speeding, this is not good. The crowd, watching the drama as Guna Liza inexplicably blushes. Is that I taught him too much? Wang Erjia is also covering her face and snickering. I don't have any more. Zhou Lu helped. Sister O, find someone else. He really doesn't have a drop left. Wang O was so angry that he hit Zhou Lu with a pillow. You shitty mouth. Chalapi was happy for a moment. When the program aired, the passerby viewers only felt subverted impression. They thought that the popular fried chicken Zhou Lu was the kind of idle baggage is very heavy. I did not expect to be a social bullheadedness. And young but know too much. The car is faster than Sabeu. A lot of people began to turn to the road. So fun artist is not rare. Mainly because he has the courage to say anything. Do not treat the audience as outsiders. Many viewers realized that Zhou Lu hadn't learned all this knowledge from Guna Liza. And Chol's fans watching the show are a different story. Teenage fans are a little lost. A brother is a little yellow child? He's been defiled by a woman. He's not a virgin anymore. The sand sculptor fans are happy. This thing drives like a champ. The little black fans are even happier. There is another black. Zhou Lu has no quality and no education to engage in royal color. The mom fans are so happy that they explode. Their son is so cute driving the car, and they want to take him back to the place where life began. In the program, 3 double sofas are placed in the showroom. From right to left are Ghost, He Jiong, Sabeu, Wang O, Zhou Lu and Wang Erjia. Wang O unconsciously tends to Zhou Li's side, and he is shoulder to shoulder, mainly because of the fear of Sabaya's sudden move. Detective O starts questioning Assistant Sa. This one doesn't know what he's talking about, as an assistant, but he hasn't seen his boss for a week, and everyone is looking skeptical. Facing Wang O's questioning, Sabaya explained, when he doesn't summon me, I'm like a consort, you know? Wang O, I don't get it. Zhou, consorts with a face like his usually live in the cold palace and can't see the emperor. Wang O immediately smiled. I understand then. Sabaya fainted. You really talk a lot. We are talking about the case. What's your business? Wang O patted Zhou Li's shoulder. I've also noticed that Zhou Lu likes to interrupt so much. Zhou Lu helped Wang O out. Everyone knows that I'm a chatterbox in addition to being a social cow, and I have no manners. Sabaya continued to tease Wang O. I'm like a consort. I can't run up to the emperor and ask, does the emperor need it tonight when he hasn't turned me over? Wang O was dryly amused again and couldn't stop laughing. If you don't say the show is full of racers. A mature royal like Wang O is a dirty girl who not only knows a lot but is also good at making connections. Zhou Lu looked Wang O up and down with a man's eyes. Her face was a standard. It is a standard imperial face, with a tall and slender figure. Her legs are especially long, and when she crosses her legs, she is very sexy. However, although she is thin, her breasts are very material. It should be the size of a red Fuji, which is a lot stronger than a dog's ah. Wang O noticed Zhou Li's gaze and twisted to face him, confidently raising his head and chest as he asked, next, Zhou handling alibi. Zhou Li suddenly froze. The late flower character, non-still picture. Drive too much and suddenly forget the contents of your script. The guests and the program team laughed, and if they couldn't, they had to call out the card and let Zhou Li read the script again and continue recording. Fortunately, Zhou Li's brain was useful enough and quickly remembered. I'm a porter in this company. I've been working here for a year, and I've grown from a junior porter to a senior porter now. Amui, it's a high-tech company with so many positions. Why do you have to be a porter? Before Zhou Li could say anything, Sabaya took over and began to elaborate on the background of today's story for the guests and viewers, which was roughly that the future world of humanity was polarized, with the elites all working on AI and everyone else being the lower class. After saying that, Old Sa also inserted a knife into Zhou Li. His kind is the goods that are the first to be eliminated. Chol, we're kindred spirits. Sabaya, it was actually impossible to refute it, since he was only an assistant himself. After a few more questions, Wang O's last question. Why were you at the crime scene if you couldn't meet the boss in your capacity? Zhou Li shrugged. I was already home from work, and it was Wang Erjia who brought me to the scene of making love. Once again, Wang O got a good laugh and started hitting Zhou Li with his little fists. Latter flower characters Oda Chul. Hojong, what scene? Chol, making love scene. Case. Love. Everyone understand. This time Zhou Li didn't drive on purpose. It's because he's been in Shudu for too long and has an accent. Hojong helped Zhou Li round up. Chol, who really wasn't driving either, explained, it's like this, like koi brains. Then came the alibi of the robot Hojong, who said that all the doors were opened, including his room. Sabaya immediately picked up, and say you didn't lose Jean? Wang O was already almost paralyzed with laughter on Zhou Li's shoulders. Her body kept shrugging, with Sabaya on her left and Zhou Li on her right. She just subconsciously chose to fall to the handsome side. However, the old sapper pulled her back the next moment with a jealous look on his face. It ends with robot tester Ghost's alibi, which is confronted by everyone and reveals a close relationship with robot He Jong. Wang O asked, Ghost, why would you fall in love with a robot? Chol, because she wants to open up. Wang O once again hit Zhou Li. Boring. Can you shut up Goosey goosey. The other guests also laughed until they couldn't stop laughing. Worthy of being Zhou Li, really dare to pop out anything. Not to be outdone. Sabaya said with a lewd face. Ghost is specialized in secretly testing the love robot He Jong, behind closed doors. The whole company wants to know what they are testing. Wang O covered his face and burst out laughing. Zhou Li, sis, why are you laughing? Wang O's eyes stared marvelously at Zhou Li, close at hand, with an expression that you and I know each other well. Little boy still trying to set me up. After the first segment was successfully recorded, the artists took a break for a while, and the staff pushed in carts full of drinks and pastries and snacks. Which was a better thing about a variety show crew than a drama crew. Zhou Li took a bottle of yogurt and a bottle of Coke, unscrewed the yogurt and handed it to Guna Liza, who flattered Zhou Li and praised him for his good sense of variety. Wang O sipped his coffee and made up his makeup next to him. Liza, you're praising him in the wrong direction. You should be praising him for his good car skills. Guna Liza, what kind of car skills? Just telling royal color jokes? Wang O, does he usually drive with you? Guna Liza shook her head decisively. No Shola is a very conservative man. Wang O laughs and sputters, put goose 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 goose. What kind of fool does this woman have to be to think that Zhou Lu is conservative? Wang O through this period of contact, it is obvious to feel that Zhou Lu is very good at it. Just with his face value and words, he can make a huge harem in the entertainment industry. Not to mention, sister herself faced Zhou Lu as a little bit of heartbeat accelerated, knowing he's a bad guy, but still can't help but be a heartthrob kind of guy. At this time, Sabaya came over to Wang O's side. Detective O, we haven't been out of pairs together to search for evidence for many issues. The right to search the evidence grouping is in the hands of the detectives, and Lao Sa wants to be with Wang O to make it easier to tease her. It's for the sake of the program. Wang O had a wary look on his face. I'm not grouping with you, you horny bastard. Overly direct. Sabaya had a thick skin. The color is also because you were so beautiful. It's all your fault. You have to be responsible for me. Wang O laughed feebly. You're so annoying. Sabu, let me in. Ouch. I said let me be in your group. What were you thinking? Ugh. I'll go with Chol. On what grounds? He's a pervert too. He's handsome. When you're both equally horny, you have to go for the best looking one. Right, Riza? Wang O said with a straight face. Guna Liza backs it up. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Sister O's choice. My Shiola can be generous. Sis, feel free to rub him the wrong way. Sabaya spat. Is it Zhou Lu who is generous? This is you being generous, right? Wang O also thinks that Guna Liza is too generous. This kind of chauvinistic willingness to share is admirable. Zhou Lu is too well trained. Would like to see how they play. Over here, Jola had already laid down on a chair and played a cell phone game. Recording an indoor variety show was just relaxing. Guna Liza leaned over. Lu, Wang O is so beautiful. The body is even better. Chol is crouching in the grass. Aha. Guna Liza quietly, take her down. Zhou Lu was startled and looked up at Dogza, only to see evil in her gaze. You're nuts, aren't you? Zhou Lu cursed. Recording a program and soaking someone? Is that possible? Guna Liza did not speak, leisurely looking at the not far away makeup Wang O, eyes in her beautiful legs and breasts to cruise back and forth. The small brain began to turn rapidly, but simply cannot think of a way. So she picked up the cell phone, began to ask for help off the field. In the dormitory group, Little Yellow Duck, Wu Yu, and Yang Sayu heard that Dogza was going to help his master with Wang O, and they were all enthusiastic and came up with ideas. Dogs are man's most loyal friends. Gunariza was loyal and steadfast to Chol. After fixing her makeup, Wang O elegantly sipped her coffee, but she suddenly felt a chill down her back, a feeling that she was being watched. She's always had good instincts. Every time she's been a detective on this show, she's won on instinct. Sister O, your makeup is so stunning today. Guna Liza came over to get close. Wang O was alert. Which installment of my makeup creation doesn't look good? Guna Liza, they all look good, but this one has the most character today. You're the one who should be a robot. It's as perfect as if you were made by hand. Wang O, artificially made? I don't have plastic surgery. I didn't say you had plastic surgery. I complimented you on your beauty. I hear you, but I don't think you mean well. Ha, how come? Ha ha, you have an evil look in your eye. What is the purpose of coming to talk to me? That's the difference between a smart person and a dumb person. And how a guy like Guna Liza can't fool Wang O. Guna Liza's eyes rolled back in her head and she began to argue. What purpose could I have? We are all girls. What can I lie to you about? I just simply want to make friends with you. Wang O laughed with disgust. With this IQ you dare to come out to cheat people? The little thing's words, in turn, were all she had in mind. Guna Liza's purpose is not for herself. She's a girl but her man is not. She's helping her man to cheat Wang O. She's trying to cheat Wang O to become that kind of good friend with Zhou Lu. Wang O pulled Guna Liza over and whispered into her ear. You can't satisfy him alone. Can you? Liza's self-esteem was hit and rebounded strongly. I can. I'm fine with any scale. I'm not afraid of anything he's afraid to try. And I can act the carpet. Wang O's expression was wonderful. This gadget was so interesting. He envied Zhou Lu. Not to mention, Ms. Wang O is now more interested in Guna Liza than Zhou Lu. Quite curious. Is she really as capable as she said? After Guna Liza's flurry of arguments, Wang O was sure that she was really trying to trick herself into playing for Zhou Lu. This woman is hopeless. Wang O will plan to pull Guna Liza sitting in the corner, while eating snacks and said her words. It did not take long. Wang O understand many details between good friends. Guna Liza, he's really super awesome. Makes you doubt your life, you know? Wang O is a bit foolish. If Riza's words are true, then Zhou Lu is a donkey. She said, did Chol ask you to set me up? Guna Liza, no, it's not. He doesn't even know. Wang O smiled evilly. Guna Liza tapped her little head. Nope, I'm not latching onto you. I'm just making small talk with you. for no purpose whatsoever. The dorm sisters tell her to turn Wang O into her best friend before she tricks her best friend into bed. Zhou Lu is still playing mobile games in the distance. Completely unaware of that one has been counterset. Know that he is also powerless to stop. Bruna Li Zai is a can't hide things. The two of them this matter has long been text lived to her dormitory sisters, depicted in a very detailed kind of. After playing a game, Zhou Lu put away his cell phone and took a peach to nibble on. Zhou Lu goes to Wang Erjia to talk about next week's competition recording. They're very familiar in Idol Intern. Wang Erjia is the mentor and Zhou Lu is the Taishan mentor. Just a few sentences into the conversation, Wang O was calling out to Zhou Lu, Chol, come here for a moment. Bewildered, Zhou Lu walked over and looked at Wang O and Zadog, who were arm in arm and close. What's wrong? Gunariza smiled apologetically, slightly abashed that she had screwed up. Wang O waved his hand, signaling Zhou Lu to come over. Zhou Lu bent down and stretched his face over, only to hear Wang O blow in his ear before quietly asking, your woman wants to set me up to go to bed with you. Do you know that? At 33, O is just right for the picking and a master of her craft. Chol confessed. I don't know. Wang O teasingly looked at Zhou Lu. You don't have any ideas? Chol, no. He was firm because he was telling the truth. Wang O was slightly lost and snapped. What? Am I so unattractive? Why don't you? At all? Zhou Lu added. It has nothing to do with that. I just didn't think about it that much. But after hearing what you just said, I think, sister is pretty good too. Wang O looked straight into Zhou Li's eyes and his four eyes met. One look and both sides understood. The eye contact was then very spiritual, and Zhou Lu said I had no idea, but since you asked, it's okay to have an idea, so it seems a bit more respectful. Also, my sister seems to have a bit of an idea, so we all know each other by heart. Sister O pursed her lips and smiled. Little badass. Guna Liza look at this and that. The mood is very jumpy. What did they say? Why can't I understand a word of it? It doesn't matter. Their eyes are so dramatic. Murphy, watching her man flirt with another woman excites Gunariza. Zhou Lu said indifferently, I'm the big bad guy. Wang O looked askance at Zhou Lu and grunted coldly. I don't care if you are big or small. What does it have to do with me? Are we very familiar? Take a step back. The queen has to be reserved. Zhou Lu turned around and walked away. Mr. Urga, give me a cigarette. You take a step back. I'll just remove the ladder. Wang O lost it once again. It had nothing to do with hooking up or not. It was Zhou Li's attitude that got to her. In fact, Sister O just wanted to tease Zhou Li's ambition and then ignore him. As a result, Zhou Li turned around and walked away, making her teasing just now seem uptight in that. And she couldn't get off the stage right now. It was hard. Zhou Li will smoke but not usually. Today is just an excuse. It is going to make Wang O down. You want to hang me? Are you a match for me? In this game of chance, Zhou Lu was surprised to win. Zhou Lu and Wang Erjia came back from gulping down some clouds, and the half-hour break was up. So the program recording continued. Wang O still chose to group with Zhou Lu and He Jiong, mercilessly abandoning Sabeu. She didn't want to be tickled by Sabeu, and besides, she was going to continue to go over the top with Chol on the show, not believing that she couldn't tease a 20-year-old kid. That's right. That's how it is in the eyes of Yendog. With Zhou Lu it's flirting. Switching to Sabeu is sexual tickling. Detective Wang O brought two team members to the body. She squatted down to check. There's no blood or wounds on this person either. How the hell did he die? Zhou Lu wanted to try the weight of the dummy, holding the dummy's leg and lifting it upwards. It was quite light. Wang O, who was leaning over to check out the dummy's face, was almost kissed by the dummy, and bounced up in fear with a scream. Hey aha! He Jiong laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! She slapped her flailing chest and glared at Zhou Lu. You're insane! Zhou Lu put down the dummy and apologized. I'm sorry for the shock. He Jiong, ha ha ha, frightened? Congratulations to both of you. Wang O hit Zhou Lu with the folder. Broken car, broken car, broken car. Driving a broken car and still so fast. Chuli was seriously looking for clues on the dummy. There's nothing. Wang O, is it to undress him? Chol, while it's hot. Wang O rolled her eyes and laughed in anger, wanting to swear so badly. And then, she unconsciously brainstormed so many images and plots. He Jiong laughed. Eileen's foot is welded to the gas pedal, and he's mouthing off at a young age. Wang O left Zhou Lu to go flip clues on the table with He Jiong. Does he, a newcomer, talk like this all the time? She was so busy with work that she hadn't watched Chol's show and had only learned about it from the internet. He Jiong rummaged through the box. Newcomer? Shola has never thought of himself as a newcomer. He's kind of restrained in his speech today. He's even more lawless in other programs. It's true. Chol was just driving the car today. In the talent show that's where the real firepower is. Once again, Wang O was shocked. This was still considered restraint? Go back and look for videos of Shilo. Gotta admit, Sister O really took an interest in Zhou Lu. This guy was amazing. After a period of searching for evidence, the trio found out that the original robot He Jiong was invented by Wang but was plagiarized by his boss, Jin Genius, whose son is Sabeu, who should have been called Jin Sa, and the relationship became confusing for a while. That's the thing about mystery shows. A lot of the various information at the beginning is false, and there are a lot of reversals. Zhou Lu is not obsessed with playing the game, but shows off his car skills frequently. Several times, Wang was teased by him and blushed. Zhou Lu play the game is not serious, but the brain is good. Every time He Jiong and Wang find clues, Zhou Lu can quickly reason out the truth. Gradually, Detective O began to rely more and more on Zhou Lu. When checking Sabeyu's room, he found a space capsule-like bed. Wang immediately climbed in. Wow, so cool all this. I so want to go in and lie down on this bed. He Jiong was flipping through the desk on the side. Zhou Lu was bored with copying his hands. He didn't like looking for clues. It was weirdly tiring. Wang laid down on the bed for a bit and rolled over to find Jinsa's cell phone under the pillow. Ah, what have I found? Zhou Lu, you come up quickly. Zhou Lu walked over slowly. What for? Wang come on. Get into bed. Drive? I can do that. Without answering, Chou leaned against the doorway of the capsule and said, what did you find out? Wang shows Zhou Lu the recording on his cell phone, and Jinsa says he's lost his memory and can't remember anything about his mom. He Jiong found some information that Jinsa is an extreme sports enthusiast who wants to challenge the drag racing 300 yards, while previously found a grave certificate and a newspaper, which recorded that the man surnamed Jin was seriously injured in a car accident. He Jiong said, so it wasn't Jin Genius who had the accident, but Jinsa. Wang why would he lose his memory? How can a person not remember his mom? Because of a head injury? He Jiong nodded. It should be. Zhou Lu thought for a moment. That's not right. Jinsa had already died in a car accident. That tomb was his. And now this Jinsa is a robot. The reason why Jin Genius wanted to steal Wang scientific researchy robot was to resurrect his son. So he used this technology to build Jinsa. Being a robot, of course, Jinsa can't have memories of his mother. The logic is perfect. He Jiong suddenly panicked a little. It's this logic. So if Jinsa is also a robot, does he have a motive to kill? Zhou Lu said. That's definitely there. The deeper you play this game, the more you'll realize that besides the detectives, every one of them has a motive to kill. Otherwise, how else can you confuse the audience? He already knows who the killer is. It's the robot He Jiang. Going by this playbook, more guests will be revealed to be robots later on. And it's quite possible that Chol himself will be. But these are all smoke and mirrors. After the insight of the truth, Zhou Lu also cannot say it, or there will be no fun, to cooperate with the recording. So, he's gotten lazier and more of a driver. When there are 3 minutes left in the search, Detective O is still selling clues while Ho Zhang is already visibly grinding his teeth. Zhou Lu, in order to help He Jiong play on and make Wang discover less clues, comes up to her ear and says something, and then Wang goes crazy chasing Zhou Lu all over the room, screaming, negative energy plus 99, you stop, kill you, Wang had no image, and was angry and laughing as he chased after Zhou Lu. Zhou Lu taunted as she ran, Sister O, do you know what you are now? It's Wu Zetian as a widow. Wang flying kick, you're the widow. Don't run. He Jiong was so smart that he naturally saw Zhou Li's intention and was grateful to help pass the knife. What does it mean for Wu Zetian to be a widow? Zhou Lu flicked around. Lostly, Wang stopped chasing and covered his waist. Goose. She went off on a tangent. I don't know if it was a running tangent or a laughing tangent, and it was particularly hard. He Jiong asked, what happened? How come there's a fight? A word to break the defense. Shola, what exactly did you say to Detective O? Chol doesn't say. Wang expression was painful. He said that his classmate had a pillow exactly like me. He Jiong also laughed and sprayed. Po ha 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 ha. I hope you're really talking about pillows. The words did kill. No wonder Sister O stormed out. Chol, really cuddly pillows. He Jiong asked again. Is the pillow cotton or down? Chol said. Silicones.